At night in a quiet corner of the city, Shi Jinwei hurried along with a bag in her hand. Behind her, noise still spilled from the shop where employees were required to leave only through the back door after work. The narrow alley was shrouded in gloom. Even though she walked it every day, she always felt as if someone were lurking in the darkness, watching her. Suddenly a tall figure appeared soundlessly and lunged straight for her back. Shi Jinwei seemed utterly unaware. Yet just as the assailant's arm was about to smack down on her shoulder, she bent sharply at the waist and slipped aside. She lifted her foot and kicked backward with all her strength, like a mule lashing out. Her movements were swift, precise, and ruthless. The kick aimed squarely at the vital spot between the man's legs. "Arg! You filthy bitch!" he screamed in agony, completely unprepared for her merciless strike. By the time he lifted his head again, Shi Jinwei was already sprinting away. "Damn it, go after her. Tonight I'm going to make that ungrateful bitch die," he roared. Cursing about his failed first strike, the man spoke viciously. Around him, several subordinates, apparently his men, sprang to their feet at his words and rushed out in a clattering wave of footsteps. Shi Jinwei ran until she was gasping for breath, yet her face remained almost expressionless. Ahead, a junction loomed. If she turned left, she would reach the main road, where the crowd would make it easier to hide and escape. Her mind raced, but her steps did not falter for an instant. The men behind her were no amateurs either. The distance between hunter and prey shrank with every heartbeat. She fixed her gaze on the lights spilling from the street ahead and pushed herself to run even faster. Almost there. As long as she made it out, there was still a chance someone might save her. Her left foot had already stepped forward, about to cross into that corridor of light, when a hand suddenly shot out from behind, seized a fistful of her hair, and yanked her violently backward. Her scalp burned as if it were being torn apart, yet she did not scream. Her body was wrenched into a backward arch. She struggled to steady herself, but the person behind her had no intention of giving her that chance. The instant she hit the ground, her head slammed heavily against it. Blood seeped from the wound, staining her once delicate features a vivid red. Agonizing pain throbbed in her skull, and her vision was already beginning to blur. Stubbornly, she lifted her head and her hand moved on instinct toward the razor blade hidden in her pocket. The man walked out from behind her at an unhurried pace and crouched down in front of her. A feral grin twisted his face. "Run. Go on, run for me," he taunted. He loathed the untamed defiance in her eyes and raised his hand ready to smash it down across her face. At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed inside everyone's mind. "Ding, Blue Star successfully captured. The infinite survival game is about to begin. All Blue Star players, please prepare yourselves." For an instant, residents across Blue Star were stunned. A game? What kind of nonsense was this? The man's raised hand faltered. He suddenly noticed a dialogue box appearing before his eyes with two options, yes and no. The interface resembled the holographic games he had played before, but right now his mind was consumed only with teaching the woman on the ground a lesson. "What bullshit game? Get lost," he snarled. Without thinking, he lifted his hand and tapped no on the semi-transparent dialogue box. Yet the light screen did not react. Instead, his body began to scatter into flickering points of light and slowly fade away. The men behind him and the figure on the ground stared stunned as he vanished into thin air. Scenes just like this were unfolding across the globe at that very same moment. Those who had not yet raised a hand against anyone watched the bizarre spectacle, their urge to reject the game dying instantly. Instead, they began searching for the source of the voice. The next second, the mechanical voice rang out again, warning 1. This is a game for all. Any Blue Star resident who refuses will die. 2. Once game initialization is complete, players who accept the game will be converted into data and transmitted into the game space. 3. Do not attempt to escape the game. The consequences will be more than you can bear. 4. Each player has only one life. Death in the game means death in reality. There is no resurrection mechanic. Treat the game with utmost caution. 5. Survival instances will open once every 3 days with varying content each time. Before each game begins, a briefing will be provided. Please read every briefing carefully. 6. Due to the immense number of players, you will be randomly assigned to instance maps. 7. Each round will share the same instance map and main quest. 8. Instances may contain time acceleration mechanisms, such as rapidly escalating societal collapse. 9. Player numbers in each instance will vary. Encounters and events are random. Difficulties will differ accordingly, so we urge players to approach each run with care. 10. Do not lightly trust anyone, whether players or NPCs. Your sole objective is to survive and keep surviving until you clear the game. Shi Jinwei sat on the ground motionless before the light screen, yet she carefully memorized every word the mechanical voice spoke. She had no idea what this infinite survival game truly was, but the man's sudden disappearance had already proven one thing: refuse it, fail to clear it, and you die. And she did not intend to die. The mechanical voice did not pause after the announcement. It continued: game initialization complete. Player digitization sequence commencing. At once Shi Jinwei felt her body being tugged, and in the next instant, she vanished from where she sat. Her vision blurred, and when she opened her eyes again, she was standing in a space of pure white. Suspecting hidden dangers, she did not dare move, instead scanning her surroundings cautiously with her eyes alone. The bag she had been holding was gone, and her original clothes had disappeared as well, replaced by a set of white workwear. The space was roughly 6 square meters with a ceiling about 3 meters high. One wall held an embedded electronic screen of about 40 inches. It was pitch black at the moment, showing nothing. In its faint reflection, Shi Jinwei noticed that the wound that had just been opened on her head had vanished. She leaned in, about to examine herself more closely, when the electronic screen suddenly lit up. A tunnel-like vortex of time and space spiraled across the display, looping endlessly as lines of text slowly surfaced. Full player digitization successful. Total number of players 25230549853. Skill extraction now open. Please draw your skill. Note 1. Once extracted skills cannot be revoked or undone. 2. Types of talents: active skills and passive skills. 3. Each player may possess only one skill, and uniqueness is not guaranteed. Next, please proceed to draw your skill. The words vanished, the image shifted, and a vast star-filled universe appeared on the screen. Having realized that touching the light screen posed no immediate danger, Shi Jinwei reached out and slid her hand across it, selecting a star that happened to catch her eye. The star she touched burst like fireworks, and a new set of words appeared: skill space unique. Skill rarity rank maximum rarity SS. Skill description: active skill upgradable. Upon acquiring the skill, you will obtain a personal storage space, an indispensable asset in the survival game. After each instance ends, all materials from that instance will be automatically reclaimed. Skill level 1. Space capacity 1 cubic meter. Congratulations, player, on successfully extracting your skill. The game will begin in 5 minutes. Please read the game instructions carefully. Number of players 25230549853. Game content: escape from Anjia City. Game duration 3 days. Game instructions: within 3 days you must escape Anjia City. Game starter gifts: 100 Anjia coins, 1 set of random clothing, 1 communication phone, and 1 identity document. As the teleportation activated, Shi Jinwei once again felt herself being yanked forward. Her vision blurred, and in the next instant she was standing on a busy street. Hey little girl, why are you standing at the entrance? Move aside, don't block the way. A woman's voice sounded behind her. Snapping back to herself, Shi Jinwei realized she was actually standing in front of a bank entrance. After entering the game, she had noticed that in her pocket, aside from her phone and ID card, there was only a single bank card. She had no idea what the game's planners were thinking. Rather than placing the 100 game coins directly in her pocket, they had deposited them into the bank card with the password set as the last 6 digits of the card number. Her storage space, however, had no physical form, yet with a single thought she could directly store any item she wished to keep inside it. It could not preserve living creatures, but it could keep things fresh. It suited the game's mechanics perfectly. Since she was already at the bank entrance, she planned to withdraw the money first, then catch a ride out of the city. On the door of the small room housing the ATM, a notice was posted: temporarily out of service. Please use the ATM machines inside the bank for withdrawals. There were not many people inside the bank. Of the 3 ATMs, only one had someone standing in front of it. Shi Jinwei strode straight toward them, but just as she reached out to take out her card, her movement faltered. She had noticed that the person feeding a card into the ATM was holding a card identical to hers. An identical bank card at this exact moment, with 100 Anjia coins, just spat out from the machine. She could be certain this person was a player as well. What a coincidence, encountering another of her kind right at the start. Shi Jinwei felt no joy at the discovery. She simply turned around and walked away. Revealing her identity at this stage would be unwise. The other person was carefully taking the money out and did not notice Shi Jinwei's subtle movements. Time was tight and could not be wasted, so Shi Jinwei decided to go to another bank to make the withdrawal. However, she had barely taken a few steps when a van pulled up at the entrance. The security guard at the door saw it and walked forward, intending to shoo it away. Move along, you can't park here. There are plenty of parking spaces over there. Didn't you see them? But the vehicle did not drive off. Instead, a burly man wearing a hood jumped down from the van. The guard had no time to react before he was knocked unconscious. Seeing the scene, and the 7 or 8 more men with weapons following in behind. The people inside the bank instantly understood what was happening. It was a bank robbery. The leader saw the crowd cowering like frightened quail and was quite satisfied. "All of you stay honest and still. If you behave, I won't kill you. If you don't." He chuckled darkly. With that, he motioned for his underlings to herd everyone together. He sent a few to the counters to pack up the goods while he himself led one man over to watch the assembled hostages. "You come here." His finger pointed straight at Shi Jinwei. Heads bowed in fear, turned eyes filled with both sympathy and relief as they looked at her. She walked over, and the burly man directly snatched the bank card from her hand. Shi Jinwei wanted to toss the card into her storage space. But kneeling in front of an ATM, anyone could tell she was withdrawing cash. If she claimed she had no card, who would believe it? Besides, there were options for cardless withdrawals now. Unaware of her inner calculations, the man watched her operate the machine, then snarled in dissatisfaction, "100. What a penniless wretch." He raised his hand, intending to knock her out. She was ready for it, and subtly turned her body, easing the force, letting herself fall naturally to the floor. Fainting could be feigned, but she could not allow herself to truly lose consciousness. Everyone who had finished withdrawing money and was then knocked out would be searched by accomplices who stripped them of anything valuable. Shi Jinwei was too poor, and by sheer luck she escaped that particular misfortune. By then the police had arrived. As soon as they reached the scene, they began clearing the crowd outside and set up a cordon at the bank's entrance. "Everyone inside, listen up. You are already surrounded." Shi Jinwei lay on the floor with her eyes closed, listening to the commotion outside. When she sensed the robber guarding them rushing toward the entrance, she let her eyes slid open. Around her, everyone else lay unconscious. One robber pressed a gun to a bank employee's head as he confronted the police outside. The remaining kidnappers clutched bags stuffed with currency, gold, and other valuables standing behind him. At that moment, all attention was fixed on the situation outside, and no one was watching this corner. She was sprawled in front of the ATM. If she could shift to the side of the machine, she would enter the robber's blind spot. A primal instinct for survival prompted her to begin subtly moving her limbs. Her movements were light, making no sound, but she dared not relax, her eyes fixed intently ahead. Suddenly, one of the burly men turned around to face them. Shi Jinwei froze, her eyelids snapping shut. Her limbs went rigid from tension, as if frozen in place. She felt the man walking toward her, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the bodies. The hand pinned beneath her body clenched of its own accord. Her heart pounded like a drum, threatening to leap from her chest. Even so, she forced her breathing to remain calm and even. Then her body was roughly rolled over, and she slammed hard against the ATM. A wave of piercing pain shot through her, and she almost failed to suppress a cry. Her body reacted faster than her mind. Her teeth clamped down on her lower lip, swallowing every sound of pain. The man lifted a small child who had been hidden beneath her, seemingly shielded on purpose, and headed toward the entrance. "Do you see this child? 5 minutes. I'm only giving you 5 minutes. If you don't give us a vehicle, we start with this kid." The burly man shouted at the doorway. Judging from the voice, none of the robbers were near her now, and Shi Jinwei cautiously opened her eyes again. Good, though the pain almost made her want to curse aloud. From this position, if she moved just 2 steps, she could tuck herself into a dead corner. With that thought, she sprang lightly from the floor, slipping behind the ATM with a cat-like agility. Not being noticed let her exhale a small breath of relief. But when she turned her head, her gaze collided with a pair of dark eyes through the glass. The man outside had never expected her to be conscious, let alone bold enough to move. He started, then quickly raised a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, signaling her not to make a sound. Shi Jinwei nodded, watching as the man in special police gear made several hand signals toward her. The first gesture pointed to the space behind the ATM where there was a glass door. Perhaps through the robber's carelessness, that door was actually open. The second signal instructed Shi Jinwei to slip out through that door. Beyond it was another door locked from the inside. If she could open it, the police could infiltrate from the rear. The prerequisite was that she could not make a single sound. Shi Jinwei raised her head slightly to glance toward the entrance. The robbers and police were haggling back and forth, so focused on negotiations that no one was watching this area. Or rather, they were simply unconcerned about any small tricks she might attempt. Without much hesitation, she nodded to the special police officer, then began edging carefully toward the glass door. The officer spoke softly into his earpiece, and the police at the entrance suddenly intensified their efforts, drawing all of the robbers' attention toward the front. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Jinwei slipped through the glass door, only to find a specially reinforced iron door beyond. It was not locked, but the bolt on top was set firmly in place, preventing anyone outside from opening it. So it was not that the robbers were careless, it was that she had underestimated them. She turned her body sideways, pressing herself flat against the wall. In this position, even if someone glanced this way from the robber's side, they would not see any trace of Shi Jinwei. Shi Jinwei gently tiptoed and began to pull the bolt. Perhaps due to the length of time the moment she gently pulled it, a piercing sound echoed, causing her to instinctively let go. She glanced outside, noticing that the front was not paying attention here, and continued her slow movements. Strange, did you all hear any noise? Just as she was about to pull it down completely, a man's voice suddenly came from the front. Shi Jinwei immediately hid in the corner and heard someone dismissively say, "What noise?" "No, I can't rest easy. I need to check it out," the man who spoke first said, followed by footsteps approaching this way. Shi Jinwei felt all the hair on her body stand on end, clearly sensing that the person was getting closer. She quickly scanned her surroundings, looking for a handy weapon for self-defense. But in the bank in this position, how could there be any weapons? She gritted her teeth and directly took off one shoe to hold in her hand, hoping that the 5-centimeter thick sole could inflict some damage on the man. "Hey, come back quickly, they've relaxed on the other side." Just then the man at the door shouted, halting the footsteps of the man approaching. The footsteps changed direction. She took a deep breath, putting on her shoe while looking towards the door, but no one was coming. Seeing she was about to succeed, she stepped forward and pulled down the bolt in one go. Fortunately, this side was backlit, and when the door opened, no strong light came in. The special police cautiously infiltrated from outside. Next, Shi Jinwei was taken out. The hostages on the ground were surrounded by the special police, who launched a surprise attack from behind, successfully rescuing the hostages from the hands of the kidnappers. Shi Jinwei played a crucial role, but her mind was solely on leaving as quickly as possible. However, she needed to write a statement, and there were officers following her, making it impossible to find an excuse to slip away. When she emerged, it was already dark outside. In the meantime, not only had she recovered the 100 yuan that was stolen, but she also received a 2,000 yuan reward from the police station and a 5,000 yuan thank you from the bank. Very well, although it was dangerous, she successfully deposited 7,000 yuan. After a tiring day thinking that she had money, she decided to take a taxi out of the city and pass through quickly. However, when she contacted the taxi driver, she was informed that leaving Anjia City required using the highway. The highway was under repair these 2 days, and passage was prohibited from 2000 to 0500. This city was situated in a special geographical location with no subways, trains, planes, or boats. To leave the city, one could only take the highway. She decided to first check the situation at the highway. If that didn't work, she would climb the mountain. To prevent any accidents, she also stocked up some supplies in her space. She bought a backpack for disguise, purchased a case of mineral water, several boxes of milk, some instant noodles, a few loaves of bread, and some chocolate at a convenience store. Then at a grocery store, she bought a folding fruit knife, a map, a flashlight, and a power bank. Following that were medicines, antibiotics, cold medicine, fever-reducing medicine, band-aids, and masks, 1 box each. She also bought 2 bottles of disinfectant, cotton swabs, and gauze. Finally, she got a few small bottles to mix alcohol and chili powder for a makeshift pepper spray. With 3 days left in the game and 2 days remaining, there was no need to buy too much. She found a deserted place and tossed the items into her space, feeling much lighter. She took a taxi to the highway entrance, only to find that soldiers armed with weapons were guarding it thoroughly. It was impossible to sneak in. The surroundings of the highway entrance were also tightly defended. Even climbing the mountain required breaking through these defenses. She looked at the sophisticated weapons and the soldiers standing rigidly every few steps. Thinking of her fruit knife and pepper spray, she admitted that it was not shameful to recognize her current weakness, and she quietly retreated. This blockade was unusual. She searched online and still found the announcement of highway repairs. She didn't believe it, but that was what they said, whether you believed it or not. She booked a room at the nearest hotel to the highway entrance and reserved a taxi for 4:30 in the morning. She planned to leave the city as quickly as possible the next morning. That night, Shi Jinwei did not sleep soundly, waking up just after 4. She checked the time, not wanting to sit idle. She directly canceled the reservation on her phone, then went out and hailed a taxi, aiming for the nearest highway entrance. "Hey little girl, are you out so early to have some fun?" The driver thought she was rushing to catch an early flight. Shi Jinwei nodded in the back seat, unwilling to chat further. The driver, seeing her indifference, lost interest in conversation and accelerated the car. When the car reached the highway entrance and entered the highway after waiting in line, Shi Jinwei's body finally relaxed slightly. It was a 40-minute drive from the city exit to the highway. As long as they got out of the highway entrance, the mission would be complete. Thinking this way, her eyes brightened considerably. But at that moment, she noticed 3 planes appearing in the sky. The planes had a triangular appearance about the size of helicopters. They looked like mini passenger planes, but Shi Jinwei suddenly felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. Those were definitely not passenger planes, but fighter jets often seen in war movies. They circled in the sky before dropping several bombs from high altitude. The driver in front was focused on the road and did not notice what was slowly falling from the sky beside them. But Shi Jinwei saw it. They were dropping down at an alarming speed. She instinctively shouted to the driver, "Master, there's danger. Speed up faster." She didn't know the blast radius, but the farther away they were, the lesser the impact. Seeing Shi Jinwei's anxious expression, the driver chuckled, saying, "Little girl, it's not that I don't want to go fast. Look ahead, there are other cars. We can't get too close." Shi Jinwei had no time to care about those things and pointed outside. "Look outside. If we don't run, we'll all die." The driver, unconcerned, slowly turned his head. At first, he thought it was an illusion, rubbed his eyes, and continued to look, then exclaimed in shock, "Oh my, those are bombs, right?" Other cars on the road seemed to have noticed the bombs falling from the sky as well. The cars in front began to accelerate while those behind honked their horns. The air raid sirens in the city began to sound, shattering everyone's last illusions. The driver, knowing danger was imminent, had no leisure to spare. He pressed down on the accelerator, almost bumping into the back of the car in front. The bombs fell rapidly. In just a few seconds, a thunderous explosion sounded from behind. The entire highway was affected, beginning to shake violently, with cracks starting to appear in some places. The driver was about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking they had escaped a calamity. However, he saw Shi Jinwei's expression change drastically in the rearview mirror, as if she had seen something exceedingly terrifying. Indeed, several more fighter jets appeared in the sky, circling above them. It was clear they had targeted this highway. "No, we can't stay on the highway any longer," Shi Jinwei immediately made a judgment. The bombs were clearly aimed at the highway. If they left the highway now, their survival rate might be higher. "How do we get down now?" The driver's voice trembled, yet his hands remained steady. Shi Jinwei gazed outside the highway. There was a sound barrier by the roadside, but beneath it was not a steep slope, just ordinary hilly terrain. Jumping over the sound barrier and running down the hill felt safer than staying up here. Thinking this, she quickly voiced her thoughts. "Master, find a place to park. Let's jump down from the side and run outside. It's safer than being up here." Seeing the young girl so calm, the driver immediately made a decision and began to slow down. The cars behind them honked even louder, as if urging them on. But the driver disregarded everything and parked the car by the roadside, running alongside Shi Jinwei. They found a slightly damaged spot on the sound barrier, and with a leap they climbed over it. The slope below was not steep and provided some cushioning. The driver hesitated, but Shi Jinwei had already jumped down. As she fell, she intentionally protected her head, curling her limbs and rolling several times on the ground. Ignoring the driver behind her, she got up and ran towards the hills, enduring the pain. The area was still under construction, with no trees around, eliminating the worry of bomb-induced forest fires. So she aimed to find a place to hide. The air raid sirens grew increasingly urgent. Perhaps due to anxiety, she thought she heard the sound of bombs slicing through the air. Looking up, she saw several bombs descending toward the highway, just a few seconds away from obliterating everything around. Due to construction, the terrain of this hillside was completely unrecognizable. Some areas revealed neatly cut rock faces. Shi Jinwei scanned her surroundings while running, desperate to find a place that could shield her from the blast. Due to construction, the terrain of this hillside was completely unrecognizable. Some areas revealed neatly cut rock faces. Shi Jinwei didn't hesitate and ran straight toward it. This was the best choice at that moment. She curled up behind the boulder, keeping an eye on what was above her. As she had predicted, the target of the bombs was the highway. Fortunately, it seemed their target was the highway entrance. Unfortunately, they had only driven less than 20 kilometers fully within the explosion range. There was no other place to hide besides this cover. The driver soon ran over, noticing Shi Jinwei hiding behind it, and immediately joined her. An awkward situation arose. Although the rock was massive, it was not a uniform shape. The two of them hiding here could not completely cover themselves. Seeing this, the driver's expression turned fierce in an instant, revealing the darker side of humanity in the face of life and death. He pushed Shi Jinwei out. Shi Jinwei was fixated on the sky and did not notice his movement. By the time she reacted, she had already fallen outside. At that moment, the bombs were about to hit the ground, chaos erupting on the highway. Seeing him give her a mocking smile, Shi Jinwei no longer hesitated and pulled out the fruit knife she had bought earlier from her space. These actions would be automatically corrected in the game, so she didn't worry about being exposed. To the NPCs, it looked like she had pulled a knife from her pocket. The driver, seeing this, did not panic. "With your thin arms and legs, even if you have a knife, what can you do? Can you defeat me? It's better not to waste time here and find a good place to hide." His words were those of a petty person who took advantage of others. She remained silent, pulling out a homemade pepper spray with her other hand. As the driver attempted to grab her barehanded, she aimed the spray at his eyes and unleashed a barrage. The driver yelped in pain, covering his eyes, and began to scream. Shi Jinwei kicked him hard. She pushed him out from behind the rock just as she heard a tremendous roar. The driver was kicked out and was swept away by the shockwave of the falling bombs flying several meters away. Shi Jinwei clung tightly to the stone, trying to stabilize herself against the force. The cars on the highway ahead that did not manage to escape became the first batch of victims. The massive shockwave not only sent many cars flying, but also ignited several of them. After the bombs fell, a series of explosions erupted continuously. Debris from the blast scattered everywhere, and the rock overhead trembled from the violent quakes. One vehicle was hurled into the air by the force and landed on the boulder, then succumbing to the momentum fell directly behind Shi Jinwei. The fuel tank ruptured and gasoline began to leak out. The occupants of the vehicle were already bloodied, uncertain if they were unconscious or dead. Shi Jinwei's face changed drastically as she got up and started to run. In the next moment, the car exploded and a wave of heat surged toward her back. Even with preparations, she was just an ordinary person devoid of any superpowers. The shockwave knocked her to the ground. A burning sensation surged from her back, making her feel as though her limbs were no longer her own. But now was not the time to cry out in pain, and the screams of the people and the billowing flames reminded her to leave this place, and the faster the better. With this in mind, she gritted her teeth and crawled up, limping deeper into the hills. Not long after she left, military trucks raced towards this direction. Everyone thought this was a rescue and turned to look at the trucks. One by one, soldiers jumped out of the vehicles, immediately drawing their guns, and began to open fire on the group. This was no rescue, it was a massacre. The cries were even more agonizing than before, causing Shi Jinwei, who was still fleeing, to pause. Although she did not know what was happening, she confirmed that she had heard gunfire. The sounds of fighter jets dropping bombs and gunfire. All the fragments pieced together in her mind confirmed that Anjia City was under a terrorist attack. Cold sweat broke out all over her body. If those terrorists found her, not only would she fail her mission, but she would also be dead. Not daring to linger, Shi Jinwei ran, intermittently stopping to rest only after nearly 3 hours. She was about 25 kilometers away from the highway, not an absolutely safe place, but it was her limit for physical exertion. Above her was the scorching sun, and several hours of hard travel made Shi Jinwei's head begin to spin. Placing her hand on her forehead, she realized she had a fever. She first pulled out antibiotics and fever-reducing medication from her space, then began to tend to her wounds. Fortunately, she was well prepared with antiseptic and gauze. The wound was on her back and many areas were hard to reach. She placed the antiseptic bottle on her shoulder and let the liquid flow down her back. This process was slow. The antiseptic reacted with the wound, forming white bubbles. If it were just a simple scrape, it would be fine. But she also had burns on her back. As the antiseptic was applied, every inch of her body felt sore. The pain made her tremble uncontrollably and cold sweat poured out. For safety, she dared not make a sound and stuffed something in her mouth to bite down on. Once she had dealt with everything, she felt as if her entire body was completely drained, her clothes soaked with sweat. Now she dared not rest. There was a day and a half left for the mission, and she had to leave the range of Anjia City within that time. With this in mind, she directly took out milk and bread from her space. The milk would help her replenish protein, while the carbohydrates from the bread would fill her rumbling stomach and provide energy. Although it was her first game and she lacked much experience, Shi Jinwei had done her best. After eating and drinking to restore most of her stamina, she pulled out her phone from her space to check the situation outside. Unfortunately, there was no signal, as the signal tower had been destroyed. However, she had saved the offline map, allowing her to determine her approximate location. From this position, it would take at least a day of walking to leave. Fortunately, there was still time, provided those terrorists did not go on a rampage and conduct a thorough search here. With this thought, she decided not to rest any longer. She moved towards the boundary of Anjia City, following the map's direction. Now that she had left the highway, the surroundings were all mountains. Choosing the nearest mountain in a straight line, she began to climb. When she got tired, she would find a shady spot to rest, and whenever she felt thirsty or hungry, she would eat. By nightfall, she had made it to the mountaintop. Descending from the peak and crossing a river would bring her to the boundary of Anjia City. Tomorrow would be the third day, and descending would take only 2 or 3 hours. With her stamina completely exhausted and considering the dangers of traveling at night, she chose to rest in place and continue her journey by day. Without a lighter, flint, or materials to start a fire by friction, she had no intention of making a campfire. The terrorists on the other side of the highway were still unaware of the situation. If they spotted smoke rising, she hurriedly shook off terrifying images from her mind and climbed up a sturdy-looking tree. Just because she hadn't encountered wild beasts during the day didn't mean there were none in the mountains. Being in a tree was generally safer than being on the ground. However, she had forgotten that she didn't know how to climb trees, and after struggling for a while it was all in vain. Her back wound was also throbbing with pain. In desperation, she took out a fruit knife and cut a longer vine nearby, tying one end to a stone and throwing it toward a thicker branch. Once the vine was looped over the branch with the stone, she held onto it and used her feet to push against the trunk to climb up. Although it was slow, she finally managed to get up. Sitting among the dense leaves, she was satisfied that her figure would be nearly impossible to spot without a flashlight. It was around 8 in the evening. As long as she could hold on until about 5 in the morning, she could continue her journey. Just as she was about to close her eyes to rest, she suddenly heard a rustling sound in the distance, like someone passing through the forest, the sound of clothes brushing against leaves. This realization made her open her eyes, instantly her gaze alertly fixed on the source of the sound. As the noise drew closer, she saw a light. It was the beam of a flashlight. Soon several figures appeared in her line of sight. They were armed, some with blonde hair and blue eyes, others with red hair and green eyes, all seemingly foreigners. Good grief, this game is quite modern, with terrorists employing different tactics. They spoke in a language Shi Jinwei couldn't understand, as if just passing by. She covered her mouth with her hand, curling her legs up into the leaves, trying to slow her breathing. As long as they left, she would be safe. Unfortunately, it seemed that heaven, or rather the game, did not hear her prayer, as those men stopped right under the tree beside her to relieve themselves. As they moved, twisting their bodies and mumbling something, they burst into laughter. Shi Jinwei wanted to curse, but felt helpless. For her, a minute felt like a year. Fortunately, after finishing, the men did not linger, but continued. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, glad that the plague had left, she suddenly saw a dark shadow leap out from the bushes behind her. The target was the men who were turned away from it. Hearing the noise behind them, they turned back alarmed. One foreigner was immediately struck by a snake, screaming, and quickly fell silent, while the others instinctively retreated. Upon realizing what it was, they were so scared that their legs went weak. It was a snake thicker than an adult's arm. Shi Jinwei watched from above as the giant snake clamped its jaws tightly around the man without letting go. The remaining men, realizing their companion had died, so quickly lost all hesitation. They raised their guns and began to shoot. The giant snake soon fell under the barrage of bullets. The men, frightened and angry, continued to shoot even after the snake was dead, not stopping until it was a bloody mess, before they quickly left. Hiding in the tree, Shi Jinwei felt a chill at the sight of the deaths of the snake and the men, almost throwing up. She steadied her shaky legs and began to climb down the tree, not forgetting to take the vine with her. Since there was a giant snake in the forest, there would surely be other wild beasts. Just because she had been lucky during the day didn't mean she would be at night. With blood from the snake and the men pooling on the ground, it wouldn't be long before animals would come sniffing for the scent. Staying would only become more dangerous, so she needed to find a safer place. At the same time, she was glad she hadn't traveled at night. Lacking the courage to move in the dark, she took out her flashlight from her space and headed in the direction the men had come. If they were patrolling, then no one would follow close behind for a while, making it the best choice. And indeed, as she suspected, they had cleared away potential dangers on their way here. Shi Jinwei even saw a wolf lying motionless on the ground. She found a tree thicker than the previous one and climbed up again. However, her previous experience made her cautious. She checked first to see if there were any dangerous animals in the tree. Finding none, she climbed up directly. Once in the tree, she dared not let herself fall asleep, remaining vigilant. When she could no longer hold on, she sprayed a bit of the wolf repellent spray on her hands. The alcohol, mixed with the scent of chili, immediately jolted her senses, the effect rivaling that of a menthol bomb. After enduring the night, around 5 in the morning, the sky finally began to brighten. Shi Jinwei ate a little something and then climbed down the tree to continue her journey. After 3 hours, she finally saw the river marked on the map. Once she swam across, she would clear. After enduring the night, around 5 in the morning, the sky finally began to brighten. Shi Jinwei ate a little something and then climbed down the tree to. Shi Jinwei pretended not to hear and kept running. The man behind her, seeing this, also showed no mercy, raising his gun and shooting at her. At the sound of gunfire, Shi Jinwei's heart clenched. She knew they intended to kill her without mercy. Fear drove her forward. She dared not look back, sprinting desperately ahead. 30 meters, 25, 20. The distance narrowed with terrifying speed, while bullets rained ever more densely behind her, striking the riverbank and gouging shallow craters into the sand. Just 2 meters from the water's edge, a bullet slammed into her calf. She staggered and collapsed face first onto the ground. Shi Jinwei refused to yield. Gritting her teeth, she strained to crawl forward, but her pursuers would grant no such reprieve. Seeing her fall, one lunged forward and stamped hard on her back. They spoke in furious, unintelligible bursts. Then with brutal force they seized her hair and wrenched her head upward. Two foreign men, towering broad-shouldered. Yet Shi Jinwei's gaze remained icy, unblinking, devoid of fear. They hesitated, just for a breath. Seizing that instant, she raised her hand and sprayed blindly at the man gripping her hair. Her other hand, still clutching a fruit knife, slashed downward, driving it deep into the man's calf. Though simple in construction, the anti-assault spray burned fiercely when sprayed directly into the eyes. Caught utterly off guard, the man instinctively clutched his eyes. Then searing pain lanced through his leg, and he crumpled, collapsing to the ground. The gun slipped from his grasp. Shi Jinwei snatched up the fruit knife and in one fluid motion caught the falling firearm. Startled by the sudden turn, the second assailant opened fire wildly. Untrained and panicked, his shots cracked futilely into the air, missing their mark entirely. Shi Jinwei, already braced, rolled hard across the ground, slipping out of his line of fire and evading every bullet. She immediately leveled the weapon at him. It was her first time holding a firearm. She knew little of its mechanics. But the chamber was already loaded. All she needed was to pull the trigger. She fired. The recoil jolted her arm, numbing her palm and throwing her aim wide, but the bullet struck true, the man writhing on the ground. The good news, he was hit. The bad news, she'd shot the wrong man. Seeing her defiance, the remaining terrorist emptied his magazine in rapid succession. His pride wounded, his composure shattered. If she escaped now, his humiliation would be absolute. Shi Jinwei had no inkling she'd provoked his wounded ego. She was calculating only how to end him, when fortune intervened. His magazine ran dry. He discarded the empty gun, drew a knife from his waistband, and charged, intent on finishing her while she still lay prone. Shi Jinwei did not hesitate. She rolled aside, letting him crash past, then still supine arched her torso upright and fired point blank. At such proximity, even with her unsteady aim, sheer volume ensured a hit. Moments later he fell, sprawled in his own blood, eyes wide open, uncomprehending. His expression remained frozen in disbelief, as if he could not fathom how their hunt for a helpless rabbit had twisted into their own entrapment. Seeing him dead and the other groaning in agony, Shi Jinwei showed no mercy. She fired once more, ending his suffering. Her final round spent, she tossed the weapon into her spatial storage. With agonizing effort she rose, determined to find cover and treat her wound. Crossing the river while bleeding profusely was possible, but movement would only accelerate blood loss. She might well faint from shock before reaching the far shore. And who knew whether more terrorists lingered nearby? Gunfire would draw them like vultures. The riverbank was no longer safe. After several steps she noticed blood still welling from her calf wound, leaving a trail. Gritting her teeth, she pressed gauze hard against the injury. Then, remembering something, she searched both bodies. She retrieved a lighter and a pair of binoculars, then limped into the woods, collapsing beneath a dense thicket. Dizziness washed over her, her limbs felt leaden, her vision blurred. She checked the time, 3:34 p.m. Less than 9 hours remained until day 4. She had to cross the river before then. Time was critical. She swallowed anti-inflammatory and antipyretic pills, then laid out gauze, antiseptic solution, the fruit knife, and the lighter. First she disinfected the wound, then sterilized the blade. With no anesthetic, she bit down hard on a cloth to stifle any cry of pain. Then she began digging into the bullet wound with the knife, a torment so excruciating that even her iron willpower could not suppress the tremors racking her body, veins bulging beneath taut skin. When the bullet finally emerged, blood gushed unchecked. With no hemostatic agent, she pressed an adhesive bandage over the wound and tightly bound gauze around it, compressing the site with all her strength. Ordinarily, the medicated pad in such bandages contains trace hemostatic agents, but initially the effect was negligible. The bandage and gauze darkened rapidly, soaked crimson. After 10 minutes, the bleeding began to ease. 30 minutes later, it ceased entirely, and she carefully rewrapped the wound with fresh gauze. As she stood, her body swayed, a dizziness intensified. Was it anemia or infection from the still unhealed wound along her spine, spiking her fever? She had no time to dwell. Raising the binoculars, she scanned the perimeter, no movement. Then she turned toward the beach. Both corpses remained where they fell, undisturbed. Good. For now they were alone. Satisfied, she hobbled toward the riverbank. The waterway was narrow, barely 30 meters across. Uninjured, she could have crossed in minutes. Without hesitation, she stepped into the current. Cold water instantly saturated the gauze, and pain flared anew. Jaw clenched, she fought toward the opposite shore. Around her the river slowly reddened. Her thoughts grew sluggish, consciousness began to fray. Then, sudden clamor behind her. Bullets struck the water's surface. Others had arrived. That realization jolted her fogged mind fully awake, and her pace surged. Yet this barrage was fiercer still. One bullet pierced her shoulder. She lurched, arms screaming in pain, nearly losing balance in the current. But only 10 meters remained. She would not fail now. Summoning every last ounce of strength, she pushed forward, ignoring the sting of wounds, the drumming of gunfire, the world narrowing to that distant shore. At last her fingers scraped gravel, and she dragged herself onto land. The moment her feet touched solid ground, her body gave out. She collapsed onto the riverbank, and as darkness swallowed her senses, a mechanical voice echoed within her mind. Congratulations, player Shi Jinwei. You have successfully completed the novice trial. You are the 130541274H player to clear this trial. Reward based on ranking 30 points. Shi Jinwei woke up again, lying on the white space floor. The wounds on her body had completely vanished, and she felt no discomfort. After sitting on the ground for a while, she finally recalled the system announcement before her fainting. She had cleared the level ranking as the 130541274TH player. With over 20 billion players, achieving this rank was quite impressive. It seemed the system was aware she had awakened and continued to broadcast, "Greetings, player Shi Jinwei. You have successfully cleared the system instance, and other privileges will soon be unlocked. Please check the game panel in the game space. Character attribute panel unlocked successfully. Character item bar unlocked successfully. Game shop and trading center unlocked successfully. Chat channel and public forum unlocked successfully. The next round of the game will commence in 3 game days. During this period, you can rest, shop, and chat in the game space. We wish you a pleasant life." As a series of announcements rang out, different images also appeared on the display screen on the wall. On the left side of the first page was a rectangular frame inside, which was a mini 3D Shi Jinwei looking somewhat adorable. Next to the frame were her attributes: name Shi Jinwei, title none, skill space, level 1.30, physical ability 3 max 10, willpower 8 max 10, potential 7 max 10. Below the frame and attributes were 4 empty slots, presumably the item bar. Next to the character attributes was the game shop side by side with the trading center. Sliding down to the second page was even simpler, with the left side being the chat dialog box underneath, which were public channel and private chat channel. Beside the dialogue was the game forum interface, quite similar to forums for surfing the internet in reality, divided into various sections. The content was rich but not chaotic. With 3 days of rest, Shi Jinwei wasn't in a hurry to study those things, but instead, she first opened the public channel. There was no choice. This time the game had been too brutal for her, and she wanted to know how other players had cleared it. As soon as the interface opened, a prompt popped up: "Dear player Shi Jinwei, would you like to choose real name chat?" Without a second thought, she directly selected no. Then a dialog box popped up asking her to create a username. She randomly input a few numbers, but the prompt stated username already in use, please re-enter. Helpless, she tried a few more combinations, all of which were taken. It was understandable, with billions of people, name repetition was not surprising. After thinking for a moment, she finally typed "Queen crushes the game" into the dialog box. This time it was not taken, and Shi Jinwei successfully logged into the chat channel. It must be said that where there are many people, there is liveliness. The speed of the chat record scrolling was faster than a rocket liftoff. Shi Jinwei used her hand to control the subtitles, reading through them one by one. Indeed, most people were discussing the game. "I am the best under heaven, damn, this game is simply inhumane. I landed in the hospital, and when I wanted to leave, I was told I owed medical fees. After finally escaping from the hospital, I wanted to take a taxi directly out of the city, but I didn't have enough fare. Cows, family, sheep, what you experienced is nothing. After I entered the game, I withdrew some money and got on the bus, only to find that this broken bus didn't even head towards the highway entrance. After finally arriving at the highway entrance, they wouldn't let us go at night. The next day the roads were congested, and we were stuck for a whole day. In the end, I had to walk out with my own 2 legs. Sun Yukong, what you went through is nothing. I went to withdraw money and encountered a bank robbery. When the robbers were caught the next day, I wanted to leave and directly encountered a terrorist attack. Cute and adorable, while the brother upstairs is impressive, he still managed to clear the level 666 like this. I love you, good. I'm more interested in knowing how many points everyone has earned this time. I worked hard for 3 days, and in the end, I only got 6 points. I am the best under heaven. I did a bit better than you, 7 points. Sun Wukong, I'm just satisfied to have survived. Being ranked lowest meant I only received 1 point. Seeing this, Shi Jinwei couldn't help but wonder if this Sun Wukong was the same player she had encountered back then. The following discussions were about the difficulties they faced in clearing the levels with various elaborate stories. One could only say there was no worst, only worse. Shi Jinwei lost interest after a while and turned to check her attributes and the item shop. The attributes looked easy to understand, but how to level up? She didn't play games much, but she knew that normally character upgrades required attribute points or something, but this game didn't provide such a setting. Thinking of this, she tried to summon the system to ask about the situation, but she found nothing. Forget it, let's move on. Her gaze shifted to the item shop, which could be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category was game space items, including beds, furniture, clothes, and so on. The warm space concept was quite creative. The second category consisted of game props ranging from firearms to everyday items like toilet paper. There was nothing that you couldn't find here. The third category was game food items covering almost all foods from Blue Star, especially dishes from her homeland of Huaxia. Just the images of steaming hot pots made her mouth water. Among them, the first category of items was relatively inexpensive. A bed only cost 2 points. The prices for the second and third categories varied, but firearms were quite expensive, starting at 80 points, which Shi Jinwei, being broke, couldn't afford. However, they all had one thing in common: they could be taken into the game, and they wouldn't disappear after the game ended. But there were also limitations. Each player only had 4 item slots, indicating that you could bring a maximum of 4 items into the game. However, Shi Jinwei didn't yet know if her space had restrictions, as she could wait and test it the next time she entered the game. If it worked, she vowed to exploit any bugs in the game. The trading center was a place for players to trade freely. Any unused items could be listed with a handling fee of 1 point charged for each item. Having gained a general understanding, Shi Jinwei didn't rush to buy items, but instead browsed the forum. Since they couldn't go online, everyone sought help in the chat channel or forum for any information. The chat channel mainly featured real-time messages, while the forum resembled an encyclopedia. Within a short time, various survival guideposts appeared in droves. Some were just bored and creating a buzz, while others genuinely shared their knowledge. She even saw the gun she had used in the game in a post titled "Complete Guide to Firearms." Unsure how that player found the images, followed by a row of flattering replies. Additionally, many shared their experiences clearing the levels, detailing each step, which opened new ideas for Shi Jinwei. She even saw the gun she had used in the game in a post titled "Complete Guide to Firearms." Unsure how that for those who could protect themselves, it was manageable, but what about the elderly and young children? This question was asked in the forum, and other players provided answers. When digitized, they were automatically assigned family teams. For example, 2 elderly individuals and an only child formed a trio. If it was parents with children, it was parents bringing their kids, with the maximum being 2 parents with 3 children. One couldn't tell if that was fortunate or unfortunate. There were also many other questions, such as why the rankings were all Huaxia people and were there no foreigners. Also, did points only depend on rankings? No one could answer these questions, so she could only suppress her doubts. Shi Jinwei read without commenting, saving many posts with survival knowledge. On the first day in the game space, Shi Jinwei spent her time collecting various intelligence and messages. The second day was spent resting and studying the knowledge from the saved posts. On the 4th day, she needed to enter the instance, so on the 3rd day, she decided to check the system shop for items. She had considered upgrading the space, but leveling from 1 to 2 required 50 points, which she simply didn't have. So she planned to directly buy items, hoping to gather 5 and see if she could exploit the system's bugs. The first thing she wanted to buy was a weapon. In the game, she could buy a fruit knife or a watermelon knife, but here she could directly purchase a gun. However, the cheapest pistol required 80 points, which she completely ruled out. In the end, she found that even a slingshot cost 5 points, and she silently abandoned that idea. Forget it, a fruit knife would do, she would use it for now. So in the end, she bought medical first aid kit 8 points, outdoor survival first aid kit 8 points, escape first aid kit 4 points, family emergency first aid kit 4 points, and a box of instant noodles 1 point. The last one was for experimentation. She chose the cheapest, spending a total of 25 points. She didn't know if there were duplicate items in the various first aid kits, but just the medical first aid kit contained 162 small items, definitely a great value. Shi Jinwei planned to put the instant noodles into the space when entering the game. If she could take them in, then even if she didn't take off, it would be much more convenient than for other players. After buying her things, she still had time, but she didn't know what to do next, so she continued to learn from the forum. On the morning of the 4th day, just as Shi Jinwei woke from her sleep, a mechanical voice rang in her mind. The game will start in 5 minutes. Please read the game instructions carefully. Number of game players 24789632879. Game content: survive in Onrong City for 30 days. Game duration 30 days. Game instructions: heavy rain and flooding are coming and you need to survive in Onrong City for 30 days. Leaving the city will be considered failure. Please act cautiously. Game gifts: 1000 Onrong coins, a random set of clothes, a communication phone, and a character ID. In a flash, Shi Jinwei appeared directly in the game, still standing by the roadside. Surrounding her were passers-by, two of whom walked past conversing. It's so stuffy and hot again today. When will it rain? That's right. I heard you have to queue to install air conditioning now. Cough, luckily my family bought it early. It will be more comfortable when I go back tonight, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sleep. Shi Jinwei listened to their conversation and looked up at the sky. It was indeed stuffy and hot, and she wondered when the disaster would begin. At that moment, she had only 1,000 coins in her bank card. Not to mention whether it was enough to buy supplies, it would definitely not be enough for rent. With that thought, she found a shady spot to stand. Confirming that she had brought instant noodles, she took out her phone and opened the App Store to start downloading software. With a mindset of trying it out, she searched for online shopping apps. Great, there really was one. She downloaded it directly and registered. New users received a shopping coupon of 288 coins, which she could use to buy supplies. Then, without her needing to operate, an advertisement window popped up. The content was that as a newcomer, she could borrow 10000 coins interest-free with a repayment period of 12 months. Not bad. Her bank card came in handy at this moment, linking the card and borrowing. Next, she switched to another shopping app, but this platform offered a loan of only 6,000 coins with a repayment period of just 6 months. However, Shi Jinwei did not mind. After several consecutive operations, she had an extra 21000 coins in her card, plus the 2000 coins gifted by the game, totaling 2000 coins. That was enough for rent, and it should also be enough for stocking up supplies. With that thought, she continued to download a rental app to look for apartments. She had considered finding an agency, but agencies charged fees. There were many personal listings online for rentals, allowing her to contact homeowners directly and save money. It was a simple and straightforward reason. Thinking about the content of this game, heavy rain and flooding, she wouldn't consider low-level apartments. In addition, after the natural disasters, people's hearts were unpredictable. The fewer neighbors, the better. Therefore, a new community was also a good choice. Soon, Shi Jinwei found two suitable housing options. One was a newly opened property in the city center where the owner had done a simple renovation and wanted to rent it out. The other was in an older community on the 9th floor with the 10th floor above. She contacted both people. The owner of the central property was only available in the afternoon, so she planned to visit the old community first in the morning. The owner was very enthusiastic, pulling Shi Jinwei along and asking her questions while continually praising her own property. Hey young lady, let me tell you, don't look down on this old community. The transportation is very convenient. Just 5 minutes out is the subway station, and after another 2 minutes there's the bus stop. No matter where you work, it's convenient. The owner started complimenting Shi Jinwei nonstop upon meeting her. Many elderly people in the community were outside, enjoying the cool air, and smiled at the owner, saying, "Hey, is that Xiaogua? Bringing someone to see the house?" Yes. This young lady is interested. I brought her to have a look. The owner greeted the elderly people familiarly. Shi Jinwei wanted to frown but didn't show any expression. The two soon arrived at the stairwell, which seemed very clean, but there were quite a few cluttered items piled up in the hallway. The owner was not lying, and the house was very tidy and nearly ready to move in. I cover the utilities and it's only 1,500 a month, very cheap. She indicated for Shi Jinwei to come in and showed her around each room. However, Shi Jinwei had not expressed her opinion yet, and the owner became a bit anxious. Young lady, is there something you're not satisfied with? Auntie, the place is indeed nice, but it's too far from my company. I checked the route and it takes over 2 hours by subway. I would spend 4 hours commuting each day. I'll think about it more, Shi Jinwei stated her premeditated reason. Her attitude was earnest, and she appeared sincere. Coupled with a reasonable explanation, the owner, although somewhat disappointed, did not say much more. Yet, she still had Shi Jinwei note down her phone number, indicating that if she was willing, she could lower the rent a bit more. Shi Jinwei thanked her and left under the kind gazes of the elderly. Before the disaster arrived, most of them were kind-hearted. But when the disaster struck, even the kindest people could turn into the most dreadful devils. After leaving, Shi Jinwei did not idle, but began listing the supplies she needed to purchase. First, food and water, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, chocolates, self-heating hot pot, and other easy toaster high-calorie foods. She needed both large and small bottles of mineral water. As for rice flour and cooking oil, she did not plan to buy much. In case of water and power outages after heavy rain and with no way to store food in the refrigerator due to lack of space, it would just be a waste of money. It was better to buy ready-made products. Next were medicines. Besides common medications like antibiotics, cold and fever medicines, she also needed disinfectant gauze, cotton swabs, masks, and plenty of band-aids. Moreover, having learned a lesson from the last dungeon, she specifically added painkillers and hemostatic agents. Without vegetables or other nutritious foods, she also planned to buy more multivitamins. Although she bought a medical first aid kit, that was something she could take on every dungeon, and if she could avoid consumption now, it might save her life later. Then there were daily necessities, several sets of change of clothes, shoes and socks, toothbrushes, towels, etc. Additionally, a windproof lighter, flint, flashlight, fruit knife, power bank, and hand warmers were also essential. Finally, there were some items related to heavy rain. Umbrellas, raincoats, and rain boots were naturally a must. She also planned to stock up on a moisture-proof mat, a tent, and a kayak. She also couldn't forget life jackets and buoy rings. Listing all these made Shi Jinwei feel relieved that she had sufficient funds now, otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to buy so much. Considering safety, she also specifically bought a 50 cm watermelon knife with a protective cover. Of course, there were many things she hadn't thought of yet which she could slowly supplement later. Looking at the time, it was already noon, and the appointment with the owner was at 2 in the afternoon. After having lunch, she would take the subway over. The timing was just right, so Shi Jinwei did not delay any longer. The house in the central city had a total of 16 floors with 2 households per elevator. The owner's home was on the 9th floor, and the adjacent unit had not yet been sold. The interior decoration was not as good as that of the old community, but she would be the first to move in, making it clean and hygienic. With all the necessary beds and home appliances, Shi Jinwei was more satisfied with this unit compared to the last. After some haggling, the monthly rent was set at 2,000, with a deposit of 500, totaling 2,500 coins. Spending so much at once still hurt her a bit, but under normal circumstances it would be a deposit of 1 and 3 months' rent, so Shi Jinwei felt she had still made a good deal. Now that she had a place, she picked up her phone and started online shopping. First was the inflatable boat, which could be purchased online for just over 300 coins, complete with a canopy and oars, and it was self-inflating, making it a fantastic deal. Next, she added all sorts of miscellaneous items to her shopping cart. Then she used the shopping coupon provided by the app. Although it didn't save half, it was still much cheaper than buying in physical stores. Under normal circumstances, these items would arrive in 4 days. However, worried that it might rain heavily in the coming days and some items might not arrive, Shi Jinwei planned to go shopping again. The advantage of renting in the city center is the proximity to shopping districts. It only takes about 10 minutes to reach large malls and supermarkets. As Shi Jinwei walked, she kept track of the nearby roads, planning to check them on her phone's map later to memorize the general routes. Comparing with her list, she bought items little by little, and when no one was watching, she would store them in her space. However, the space was only 1 cubic meter, which couldn't hold much, so in the end, she had to carry everything back home manually. While waiting for the elevator, she encountered 2 young people. One had blue hair, the other green. They were a bit surprised to see Shi Jinwei entering the elevator panting while carrying 3 large bags. Shi Jinwei naturally noticed their scrutinizing gazes, slightly turning her body to prevent them from seeing her face clearly. When she pressed the elevator button, she subconsciously pressed the 12th floor, and when the elevator stopped, she casually walked out, pretending to fumble for her keys. Once the elevator doors closed, she carefully carried her things back home using the safety staircase. On the first day of the game, Shi Jinwei not only secured money and a house, but also stocked up on a significant amount of supplies. During dinner, she turned on the TV and tuned into the news channel, only to find the news stating high temperature weather will last for several days. The citizens are advised to take precautions against heat. She doubted whether it was her ears playing tricks or if the news was wrong. That night, the answer came as it started. The rain wasn't heavy, just a light drizzle, but it brought a refreshing coolness to the muggy weather. By the next morning, when Shi Jinwei headed out, the rain had already stopped, but from everyone's relaxed expressions, it was clear they were satisfied with the rain. Shi Jinwei did not dare to be careless, continuing to hoard supplies like a hamster. However, the gaze of the 2 young men from the previous night made her more cautious, and she refrained from buying too much in plain sight. Since it was close to home, it only took about 20 minutes to go back and forth, so she decided to use her space to store items. Once it was full, she would carry a small bag back, slowly emptying the items from her space before heading out again. Although it was a bit slow, she felt much more relaxed overall. On the second day of the game, Shi Jinwei spent her time hoarding supplies, and that night it rained lightly again. In the supermarket, one woman complained to another. They said it would be hot weather, but they didn't mention it would keep raining lightly. Not only is it hot and stuffy, but now it's also getting damp. The other woman who was picking out children's umbrellas nodded in agreement, saying the key issue is that the kids are suffering in this weather. My daughter can't handle the humidity at all after a night of rain. She broke out in a rash on her arms today. Sigh, this weather is really unbearable. The two sighed in unison, looking at each other before slowly pushing their shopping carts away. Shi Jinwei overheard everything and thought she should buy some allergy medication. In 2 days, she spent almost 6,000 coins, leaving her with around 16,000. If she didn't spend it now after the disaster, the money would be worthless. Moreover, she couldn't take these items away after the game ended, so there was no need for her to save. With that in mind, she planned to visit the rain gear store later. When she bought the kayak before, she noticed one with a motor, but that one cost around 1,300, which was 4 times more expensive. At that time, she was afraid her money wouldn't be enough, so she didn't dare to buy it. Now she could simply add an engine later, and if it was needed, she could install it directly. However, buying the engine would require gasoline. Unsure if gasoline could be purchased separately here, Shi Jinwei planned to check at the gas station. After delivering her supplies home, she went to the nearest gas station where the staff politely but distantly informed her that it was not allowed. So she ran directly to the car rental shop, paid 2,150 coins, and rented it. Of that, 2,000 coins was a deposit and 150 was the daily rental fee. She just needed to return the car by the same time the next day, and the 2,000 coins would be refunded. Shi Jinwei didn't waste any time and bought a hose and a tool to siphon gas, then began to dash around various gas stations in the city. After spending the whole afternoon, she managed to get 6 barrels of gasoline totaling about 240 liters. Since she rented a car, she didn't intend to waste the money and filled the van to the brim before slowly driving back downstairs to organize her things. By the end of the 3rd day of the game, Shi Jinwei's supplies filled the guest room. Not to mention surviving for 30 days, she felt confident that she could last for 60 days. Shi Jinwei didn't need to go out much afterward and returned the car that night. The owner was relatively fair, charging her only 100 coins and refunding 20-50 coins. The light rain didn't stop today and continued into the evening. On the surface, it seemed nothing was amiss, but complaints were growing in number. Anyone she passed on the street who was chatting was questioning whether the plum rain season had arrived early. Shi Jinwei checked the information, of the plum rain season in Onrong City doesn't arrive until June, and it was only April now, so the timing didn't match at all. However, that didn't concern her for now. She just wanted to survive the remaining 27 days and successfully complete the game. Early on the 4th day, delivery messages started coming in. Shi Jinwei took her bag and went downstairs to the delivery locker to toss her packages into her space. After returning, she began to unpack and check the items. Except for one piece of clothing that was the wrong size, everything else was well packaged, and there were no instances of items being missed or sent incorrectly. Now that all her supplies were complete, she intended to fill her space to capacity first. Starting with food and water, she stored 7 days' worth. Next were the medicines, as she added some of each type. Finally, she included change of clothes, heating pads, life jackets, life buoys, ropes, raincoats, and rain boots. The kayak, when not inflated, was only the size of 2 packages of bottled water, but it would be useful if she went out later, so she didn't store it in her space. After filling her space, she locked up the remaining supplies in the guest bedroom. That night, the light rain turned into a steady downpour. The news reports shifted from persistent high temperatures to early onset of plum rain season. Aside from players like Shi Jinwei, all the NPCs in the game were immersed in the joy of the high temperature days being over, while feeling annoyed that the plum rain season had arrived early. By the 5th morning, the temperature had already dropped, and Shi Jinwei noticed that water was starting to accumulate on the ground as she stepped outside. Passers-by hurried by with umbrellas, completely oblivious to this small detail. When Shi Jinwei rented her place, she had inquired with the landlord and learned that of the 32 households in their unit, 27 were occupied. With the exception of the one next to hers that hadn't been sold, there were also 4 vacant units. It sounded like fewer people than in older complexes, but she wouldn't dare to be careless. Originally, Shi Jinwei planned to nail wooden boards over the safety ladder, elevator entrance, and her front door to prevent anyone from robbing her. However, the entrance of this new building is adorned with marble for aesthetic reasons, making it a fantasy to directly nail anything. Moreover, she still had 12000 coins left in hand, which she couldn't take away without spending, so Shi Jinwei decided to install 3 security doors. The boss was hearing about adding security doors at the elevator entrance for the first time and looked at Shi Jinwei with a scrutinizing gaze. "Young lady, your request is quite strange. Can it be done or not?" She was too lazy to explain. After all, what could be more important than her life? "It can be done, but it will cost extra." As the boss spoke, he picked up a calculator and started calculating. Shi Jinwei didn't know how much security doors would cost, but she wasn't afraid of the boss raising the price on the spot. If this shop didn't work out, she could always find another one that would satisfy her requirements. Luckily, the boss seemed to notice her impatience and indifference, so he didn't dare to push it. Shi Jinwei ordered multiple doors, and after a discount, each door cost 2,000 coins. She requested expedited service, so she added an extra 500, spending a total of 6,500 coins. After bringing someone back to measure the dimensions, she secretly slipped a pack of cigarettes to the worker, who, seeing that the young girl was quite capable, patted his chest and assured her he would come to install them that afternoon. Whether the guarantee was reliable, Shi Jinwei didn't know, but she really didn't plan to go out. Now that she had a place to stay and supplies, she lacked nothing. As long as she could survive, clearing the game would just be a matter of time. The worker really didn't lie. He arrived that afternoon with others. The 3 reinforced security doors looked a bit out of place, but Shi Jinwei was very satisfied. On the 6th day of the game, the light rain suddenly turned into a heavy downpour. The weather forecast issued a severe rainstorm warning and a flood warning, reminding citizens to be cautious when going out and to pay attention to safety. However, the NPCs did not take it to heart. It was already said that it was the plum rain season, and continuous rain for 10 days to half a month was quite normal. This time it was just rainier than usual. What was there to panic about? Shi Jinwei was at home eating while scrolling through her phone, watching the heated discussions among netizens. Aside from a small number of people urging everyone to stockpile food just in case, most people didn't take it seriously. The game's hidden acceleration quietly began. By the morning of the 7th day, everyone who went out found that the water had risen to their calves in just one night's time. Someone posted this news online, immediately garnering a lot of agreement. Even more people directly posted a video showing cars with low chassis completely submerged in rainwater, unable to start. Travel was troublesome, and those in a hurry to get to work or school were constantly complaining online, but this was just the beginning. Throughout the morning, the torrential rain continued to intensify, and the water levels on the streets kept rising. In the morning, the water was at calf level, but now it had risen to knee height. Considering safety issues, many schools promptly decided to suspend classes and notified parents to pick up their children. Some companies also made the decision to give employees a day off. By this time, the number of people in supermarkets began to increase. Although it hadn't reached the point of scrambling for supplies, most people felt that it was unwise to travel in the rain and thought they should stock up on food at home. By the 8th day, the city's water levels had risen to over 1 meter. Someone posted a video online, presumably filmed by themselves with a mobile phone occasionally shaking slightly. In the video, rescue personnel were slowly swimming through the water with residents. Nearby, their evacuation boat was docked. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared above them, followed by a loud thunder that struck directly into the water. Rainwater conducts electricity, and several people were caught off guard, all perishing instantly. Subsequently, more similar videos emerged, mostly showing people being electrocuted in the water. Although it didn't seem very terrifying visually, the sight of corpses floating on the water still induced panic. Additionally, someone filmed the scene inside a subway station. Water surged in from the entrance like a flood, completely submerging the entire subway station. Those still inside, clinging to poles and seats in the cars, awaited rescue. At that time, the water level was still rising, inundating them to the waist. Additionally, someone filmed the scene inside a subway station. Water surged in from the entrance like a flood, completely submerging the video wasn't shot today, but the images were heart-wrenching, leading to increasing discussions online, prompting the official account to step in to reassure the public and stabilize people's minds. Yet, given the current situation, how could people not panic? Supermarkets faced another rush to buy goods. Bottled mineral water, originally 2 coins each, skyrocketed to 8 coins, and instant noodles that were 3 coins jumped to 10 coins. Despite this, people still rushed to their homes to gather supplies as if they felt no pain, and there were even instances of fighting and brawling. Within just one afternoon, the supplies in the city's supermarkets were completely cleared out. By the 9th day, the heavy rain had not stopped and the water level had risen to around 2 meters. All large supermarkets were out of stock and remained closed. Suddenly, discussions about shortages of supplies and the impending apocalypse flooded various social media platforms. Although officials repeatedly stated that the stockouts were due to the sudden heavy rain, and that once various departments coordinated, they could continue to guarantee the supply of goods to everyone. But who among the panicked would still dare to believe? If only Onrong City experienced heavy rain, they might still believe such nonsense. In times of trouble, help comes from all sides. But now it wasn't just on Rong City, heavy rain was falling all over the country and even globally. Who could support them? The more they thought, the more panicked they became, and the more panic led to irrational actions. Shi Jinwei was engrossed in watching the news at home when the doorbell rang. The order hadn't collapsed yet, so she hadn't locked her security door. However, someone knocking at the door immediately put her on high alert. She opened the visual doorbell and saw a man and a woman outside dressed in suits, holding a notebook and a pen. "Who are you?" She didn't open the door and inquired from behind it. The two immediately revealed polite smiles. "Hello, homeowner, we are property staff. The community requires a check on the number of residents under its jurisdiction, so we need you to fill out a form." It sounded quite reasonable, but Shi Jinwei was uneasy. "What are you investigating at this time? Isn't it raining heavily?" "After the check, if any supplies or rescue are needed, we can respond immediately." The two continued to respond politely. At this moment, Shi Jinwei also received a text message, which was sent by her landlord. The content was to inform her that community workers had posted an announcement in the group. She wasn't in the community group and didn't know, but the landlord specifically reminded her and added her to the group. Confirming that what they said was true, Shi Jinwei opened the door and took the paper and pen handed over. "Is this security door newly installed? It's quite unique, isn't it?" The female property manager attempted small talk, noticing Shi Jinwei's somewhat indifferent demeanor. She casually replied, claiming it's installed by my husband. Saying she had a husband felt much safer than admitting to being single. All her supplies were placed in the guest room. The living room was utterly empty, so she wasn't afraid of being seen. Moreover, sometimes the more you conceal, the more suspicion you arouse. The female property manager didn't scrutinize the room. Instead, she had Shi Jinwei fill out her information and suggested, "Ms. Sure, since you have a husband, could you please write down his details as well?" Shi Jinwei thought to herself. Having to uphold her own lie, she had to play along. Fortunately, the form only required a name, phone number, and address, without any ID details. Shi Jinwei hastily fabricated a name and altered her phone number slightly. Seeing her write quickly and unwilling to engage further, the two property managers wisely chose not to say anything more. Once they left, Shi Jinwei checked the community group messages, which were quite lively. Although she didn't want to get involved with these people, she still needed to gather relevant information. Shi Jinwei was willing to be a lone wolf, but couldn't afford to act like an island. As it turned out, having more people around indeed had its advantages, with various messages flowing in rapidly. Building 12B201, thankfully we left early, otherwise we'd be trapped inside right now. Building 2C308, several families have moved out from downstairs. Given the situation, the water levels are still rising. What should we do now? Building 9B601, dear neighbors, does anyone have extra food? I've been working overtime and have nothing to eat at home. I wanted to go shopping during the holiday, but look at this heavy rain and the rising water. A official rescue hasn't shown up again. What can the community? Building 9B601, dear neighbors, does anyone have extra food? I've been working overtime and have nothing to eat at home. I wanted to go shopping during the holiday, but the supermarket is closed. If I don't find something to eat soon, I might starve. Building 1C1101, does anyone have fever-reducing medicine? My child has a fever and needs it, willing to pay a high price. As soon as the last two messages were sent, the group fell silent, but quickly other messages buried theirs, as if no one had seen them continuing to chat aimlessly. Others were still inquiring about the property management's investigation, which seemed to be occurring not only in their community, but in all communities. Building 7C702, do you think they will distribute supplies after the investigation? Building 8B902, I don't know, but having ideas is a good thing. By this time, there were still many optimistic individuals holding on to hope. From beginning to end, Shi Jinwei quietly read the messages without saying a word. On the 10th day, the heavy rain didn't stop, and neither did the lack of rescue and supplies. The online uproar continued, but the officials had not spoken again. Some families had stockpiled food and felt fine, while many others had no habit of hoarding supplies and were now facing a food crisis. Fortunately, electricity and water were still functioning, so everyone was not yet too desperate. However, that night, as Shi Jinwei was watching the news, the lights at home suddenly went out with a pop. All appliances ceased to operate, and the city that once basked in light was now shrouded in darkness. The noisy environment was abruptly muted, and the world fell silent in that moment, only to erupt into even louder sounds afterward. Shi Jinwei had anticipated this and remained calm, immediately lighting 2 candles. The notifications on her phone kept ringing. Upon unlocking it, she discovered a chaotic mess inside. The reason was that after the power outage, someone had contacted the power company only to find that the line was completely dead. Trying to call the property management was equally futile. In both places that had someone on duty 24 hours, they suddenly found themselves unable to reach anyone, and a bad premonition spread among everyone. But no one could provide them an explanation. By the early hours of the morning, most of the city's residents dared not sleep, only to discover that the internet had also suddenly gone out. Shi Jinwei was well prepared, so she didn't panic and went to bed before 10. She only learned about the internet outage when someone knocked on her door in the morning. She was awakened and felt somewhat displeased. However, upon seeing two middle-aged men standing outside through the visual doorbell, her mind instantly cleared. Clearing her hoarse throat, she didn't open the door. "Who is it?" Upon hearing someone inside, the men outside seemed relieved. "Little girl, we are residents from downstairs. We can't access the internet right now, and with the power out, we had to come knock on doors to find someone. Is there something you need?" Upon hearing internet outage, Shi Jinwei immediately checked her phone and indeed saw a red cross over the signal. With that, he motioned for his underlings to herd everyone together. He sent a few to the counters to pack up the goods, while he himself led one man over to watch the assembled hostages. The man explained in a good-natured manner. Shi Jinwei's heart raced at the thought of going out to find supplies. To be honest, she didn't want to go, but refusing might raise suspicion about her food stores. Thinking this, she once again pulled out her fake husband card. "Big brother, thank you for your kindness, but my husband left early this morning. If he goes, I won't." The man, not angry at being refused, instead focused on another issue. He went out by himself. "Do you have a boat?" "Oh no." Shi Jinwei's heart dropped as she realized she had overlooked such an important question. With the internet down, it was indeed strange that they could contact the outside. Shi Jinwei's mind raced quickly, and suddenly an idea sparked above her head. "No, but my husband's friend has a small inflatable boat. They had agreed to go out today before the power outage last night, so I'm sorry about that, big brother," Shi Jinwei said apologetically, but her eyes were intently observing the expressions of the two men. Unfortunately, no matter how clear the visual window was, she couldn't gauge their subtle expressions. She could only see the two men exchange a silent glance. "Is that so? In that case, we won't disturb you any further. However, if you need anything, you can come find us at 12:02 and 15:01. "Okay, thank you." She repeatedly expressed her gratitude, and until the two left, she did not show her face. About a minute later, there was a knock on the door upstairs, likely to gather more people. Shi Jinwei didn't dare to delay, directly exiting to secure the security door. The elevator was already out of service, so she was cautious and locked the door tightly. As for the security gate, she hesitated for a moment, first securing the top and bottom bolts, then using an iron rod to jam the handle, ensuring that no one outside could turn it. Once back in the room, Shi Jinwei turned her attention to the downstairs. After a simple meal, she donned her raincoat and opened a window to look outside. The moment she opened the window, a fierce wind accompanied by torrential rain made the flesh on her face tremble, nearly causing her to stumble. Quickly stabilizing herself, Shi Jinwei cautiously leaned out halfway, discovering that there were indeed many people downstairs paddling away on various makeshift crafts. Some were in inflatable boats, others in large plastic basins, and some were even more resourceful. They had tied together empty mineral water bottles and beverage bottles to create a simple raft. The atmosphere among the crowd seemed quite friendly, with mutual consideration and no fighting. However, from her elevated position, she could see further scenes unfold. This window faced the main street outside the community, and many stores across the street had already been broken. Two individuals were even fighting over something in the water, with one person striking fiercely, aiming a blow at. In an instant, blood flowed freely as the man was knocked unconscious and sank into the water. The man who had seized the item did not linger, quickly paddling away on a piece of wood. The surrounding onlookers merely watched coldly, none daring to intervene. Shi Jinwei understood that the world had begun to descend into chaos. She withdrew, deciding to stay low and wait for the day when it would all end. Just as she changed out of her wet clothes, a loud knocking sound echoed from outside the door, as if someone was forcefully banging on it. Shi Jinwei frowned and went out holding an iron rod. The rod was one of 5 she had obtained from the locksmith when installing the security door, using one to block the door, leaving her with 4. Carrying a large kitchen knife felt too conspicuous, so she put it away in her storage space. She could take it out if needed. The knocking sound was coming from the security door. Peering through the peephole, she saw an elderly woman, 2 middle-aged people, and a child standing outside. She remained silent and continued to watch. The elderly woman continued to bang on the door, loudly proclaiming, "Open up. I'm from downstairs. I know there's an empty unit on this floor, and we want to move in." Her tone was assertive and unyielding. Although Shi Jinwei had encountered thick-skinned individuals before, she was still taken aback by the elderly woman's attitude. Not wanting to open the door, it seemed the other party was intent on continuing to knock. The building hadn't descended into complete chaos yet, and ignoring the situation was not an option. So she picked up her rod and directly opened the door. The elderly woman saw a young girl and felt excited, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Shi Jinwei. She struck the security door with her rod, creating an even louder noise, and watched with satisfaction as the elderly woman flinched. "What are you making such a racket for? Disturbing the peace so early in the morning?" Her sharp gaze fixed on the elderly woman's eyes, her expression displeased. The elderly woman hadn't expected such an attitude from the girl, leaving her somewhat stunned. Quickly, she turned to the middle-aged couple behind her. The woman stepped forward, saying, "Little girl, we live on the 3rd floor. You know the situation here. The 3rd floor is too unsafe, and we just want to move upstairs. We also know that unit next door is empty and want to move in there." She even deliberately pulled the child closer, attempting to play the emotional card. However, Shi Jinwei remained unmoved, not even glancing at the child. "You think you can just move in? Is this your house? Besides, even if I let you come up, do you have the key? How will you open the door?" The woman was momentarily taken aback by this question. Who would think about the key at a time like this? "Hey, little girl, whether we have a key is our business. Just let us through." The elderly woman assumed Shi Jinwei was relenting and tried to push her way in. Shi Jinwei quickly placed the rod in front of her. "Don't come any closer. I won't hesitate to use this. Right now someone is injured and they can't even get to the hospital." She said this with a swagger, almost like a gangster. The previously silent man then spoke up. "Little girl, we can pay you. What do you think? 10,000 a month, I'll rent it." "No, the house isn't mine. I won't accept that money. Since it's not yours, why are you blocking us?" The elderly woman seized on the flaw in her statement. She swung her rod again. "Because I live on this floor. If there's nothing else, then hurry up and leave. At this time, I won't show mercy to either the elderly or the child." After saying this, she cast a cold glance at the boy being held by the woman. The boy, already frightened of this fierce older sister, let out a loud cry as soon as he caught her gaze. This diverted the attention of the elderly woman and the woman, who hurriedly began to comfort the child. Seeing this, Shi Jinwei promptly closed the door and locked it right in front of them, leaving the family of 4 seething with frustration. Although neither side was in the right, Shi Jinwei had the upper hand and emerged victorious. In the afternoon, those who had gone out to gather supplies returned. Shi Jinwei stood by the window just in time to see them return. There had been about 20 people when they left, yet less than half came back. Not only that, but the supplies on the boat were also meager. After about an hour, cries and wails began to echo through the building. It seemed people were expressing their emotions in this way, realizing their families would never return. Shi Jinwei listened without a ripple of emotion in her heart. This was merely a game. All she needed to do was survive within it. Perhaps due to overthinking, Shi Jinwei experienced a night filled with nightmares. When she woke up in the morning, the rain was still pouring outside. Looking down from the window, she could see that the water level had surpassed the 2nd floor, nearly reaching the 3rd, likely exceeding 5 meters. Yet despite this, many more people were venturing out today compared to yesterday. It seemed they had been inspired, as various homemade flotation devices were springing up all over the water. She even saw someone flipping a low 4-legged table upside down in the water, sitting on it and floating away. Once again, she was stunned by everyone's ingenuity and started to eat. On the 3rd day, without power, her last vegetables were beginning to wilt, so today she planned to finish them. With no electricity, but still having gas, she took out a block of hot pot base, threw in all the vegetables and meat, and made a simple hot pot. Eating a steaming hot pot in such weather was simply refreshing for both body and soul. With a sincere heart, Shi Jinwei quickly devoured the delicious food. Afraid the cold air would seep in through the door cracks, she deliberately left the window slightly ajar. Outside, the wind and rain howled, and everyone kept their windows tightly shut. She wasn't worried about the smell drifting out. For the next 20 days, she wouldn't be able to enjoy such delicacies and would have to rely on instant food to get by. Perhaps due to the commotion caused yesterday, no one came to knock on the door throughout the day. It wasn't until evening that sounds finally echoed from the security door again. Unlike last time, this time there were not only knocking sounds, but also cries. Shi Jinwei sighed, helplessly holding an iron rod at the door without opening it. Looking through the peephole, she saw a haggard woman. The woman, clearly having heard the footsteps, immediately asked at the door, "Little girl, I live in 501. Do you have any medicine? Anything for cold, fever, or inflammation will do, I can buy it." To her surprise, she was here begging for medicine, and the woman's appearance did not seem like a lie. Shi Jinwei frowned slightly. Seeing her silence, the woman continued anxiously, "Sister, I'm begging you. I can't go to the hospital right now. My child is burning up." As she spoke, she took out a few hundred coins and gestured towards the peephole. Shi Jinwei still did not open the door and replied, "Sister, I don't have any medicine either." You can see my complexion, to be honest, I had a fever all night yesterday and still have a slight cough. Do you have any cough medicine? If so, please sell me some, I'll buy it. Returning her words verbatim, she even coughed a few times deliberately. Upon hearing her cough, the woman instinctively took a step back. Thinking her actions were not easily noticed yet, Shi Jinwei observed everything through the peephole. She sneered inwardly and feigned a weak voice. Sister, do you have any medicine? Just give me a single pill. The woman hearing this became somewhat flustered. Unable to maintain her composure, she replied, I don't have any medicine, you can ask someone else. After saying this, she fled in panic, completely oblivious to Shi Jinwei's increasingly calm gaze behind the door. While she herself did not perceive any leaks in her story, Shi Jinwei had noticed. If she were truly worried about her child, why would she hesitate and stall for so long? Though claiming to seek medicine, Shi Jinwei felt she was more like a probe. Surely others were paying attention to the situation here as well. If she softened her heart and agreed, countless people would come knocking next. So she could not open the door. Indeed, things unfolded as she had anticipated. After the woman hurried away, she turned and went to 1202, not the 501 she had claimed. Inside there were several people, both male and female, but sitting in the center were the two men who had previously knocked on Shi Jinwei's door. Their faces were devoid of any friendliness, their eyes sharp, exuding an intimidating aura. Seeing the woman return, they immediately asked, how did it go? Did you succeed? The woman shook her head. No, that little girl is too cautious. As hard-hearted as stone, she showed no reaction when I said her child was ill. I heard her voice seemed to indicate she also had a cold, yet she just came back directly. If she got infected, that would be a hassle. Hearing this, the two men muttered a curse under their breath. Forget it, let's not worry about her for now, let's start with the other families. Whose family has the fewest people? For 102, I remember that place has just a single young man living there. Alright, let's start from his house, everyone get ready, we move tonight. Under the accelerated time hidden in the game, the order collapsed extraordinarily quickly. That night, all the residents heard unusual sounds from the building. At first it was knocking on doors, and then the knocking grew louder. Then came the sound of doors being smashed, followed by the furious roars and screams of men. A group of people like bandits used axes to break open the door of 402, pushing down any man who attempted to resist. They then began to plunder supplies. When a man tried to resist, he was met with an axe blow, blood gushing from his artery, staining the ground and the clothing of others. Yet these people were utterly unafraid, even stepping on the corpse. Then they moved on to the second house, the third house. Until the early light of dawn, the noise and shouting finally ceased. Those who were not knocked on were fortunate to have escaped, but many others began to think about leaving. Staying in the building would either lead to starvation or death. Rather than wait for death here, they would rather go out and take a risk. But these people were naive. On the 13th day of the storm, these devils disguised in human skin had completely torn off their facade. The rainwater reached the 3rd floor, and they stationed people there. Wanting to leave was impossible. Even if they surrendered their supplies, the women's fate would still be to be violated, while the men would become objects for them to vent their emotions, beaten or killed. In just one night, this building transformed into hell. The screams continued incessantly. Those who remained were trembling in their homes, awaiting a death sentence of unknown timing. Shi Jinwei, of course, also heard the sounds at home. Yet she remained calm. With a security door and a survival rope secured, should they manage to break in, she would jump out of the window to escape. With 17 days left, she rearranged the items in her space once more. Conserving her food and water, it should last her about 10 to 13 days. Not planning to leave for now, she knew she still had time. Perhaps these people had gone mad for a night, vented enough, and obtained sufficient food. That night they did not act, allowing the residents to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling they had narrowly escaped a disaster. However, on the 14th day, these people surprisingly resumed their actions. Their target was Shi Jinwei. Outside there were not only knocks, but also the sounds of metal cutting. This group knew that Shi Jinwei had installed a security door and had somehow obtained cutting tools. Seeing herself so lucky, she hurriedly packed her things. There were still plenty of supplies in the guest room. Even if she filled the space to the brim, there would still be enough instant food and water for at least one person to last over 20 days. She did not want to leave these behind for those people. But the sound of the door being smashed reminded her that she had to leave quickly. She ignited the remaining food. She tossed down the escape rope, then prepared the inflatable boat and the propeller. The sounds outside grew louder, especially from the two men who had come before. While quickly removing the outermost door, they cursed, "Damn it, I must get this girl today. Let's see what kind of person she is for not opening the door last time." Meanwhile, inside, Shi Jinwei had already thrown the inflatable boat into the water and was climbing down while carrying a 12-kilogram propeller. Inside, the window was peaceful and quiet, while outside the storm raged. Though she had checked the information and prepared herself psychologically, she had no fear of heights. However, climbing down while holding onto a rope without any safety devices still tested Shi Jinwei's resolve. The raincoat she bought had a facial rain shield, but the large raindrops blurred her vision, completely making it difficult to see the wall in front of her. Relying on her instincts, Shi Jinwei cautiously descended step by step, telling herself not to panic. Some people had already noticed her standing at the window, their eyes filled with disbelief. Others opened the window and stretched out their necks to look outside. When they saw that there was actually an inflatable boat below, hope glimmered in their eyes. Yet the experiences of the past few days had stripped these people of their bloodlust. No one dared to jump down directly, they could only watch Shi Jinwei's slow movements. On the 9th floor, with a bang, the door was finally smashed open. A crowd rushed into the room only to find the window open and Shi Jinwei had vanished. Someone reacted swiftly, rushing to the window in the rain and discovered a person climbing up. A man said viciously, and the others rushed to his side, indeed seeing Shi Jinwei already climbing to the... With a cold laugh, another man declared, trying to escape. "I'll ensure you don't." He then swung the axe in his hand towards the safety rope. As a result, Shi Jinwei below could no longer steady herself, swaying with the rope. She could distinctly feel the rope above was on the verge of giving way. At this moment, she was on the 5th floor, roughly 6 meters above the water level. Seeing the rope could no longer support her weight, she did not hesitate and jumped down directly. This was the height limit for diving competitions, and for someone untrained it was quite dangerous. But Shi Jinwei couldn't afford to think about that. After hitting the water, her body sank directly, and with an extra load on her back, it felt as though someone was pulling her down into the water. She couldn't give up here. The will to survive forced her to calm down, slowly relax her body, and begin swimming upward. The inflatable boat was not inflated, floating on the water like a small box. Shi Jinwei swam over and pressed the inflation valve, and in less than a minute an inflatable boat appeared on the surface. Then she struggled to climb aboard and installed the motor. Afraid of being rusty, she had practiced a few times during her time in the house, so she was quick. Meanwhile, some people had noticed the situation and were rowing over, intending to seize this seemingly sturdy Shi Jinwei remained calm, manually starting the motor, and with a few loud roars it began to work, heading into the distance. The people above saw that she even had high-grade equipment and were somewhat enraged. If they had acted sooner, these things might have been theirs. After traveling to a section surrounded by water with no buildings, Shi Jinwei finally stopped the boat. Her body was completely soaked with the fierce wind constantly blowing against her, and with the recent drop in temperature, she was clearly showing signs of hypothermia. But now finding a safe place to take shelter was no easy task. The inflatable boat came with a small canopy which needed to be installed by herself. Enduring the cold, she first set up the canopy to block the wind and rain from above. But that was not enough, as she had to change clothes to stay warm. Taking out her phone encased in a waterproof bag, she used the offline map to locate her position. She discovered she was in a square in the city center. The entire square was submerged in floodwaters, with only a few bare columns still standing in the water. Not far from the square there were many shopping malls and office buildings. She took a glance and directly passed these places. It was clear that there would be many people there. Taking the inflatable boat over would be like lambs to the slaughter. Finally, she set her sights on a standalone building marked as the Onrong City Museum. Such places usually closed before the heavy rain arrived. Under normal circumstances, it would also be the first choice for an emergency shelter. But with the officials gone, residents were hiding in their homes. Moreover, there were no living supplies inside. It seemed there wouldn't be many people in there. Thinking this, she steered the inflatable boat straight towards the museum. Because the inflatable boat was too eye-catching, Shi Jinwei chose a water route away from dense buildings, However, she had enough fuel in her storage and was not worried about consumption. Soon she saw the city museum. The 3-story building now had only the topmost floor spared from disaster. Not rushing to go inside, she circled the inflatable boat around her, gaze fixed on the window in front of her. Very good, not a single head appeared above any window. Either there was no one or there were so few people that they hadn't noticed her. Thinking this, Shi Jinwei parked the inflatable boat in front of a window, fished out a piece of debris from the water, and smashed the window. The sound of glass shattering echoed loudly in the empty exhibition hall, and Shi Jinwei continued to observe, still no one. Only then did she crawl in through the window, pack away the inflatable boat and motor, and carry them in her backpack as she walked inside. The entire 3rd-floor exhibition hall had nothing except the exhibits under glass. Shi Jinwei circled around twice, confirmed there was no one and that the water level had completely submerged the stairs before feeling relieved. Finding a place with intact glass, she set down her things and began to change clothes. In the darkness of the night, Shi Jinwei remained still. This was a man with an exceptionally strong will to survive on par with her. She admired him but did not wish to stir up trouble. However, the scent of blood spread through the night with several corpses lying not far away. Sighing, she took out a flashlight from her space and shone it on the man. She discovered that this person was almost drenched in blood. His military green clothes were stained black with blood, and he lay on the ground, his hand positioned, as if pleading for help. She got up and checked for a pulse near his nose. There was still breath. Confirming that saving him would also ensure her own safety, she decided to help. Most importantly, there was the intelligence the man spoke of. Since he was being pursued, he must know something. She took out 2 candles from her space and lit them. The faint light allowed her to see the man without making her too conspicuous. The man lay on his stomach with a wound on his abdomen. She forcefully turned him over and tore open the fabric covering the wound. The cut was clean and seemed rather deep. She was not a professional and could only guess that it looked like a knife wound. First, she cleaned the wound with disinfectant, then sprinkled some hemostatic powder directly on it. Perhaps her movements were too rough. Even in his unconscious state, the man still twitched in pain. Shi Jinwei paused her actions for a moment before continuing. She had exhausted her kindness in saving him, and the fact that he could still twitch was a good sign. She thought so, but still tried to be gentler in her movements. After applying the powder, it was time to bandage the wound, and this was the most challenging step as she could not turn him over with the same force again. If the wound started bleeding again, wouldn't that waste her powder? In the end, she had no choice but to reach under the man's waist and wrap the bandage around. After struggling with that, she realized he had developed a fever again, so she took out some antipyretics and antibiotics. She propped up his head, pried open his mouth, and stuffed the medicine inside, then poured water from a bottle into his mouth. The man seemed to finally have had enough of her rough actions and coughed himself awake. Seeing this, Shi Jinwei felt no guilt. You're awake. Then swallow the medicine and don't waste it. The man. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but Shi Jinwei acted faster, pressing the bottle to his lips, giving off the impression that if he didn't drink, she would force it down. The man recognized the situation and drank the water. However, that was all. After drinking, he said nothing and fell unconscious again. At this point, the outside had already begun to brighten. Even with a bonfire, it would not be too conspicuous. Shi Jinwei placed him on the ground and lit a fire to keep him warm. Then she looked at the other corpses. Leaving them like this was not a solution. She approached without any hesitation, rummaging through their belongings and finding a lighter, 2 daggers, and a key. Suddenly she thought of another problem. If they could come here, they must have had a boat. With dawn approaching, if someone noticed this place. She quickly jumped up and ran to the shattered window to check. Sure enough, she found a wooden board and a rubber dinghy below. There was a bag on the dinghy that seemed to contain food. Shi Jinwei had no time to waste. She jumped onto the dinghy and discovered it was self-inflating. Without hesitation, she pulled over the wooden board and awkwardly handed it through the window, then rowed the dinghy to the edge of the window. After jumping in, she stuck half of her body out to deflate the dinghy, then tossed it aside. Perhaps it was still not fully bright, or perhaps her movements were quicker. When she returned to the room and carefully surveyed her surroundings, she found no boats approaching and let out a sigh of relief. The bag contained about 8 loaves of bread and 10 bottles of mineral water, all still within their shelf life. However, Shi Jinwei did not eat any. Instead, she took out something from her space. About an hour later, the man woke up. He looked at the girl sitting by the fire and showed no surprise, instead breaking into a brilliant smile. Hey, hello, my name is Jinwei. Thank you for saving me. His big white teeth gleamed in the firelight and his smile was sunny, giving off the appearance of a cheerful young man. But Shi Jinwei did not forget his swift movements when dealing with enemies. She simply nodded coolly. Jinwei, no need to be polite. She didn't even bother to introduce herself properly, casually giving a name. Seeing her cold attitude, the man felt no embarrassment. I thought I would have to introduce myself, yet I ended up getting my life back. Since you brought it up, Shi Jinwei also asked the question in her mind, why were they trying to kill you? His demeanor was as if he had stolen someone else's treasure. Jinwei, whether genuinely foolish or pretending, did not hide the truth. These people are my best friend's subordinates. Speaking of which, he was quite unfortunate. Jinwei was not only exceptionally strong but also a rich second generation, so he naturally had access to information better than others. Before the heavy rain, he and his family had received a warning. However, his family was abroad, and he was the only one left in the country. As a rich second generation, it was inevitable to have some dubious friends, and Jinwei was no exception. Before leaving out of brotherly love, he shared the news with his best friend, so he could prepare early. His intentions were good, but his brother had his eyes set on his wealth and resources. As a result, Cheng Rui did not manage to leave the country before being betrayed by his best friend, and not only did he fail to escape the country, but he didn't even manage to flee Onrong City. I've been dealing with them these past few days, and finally I escaped yesterday. Shi Jinwei was not so easily fooled. Now that you can't contact the outside, even if you ran away, they shouldn't be chasing you so relentlessly. There must be a reason they need to pursue you. Her words were so assertive that Cheng Rui was taken aback. Then he smiled bitterly. How are you so smart? If I can save a life, I can also take one, she said lightly, her face devoid of unnecessary expression. Threatening as it was, she was more concerned that Cheng Rui might be hiding some crucial information, dragging her into trouble, which could mean days of unrest for her. It turned out that Cheng Rui indeed concealed a significant message that nearly broke Shi Jinwei. The reason why they were pursuing him was that another reason for his urgency to leave the country rather than stay in Onrong City was that there was a famous attraction, the Onrong City hydropower station. As the name suggests, this hydropower station has an important function. Beyond generating electricity, it also releases floodwaters. Under normal circumstances, the heavy rain in Onrong City, which lasted for several days, should have triggered the floodgates. However, nothing had happened until now, leading to continuous water accumulation within the city, indicating that there was a problem with the hydropower station. While receiving news of the heavy rain, Cheng Rui also received another message, that the hydropower station's flood discharge capacity could not cope with this global downpour. So when the water in the river outside the hydropower station rises to a certain level, it will be a disaster comparable to a tsunami, Cheng Rui said, with a serious expression. At that time, the entire Onrong City might cease to exist. Upon hearing this news, no matter how calm Shi Jinwei was, she couldn't help but gasp. Is it because of this news that you are being hunted? She asked. As a result, Cheng Rui shook his head, revealing that the real reason for his pursuit was a key. After receiving the news, the higher-ups in Onrong City realized that the entire world was experiencing torrential rain, and there was no rescue possible. With their capabilities, they couldn't save everyone, so they concealed this information. They left secretly, leaving behind a key, which was the key to the safe house in Onrong City. Hearing this name, Shi Jinwei felt a bit curious. What is a safe house? You can think of it as a refuge, Cheng Rui explained as simply as possible. According to him, every official office building in the city has a safe house varying in size, meant to preserve the most important talents in case of catastrophic disasters, allowing human civilization and science to continue. The safe house in Onrong City could only accommodate 5 or 6 people, so the higher-ups hadn't considered saving anyone and chose to escape themselves. They took the key, but they don't know the exact address. This time Cheng Rui didn't hold back and laid everything bare. With the key, they still needed to know the address to enter, otherwise it would all be in vain. But Cheng Rui fled, and his brother had no choice but to bring his younger brothers to chase him. Cheng Rui killed his brother, but was wounded by a younger brother. Helpless, he could only escape, which was what Shi Jinwei witnessed last night. After saying this, he revealed a bitter smile again. In my current state, without the key, I can only leave it to fate. Onrong City is not very developed. The tallest building is the new community where Shi Jinwei lives, which has 16 floors. The height might be enough, but whether it could withstand the flooding river was uncertain. More importantly, they had no idea when the flood would come. This game is full of pitfalls. If she hadn't encountered Cheng Rui, she would have waited here to face the torrential rain and flood. Thinking of this, Shi Jinwei felt a chill run through her body. Seeing Cheng Rui's expression of waiting for death, she thought of the key in her pocket and directly asked, "Is the safe house key similar to an ordinary key?" Cheng Rui was surprised. "How do you know?" Normally one would expect something high-tech to be involved. Shi Jinwei glanced at him and didn't hide it, taking out the key she found on a corpse yesterday. Seeing it, Cheng Rui couldn't help but try to get up, but his movement was too abrupt and caused him pain, making him fall back down, his eyes shining as he stared at the key in Shi Jinwei's hand. Sister, how did you get this key?" "We found our salvation, haha. Don't get too excited. Oh, we can't even leave in your condition, let alone discuss where the safe house is." Shi Jinwei was being realistic. Cheng Rui, however, waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's fine, after all I'm alive thanks to you. Every extra day is a bonus." Hearing his optimism, Shi Jinwei regarded him with newfound respect. However, to her surprise, Cheng Rui directly revealed the location of the safe house, which astonished her even more. "What if something happens to me? You could still survive." He smiled brightly, and Shi Jinwei remained silent, realizing she couldn't just abandon him. While vigilance is necessary, temporary cooperation is also acceptable. Time was of the essence, so they didn't waste any more time. They allowed Cheng Rui to rest for a day and planned to set off early the next morning. On the morning of the 16th day of the game, the two were ready to set off. Yesterday, Chung Rui mentioned that the safe house in Anrong City was located underground in the official office building, so if they wanted to enter they would need diving equipment. The nearest diving equipment store to the museum was on the 4th floor of the shopping mall that Shi Jinwei had previously bypassed. It hadn't been flooded, but there was a high chance that people were inside, so she was hesitant to act rashly. The kayak was the one they had stolen, the propeller wasn't installed. However, considering Chung Rui was injured, Shi Jinwei showing rare kindness didn't make him row but let him sit still in the boat. She felt a bit guilty about putting Chung Rui in that situation. However, because of this, Shi Jinwei rowed for over an hour alone before reaching the mall. Feeling a bit tired from rowing, she didn't go around in circles, but directly broke the glass with the paddle and helped Chung Rui inside. Fearing that the kayak would be taken by someone, she let the air out of it and tucked it into her backpack. Just as the two of them finished tidying up and prepared to enter, a few people ran out from inside and surrounded them. One of the men, seemingly the leader, rudely asked, "Who are you?" Shi Jinwei, supporting Chung Rui, put on an innocent look. "Big brother, we are refugees and my brother is injured, and I want to bring him in to find some medicine." Generally, large shopping malls have pharmacies, so her question was reasonable. As for why she didn't say they were looking for diving equipment directly, who would believe they brought an injured person to look for diving gear? Even if Shi Jinwei could dive alone for zero cost, exposing their purpose right away would be too foolish. Chung Rui, hearing Shi Jinwei's words, cooperatively displayed a weak expression with his hand resting on his wound. However, the man remained unmoved. "There are no medicines, so you should leave here quickly. We do not welcome outsiders." After he spoke, the people around them began to push them away. Seeing this, Shi Jinwei hurriedly continued, "If there are no medicines, could we rest at this window? My brother's wound hasn't been treated, and I'm afraid moving him around will cause it to reopen." The group in the mall had obviously been trapped inside and hadn't faced the outside assault. They exchanged glances and surprisingly agreed. However, they left 2 people to watch over them. Shi Jinwei repeatedly thanked them, helping Chung Rui sit down at the window and taking out water from her backpack to give to him. Her actions naturally attracted the attention of the 2 guards. These people didn't look starved, clearly having taken all the supplies in the mall for themselves. However, since there was a group, there was likely a class division. Since these 2 were assigned here, it indicated that their status in the group was either low or their strength was formidable. But their gaze was only fixed on the water in Shi Jinwei's hand, which naturally placed them in the former category. To confirm her suspicion, Shi Jinwei still cheerfully smiled at the 2 and enthusiastically greeted, "Big brother, we still have water, would you like some?" Since meeting her, Chung Rui had never seen her display any extraneous expressions. Seeing Shi Jinwei being so warm, he was somewhat taken aback. However, the 2 guards didn't know that. The young girl seemed to have no offensive capability, and the tall man looked big yet injured, currently a weak chicken, and the 2 of them posed no threat. Exchanging glances, they actually approached. Seeing this, Shi Jinwei became even more enthusiastic and proactively struck up a conversation with the 2, deliberately fabricating a story to gain their trust. She spun a tale starting from when the siblings were robbed of their house and supplies by unscrupulous relatives after the flood, all the way to them being ambushed by ruthless bandits, resulting in her brother getting injured. The 2 burly men listened, astonished, their faces involuntarily revealing sympathy. Shi Jinwei chattered for over half an hour. When she felt it was about time, she began to subtly lead the conversation. With a series of probing questions, the 2 men remained oblivious, and Chung Rui, as an observer, couldn't help but marvel. They not only learned how many survivors were here, but also which shops had supplies. "Is there really no place here that sells kayaks? Why don't you leave?" Shi Jinwei feigned curiosity. "Of course there are places, but in this world it's safer here than out there. We have food and drink, and we can keep warm together," one of the men replied. Seeing Shi Jinwei displaying a look of understanding, another man, feeling vain, could not hold back and added, "Although we have no plans to leave, we still make sure to gather these things just in case." "Wow, you guys are indeed— If only my brother and I had thought one step ahead, we wouldn't have ended up like this," Shi Jinwei lamented, not forgetting to play the victim. Then she quickly changed the subject, asking if they had used any diving equipment, as others had already started retrieving things from the water. Both men wrinkled their noses in disdain. "How many corpses are there in this water? We're not worried about food here, but we certainly don't have that hobby. Besides, no one can dive." Hearing this, Shi Jinwei felt that it was very likely the diving equipment had not been taken, and she secretly signaled Chung Rui with her eyes. Chung Rui immediately picked up the conversation and began chatting with the 2 men. Shi Jinwei had noticed from their conversation yesterday that he was quite talkative. As the topic flowed among the men, she chose to remain silent. After about 10 minutes, seeing that the 2 men had already become quite close with Chung Rui, she seized the opportunity to interject, "Big brother, I need to use the restroom. Is the bathroom still usable here?" "Yes, as long as you don't mind it being dirty." There's one on the 4th floor, but don't go up to the 5th floor. That's where our people are. The man casually dismissed Shi Jinwei as he got engrossed in conversation. Shi Jinwei signaled Cheng Rui to keep the two men occupied while she climbed to the 4th floor using the safety ladder. Most of the usable items in these shops had already been cleared out, leaving behind things the people deemed useless. With no one guarding the area, Shi Jinwei quickly found a diving equipment shop, which had everything from wetsuits to goggles and oxygen tanks. However, there wasn't much space in her storage, so she only took 2 sets of clothes and 2 goggles. She grabbed 6 oxygen tanks, each capable of allowing them to stay underwater for about half an hour. After packing her things, she passed by a men's clothing store, which still had quite a bit of men's clothing left. Recalling Cheng Rui's colorless outfit, she grabbed 2 larger sets and stuffed them into her bag before quickly returning to the 3rd floor. Seeing they were still engrossed in their conversation, she didn't immediately interrupt until their people came to change shifts, allowing the 2 men to take their leave. Knowing they had a kayak, Shi Jinwei didn't hide her intentions and helped Cheng Rui onto it before starting to paddle away. Those men really showed no signs of greed, watching them row far away before disappearing from sight. At this speed, we'll need about 2 days to reach the official office building. Cheng Rui lay on the kayak, trying to strike up a conversation. Shi Jinwei ignored him, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Along the way, they encountered quite a few others who were also out searching for supplies. Upon seeing Shi Jinwei paddling the kayak, many revealed greedy expressions. However, upon noticing there was a man with her, most decided to abandon their intentions. At this moment, the 2 could venture out, indicating their strength was not to be underestimated. Some, however, were still unwilling to give up and hesitated before approaching. Zhao and his 4 lackeys floated on a wooden board on the water, hoping for a stroke of luck in finding some food. As a result, they spotted Shi Jinwei, a woman paddling the boat. "Lucky no." One immediately reported, "Boss, there's a woman paddling a boat over there." The 4 of them turned in unison to look in Shi Jinwei's direction, and sure enough, they found only her paddling alone, but there was a man lying on the boat. "That kayak can easily fit all 4 of us, Lucky no." 2 craned his neck to observe and reached a conclusion. "Lucky's no." 3 and 4 gazed at Zhao with hope, eager for him to lead them in making a big score. Even if they truly couldn't win, the 4 of them could definitely row away faster than those 2. Having made up his mind, he gestured for his lackeys to row the wooden board toward Shi Jinwei's kayak. The 4 of them paddled the wooden board swiftly and soon caught up to the 2's boat. Seeing this, Zhao jumped straight into the water, planning to swim over to Shi Jinwei. With all 4 of them coming over, they didn't believe the 2 wouldn't panic. Surprisingly, Shi Jinwei remained calm and swung her paddle, knocking one man's head into the water. As she acted, Cheng Rui could not just stand by idly. He took another paddle and, like a whack-a-mole, struck the... Seeing all 3 lackeys taken down, Zhao lost the courage he had moments ago and yelled, "Spare me, good sir," as he swam back to his wooden board. Shi Jinwei sneered, "Since you've come to us, don't even think about leaving." Saying this, she stood on the kayak, gripping the paddle, and swung it down like a hammer onto Zhao Da's head. The man let out a scream, and the blow opened a wound on his head, causing him to lose his balance and sink into the water. Bubbles floated up to the surface, soon fading into stillness. Shi Jinwei stood tall, scanning the surroundings. A few groups of onlookers who had been secretly observing her immediately averted their gaze upon being caught by her glare. In their minds, they collectively thought, "These are 2 tough nuts not to be messed with." That night, the 2 found a solitary building to rest. However, this building was occupied by a group of people who initially intended to rob them. Ignoring his injuries, Cheng Rui once again took on multiple opponents and finally subdued them. Afterwards, he tried to appear pitiful in front of Shi Jinwei, only to receive a roll of her eyes. The reason they kept the men alive was that they needed someone to keep watch at night. Shi Jinwei had been tired all day, and Cheng Rui wanted her to have a good rest that night. He could keep watch alone, but who wouldn't want to utilize some free labor? As a result, after leaving the rented room, Shi Jinwei finally had a good night's sleep, feeling much more refreshed the next day. After leaving, she began to paddle again, only pulling out a propulsion device from her storage when she reached an area with no buildings or people around. Cheng Rui was surprised to see what she pulled out from her backpack. "Sister Shi, did you get that yesterday? Why didn't you use it then?" Shi Jinwei felt relieved that she could retrieve items from her storage again without the game fixing it. Facing Cheng Rui's somewhat silly question, she retorted, "Do we have gasoline?" Cheng Rui suddenly remembered that this required gasoline. Shi Jinwei mentioned that the gasoline inside was enough for them to travel about 5 kilometers, and he didn't doubt it, eagerly starting to look for a gas station. Shi Jinwei took out the propulsion device because she spotted a gas station not far away. However, the entire fuel tank at the gas station was mostly submerged in water, leaving them uncertain if it was still usable. The two of them steered the boat over and Shi Jinwei didn't change her clothes, but jumped in directly indeed, finding the fuel hose inside. She handed the hose out and found a floating metal gas can nearby. She instructed Chung Rui to hold the hose and the gas can while she went down to press the switch. Fortunately, there was a backup power source here, and since it had been unattended for a long time, the fueling equipment was still operational. Soon they filled a canister with fuel and replenished the propulsion device. For safety, she also retrieved several specialized gas cans from the water, filling them all to the brim. The two were quite satisfied with their haul. However, seeing Shi Jinwei shivering after getting back on the boat, he suggested that she quickly change her clothes. Shi Jinwei didn't hesitate and immediately hid behind a pillar. She pulled up two broken wooden planks from the water and had Chung Rui turn his back to support them while she quickly changed her clothes. After changing, she remembered to give this guy some clothes to change into as well, and only then did they leave. With gasoline and the propulsion device, their speed increased significantly, and by the afternoon they had navigated the kayak close to the official office building. Near the official office building of Anrong City, there was not only the tax bureau but also the public security bureau. All three governmental buildings were fan-shaped, built around a large square forming a roundabout. They didn't rush inside, but instead found a standalone building nearby to observe first. There was no one inside, only a few decaying corpses emitting a foul stench. Besides the mosquitoes, there were also maggots wriggling about, sending chills through both of them as they quickly left. Next, they found a place to rest a little further away. "Sister, if it really doesn't work, let's dock a little further away," Chung Rui suggested, feeling that his heart could barely handle the continuous scares. Seeing his weak expression, Shi Jinwei didn't refuse. Finally, after about 20 minutes of travel, they found a safe place to take a break. Shi Jinwei took out her phone from her space. She usually kept it off, so it still had 67 battery. She scoured the offline map for the official office building, meticulously checking every detail, including 3D and holographic images, but found nothing. According to Chung Rui, the safe house was on the second basement level. Since the elevator was out of order, they needed to go down the stairs and then dive in. When it was built, considering various factors such as earthquakes, fires, and floods, there is an independent elevator at the entrance of the second basement level, which has a buffer zone between it and the outside world, or you can think of it as a vacuum zone. "We can only enter the safe house once we find it," Chung Rui explained in detail, as if he had genuinely been there, prompting Shi Jinwei to finally ask her burning question. "How do you know this?" "The official secrets are known to such a rich second-generation heir. It seems a bit too implausible." Chung Rui revealed a sheepish smile, saying, "My second brother is very close to the key personnel here. He was abroad and informed me of this news just before the internet was cut off." Shi Jinwei: "Well then, this NPC has quite a few identities. Not only is he a rich second-generation heir, but he's also connected to key personnel." Without any subordinates to rely on, the two took turns keeping watch that night. However, the building they chose was surrounded by other structures. The cries of women and children, the sounds of suffering, and the laughter, curses, and fighting of men were amplified by the night, making them particularly distinct. Sitting in front of the campfire, the two listened silently to the sounds coming from outside without speaking. On the 18th day of the game, the heavy rain persisted and the water level continued to rise, now exceeding 10 meters, surpassing 3 stories. Based on Chung Rui's estimation, if this continued for a few more days, the dam of the hydroelectric station would likely reach its limit, leaving them with little time to waste. But when they set out again, they discovered a new issue. First, there were people near the official office building, but the number was unknown. They were unsure if their presence had attracted the attention of these people yesterday. They needed to be more cautious today. Secondly, to enter the second basement level, they would either have to go down from inside the building or from the underground parking garage. There were people inside the building, making the feasibility of that plan uncertain. Going in from the underground parking garage raised the question of how to find the staircase, plus with each of them having 3 oxygen tanks for an hour and a half, they might not have enough time. Moreover, the most crucial issue was that while they could swim, they knew little about diving, making the risks of going down at this time quite apparent. After sorting out all the problems, they realized that the most challenging part was not the journey, but the inability to enter once they reached their destination. "Forget it, let's first check the situation," Shi Jinwei said. She still had a kayak in her space. It wasn't the main issue that their supplies had been robbed, but how to infiltrate was the key concern. Since merely sitting and thinking wouldn't yield good solutions, they decided to set off after eating. However, before they could even open the bread's packaging, they heard footsteps coming from downstairs. They vaguely heard a woman's voice. Really, I really saw it. If you don't believe me, come check it out yourself. Her tone was weak yet urgent, and they exchanged glances, but did not move. Cheng Rui's wound had already scabbed over, so handling a few people alone was no problem. Shi Jinwei wielded an oar as a weapon, her combat ability not to be underestimated. The person coming upstairs was a stout man wearing a tank top, his muscles bulging, giving the impression that he could fight. Following him were 4 or 5 subordinates wielding sticks and knives, exuding a thug-like aura. At the back was a timid woman, her long hair disheveled and her face was hidden as she looked down. However, the bruises and contusions visible on her exposed skin made it easy to discern the inhumane abuse she had suffered. But at this moment, upon seeing the two of them, she actually revealed a strange smile. Brother Huai, I didn't lie to you. Look, this woman is so beautiful. If you take her back. Her words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Cheng Rui's face darkened instantly while Shi Jinwei frowned at the woman across from her. Brother Huai, hearing the woman's words, seemed to think of something and immediately broke into a lewd smile. Little lady, that pretty boy beside you looks weak. How about following me? I'll treat you to the good life. After hearing this, Shi Jinwei immediately turned to Cheng Rui, her tone serious. He said, you're weak. Cheng Rui. Shi Jinwei had heard a saying, men cannot tolerate others calling them fake. Today she finally witnessed the power of this saying. Without needing her to take action and without giving the opponent another chance to talk, Cheng Rui directly struck. This man actually disregarded martial ethics, launching an attack without any warning. Huaiga coldly laughed. You all step back, let me deal with this pretty boy. This was undoubtedly pouring oil on the flames. The younger brothers stepped back, as instructed, while Cheng Rui's expression darkened. The man's dignity was clearly more important than a petty injury as he leaped into a side kick aimed directly at Weige's face. Huaiga appeared robust, and he was also a practiced fighter. Upon seeing the movement, he crossed his arms in front of him to block Cheng Rui's attack. Then, not giving Cheng Rui a chance, he directly threw a punch. Cheng Rui landed and executed a stylish side squat, dodging the punch while immediately launching a sweeping kick. The two engaged in a back-and-forth fight. The younger brothers were ordered not to intervene, but Shi Jinwei did not dare to be careless, gripping the paddle and cautiously watching the few people opposite her. At that moment, a female player stealthily approached Shi Jinwei. Seeing the cold glare directed at her, she felt an inexplicable shiver in her heart. But suddenly recalling something, her gaze hardened, and she looked at Shi Jinwei, asking, "You're a player, right?" Shi Jinwei's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained a calm facade, replying, "What are you saying? I don't understand. Stop pretending the skill you drew is related to space, isn't it? I saw you taking things out of thin air." She said this with a smug smile. Seeing that Shi Jinwei still would not admit it, she became somewhat annoyed. My skill is 1,000-mile eye, allowing me to clearly see everything within 100 meters, so you don't need to deny it. Hearing her directly expose her secret, Shi Jinwei felt a sense of relief. It wasn't that she wasn't cautious enough, it was just that the opponent's skill had caught her completely off guard. Who would have thought that in a deserted place, pretending to take a bread out of her pocket could be discovered by someone else's skill? But since it was like this, there was no need to feign innocence anymore. She directly asked, "What do you want?" "I want you to take me away." The woman finally stated her purpose. Shi Jinwei did not immediately agree, but furrowed her brows, staring at her. "Is this the reason you brought someone here?" "Of course, I have been monitored by this group of beasts and could only come looking for you this way. Have you considered what will happen if we can't defeat them?" Shi Jinwei asked. The woman surprisingly revealed a strange smile. "If we can't defeat them, then let's just join them together. We're all players. Why should you live so well while I have to submit to these beasts to survive?" Shi Jinwei said nothing, but her gaze grew colder. The woman seemed oblivious and continued to vent her emotions. "Tell me, why can you find a handsome guy as a companion while I suffer so much? We're all players. If you can't save me, then at least accompany me." She looked up, revealing a face that was unforgettable. It wasn't that she was particularly beautiful, it was simply terrifying. One half of her face was covered in sores, with some areas cracked and continuously oozing yellow liquid. The other half of her face appeared relatively beautiful, but at that moment it was exceptionally grotesque. Together it would likely cause even a child to cry at night. She maliciously stared at Shi Jinwei. Suddenly she reached out her hand towards Shi Jinwei's face, seemingly wanting to grab it. Her bony hands looked filthy, as if they hadn't been washed in a long time. Her fingertips were long and equally dark. If she were to scratch, not to mention whether it would leave scars, at the very least it could lead to an infection. Shi Jinwei's last shred of patience was completely exhausted. With a firm grip on the paddle, she struck the woman, sending her flying. The woman fell to the ground, screaming in agony, glaring at Shi Jinwei with a mix of resentment and jealousy. The battle on Cheng Rui's side had also reached a fever pitch. Although Huaiga could fight, he was still no match for Qing Rui, who had undergone professional training since childhood and soon found himself knocked down. Originally thinking he was a pretty boy, it was he who ended up being counterkilled, so Huaiga naturally could not lose face. He couldn't win by himself, he still had his younger brothers. With a loud shout, the younger brothers, watching from the sidelines, swung their weapons at Qing Rui. Although Qing Rui could fight, he was already injured and had expended a lot of energy battling Huaiga. Now facing so many opponents, it was somewhat like fighting with both hands tied. Shi Jinwei knocked the woman down and turned around to find Qing Rui already injured, kicking a little thug wielding a stick away. But behind him, a thug holding a knife was already closing in. Although Qing Rui was an NPC, after spending a few days together, Shi Jinwei had a good impression of this temporary teammate. Seeing him being attacked from behind, she hurried over to support him, knocking the knife-wielding thug away. Qing Rui turned around to see her expressionless face, her strikes fierce, and he revealed a grateful smile. At that moment, neither of them spoke much. Their cooperation was seamless until they had knocked all the opponents down and couldn't get back up before stopping. At this point, the group finally realized that they were not facing a couple of amateurs, but rather two killing machines. It was too late to plead for mercy. From the injuries on the woman, they could tell how many heinous acts she had committed. Such scum did not deserve to be kept alive. Without needing Shi Jinwei or Qing Rui to take action, Shi Jinwei resolved the situation herself. But when she saw the woman lying on the ground, she hesitated. "Sister Shi, what should we do with this woman?" The woman then let out a sharp scream. "Don't kill me. I know important information." Upon hearing this, they all paused. Qing Rui didn't quite believe she had any valuable information, but Shi Jinwei felt a stir in her heart. What information? This woman, although disgusting, could indeed collect a lot of intel with her skill. But she wasn't foolish. Seeing them hesitate, she immediately put forth a condition. "You must agree not to kill me first, then I'll speak." Qing Rui looked at Shi Jinwei, who slightly nodded. "Okay." Seeing this, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. Shi Jinwei immediately stood the paddle in front of her, and the woman shrank back a bit, no longer being arrogant. "I saw you coming from the direction of the official office building. You didn't go inside, did you?" The two exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. Then she continued, "It's good that you didn't go inside, we just escaped from there." Next, she elaborated on the situation from the government side. After the disaster, official personnel went missing and some nearby residents spontaneously organized to see what was going on inside and why they had abandoned them. However, when they arrived, they discovered that the place had long been deserted, with only a dozen or so unsuspecting security guards trapped inside. In order to survive, the group of security guards huddled together for warmth, but ended up in a physical conflict with the residents who had come looking for them. Both sides had their victories and losses, yet the supplies in the building tempted everyone. The residents, unable to defeat the guards, called for reinforcements and ultimately triumphed through sheer numbers, turning the building into their stronghold. The bodies of the guards were tossed into the water, and initially the residents lived quite comfortably there. However, with so many residents and limited supplies, they could not sustain such a large group for long. A week later, the residents began to fight amongst themselves, and the ones who survived became the final victors. But soon the victors fell ill. At first, it was just general weakness resembling flu-like symptoms. Then blisters started appearing on their bodies, red and itchy, and those who couldn't stand it scratched the sores, leading to infections. They had food but no medicine, so they had to isolate the sick individuals. The illness was contagious. Even those who had not come into contact with them began to exhibit similar symptoms. For the sick, it no longer mattered. They were destined to die sooner or later, so taking one away was a gain. However, the healthy ones did not want that. They wished to live longer. In the end, Huaiga and his subordinates escaped, taking nothing in the way of supplies. The woman also accompanied them. Later, we traveled to several places before arriving here. Huaiga used force to control the people in the adjacent building and scavenged food nearby. "That's how we survived until now," the woman said, revealing a look of lingering fear. "Were those people still alive when you left?" Shi Jinwei asked. The woman nodded and continued. "A few days ago." "About 5 days," she said. Although it had only been 18 days since the heavy rain, for those who survived it felt like an eternity. Hearing her words, both of them felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The woman's implication was that the virus might spread through the air. If they were infected, they wouldn't survive long, even in a safe house. However, Shi Jinwei's thoughts differed from Qing Rui's. She didn't need to live too long, just 12 more days would suffice. Noticing their silence, the woman quickly pleaded, "Look, I've told you, let me go, please." Qing Rui looked at Shi Jinwei, who lowered her gaze. "We are all players, please don't kill me, I beg you." She But the following words were muted in Cheng Rui's ears, and he asked Shi Jinwei in confusion, "What did she say?" "I don't understand." Shi Jinwei shook her head. "It's nothing. She cannot be left alive." Although they were both players, their enmity had already been established, leaving a potential threat now could lead to problems later in the game. Without waiting for Cheng Rui to act, she resolved the situation herself. The woman's eyes remained wide open in death, but they felt no psychological burden. "Sister Shi, if what she said is true, then it's very dangerous for us to go there." Cheng Rui tossed the bodies into the water and returned to Shi Jinwei. Although there were no living people inside to hinder their actions, they also discarded the bodies of the sick into the water. Even with diving equipment, they couldn't guarantee their safety. Moreover, this illness was likely an epidemic that broke out after the disaster, and its contagiousness must be high. Shi Jinwei pondered and asked another question, "Are there supplies in the safe house?" Cheng Rui was taken aback. "Yes, it's fully stocked. My brother said that the supplies inside could last 5 people for 3 months, and for the 2 of us, we should be able to last 4 to 5 months. Hearing this, Shi Jinwei felt relieved and even comforted him. "Since there are supplies, there must be enough medicine as well. Once we enter, we'll disinfect immediately and take precautions. It should be fine." Cheng Rui didn't think as far ahead as she did, but her reasoning was indeed sound. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well take a risk. He stopped voicing any negative thoughts and followed Shi Jinwei onto the inflatable boat. Knowing there were no living people inside now, they had no reservations and immediately broken through a window. Indeed, just as the woman had said, the place was filled with corpses in various states of decay, the stench of the rotting bodies, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Before entering, Shi Jinwei took out 4 masks, and they each wore 2 on their faces. However, even so, the stench penetrated through the masks, making them nearly gag. At this point, they dared not delay any longer and ran directly toward the stairwell. The 3rd floor was already flooded, so they found the stairway to the 4th floor. Below was murky sewage. They changed into diving suits, exchanged a glance, and walked into the water. The distance from the 4th floor to the underground 1st level was approximately 15 meters. Neither of them had professional training, so they planned to delve deeper bit by bit. The stairwell from the 4th floor to the 3rd was open, and they passed through smoothly. However, they had a bit of trouble with the stairwell from the 3rd floor to the 2nd. The security door there was locked, and they eventually had to smash the glass to squeeze through. But that was not the end. In front of the security door from the 2nd floor to the 1st, a large cabinet was blocking the way. If they were on solid ground, they could easily move it. But in the water, they exerted considerable effort, yet the cabinet remained unmoved. Staying longer would only speed up their oxygen consumption, so they reluctantly had to return upstairs to rethink their strategy. After breaking through the water's surface, Shi Jinwei did not rush to change clothes. Instead, she took out disinfectant and sprayed it all over them before signaling Cheng Rui to change. Though unsure if it would be effective, it was better than nothing. Once they returned to the 4th floor, they found a room without corpses to serve as a temporary resting spot and began to consider how to move the cabinet from the water. "Is this the only stairway?" Shi Jinwei thought of this question first. In her understanding, such office buildings should have at least 2 or 3 stairways. But Cheng Rui replied, "There are certainly more than 1 stairway, but there is only this one leading to the underground level. So if they wanted to go down, they would have to move the cabinet." Shi Jinwei recalled the items in her space and suddenly remembered that there were outdoor pulley sets in her 4 first aid kits. She hurriedly took one out. "Can we use a pulley?" She noticed that the flow rate in the training room seemed different, with some hidden accelerations. On the 3rd, he took it and discovered that this pulley also had a fixer. As long as they secured it with nails, they could pull the cabinet from the water using a rope. Shi Jinwei naturally couldn't say it was from her space, so she casually made up an excuse. She was able to produce a thruster at that moment. Bringing out such a small item didn't make Cheng Rui doubt her. Instead, he eagerly planned to find a hammer, nails, and rope. These few items must be around this building, although the pulley assembly was harder to find. Soon Shi Jinwei quietly took out a mini hammer, nails, and rope from her bag. Cheng Rui. Now he didn't even know how to flatter her and weakly said, "Sister Shi, you're amazing." After that, the two didn't waste time and immediately began to act. They first nailed the pulley to the wall in the 4th floor stairwell, then Cheng Rui dove into the water alone to secure the rope to the cabinet. When he returned, he pulled the rope together with Shi Jinwei. At first, the cabinet didn't budge, but after exerting all their strength, they finally moved it. However, it was too big, nearly blocking the entire staircase entrance. They had to pull it up. But at the staircase turn, it easily got stuck. So Cheng Rui had to dive into the water repeatedly to adjust its position. At this time, Shi Jinwei tied the rope to the safety door behind her and held on tightly to prevent the cabinet from falling again. After a day's struggle, they finally managed to lift the cabinet out of the water. Now they were exhausted and continuing to dive at night would be somewhat dangerous. After discussing, they decided to wait until tomorrow morning to continue. That night they didn't stay over and they went back to the building where they fought with Huaige during the day, only to find that quite a few people had appeared inside. There were women old and young but no men. When they saw the two suddenly return, they showed nervous expressions and guardedly looked at them. They had only been gone for a day and people had already come here. However, this place didn't belong to them. They were a group of vulnerable individuals and had no intention of chasing anyone away, so they turned to leave, planning to find another place to live. Then an old man behind them stuttered, "Wait, are you the ones who killed Huaige?" Shi Jinwei turned back and said, "Yes." Thinking the old man wanted to seek revenge, they were surprised to see that upon hearing her answer, the group knelt down. After the storm, the two had encountered only wicked people, and suddenly seeing this group kneeling before them left them a bit at a loss. "What are you doing?" "Get up," Rui said nervously, trying to help them up, but was pulled back by Shi Jinwei. The group bowed deeply to them, and then stood up with the old man speaking again. They were indeed the oppressed people the woman had mentioned before. All the men in this group had been killed by Huaige and his gang, and the women had become playthings. As for why the old and the children had not died, because they were reserved rations. Besides being usable labor, now if they found themselves without food one day, these people would become two-legged sheep for them to eat. The old man's words were calm, but Rui and Shi Jinwei couldn't help but feel nauseous. They knew they were killing evil people, but it was hard to imagine that someone could be so wicked. Damn it, cannibalism, is this even human? Rui couldn't help but curse. The old man explained numbly, "Such things have happened in the official office building, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten sick. Wasn't it said there was still food?" Shi Jinwei interjected. The old man smiled bitterly, "But some people want to eat meat. How can those garbage foods have the scent of meat?" Now they were completely silent. However, even so, they had no intention of continuing to stay here. After saying goodbye to the groups, they searched for another place nearby to settle. They were a bit tired and could have fallen asleep immediately. But after hearing the old man's words, the two sat silently by the fire, having lost all appetite. They sat in a daze for a long time before each fell asleep. No one mentioned the matter of keeping watch that night. If someone came again, there was no hesitation. Anyone who provoked them would be killed. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, they got up. Although they had no appetite, they still needed to expend a lot of physical energy today, so they forced themselves. Upon reaching the official office building, they didn't dawdle, but immediately changed clothes and dove down, only to find nothing after searching for over half an hour. Although Rui's second brother had told him where the entrance was and how to get in, the underground garage was too large, and even if they knew the general direction, they had to search little by little. At this time, they only had 2 bottles of oxygen left, enough for them to last half an hour. If they didn't find anything, all would be in vain. Silently returning to the river surface, Shi Jinwei didn't say much, navigating to the nearest diving supplies store and drove straight there. They had used up all the gasoline they filled at the gas station, now they were using what was in her space. However, Rui didn't notice any of this, his mind focused entirely on the entrance and exit. It was only when they reached their destination that he realized this mall, as expected, had also been occupied. This time the two were too lazy to dawdle and directly asked for oxygen tanks. However, the people there refused to give them anything because they had already initiated $0 purchase. Shi Jinwei didn't want to start a fight directly. "What if we trade food?" To her surprise, the other party's eyes immediately turned greedy upon hearing this. Well, now they had no choice but to fight it. The two took down more than a dozen. The opposing side had the advantage in numbers, but they were no match for even a finger of Huaige. Rui single-handedly dealt with 12 men. The remaining 4 women approached Shi Jinwei, intending to tug at her hair. Their thinking was very simple: let the men handle the men's matters. They could take care of women's issues themselves. Yet Shi Jinwei swung the paddle again and took them all down in less than 2 minutes. "Do you want things, or do you want your lives?" Shi Jinwei coldly asked, stepping on one woman's back. The woman was already crying, snot and tears flowing, and she turned to look at the leading man. This man, bruised and battered by Rui, lay on the ground gasping for breath. Seeing 2 killing gods looking at him, he hurriedly stated, "Big brother, big sister, I'll give you everything, just don't kill me." Seeing Rui nod at him, he struggled to get up from the ground and directly led them to where they hoarded their supplies. He thought they would take away most of their things, but to his surprise, they only wanted the oxygen tanks. Shi Jinwei had food in her bag that would last them a few days, and she never thought of taking those unknown food items. However, they were not polite with the oxygen tanks, directly taking more than 30 bottles. They were all large at capacity, each lasting an hour underwater. Leaving amidst the incredulous gazes of these people, they sauntered away. Bringing things back, it was already afternoon. However, given the urgency of the situation, they directly returned underground to continue their work, but after 2 hours they still found nothing. Damn, where is this cursed entrance? Back at the building from yesterday, Cheng Rui finally couldn't help but curse. Shi Jinwei remained calm, well, find it eventually no need to panic. Although she was anxious, too, panicking would only make things harder. Seeing her more composed than himself, Cheng Rui gradually calmed down. On the 20th day of the game, the two continued their search underwater. Heaven did not disappoint the diligent. This time they finally discovered a clue. It was in a corner of the underground parking garage, where there was a not-so-obvious gap resembling the description from Cheng Rui's second brother. The problem was that if it were on the surface, this gap could be pried open easily, but underwater, due to the resistance, even if Shi Jinwei took out a knife and they both exerted force, the gap showed no reaction. In the end, after staying underwater for too long, they had to go up to rest. Cheng Rui felt so dejected that he didn't even have the strength to complain, sitting there with his head down. When his second brother had told him about this place, he had thought it would be easy to get in, but the consecutive setbacks had left him in awe of the designer's ingenuity. Alright, don't lose heart. Now that we've found it, the next steps should be easier. Shi Jinwei rarely offered comfort. After resting for an hour, they went back underwater. This time, however, Shi Jinwei didn't let Cheng Rui act blindly, but carefully examined the gap. Suddenly a flash of insight struck her, and she pressed down on that spot. To their surprise, the spot seemed to function like a button, gently popping out a little. It was likely due to being underwater that it couldn't fully protrude, so it only slightly bulged. Cheng Rui. He cursed his second brother several hundred times in his heart. With the bulge now present, the next steps became manageable, and they cautiously used the knife to pry it open, finally revealing the true nature within. Inside, they found a glass cover with a panel resembling a password lock underneath. All of this had been waterproofed, and Cheng Rui directly lifted the cover to enter a 12-digit password. As Shi Jinwei observed their surroundings while he entered the password, she noticed nothing unusual. Cheng Rui gestured for her to follow him. However, a sudden change occurred at that moment. First, the stairs around them began to tremble slightly, followed by unusual ripples in the water. Then they saw the water in the entire garage surge, as if ignited, rushing towards a specific direction. The floodgates have been breached. Upon this realization, both felt a shock in their hearts and hurried towards the entrance. But no matter how fast they were, they couldn't match the speed of the water. Shi Jinwei felt a tremendous force approaching her, and her whole body began to tumble in the water. Cheng Rui was no better off. If they hadn't collided with a wall, he would have likely been swept away. Even so, the sensation was still suffocating. It was as if someone on the opposite side was spraying hundreds of high-pressure water guns all over them, leaving them powerless to resist, their bodies aching and struggling to breathe. Shi Jinwei gasped for air inside her oxygen mask. To relieve the discomfort in her chest, she struggled against the wall, trying to turn her body so that her chest faced the wall to alleviate the discomfort. Just when she thought she couldn't hold on any longer, the pressure finally dissipated. The two leaned against the wall to recover for a while before they began to swim back to the surface. The intense breathing from earlier had accelerated their oxygen consumption, and they needed to surface to change their tanks while also regaining composure. However, this time they swam to the 4th floor without seeing the water's surface. It wasn't until they reached the corner of the stairs on the 5th floor that they finally surfaced. The water had risen a full 5 meters. Looking out the windows from the stairwell, most of the low-rise buildings outside were only visible up to 1 or 2 floors. Some who hadn't managed to escape from the 4th or 5th floors had become direct victims. After the flood, their bodies floated slowly on the water's surface, almost in clusters. Even from a distance, the two could faintly hear people's cries. "Sister, sure, this is just the first wave. There might be a second wave or even a third. We need to hurry down," Cheng Rui said in a deep voice. Even if the dam couldn't hold, it wouldn't collapse all at once. So there was likely to be more flooding. They couldn't know the time, they just had to enter the safe room as quickly as possible. Naturally, Shi Jinwei understood his meaning and didn't hesitate, putting on her equipment and continuing to dive underwater. This time they didn't head to the garage, but swam directly towards the stairwell of the underground parking garage. Soon they saw a secret door appear on what used to be an ordinary wall. Cheng Rui approached and felt around next to the secret door, finding the hidden switch and inputting the password again. The secret door opened, revealing a heavy steel door inside. They continued to input the second password. As they entered the password, the secret door slowly closed, blocking most of the water pressure. Next was the 3rd and 4th passwords. The deeper they went, the less water there was, until they reached the 5th door. Shi Jinwei finally saw a glass door that didn't require a password with a keyhole. Without needing Cheng Rui's command, she inserted the key, turned it to find the right direction, and the door opened directly. After entering this time, the glass door closed automatically, and it was time to witness the miracle. Life form detected, water accumulation detected, initiating drainage process. A mechanical voice rang in the room, and then the last of the water was drained away as the two slowly landed. Water drained, initiating sterilization process. Suddenly, numerous spray nozzles resembling water guns emerged around them, spraying them vigorously. Following the mechanical voice's instructions, the two entered separate rooms. Shi Jinwei had once seen a video on television that detailed the experience of automated bathing. At the time, she thought it was fantastical, but now experiencing it personally, she found it to be truly painful. Without her doing anything, several mechanical arms emerged from the walls, cutting her clothes into shreds that fell away. Then a broom-like device appeared on the ground, cleaning up the pieces of clothing. Next, a shower head above her sprayed her relentlessly until she was soaked through, and then the mechanical arms switched to fluffy rolling brushes, scrubbing her down. And it didn't stop there. After scrubbing, they washed her 3 times with a disinfectant-like substance before using body wash and shampoo. After washing, she entered the next room where her body and hair were dried, and then she proceeded to the next sterilization room. Similar to a hospital, after this step, she felt completely rejuvenated. Sterilization process completed. Human, welcome to the safe room. The mechanical voice finally granted Shi Jinwei her release, and a door opened beside her. Shi Jinwei eagerly put on her clothes and stepped out, only to see Rui, who also looked disheartened. They were just short of having their internal organs cleaned, and now they needn't fear infection. At that moment, a mechanical arm reached out from above, administering the latest drug to enhance their immune systems. This safe room is truly advanced. Shi Jinwei sat in a chair, finally uttering this sentence. Rui forced a smile. This was built using the most advanced technologies in the world. It's said to withstand a magnitude 9.5 earthquake. What if a volcano erupts? She asked curiously. It can ensure that people can survive inside, Rui continued to explain. Without needing Shi Jinwei to ask further, an electronic screen appeared before them detailing the functions of this place. Even in the event of a volcanic eruption, or if the safe room were buried underground, the shell could also dig itself out to bring people safely to the surface. As a result, it was extremely expensive, and it wouldn't be activated unless absolutely necessary. When designing this safe room in Anrong City, they also considered the factor of not being able to discern external conditions and installed monitoring equipment at the highest point of the official office building. The wiring is embedded in the building's pillars and generally cannot be destroyed. Once a person enters the building, the internal power supply automatically activates and the monitoring will commence. They wasted no time and directly activated the monitoring just in time to witness an unforgettable scene. Inside the safe room, they felt nothing, but outside, a massive torrent was surging towards Anrong City with unstoppable force. Many high-rise buildings were knocked down and collapsed for various reasons, while countless people remained on the top floors, plummeting into the water like dumplings, disappearing without a trace. Various debris, animals, human corpses, and building wreckage rolled in the water. The relentless flood overwhelmed and submerged Anrong City. Except for a few super high-rise buildings, almost the entire Anrong City became a vast ocean. The surveillance camera was also inevitably blurred by the flood, stabilizing only after a long while. After this wave of flooding, there were very few survivors left in Anrong City. They could even see some figures leaning out from the buildings, shouting something into the water. Some couldn't bear such a scene and leaped off, ending their own lives. On the 21st day of the game, the two found no more living people on the surveillance footage. On the 23rd day of the game, the flood struck again, and their monitoring was also submerged. On the 28th day of the game, the underwater world finally settled down. On the 30th day of the game at midnight, Shi Jinwei successfully cleared the level, returning directly to the game. Congratulations to player Shi Jinwei for successfully completing the Anrong City scenario. Based on your overall performance, you have been awarded 100 points. Additionally, for rescuing the hidden Ask NPC and locating the safe house, you receive a bonus of 50 points. Total players who completed this round: 21358974823. Current number of surviving players: 21358974823. All players have successfully cleared the first round. The leaderboard system is now active. The library has opened. The entertainment zone has opened. The training room has opened. The arena has opened. These 4 zones are accessible upon spending points. Players are encouraged to explore them freely. Game item recycling has been successfully processed. The next round will commence in 3 days. Wishing you a pleasant life. Only 1 round, and yet over 3.2 billion players have perished. It was utterly staggering. Hung Shupaino Dam. This game is brutal. Who could have predicted the water level would surge several meters overnight? I nearly drowned. Inept and unenthusiastic. Worse still, the flood embankment collapsed. What kind of shoddy construction was that? Princess has arrived. I rode the wave on this one. Spawned right by the seaside in Onrong City, with a luxury cruise ship docked nearby. Later we all followed a veteran player aboard that ship, ate well, slept soundly, lived like royalty. I am supreme jealous. My spawn was cursed, then I caught the plague and my entire body rotted. If the round had lasted just 2 days longer I wouldn't have made it. Ning ning na na, I love them all, hee hee. I also coasted to victory under a veteran's wing. There's a mountain right beside Onrong City's hydroelectric station. We loaded up on food and ascended straight to its peak, surviving the deluge high above the floodwaters. What? A mountain. How did I miss that? Are we even playing the same game? Time like a mirror, flowers like illusions. Yes, it's real. I saw it clearly on the map. It took me at least a full day to reach it, but delays piled up and I ended up stranded mid-journey. Bluebird, everyone, check the forum. A top-tier player has just posted their complete walkthrough, link attached. Shi Jinwei clicked without hesitation, and indeed it was a detailed walkthrough post. Judging by its depth and precision, the author was undeniably a master strategist. Starting with 1000 credits, they purchased 30 days worth of food and water, then invested the rest in camping gear, tents, sleeping bags, survival tools. They trekked alone into the mountains, found a cave and settled in, hunting wild game with purchased equipment, living comfortably and self-sufficiently. When the torrential rain struck, flooding did occur in the mountains, but the elevation rendered it negligible compared to the devastation below. Anticipating landslides and mudflows, they relocated their camp to the summit, erecting a tent where they spent their days observing the peaks and listening to the rain. Though fierce beasts crossed their path, the player was a seasoned martial artist. To others, such creatures were threats. To them, they were mere provisions. Shi Jinwei read in stunned silence, half convinced she and this veteran hadn't played the same game at all. Granted, she'd eventually reached the safe house and lived in relative comfort, but her early trials had truly been a fight for survival. Another thread titled "How Are Points Calculated?" addressed scoring mechanics. The first round used rankings, but this round offered no ranking, nor did the system disclose specifics. Players collectively deduced that points reflect survival proficiency, longevity, and meaningful interactions with NPCs or fellow players, though these remain educated hypotheses awaiting confirmation. By comparison, her own knowledge gaps were glaring, and her in-game adaptability urgently needed refinement. With that thought, she closed the chat and forum, turning instead to the 4 newly unlocked modules. All 4 appeared neatly arranged in a grid on the 3rd page of her interface: the Entertainment Zone, Library, Training Room, and Arena. The Entertainment Zone comprised 2 sections: an electronic gaming hub, hosting every known video game from Blue Planet purchasable with points, and a broader recreation section. The recreation section included arcade machines, amusement venues, and even slot machines, all operating on a point-based credit system. The library granted access to Blue Planet's entire literary canon for 1 point per entry with unlimited reading time. The training room offered exhaustive instruction, from firearms handling and hand-to-hand combat to culinary arts. Every conceivable discipline was represented. Most courses featured 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Even 9-year compulsory education training was listed, clearly designed for child players entering the game. Finally, the arena hosted 2 modes: solo trial, a sparring session against AI opponents, and random match, a live duel against another player currently selecting the same mode. Each match required 1 point from both participants. The victor earned 2 points, the loser received. After reviewing all new features, Shi Jinwei remained logged in and opened the leaderboard. It mirrored standard Blue Planet gaming leaderboards titled Points Leaderboard. Her current balance stood at 155 points, ranking 29264th respectably high. Yet her intent wasn't vanity. She sought to gauge the point thresholds of the elite. Rank 1 Sibo, 550 points. Rank 2 Hanwenyu, 520 points. Rank 3 Feng Xiaoyu, 400 points. Rank 4 Gulishwan, 370 points. Rank 5 Ajichin, 306. The gap between first and second was razor thin, but second trailed third by over 100 points, a substantial chasm. Recalling the forum post, Shi Jinwei searched the author's rank. They hovered near 150th place, with 210 points. Though only 60 points separated her from that player, their ranks diverged by over 20,000, suggesting most participants clustered tightly within narrow point bands. Having gathered her intelligence, she prepared to upgrade her skill. Leveling from 1 to 2 cost 50 points, and without hesitation she confirmed the upgrade. Skill: spatial storage unique. Rarity: rank. Type: active upgradable. This ability grants the user a personal dimensional storage space, an indispensable asset in any survival scenario. Upon scenario completion, all acquired items within that instance are automatically reclaimed. Current level 2. Upgrade cost 100 points. Capacity 3. For cubic, calculated as 1. 51. 51. 53. 375 rounded to 3. 4. All future non-integer values will be similarly rounded to 1 decimal place. The expansion was dramatic. Her carrying capacity had grown substantially. Remembering the system's announcement, game item recycling successful, she reopened her survival kit. There, precisely as recalled, lay the pulley and rescue rope she'd used earlier. She'd consumed 1 pack from her instant noodle case, yet the remaining stock showed no change. This revelation reshaped her understanding of in-game items entirely. Consumables, food, water, medicine, vanished irrevocably once used. But reusable tools, ropes, pulleys, and the like, were systematically retrieved post-scenario, effectively conserving players' hard-earned points. With 105 points remaining after the upgrade, she turned her attention to weaponry. First, firearms. Without hesitation, she spent 80 points on the most affordable handgun available. The pistol came with 20 rounds. Additional ammunition required separate purchase, 10 rounds per point. She immediately bought 30 more for 3 points. 22 points remained. She considered acquiring a cold weapon. Initially drawn to the tank-style sword, she reconsidered upon recalling how players had wielded axes to breach doors. Though the axe gang had long faded from fashion, functionality mattered more. This combat axe doubled as a fish-scaling blade and fire starter, compact, versatile, and ingeniously integrated. In raw damage output, both weapons were comparable, but functionally the combat axe dominated. Economically too, the Tang sword cost 20 points, the combat axe only 18. She chose the combat axe, then spent 2 more points on a bed, leaving 4 points unspent. A regal one. 2-meter bed materialized inside her spatial storage, constricting the space noticeably. But solitude granted her no sense of crowding, she simply lay down and slept. Rest time was limited to 3 days, and she intended to use every moment wisely. After resting for 3 days, Jinwei slept the entire first day. On the second day, she spent 1 point to unlock basic combat training and stayed in the training room all day. She noticed that the flow rate in the training room seemed different, with some hidden accelerations. On the third day, she spent her last point immersing herself in the library to diligently study various survival knowledge. On the fourth day, a new round of the game officially began. Number of players 21358974823. Game content: survive for 30 days on the Anha cruise ship. Game duration 30 days. Game description: the food on the luxury cruise Anha has been poisoned, leading to numerous casualties due to lack of assistance. The remaining players need to survive on the Anha for 30 days until rescuers arrive to leave the ship. Exiting the ship or leaving during the game will be considered as fleeing game failure, so please act cautiously. Game rewards: 1,000 Anha coins, a random set of clothes, a character ID, a ticket, and a mobile phone. As she entered the game, Jinwei was sitting in a taxi. The driver enthusiastically shared his travel experiences while driving. She took out her ticket from her pocket, which indicated that boarding time was at 3:00 p.m., meaning she needed to go through security between 2:00 and 2:30 p.m. The time displayed on her phone was 9:00 a.m., leaving her with 5 hours to act. "Sir, please drop me off at the nearest bank." Jinwei decisively changed her route, planning to buy supplies before entering the port. The driver was taken aback. "Hey, young lady, aren't you going to the port? We'll be there in half an hour. I have something to do, please." She did not explain, but maintained a firm attitude. Seeing this, the driver had nothing more to say, making a left turn at the next intersection and dropping Jinwei off by the roadside. Jinwei did not rush to withdraw money. Instead, she repeated her previous operation, trying to earn some quick cash through her phone. This time, she downloaded 4 apps and managed to get 6,000 coins. This took 20 minutes. After deducting the 20 coins spent on the taxi, she now had 6,980 coins left, which was a bit less than her previous run, but still sufficient to buy many items. Having made a mental checklist, Jinwei did not delay further and directly navigated to the nearest shopping mall. To avoid losing track of time while shopping, she set an alarm on her phone before starting. First, she went to the supermarket to prepare food and drinks. Since the food had been poisoned, it was certain there would be a food crisis later, making provisions essential. Next, she focused on medications. She had briefly searched online about food poisoning and consulted a pharmacy assistant, purchasing anti-nausea, anti-diarrhea, pain relief, and detoxification medications. Among them, she recognized only lionlatong and montmorillonite powder. She also bought another round of antibiotics, hemostatic and cold and fever medications that she had purchased last time. Finally, considering the possibility of falling ill, she bought saline and electrolyte water. Items like flashlights and power banks were not overlooked either. After upgrading her space, she could carry even more items, everything fit in, and there was still room. Looking at the remaining 1,000 coins in her hand and her space, Jinwei suddenly felt quite well. At this moment, the alarm she set on her phone started vibrating, reminding her it was time to leave. It was now 1:30 p.m., and it would take 30 minutes to reach her destination. Considering traffic jams and such, there was still enough time. She flagged down a taxi by the roadside, and after stating her destination, she began searching for information about the Anha. As the current world's #1 cruise ship, the Anha is powered by liquefied natural gas. It has a total tonnage of 300,000 tons, a length of 400 meters and 25 decks. The maximum passenger capacity is 11,000, including 3,000 crew members and 8,000 tourists. Just as she was reading attentively, the driver suddenly asked, "Miss, are you in a hurry?" Jinwei was puzzled. "What's wrong?" "If you're in a hurry, you might be late. There's been an accident up ahead." Jinwei was taken aback. The game was not starting off well. However, thanks to the driver's reminder, she realized they had only crossed one intersection. But almost half an hour had passed, and the time was nearing 2 o'clock. "Can we take another route?" she asked the driver while checking the navigation. Before the driver could respond, the car's radio directly provided her with the answer. A series of car accidents have occurred within Anha City, causing severe congestion on several sections of Anha Road. We advise everyone to take detours to avoid delays. The series of accidents indicated that they were stuck and unable to leave. Even if the driver wanted to take a detour now, it was impossible. Uncertain of others' random events in the game, she felt a bit unlucky. She paid the fare and got out, planning to find another way. She remembered there was a subway nearby leading to the port. Following the map towards the subway station, she saw a large crowd rushing into the station and hesitated. Turning her head inadvertently, she noticed a row of bicycles neatly lined up under a tree. In the distance, her eyes brightened. She hurried over, quickly unlocked a bike, and pedaled furiously. Next, the driver stuck on Anha Road witnessed a girl riding a bicycle like the wind past them. The speed was so fast that it almost made them doubt whether such speed was achievable on a bicycle. Many even took out their phones to capture the moment and post it online. Jinwei had no idea how much shock her cycling speed caused others. With half an hour remaining, missing the cruise would mean failure. At this moment, she pedaled hard on the bicycle, her hips slightly raised due to the effort of her legs. Her survival instincts activated her potential, turning cycling into a high-speed chase. However, misfortune struck. Even drinking water was a hassle. As she approached an intersection leading to the port, suddenly a vehicle burst forth from the side road. It swerved directly towards Jinwei, clearly driven by someone under the influence. Jinwei realized she wouldn't have time to brake. She assessed the distance of the car and gritted her teeth, accelerating once more. Her heart raced from the intense exercise and her breathing became rapid, yet her gaze remained steady, showing no signs of fear. Just as her bicycle passed by, the DUI vehicle sped past her, its rear wheel fender scraping against the side of the car, producing a deafening sound. Then the vehicle collided directly with a tree on the opposite side, emitting a loud boom. Startled, many pedestrians stopped, staring in horror at the car that was beginning to catch fire. After that, Jinwei did not pay any more attention to the events. Without any thought of slowing down, she rode directly to the entrance of the port. Under the astonished gaze of the security guard, she hastily abandoned her bike and rushed inside. At this moment, the boarding hall of the port was broadcasting, "Dear Mr. Jinwei, the boarding time for the Anha is about to end. Please board as soon as possible." "Dear Mr. Jinwei, the boarding time for the Anha is about to end. Please board as soon as possible." At this point, Jinwei no longer cared about being discreet and hurriedly ran towards the security check. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Jinwei finally passed the security check. Next was receiving the boarding pass, calling numbers, taking photos. The steps were much the same as those in reality. With a burst of determination, she managed to board the ship. Initially, she wanted to observe around her while boarding, noting who had more luggage and who brought more food. The former was hard to judge, but those carrying large amounts of food were likely players. Unfortunately, a car accident had disrupted all her plans. Ignoring her breathlessness, she followed the signs to find her room on the 22nd floor. It was about 20 square meters, and the internal facilities were quite complete. It was even a sea view room with a vast ocean in sight. The sea breeze flowed through the window, bringing the unique scent of the ocean, invigorating her spirits and uplifting her mood. If she disregarded the impending events, Jinwei might even think that this was a pleasant trip. At that moment there was a knock at the door. She opened it to find a smiling attendant standing at the entrance. "Miss Shi, welcome aboard the Anha." As he spoke, he handed her a beautifully crafted invitation. After Jiwei accepted it, he slightly bowed and left to knock on the next door. Jiwei opened the invitation. "Dear Miss Shi Jiwei, hello. Tonight at 8 we will host a grand welcome party in the first floor banquet hall. All staff of the Anha sincerely look forward to your presence to share this unforgettable night with us. It seems this should be a necessary event on the cruise ship, and whether guests come or not depends on their own choices." Jiwei wanted to first familiarize herself with the layout of the ship and had no intention of attending. However, the task only mentioned that the food on the ship would be poisoned without specifying a specific time. Perhaps by attending she might uncover many clues. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to go and see the situation at night. Once the cruise set sail, her phone would essentially have no signal. Taking advantage of the remaining signal, she quickly saved relevant information about the Anha for offline browsing on her phone. After briefly reviewing the important information and resting in her room for a while, she shouldered her backpack and left. The ship had already set sail and many people were coming out of their rooms to stroll around, so she blended in seamlessly. Since she was close to the top deck, Jiwei planned to go there first. Just as she was about to turn towards the elevator, she heard the sound of wheels behind her, accompanied by someone shouting, "Passengers in front, please make way, please make way." Turning around, she saw several people pushing a cart loaded with goods coming towards her. Upon seeing so much cargo, the surrounding people immediately stepped back to clear the way. The staff thanked them politely while pushing the cart forward. "Hey, why are there so many boxes?" Someone asked their companion quietly upon seeing the almost 3-meter-high stack of boxes. "Perhaps they are preparing things for the banquet. I heard that the captain is personally hosting this event." They shared the information they had. "Really? Well, know when the time comes." The two continued forward discussing as Jiwei glanced at the boxes and then at the 2 rows of water stains left by the cart's wheels on the ground, deep in thought. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiwei arrived punctually at the first floor for the welcome party. The banquet hall was brilliantly lit, with everyone holding wine glasses, chatting and laughing. Everything seemed so harmonious. Jiwei wove through the crowd, observing everything around her. It was evident that the banquet had been meticulously planned, with luxurious decorations all around. Especially at the buffet table, besides various regional delicacies, the abundant seafood, exquisite pastries, and fresh fruits were all mouthwatering. Many passengers lingered around with small plates. Thinking of the task instructions, she felt vigilant, unsure if the food had already been poisoned. Suddenly, the lights in the banquet hall were turned off entirely. Just as everyone was about to scream, a spotlight suddenly illuminated the stage ahead. A middle-aged man in a white uniform stood smiling in the center. He was likely the captain of the Anha. Indeed, he took the microphone and passionately began, "Dear passengers, welcome aboard the Anha. On behalf of all the staff on the Anha, I extend a warm welcome to you all." With that, he started clapping. Naturally, the audience joined in applauding in response. Jiwei hid in a corner watching this NPC, admired by many tourists with a satisfied smile as he began to introduce the various gourmet foods and entertainment facilities aboard the Anha. Other tourists listened with great interest, but she found it a waste of time. During her leisurely stroll in the afternoon, she had already grasped a general layout of the entire cruise ship and even took photos of the cruise guide navigation map and internal facility layout. Anything she deemed useful. However, what the captain was saying now was just a string of useless chatter to her. While she was lost in thought, contemplating whether to sneak away, many people suddenly screamed. Quickly looking up, she saw the captain collapsed on the stage, black blood oozing from his mouth, his body twitching uncontrollably. Within seconds, he lay still, unresponsive. By the time the doctor arrived, only a cold corpse lay there while terrified tourists filled the audience. The first officer hurried out to calm the tourists, but soon people began to collapse in succession, amidst the crowd quickly losing their breath. Their deaths mirrored that of the captain, sending everyone into a state of panic. An inexplicable fear surged from the depths of their hearts as everyone started to rush towards the exit, prompting staff to come out to maintain order. But at that moment, no one was in a position to heed their words, and many began to clash physically with the staff. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm." The first officer shouted loudly into the microphone from the stage, but no one listened. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, gunfire suddenly rang out from a corner. The crowd fell silent for a moment before turning their gaze toward a corner. There stood a man in black casual attire, his head slightly bowed, making it difficult for others to discern his expression. In his drooping hand was a silver handgun. Upon seeing the gun, Shi Jinwei's pupils suddenly When she was purchasing weapons, she had searched for the one with the highest cost-performance ratio, practically going through all the firearms in the store. This silver handgun was one of the weapons that left a deep impression on her. Not only because it was exquisitely crafted, compact, and highly lethal, but also due to its price, which was an astonishing 150 points, almost double that of her little broken gun. At this moment, drawing out this gun while still on the ship. Without a second thought, it was clear that this man was undoubtedly a player as well. Encountering a player on the very first day of the game, one could only wonder if it was a blessing or a curse. However, she had no intention of revealing herself just yet. Instead, she chose to continue hiding in the crowd and observe others. Now that the first player had appeared, it was possible that a second or a third would follow soon. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. After the man's appearance, she did not spot any other suspicious individuals. The crowd quieted for a moment due to the sound of his gunfire, but soon descended back into chaos. The NPCs were perplexed as to why this person possessed a gun and who he was. The man frowned slightly and felt compelled to fire 2 more shots into the sky. This time, everyone dared not move. They could not compete with a gunman, and any discontent remained bottled up within. Quiet, listen to what he has to say. After uttering these 5 words, the man continued to stand silently. Everyone heard his voice clear and cold, which silenced them completely. The vice captain, witnessing that everyone had finally ceased their attempts to rush out, let out a sigh of relief. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead before speaking. I know everyone is very anxious right now, but please rest assured, I have already contacted the port and the ship will be turning back. I believe we will dock very soon. Upon hearing this, several people finally managed to calm down, but suddenly 2 crew members rushed in a panic. Not good, not good. The communication devices on the ship have all malfunctioned. Not good, not good. The cruise ship's engines have stopped working for some unknown reason, and the repairmen cannot find the vice captain, who had just made a bold claim, was left speechless. Damn it, he wished he could strangle these 2 guys. Their voices were too panic-stricken and loud, making sure that everyone in the banquet hall could hear. However, at this time, everyone had also calmed down. No one was dying anymore. They had regained their composure and were able to think clearly. Upon hearing that the devices were malfunctioning and they could not contact the outside world, and that the ship was now adrift at sea with no way back, someone immediately asked, "What about using the backup boats to call for help?" One of the crew members swallowed hard and replied dryly, "All backup boats, inflatable rafts, life jackets, and swimming rings have been damaged and are irreparable." The crowd erupted in an uproar. This was clearly an attempt to trap them on the ship. Why? Was it for murder? With this thought, some couldn't help but panic again. At that moment, a dignified-looking man stepped out from the crowd. He took out a small notebook from his pocket and stood on the stage to address everyone. "Everyone, please be quiet. I am a criminal police officer. Given the severe murder incident that has occurred on the ship and our loss of contact with the outside world, I will temporarily take charge of the investigation. Does anyone have any objections?" he asked the crowd. Upon hearing that he was a police officer, many people's eyes lit up and they nodded directly. In this isolated cruise ship, having a police officer step forward was the best possible outcome for them. Seeing everyone cooperating, the middle-aged man was quite satisfied and immediately arranged for the following procedures. Everyone, including the crew on the cruise ship, was gathered in the banquet hall for questioning. The deceased would be examined by the ship's doctor to determine their cause of death. Many people did not want to remain there any longer and voluntarily stepped forward to provide their timelines and experiences. Shi Jinwei wanted to gather more information and deliberately placed herself at the back of the line. However, it was too slow for a police officer to interrogate over 10,000 people. In the end, after finding a few public officials among the crowd to assist, they finally managed to complete the questioning of everyone by the following morning. The result was utterly inconclusive. Aside from Shi Jinwei, who boarded the ship alone, others who had come together had sufficient alibis. Furthermore, the crew members could corroborate each other's accounts, leading the investigation to a deadlock. However, the good news was that the doctor had determined the cause of death for the deceased. They all died from poisoning. The captain had consumed alcohol from the banquet while speaking, and the others had all been confirmed by their companions to have eaten food from the banquet. The doctor then took the food back for investigation, discovering that all the food contained an unidentified lethal toxin. Just a touch to the lips could lead to death within minutes. They initially intended to keep this information hidden. But since there was an issue with the food, it was necessary to investigate the ingredients, making it impossible to conceal. By the afternoon of the second day of the game, everyone knew the cause of death of the deceased. They also received a notification from the staff that to ensure everyone's safety, food would no longer be provided on the ship, because all the ingredients had been poisoned and were inedible. Upon hearing this news, how could they remain calm? They immediately rushed to the control room to surround the vice captain. One person angrily questioned, "You say there is no food, then when will we be able to dock?" This was a question he could not answer. Others continued to ask, "Without food, what will we eat? Are we just going to starve?" He also could not answer but promised that they would return everyone's checked luggage as soon as possible. Some people's luggage was too much, and they had chosen to check it in. Normally, they would only be able to retrieve their luggage once the ship docked. Now the vice captain stated that the luggage would be brought to them shortly, which eased the minds of many. Many people's checked luggage contained food supplies stored carefully, which could last them a while. However, for those who had not brought any food, this was of no use. However, some clever individuals set their sights on the convenience store. Besides a few restaurants, the cruise ship also had several specialty shops and convenience stores. If fresh ingredients were inedible, then packaged vacuum-sealed food should not pose the same problem. Many took advantage of the chaos, rushing to the convenience store to buy supplies, while others were busy questioning the vice captain. With the game's hidden acceleration, chaos spread rapidly aboard the ship. Items on the cruise ship were several times more expensive than on land, but no one cared about the price. They just wanted to grab as much as they could. But how much could there be in the few stores? Not to mention how much each person could buy. Just getting in was a challenge for those at the back. Shi Jinwei did not go over. Instead, she followed behind those surrounding the vice captain, hoping to hear any additional information. The conclusion reached is that the cruise ship now resembles a solitary island cut off from the outside world. As for when help will arrive, it all depends on when the port notices the anomalies of the Anha. After he finished speaking, someone finally couldn't hold back and threw a fierce punch at him. The first officer was caught off guard and stumbled. Soon the crew and angry tourists began to clash again and chaos erupted. Shi Jinwei stepped back from the crowd and turned to see a male player standing not far away with a silver pistol. He seemed to be there to gather intelligence, as well calmly observing the commotion unfolding ahead. Shi Jinwei turned around and the two unexpectedly locked eyes. She feigned terror as if frightened that this person actually had a gun. Passing quickly by him, she tried to act like the other NPCs. The man watched her leave and glanced at the chaos in the cockpit before turning to leave himself. On the third day of the game, all the food in the ship's store was sold out. Those with food hid in their rooms, afraid to come out, while those without food used water to stave off hunger. The food crisis had just begun, and everyone still maintained their rationality, not resorting to extreme measures. The game's hidden acceleration quietly activated. At this time, they all still harbored a glimmer of hope for rescue, thinking that if they could just hold on for a few more days, perhaps help would arrive. On the fourth day of the game, Shi Jinwei stayed in her room and did not go out, while some people began knocking on doors and trying to buy food from others. But at this time, even if you offered 100 coins for a loaf of bread, the seller might not even agree. Thus outside that day there were sounds of knocking, pleading, and the cries of children. On the fifth day of the game, some people started running to the fishing platform below the cruise ship to fish. This platform and the fishing issues are explained in Chapter 25 by the author. This is a special platform for the cruise ship designed specifically for fishing enthusiasts. Fishing rods were provided beside the platform for tourists to take freely. However, no matter how many rods were prepared, the platform was limited in size, so soon those who hurried to the news faced a crowded platform and empty rod storage. However, human nature still helped them resist the impulse to snatch as they watched others fish with longing. The first person to catch crabs was particularly smug, standing at the edge of the platform, casting his line with an air of certainty. Shi Jinwei had checked the information stating that in the waters the Anha navigated there were very few fish available for sea fishing. The sea was mostly populated with sharks, which are less aggressive, making the chances of catching any food exceedingly slim. As expected, not a single person caught a fish by the end of the day. The crowd dispersed. On the sixth day of the game, many were still undeterred and continued to come fishing. The sea was calm that day, and many who had been cooped up in their rooms came out to join the excitement. By noon, someone's fishing rod finally showed some movement. That person was thrilled and quickly pulled on the fishing rod. The rod remained still, with a tendency to pull him down instead. Seeing this, the people around rushed to help, but even with several people pulling together, the rod didn't budge. Instead, they were pulled closer to the water. At this moment, someone finally realized something was wrong and shouted, "Quick, throw the rod." But it was too late. A massive creature leaped from the water and lunged at the people on the platform. Shi Jinwei's room had a sea view and came with a small balcony. When she heard someone shouting, she ran directly to the balcony to check. In the sunlight, she saw a row of sharp teeth snap at the tourists below, directly snatching away a man who had just thrown his fishing rod and was trying to retreat. It turned out to be a shark. It bit down on the man's upper body, and when he fell into the water, his legs were still on the platform. The surface of the water quickly turned red with blood. The gruesome scene stunned the onlookers. Someone was the first to react, screaming and running up. Those who had just helped pull the fishing rod were also frozen in cold sweat, their bodies stiff. Hearing the shouts, they snapped back to reality and tried to follow the crowd upstairs. But their position was also close to the water's edge. Although this shark hunted alone, the smell of blood attracted other sharks. They leaped directly from the water, targeting the people running on the platform. Among the 4 who had been pulling the fishing rod, 2 were dragged into the water due to their slow reactions. Screams echoed below, and many people upstairs, seeing the scene through the windows, were so frightened that they shrank back into their rooms. Some even shut their windows, trying to block out the screams. But Shi Jinwei frowned. Under normal circumstances, how could one catch a shark while fishing? Unless that person had used faulty bait. With this thought in mind, she turned back to her room. As she turned, she noticed that someone was also standing on the adjacent balcony, and it was that male player. The man's attention was focused below, completely oblivious to the movements beside him. Seeing this, Shi Jinwei hurried back to her room. After 3 encounters, she felt that this man, like her, was a lone wolf. She opened her door and walked out. After 2 days of not going out, she found the atmosphere on the cruise ship had become much more oppressive. The once lively corridors had almost no pedestrians, and the ship's staff seemed to be hiding somewhere, not showing themselves. Occasionally seeing some tourists or crew members, they all hurried past with their heads down, looking particularly cautious. Just as she was feeling puzzled, she heard a child's cries coming from downstairs. Leaning against the glass railing, she looked down and saw a man holding a child with both hands. Beside him were 3 men, 2 of whom were holding a beaten-up man with a bruised face. The other one was restraining a woman who was crying and struggling, trying to reach for the crying child. Our boss Wang has taken a liking to you. It's your fortune. Don't refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a penalty. Seeing the woman struggle more fiercely, the man restraining her kicked her hard in the leg, causing her to fall. Boss Wang merely cast a faint glance. Be gentle, don't ruin her face, or it won't be fun. Yes, don't worry, big brother. The man hurriedly nodded and bowed while pressing down hard on the woman's head, forcing her to bow towards Boss Wang. This was an extremely humiliating action, and the men nearby shouted angrily. But having been beaten to that extent, they naturally lacked the strength. No matter how much they struggled, they were still firmly pinned to the ground. At this point, the child could no longer cry. His little face was red as if he was holding back. The woman pressed down, had tears streaming down her face. She was unwilling to lower her head, straining to look at her child. Upon noticing the child's distress, her cries grew louder, echoing sorrowfully throughout the building. Wang Laoda saw this and unexpectedly laughed. Woman, what could be wrong with following me, Wang Laoda? Not only will you have food and drink, but your child won't go hungry either. At this point, what future do you have following that useless man? He said as he shook the child, wearing an expression that seemed to say, I'm doing you a favor, his words extremely shameless. Shi Jinwei watched all of this with anger in her heart, preparing to go downstairs. But reason told her that now was not the time for impulsiveness. She needed to remain calm and collected. Many shared her thoughts. Numerous women who were secretly observing showed looks of sympathy, yet none were willing to lend a helping hand. In this special time, they didn't want to easily put themselves at risk for a stranger. Wang Laoda, seeing the woman still unwilling to compromise, grew fierce in his gaze and raised his hand, ready to throw the child to the ground. Don't! The woman screamed in desperation. Stop! A voice from afar called to halt the situation. Wang Laoda paused and, along with everyone else, looked toward the source of the voice. The vice captain rushed over with 2 crew members and a doctor. Oh, I thought who it was. It's the vice captain. Wang Laoda mocked upon seeing them. Previously, he would have treated the vice captain with courtesy. But at this moment, with the ship unable to set sail, what use was this vice captain? Wang Laoda felt disdain in his heart, and it naturally showed on his face. The vice captain's expression stiffened. Noticing the child's face turning purple, he quickly forced a smile. Sir, seeing the child's condition, it's not good. Why don't you put him down for now? Wang Laoda initially wanted to ignore him, but upon looking up and seeing the child's purple face, and with more and more people gathering upstairs and downstairs to watch, he lost interest in being a spectacle. He casually threw the child down. Seeing their leader lose interest, his subordinates also withdrew their hands. The woman hurriedly caught the child and handed him to the doctor. The doctor began to examine the child while the bruised man crawled over, his eyes filled with urgency. Wang Laoda, seeing this, completely lost interest, muttering boring as he left with his men. The vice captain sighed in relief as the people left. He whispered a few words of comfort to the couple, then gave a few instructions to the doctor before leaving. Seeing the farce come to an end, Shi Jinwei, like everyone else, withdrew her gaze. Upon witnessing this scene, she did not continue downstairs. Her state was too good, making her feel somewhat out of place among the ordinary people. Back in her room, she deliberately made herself look disheveled, resembling someone who hadn't bathed for days and was not too noticeable. Many people had become too lazy to take care of themselves. Looking messy, she would not stand out. After confirming there were no flaws, she finally stepped outside. The crowd that had been watching the commotion had all disappeared, and the couple with the child was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Shi Jinwei naturally couldn't wander about as she did before. Instead, she went out looking tense and anxious. Her shoulders slightly hunched, her back curved. Her numb expression and hair covering most of her face made her hard to look at. Just as she reached the scene of the earlier incident, she saw Wang Laoda striding past with his newly recruited little brothers from the other end. Many of these little brothers were young men who had some money and wanted to come aboard to gain experience. Encountering such an incident, they had gathered around Wang Laoda, who appeared to have more power. Cursing under her breath, she turned to leave. She had come out to see what was happening outside, not to stir up. But unexpectedly, Wang Laoda spotted her slender figure and immediately called out, "Hey you in the t-shirt, turn around." Shi Jinwei paused, looked down at her clothes, then turned her head. Wang Laoda, seeing the woman bowing her head, couldn't see her face and grew impatient. "Hurry up and lift your head." She obediently raised her head, revealing a face that had not been tended to for days. Wang Laoda, seeing a dirty girl, immediately lost interest. Get lost, don't dirty my eyes." "Damn it, what kind of trash dares to come out and scare people?" he spat in Shi Jinwei's direction. If Shi Jinwei hadn't retreated quickly, he might have spat directly on her. She lowered her gaze, her eyes cold. Her fists clenched tightly behind her back, nearly wanting to dismember this bastard. However, people were still moving upstairs and downstairs, and upon hearing this they all turned to look. Shi Jinwei did not want to expose herself, taking a deep breath before turning to leave. When she went out today, she found that the glass doors of the stores selling food and local specialties had been smashed open and the shelves inside were in disarray. Other stores were all closed. The fishing platform had no one visiting anymore, and the bloodstains on it were left unattended. On the white platform there were traces of dried blood, looking shocking. On the deck, aside from the working crew members, the others hid in their rooms and did not show themselves. As for other passengers, except for those like Wang Laoda who had food and subordinates out wandering, most were hiding in their rooms. Occasionally a few like Shi Jinwei also hurried past. The atmosphere on the entire cruise ship was exceptionally oppressive. Unable to gather further information, Shi Jinwei went directly back. Just as she was about to open the door next door opened. The player saw Shi Jinwei standing at the door and was about to ignore her and walk away. But then he paused, turned back to glance subtly at her darkened face, and then left quietly. Shi Jinwei naturally noticed this, but did not care. This action would only expose her as a cautious person, not revealing her identity as a player. On the 7th day of the game, more people ran out of food. Shi Jinwei stayed in her room, and nearly 7 or 8 people came to knock on her door, but she ignored them. However, some people, hearing the cries of children outside, couldn't help but soften their hearts and open the door. That night, those who had opened the door found their rooms knocked on again. Some families who had come out together quickly rushed to help upon seeing this. Naturally, a bloody conflict. Shouts and cries echoed in the hallway, causing others to tremble in their rooms. Those who had not opened the door were not spared either. "It doesn't matter if you don't open your door, we have keys." It was unclear how they obtained keys from the staff, but they directly opened the room doors. Those who had opened the door out of compassion in the morning were all robbed that night. On the 8th day of the game, knocking continued, but today no one dared to open the door. Everyone was secretly paying attention to what had happened last night. Most of the furniture on the ship was fixed, and many people used chairs to block the doors. Everyone knows this may not be useful, yet it is the only measure they can take at the moment. Even a sliver of security is better than none. Shi Jinwei first used toilet paper to block the peephole and the keyhole. Then she employed a clothes hanger to firmly secure the door handle and the internal safety lock. This way, even if someone outside manages to unlock it, they would still be unable to open the door. Finally, she dragged a chair over and tilted the backrest against the bottom of the door to form a triangular support. This can be understood as a makeshift door blocker to prevent the other party from directly pushing the door open. As for why the furniture on the ship was not secured, ask the system. Once she completed these tasks, a knock echoed from the adjacent room. On her left there was a male player, while on the right resided a woman who was quite striking. Once she completed these tasks, a knock echoed from the adjacent room. On her left there was a male player, while on the right resided a woman who was quite striking. Had been somewhat disdainful, leaving a strong impression on Shi Jinwei. Now her door was being knocked on with a bang-bang sound. Shi Jinwei thought that with the woman's arrogant nature, she would certainly not open the door. But in the next moment she actually opened it. Their conversation was rather quiet, making it hard for Shi Jinwei to hear from her room. Soon after, the door was shut, and she could hear the sounds of flirtation from the adjacent room. Before long, the teasing ceased, replaced by the man's heavy breathing and the woman's indistinct moans that sounded both like crying and pleasure. Shi Jinwei, forced to eavesdrop, thought, even in a sea-view room the sound insulation was far from perfect. She had thought that even if this woman engaged in such acts she would still be discreet. However, the sounds not only did not quiet down but grew louder, lasting almost an hour. Following that was yet another half-hour of teasing, and then the sounds of opening and closing doors before finally it became quiet. Although Shi Jinwei remained calm, it was still somewhat embarrassing and made her cheeks flush to hear such things as a girl who had never even had her first love. But soon there was a knock on her door. It was likely the same person, having enjoyed themselves, now looking to get back to work. Shi Jinwei frowned at the door, not making a sound. However, the person outside was undeterred and quickly pulled out a universal room card to swipe at her door lock. She heard the lock smoothly clicking open. Upon seeing this, the person outside immediately turned the doorknob, but there was no response after the first attempt, nothing after the second, and still nothing on the third. Damn it. The man kicked the door hard, but the chair barricading it held firm, not even vibrating. Realizing that the people here were prepared, the man did not waste any more time and knocked on the left room's door instead. The occupants inside had clearly made ample preparations as well, leaving the person outside empty-handed. Knowing there was nothing to be done, Shi Jinwei chose not to pay attention any longer and walked to the balcony to look down. 8 days had passed without rescue, and everyone knew the situation was dire. In order to survive, many who had run out of food did not knock on doors, but began fishing again. At this moment, 3 people stood on the platform, sitting upright, clearly tense. Only those who had run out of food would pay attention to those people after the last incident. Fortunately, this time they did not attract sharks. Unfortunately, they were still unsuccessful. That night, just as Shi Jinwei was about to fall asleep, there was another knock on her door. Frowning, she climbed out of bed and noticed that these people seemed to have tools this time. Seeing no response, they began to smash the door. In the dead of night, the sound of them banging on the door was especially loud. Even though the door was of good quality, it could not withstand the relentless assault. Soon they broke the door open. Upon discovering that inside was a single woman, several men immediately displayed sinister smiles. "You damn woman, you didn't open the door when we knocked. You had to force us to take a hard approach, didn't you?" Saying this, the man at the front prepared to step inside. Shi Jinwei, seeing this, wasted no time and immediately pulled out the newly bought axe, striking directly at the man. Seeing that she actually had a weapon, the man's foot, which had just poked its head, and quickly withdrew. "Damn it, this woman has a weapon." After saying this, he gestured for the others to join in. If they went in one by one, they would surely fall into her trap. They needed to rush in together to capture her. Thinking of this, the man who had nearly been hit by Shi Jinwei's axe wore a fierce expression, wishing to make her pay for it right away. But Shi Jinwei remained unfazed, directly pulling out her small handgun from her space. At that moment, she was no longer afraid of exposing her identity and shot at the people outside. The man at the front was fully focused on breaking the door when he unexpectedly discovered that Shi Jinwei actually had a gun. When hit by Shi Jinwei's shot in the arm, he let out a cry of pain. If it had been cold weapons, several big men would have thought nothing of it. But seeing Shi Jinwei pull out a gun, they were all dumbfounded. How the hell do we deal with this? 1 shot per person, and we all end up dead. Exchanging glances, the group immediately began to retreat, dragging their injured companion as they attempted to escape. But Shi Jinwei would not let them slip away easily. If she did not teach them a lesson, these troubles would go on endlessly. With this in mind, she pulled down a chair, took down the clothes hanger, and dashed out. Seeing the 3 men had already reached the stairs, she directly aimed at their backs and shot each one. Cries of agony erupted from their mouths as they all fell to the ground. Shi Jinwei slowly walked up, stepping on the back of one of the fallen men. Before she could speak, he already shouted in fear, "Please spare me, big sister, please spare me. It was my fault for not recognizing a mountain as high as you, and for disturbing you. I apologize." The other men, seeing this, trembled all over, completely losing the arrogance they had just displayed. But Shi Jinwei had come with the intention of teaching a lesson, so she naturally could not let them go. Without saying a word, she pulled out her axe from her space and put them out of their misery. Such scum wasted food by merely being alive. However, using an axe was not as clean as using a knife. Blood inevitably splattered onto her face and clothes, causing her to frown slightly. That night there were more than just these few people knocking on the door. Whether they had conspired together or not, these individuals acted separately, avoiding conflict. The commotion at Shi Jinwei's door had attracted the attention of others who were knocking in different places. Now, seeing that she not only chased them out but also had a gun, everyone knew she was a tough opponent. This was not the end. In the dimly lit hallway at night, Shi Jinwei's expression was cold. The swift imagery of her chopping down people only made those who were secretly watching shudder. With blood splattered across her clothes and face, she looked even more like a female demon. More so than these intruders, she resembled a true villain. Shi Jinwei did not leave a holding an axe. Her gaze swept across the upstairs and downstairs. Those who caught her eye shivered internally, fearing they might be the next victim, instinctively shrinking back. From her elevated position, Shi Jinwei naturally noticed these small movements below and nodded in satisfaction. She then pointed, saying, "You put my door back in place." The one she pointed at was the man closest to her. He was so frightened by being singled out that he dropped to his knees with a thud, and as he processed what Shi Jinwei had said, he nodded repeatedly. Fearful that this killing god might take offense and shoot him, Shi Jinwei, seeing her purpose fulfilled, did not linger and walked straight into the room. The bodies would naturally be taken care of, as she was now only waiting for these people to replace her door. As for why she didn't switch rooms, it was because the other rooms were occupied and the vacant ones were left by the dead. Upon reaching the door, she noticed a slight opening in the door to her right where a woman was nervously watching everything unfold. Seeing Shi Jinwei look over, the woman was so frightened that she immediately slammed the door shut. Meanwhile, the male player was already standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Shi Jinwei holding a gun in one hand and an axe in the other, he raised an eyebrow, asking player. Since her identity was already exposed, Shi Jinwei decided not to hide and nodded before entering the room. Soon the man she had pointed at arrived with others to replace her door, moving cautiously but swiftly. Once everything was tidied up, Shi Jinwei took a shower in the bathroom. Perhaps her intimidation from earlier had worked, as no one knocked on her door that night. Everyone felt fear of Shi Jinwei while also being grateful for her warning. On the 9th day of the game, the atmosphere on the ship became even more silent. There were a few more people fishing at the platform than the day before, yet still no catch. Shi Jinwei had a rare good sleep, and shortly after getting up in the morning, someone knocked on her door. When she opened it, she found the first mate and the policeman from 2 days ago standing outside her and another player's door, looking serious. Seeing the girl open the door, the two exchanged a glance and then looked at her. "Is there something?" Shi Jinwei asked the two. The two hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It's like this. The situation has been a bit chaotic lately. For everyone's safety, we've decided to form a patrol team to protect everyone. We want to ask if you're interested in joining." The male player stepped back a bit and directly closed the door after hearing this. The first mate and the policeman did not expect such a rude rejection, and they turned their attention to Shi Jinwei, hoping she would agree. However, Shi Jinwei replied, "If you had made this request 2 days ago, I might have agreed. But after last night, sorry, I cannot agree." She nearly pointed out their hypocrisy. Where had they been before? Now that they knew there were 2 people on the ship with guns, they rushed to her. Her ability to maintain politeness was solely supported by her character. The two were left with their faces in the dirt, exchanging glances without speaking further. However, others had already begun to pay attention to Shi Jinwei's every move the night before, and upon hearing the first mate wanted to form a patrol team, their faces showed hope. But with both of them rejecting, they felt disappointed while silently cursing the two for their lack of conscience. They only cared about their own survival and ignored everyone else. Of course, they only dared to think such thoughts and would never voice them in front of the two. Meanwhile, Shi Jinwei returned to her room and was about to breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing the people at the door leave, only for another knock to sound. Thinking it was the two who had come back, she directly grabbed her gun, intending to be decisive. When she opened the door, she pointed the gun outside, only to see the man at the door slightly raise his gaze to the gun barrel, his expression unchanged. Seeing it was him, Shi Jinwei awkwardly retracted her hand, saying, "Sorry, I thought it was those two from earlier." The man shook his head indifferently, saying, "Want to chat?" Knowing what he wanted to discuss, Shi Jinwei did not refuse, but instead asked, "Where do you want to chat? Your room or mine? It's up to you," he said. So Shi Jinwei took a step back to indicate for the man to enter. The man was very gentlemanly, sitting directly on the chair without surveying the room. "Let me introduce myself. I'm a game player, Sibo." Sibo, the number 1 on the leaderboard. Shi Jinwei did not hide her surprise and promptly replied, "Shi Jinwei. The game lasts for another 21 days. Shall we cooperate?" His directness made Shi Jinwei. From the leaderboard, she knew this man was definitely a big shot. Collaborating with him would naturally bring many benefits. However, Shi Jinwei felt she could also clear the game smoothly without conflict, so she hesitated. In the previous dungeon, cooperating with Qing Rui had indeed been enjoyable and had earned her an additional 50 points. But this man was not an NPC who just handed out points. Comparing this, his aura dimmed significantly, and she thought being a lone wolf wasn't so bad. Sibo naturally saw her hesitation and voiced his thoughts. "Although we are safe now, the situation will only become increasingly uncontrollable. We don't have to start cooperating right away, we can wait until the last few days. Shi Jinwei hearing this was a bit confused. Then why are you looking for me now? The man paused before responding. If you don't agree, I may recruit a few NPCs to be my underlings. This meant Shi Jinwei was his first choice. If Shi Jinwei declined, he still had plan B. Shi Jinwei replied, even if I agree you could still recruit. If we cooperate we won't need so many people. More people means more trouble, he explained. However, Shi Jinwei was not focused on the male charm, but was instead intrigued by the phrase more people means more trouble. Indeed, 2 people working together was much better than leading those NPCs. Suddenly she felt that cooperating with him was indeed a good choice. Not wanting to be coy anymore, she nodded in agreement. The 2 tacitly did not ask about each other's skills, but agreed to watch each other's backs. Seeing their objective achieved, Sibo prepared to leave, but Shi Jinwei called him back. She directly asked, besides us, are there other players in this game? Sibo shook his head, not sure, but even if there are, I'm not afraid. Seeing the man so confident, Shi Jinwei knew he must have a trump card and felt reassured. That night the other people's doors were once again knocked on, but no one came to disturb the 2 of them. Even the door of the woman next door was spared. For those with food this was good news. But for the woman who exchanged her body for food it was a disaster. With no one knocking, where would she go to find food? However, after observing for these 2 days, she also knew that on the other side of Shi Jinwei lived the man who shot in the banquet hall. Thinking of his outstanding appearance, she couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. Even if there is no food, it wouldn't be a loss to eat him, the woman thought to herself as she tidied up. At first no one answered. After quite a while the man finally opened the door. Is there something? Sibo frowned. In the middle of the night a strange woman stood at the door staring at him like a fool. Even the most gentlemanly person couldn't withstand it. Only then did the woman remember her purpose. Her body softened as she leaned against Sibo. Hey handsome, are you lonely at night? Would you like some company for a chat? Sibo's face darkened. Get lost. After saying that, he took a quick step back and shut the door, nearly making the woman bump into it. Shi Jinwei heard everything in her room and couldn't help but laugh. Then the next night her door was all. At first she didn't intend to open the door. But the other party was persistent, politely knocking 3 times, pausing for a moment, and then continuing. The boy had the attitude of, if you don't open the door I'll keep knocking. Shi Jinwei felt a bit annoyed and went to open the door with an axe. Before she could raise her weapon the person revealed a soft smile at her. Sister. Shi Jinwei. Looking at the boy outside, who was a head taller than her but thin, Shi Jinwei was a bit. In real life she was just a struggling worker who had to juggle multiple jobs for her livelihood and studies. One of her jobs was as a waitress at a bar where they were not allowed to use the front door but had to go through the back. So on the night the game began she passed through that alley as it was the back alley of the bar. And in the bar she encountered much more of humanity than in other places. Among the waitstaff at the bar there were many attractive young girls and boys who relied on their looks to find some brothers, sisters, uncles, and sugar daddies. They earned more commissions from the high spending of these people. Sometimes these tips could be much higher than their wage. Of course, if someone wanted to earn more or take shortcuts they could also submit to them. Although Shi Jinwei was beautiful, she had her own bottom line and had always kept her distance from such matters. But who would have thought that what she avoided in real life would actually happen in the game, especially in a role reversal? The boy at the door saw Shi Jinwei frowning at him and felt a bit flustered. However, he didn't show it on his face, instead revealing a pitiful expression. Sister, can I come in? While he spoke his fair face showed a hint of blush. With slightly reddened eyes and a gentle voice, he was simply the kind of little puppy that sisters adored. Little did he know as Shi Jinwei stared at him her mind was racing. Wow, this boy is really good. Is he studying acting? How can he make his eyes red on cue? She had only seen girls cry on command before. Who knew boys could do that too? Is the little puppy this It was completely contrary to the charming thoughts in a boy's mind. It was the kind that couldn't be pulled back even with 8 horses. But the boy was unaware. He thought Shi Jinwei was frowning in dissatisfaction and immediately said, Sister, if you don't like this version I can change into another type as long as you let me in. Then he winked playfully, thinking he was being cute. This statement snapped Shi Jinwei back to reality, and she suddenly realized that after that action the soft little puppy had become somewhat greasy. Without hesitation she stepped back and with a bang directly closed the door. The boy outside, who was originally confident, almost bumped his nose. His expression immediately darkened just as he raised his hand to knock again. He remembered that Shi Jinwei had been holding an axe and hesitated before turning to leave. The woman in the adjacent room had been secretly watching since he knocked, and upon seeing the boy get rejected, she felt secretly pleased. Recalling that she had been turned down by Sibo the day before, she felt a sense of camaraderie with the two. Hey little brother. She directly opened her door, making a seductive gesture to catch the boy's attention. She smiled alluringly at him. "Little brother, would you like to come in and chat with your sister?" However, the boy showed a disdainful smile and lightly uttered a single word before expressionlessly turning to leave. Upon hearing this, the woman was so furious she nearly jumped. Just as she was about to step out and curse, she thought of the two people in the adjacent rooms and paused. Her face darkened as she angrily returned to her room. She intended to slam the door to vent her anger, but ultimately closed it gently instead. Recently, the police have been sending people to fish on the fishing platform every day. On the 12th day of the game, they actually caught a sea fish in the afternoon. It was hard to tell what species it was, but it was nearly a meter long, enough for several people to have a hearty meal. However, before they could arrange the distribution themselves, the vice captain and some thugs arrived. The vice captain's group just wanted to come and see the excitement, but the thugs were there to rob. On the fishing platform, more than 10 people surrounded the fishermen with various weapons. The leader of the thugs had a rogue look on his face. "Hey buddy, you can't eat such a big fish alone, share some with us, alright?" "Exactly, brothers, haven't eaten meat for several days, this fish will satisfy our cravings." The others echoed him, and then burst into loud laughter. The surrounded fishermen's faces turned pale, and they remained silent. They wanted to refuse directly, but there were too many of them armed, and they were no match. Seeing they were silent, the leader's expression darkened. "Mute. You dare not respond to me. Brothers, since reasoning won't work, let's discuss something else with them." After saying that, several men with sticks stepped forward, coldly laughing as they approached the fisherman holding the fish. The ordinary people quickly rushed to shield him, unwilling to give way. But who were these thugs? They had broken into and robbed many places in recent days, and their audacity had grown. Not giving the fishermen a chance to resist, they swung their sticks down fiercely, their faces filled with ferocity. Some were knocked down directly onto the ground, writhing in pain. Others, enraged, shouted, "Damn it, I'll fight you bastards to the end." One of the fishermen grabbed a thug around the waist, turned, and forcefully retreated towards the sea. The thug, unaware of the change in direction, launched a flurry of attacks at the man's back. The man winced in pain but did not let go. With a splash, both fell into the water. This was like a switch being flipped as both sides began to fight fiercely, ignoring the people in the water. At that moment, the police and others arrived, and the thugs also brought many reinforcements. The two sides clashed violently on the platform. The thugs were armed while the ordinary people erupted in anger. Surprisingly, the battle was too even. As the fighting intensified, more and more people fell into the water. Some of the injured fell into the water, quickly staining it red with blood. Their catch of sea fish indicated that they might have encountered a school of fish today. If no one fell into the water, this might have been good news. But the problem was someone had fallen in, and there were injuries. The smell of blood quickly attracted predators from the sea. Before those who had fallen could climb back onto the platform, they felt what seemed to be massive shadows appearing beneath the water. Before they could react, they were yanked underwater with great force, unable to even scream. Those who had managed to climb onto the platform were horrified and cried out. But the people in the water had already been dragged away, with blood rapidly surfacing, turning the sea near the platform crimson. The fighters ignored the cries. They were in the heat of battle, shouting to bolster their morale. But soon those at the edge of the platform became the targets of the underwater predators. Huge figures leaped gracefully from the water, their sleek bodies glimmering under the sun. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Those were sharks. As the shadow of the shark loomed in their minds, someone shouted, "Run!" Everyone stopped fighting and dashed straight upstairs. The commotion they caused was too loud, and as the sharks were hunting nearby, they were drawn by the smell of blood. Not just one or two, but a whole pack. There was water on the platform, which was already slippery. With hundreds of people pushing each other, a stampede ensued. This gave the sharks the time they needed. They leaped orderly, opening their mouths as they lunged at these people. Whether or not they bit their prey, they would give way to their fellow sharks. Screams pierced the sky, horrifying those who remained above. Shi Jinwei and Sibo could see the scene below from their balcony and rushed out to look upon hearing the noise. What they saw was a scene akin to a hell on earth. Those fleeing did not dare to look back, their hearts filled with lingering fear. Those left behind were even more frantic, as some even pushed others down to buy themselves time. The fallen collided with those behind them, causing a chain reaction that brought down even more people. One after another, those closest to the edge became the shark's meal. In order to survive, they were willing to sacrifice others' lives. On the large platform with hundreds of people, only a few dozen managed to escape in the end. Aside from those who drowned, many more died from being trampled by their own kind. The two watched everything silently, exchanging a glance before returning to their rooms. Shi Jinwei felt a heavy heart. The first time they encountered sharks, they would help their companions escape. Now they were sending their comrades directly into the jaws of the sharks for their own survival. The acceleration of the game was indeed terrifying. By the 12th day, humanity had begun to fade away. She couldn't even imagine what would happen in the next 17 days. But what she didn't know was that among those who returned, the thugs were all the same, not feeling any remorse for leaving people behind. The police's situation was different. Many had witnessed their loved ones being pushed into the water alive. If it weren't for those who survived, how would they have died? Due to their sorrow, their thoughts multiplied. The more they thought, the angrier they became. Their grief and helplessness needed an outlet, and naturally the living became the best scapegoat. But the living also had families and could not bear to see such things happen. Thus new disputes arose, trust teetering on the brink of collapse. On the 13th day of the game, the atmosphere on the boat grew increasingly tense. No one dared to fish anymore. As time went on, the food supplies of several factions dwindled. The fear of hunger intensified, enveloping everyone's hearts. The formerly kind faces of ordinary people twisted into expressions of fear and desperation. Yesterday's events seemed to have acted as a fuse, making them wary of one another. The kindness and trust that had previously existed in their eyes were replaced by a deep desire for survival and vigilance towards others. However, the thugs grew even more reckless. The frequency of their break-ins and robberies increased. Finally, a woman holding a crying baby shouted in despair, "Why do you only come to torment us? What about the workers on the ship? They had been hiding in their rooms for over 10 days, was it not because there was food?" She shouted this loudly enough for most of the people in the building to hear. The little hoodlums exchanged glances, and the ordinary people suddenly had an idea. For over 10 days, the crew aboard the ship had indeed been as silent as ghosts. Since the vice captain announced that food would no longer be supplied when the young man obtained the universal access card from the crew, the presence of the crew had become increasingly rare in this farce. Once the realization struck, both sides ceased hostilities. The little hoodlum reported the situation to their boss, while the ordinary people went together to find the police. After a discussion among the leaders of both sides, it seemed that they were indeed fighting amongst themselves without any sight of the crew. The thought sent a shiver down everyone's spine. It is noteworthy that there were over 3,000 crew members and more than 7,000 tourists, a difference of nearly double. Yet now the number of crew members was unknown, while nearly 1,000 tourists had already disappeared. If this continued, the number of tourists would only dwindle further, and what the final outcome would be was beyond their imagination. Everyone could no longer sit still and rushed towards the crew's resting area. Meanwhile, the crew, under the orders of the vice captain, were naturally keeping a close watch on the movements on this side. Upon seeing the crowd rushing towards their domain, they immediately locked the door to their resting area. The cessation of food supply from the very first day did not stem from a lack of alternative provisions. Rather, it was to ensure they could eat their fill, which was why they claimed that all food supplies were exhausted. Consequently, the doctor had also stealthily moved over, but everyone was so preoccupied with fighting that they had not noticed. Sometimes when someone went to the infirmary for medicine and found no one, they assumed the doctor was simply unavailable. But how could those being deceived be deterred just because the door was closed? A few individuals wielding clubs stepped out from the crowd and began to pound on the hatch. However, for safety, the hatch was reinforced with thick materials, making it exceptionally sturdy. Their weapons were utterly incapable of breaking it. At that moment, everyone acted in perfect unison, scattering to various places in search of usable tools. Soon they discovered some tools forgotten by the crew on the deck. Among these tools was a wrench. With so many tourists, there were naturally plenty of professionals among them. They directed those with tools to begin dismantling the hatch. Yet this was an extremely lengthy process, taking a full day and a half before they finally managed to handle the hatch. On the afternoon of the 14th day of the game, the crew aboard the ship finally came face to face with the tourists. People surged into the crew's resting area like a tide, discovering snack wrappers and drinks scattered everywhere. Some food had been taken out, and due to not being finished, it had been left on the ground, eventually rotting into a moldy ball over time. Clearly, the crew's food supply was still ample, otherwise such waste would not be possible. For nearly half a month, the tourists had been trembling in fear due to the lack of food. Meanwhile, these crew members were hoarding food, living their own little lives carefree. It was ironic to think that they who were supposed to serve the tourists had become aloof and watched as the tourists fought and killed each other over food. All the tourists were infuriated. At this moment, no further words were needed. The person at the front directly hurled what they had in hand at the stunned crew members. Chaos erupted further. The individual held something resembling a pair of pliers. The crew member, caught off guard, was struck on the forehead, blood gushing forth as they let out a piercing scream. This also enraged the others. In the not-so-spacious lounge, both sides engaged in fierce The usual elite from the upper class now behaved like thugs pounding relentlessly on a crew member. Deaths occurred swiftly, but the angered individuals had lost all sense of reason. Those who could not fight resorted to biting, men and women alike joined in, and the blood on the floor flowed increasingly. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. In the end, the tourists won by numbers, with more than 3,000 crew members left with fewer than 500. The more than 6,000 tourists also suffered nearly 3,000 casualties. The victors, like robbers, looted everything inside. Left behind were the battered crew members lying motionless on the ground. The vice captain also perished in the riot, his body lying on the ground trampled into a pulp. Though many had died, the tourists had acquired ample food, enough to sustain them for a few more days. At this moment, no one noticed the surviving crew members on the ground breathing weakly, their eyes filled with hatred. This incident had indeed united the tourists to some extent. Although they were still divided into two factions, the young ones who had been the main force in this battle had lost more than half, and their numbers were far outstripped by the ordinary people. Faced with a disparity in numbers, even though they were particularly dissatisfied with the food distribution, they did not dare to act recklessly now. Ordinary people received quite a bit of food. Yet they understood that if they continued to hide in their rooms as before, they might soon be barged in on by others. Thus, in the end, everyone decided to stay together and distribute the food evenly. The banquet hall on the first floor was the most suitable place, as it was spacious enough. However, after the poisoning incident, this place had been closed off, and a large padlock was hung on the door to prevent anyone from entering. The 12th and top floors also had banquet halls, but they hadn't chosen either of these two locations earlier because they could only accommodate a few thousand people, and at the start there were too many tourists to fit. But now that only 3,000 remained, their choices had increased. The top floor banquet hall was open air, with strong sea winds at night. They did not consider it, and directly chose the 12th floor's banquet hall. Upon reaching the 12th floor, these individuals immediately locked the main door. Someone suddenly thought of Shi Jinwei and Sibo and hesitated to speak up. Should we notify those two with the guns upstairs to come down? This remark drew scoffs from several people. What kind of saint are you trying to be right now? Exactly, did you see them show up when we were fighting? They weren't helping, so why should they share our food? More people speculated they've been holed up in their rooms, they must have food, or else, why wouldn't they come out? Thus the first person to speak up fell silent. Naturally, Shi Jinwei and Sibo had no idea that someone was still thinking of them. On the night of the 15th day of the game, the two had actually gone out. Hidden among the crowd, no one noticed them amidst the chaos. They did not partake in the fray, merely observing as these individuals fought like beasts, aware of the final outcome, and quietly slipped away. Now gathered together, their expressions were not good. After a moment of silence, Sibo broke the quiet. Do you have enough food? He had been here a few times, and Shi Jinwei didn't even have a suitcase. He hadn't seen her food, speculating it must have something to do with her skills. Out of politeness, he didn't ask directly, but instead tried to inquire in another way. Shi Jinwei glanced at him and said, "It's not bad. Do you want to support me a bit?" She was just speaking casually, but unexpectedly Sibo fell silent for a moment. He raised his hand and gestured in the air, and immediately a cardboard box appeared on the ground. He kicked the box towards Shi Jinwei, signaling her to open it. Shi Jinwei was a bit stunned by his actions. What was this? A magic trick? Curiously, she dragged the box open and found it was filled with bread, instant noodles, and mineral water neatly arranged inside, enough for one person to eat for a week. You. She looked up at the man across from her, surprised that he would reveal his skills so openly. Sibo said nonchalantly, "My skill is Creator, level 3. I can directly create 3 items in each instance. Of course there are many restrictions, but I won't go into detail, it's troublesome." With sincerity, he shared this information without asking Shi Jinwei what her skill was. She hesitated for a moment, then in front of the man stored the box into her space and took out some other food. Chocolate, compressed biscuits, energy drinks, and so on. She pushed them towards Sibo. Seeing her take things out of thin air and produce different items, Sibo immediately guessed, is this a spatial skill? Shi Jinwei nodded, level 1 cubic meter in size. She didn't doubt the man in front of her, she just felt it was better to hold something back. Though it seemed trivial to conceal the level and space size, it could potentially save their lives in a critical moment. Indeed, after hearing her words, Sibo's expression unexpectedly returned to calm. For him, a 1 cubic meter space was indeed not much. What are your plans next? He asked Shi Jinwei. If we can avoid trouble, we should. Shi Jinwei did not hesitate. Currently their food was sufficient, and as long as those people didn't come looking for them, they could just stay put. Sibo agreed with her idea, but still said, right now they have food and won't focus on us, but if their food runs out, we will be in danger. They had not gone out precisely because their food was sufficient. Given their combat capabilities, they didn't dare to attack them now, but that might change later. Two fists cannot contend against four hands, no matter how strong two individuals are, they cannot take on. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, Shi Jinwei looked at him in surprise and said, "Can't you create bombs or other area attack weapons?" Sibo was momentarily speechless. Seeing his rare expression of being at a loss for words, Shi Jinwei fell silent as well. Fine, perhaps she was just being overly optimistic. If it were that easy, this man wouldn't be looking for her to collaborate. Thus they needed to make sure those people wouldn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. The two exchanged glances and began to whisper. The next morning, the tourists, small gangsters, and remaining staff hiding in the banquet hall all learned that Shi Jinwei and Sibo were running low on food. The reason was simple: they had actually gone fishing on the platform. After several days of not coming out, they suddenly appeared and went sea fishing, claiming there was no reason for it. Who would believe that? After the tourists moved to the banquet hall on the 12th floor, not only did they unite, but they also organized strong men into several small teams. The members of these teams would go out regularly to check the situation outside, allowing everyone hiding there to learn about the outer circumstances. On the morning of the 16th day of the game, 10 men directly opened the large door of the banquet hall and walked out. They first walked around the building and then encountered a few members of the small gang on the top floor. Both sides had their misgivings, but did not engage in combat. Instead, they all looked down, surprised to see Shi Jinwei and Sibo cleaning the bodies on the fishing platform. There had been too many deaths up there in the past 2 days, and after 2 days of exposure to the sun, the bodies had decayed, attracting numerous mosquitoes and flies. While they were on the top floor and couldn't smell the stench, Shi Jinwei and Sibo were almost choked to the point of vomiting. She took out 4 masks from her space, each wearing 2. They wore clothes they planned to discard and put on gloves, spending half a day disposing of all the bodies into the water. Perhaps because the bodies had already decayed and stunk, even the sharks were put off. Hundreds of corpses did not attract any sharks. After cleaning up the bodies, they used mops to wipe away the blood. However, some areas could not be cleaned thoroughly due to the passage of time, but it was still a lot better than before. By afternoon, they brought 2 chairs and directly sat down to start sea fishing. Shi Jinwei didn't know how to fish, so she followed Sibo's actions. Whether or not they could catch anything was irrelevant. The main purpose was to let others know that they were also out of food. Sure enough, seeing their actions, the people on the deck and the staff secretly observing revealed mocking smiles. No matter how powerful they were still out of food. To be honest, after their confrontation yesterday, they really didn't fear these two as much anymore. What's the use of having a gun? Can they kill hundreds of people directly? No, they could kill these two instead. The only reason they hadn't acted yet was that they had food and saw no need to. Of course, this was the viewpoint of most people. However, there were some individuals who were unaware of the situation, harboring different thoughts, namely Wang Ge. A few of his underlings had died in yesterday's raid, but most were still alive. Plus, with enough food on hand, he was living relatively comfortably. Initially, he hadn't dared to think about the other party because he feared the weapon she held. But now this woman, no matter how strong she was out of food. With food and manpower on his side, why would he be afraid of dealing with a woman? Thinking this way, Wang Ge revealed an evil smile and waved to signal a younger underling to come over, whispering a few words in his ear. The underling immediately nodded and ran down. Shi Jinwei rested her chin on one hand and held the fishing rod with the other. The sun warmed her skin, making her feel drowsy. Hearing footsteps behind her, she lazily turned her head to see a young man with yellow hair walking towards her. Shi Jinwei did not respond. Sibo, who had been quiet and unmoving, turned to look at her, wanting to see how she would handle it. She simply spat out one word: scram. The young man's expression darkened, his tone carrying a threat. Miss R. Wang Ge is truly sincere. You should know how precious a piece of bread is on this ship, right? Following Wang Ge, you won't only avoid hunger, but will also enjoy lavish meals every day. He even disdainfully glanced at the fishing rod. He could talk a lot, but Shi Jinwei not only didn't listen, but also grew a bit annoyed. Shi Jinwei's blatant disregard made the yellow-haired man quite furious. Yet he was terrified. What if this woman actually retaliated? With that thought in mind, he dared not linger, and after throwing out a threatening remark, he hurriedly ran upstairs. In his nervousness, he slipped and looked even more like a clown. Turning around, he caught sight of Sibo, whose gaze was filled with a smirk, and he rolled his eyes at the onlookers before returning to his trance, staring at the fishing rod. Brother Wang could not hear what was being said below, but from his subordinate's actions he could tell that the woman looked down upon him. Anger began to bubble within him. When the yellow-haired man came up and exaggeratedly reported the situation, Brother Wang's fury surged. What a bitch, refusing to accept a toast and opting for a penalty drink instead. Then I will confront you and see how capable you really are. After speaking, he directly instructed the yellow-haired man to notify the other subordinates that they must make that woman pay today. When nearly 100 people surged onto the platform, both Shi Jinwei and Sibo were a little surprised. Upon seeing Brother Wang leading the charge, they realized this was an attempt to reclaim their dignity. Although Brother Wang's intention was to teach this woman a lesson, if she was willing to bow her head, he wouldn't mind giving her another chance. With this thought in mind, he voiced it. Shi Jinwei replied with a single word, scram. Brother Wang could no longer hold back. With a gesture, he signaled his subordinates to charge. Initially, they feared the gun in Shi Jinwei's hand, but upon hearing the yellow-haired man shout, "How many bullets can she have?" they hesitated no longer and charged straight at Shi Jinwei. She was already prepared for battle as they approached. Without hesitation, she pulled out an axe from her space and swung it at the first person who charged at her. The man was caught off guard and the axe struck his shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. Seeing how ruthless this woman was, the advance of the others faltered slightly. Sometimes this is how people are. The more ruthless you are, the more others fear you. Yet behind them there was the yellow-haired man stirring up trouble. He continued to fan the flames, and after a moment of hesitation, they charged forward again. Shi Jinwei did not hold back either. The fighting techniques she learned in space were ready to be tested today. She swiftly navigated through the group, taking down one thug after another with her axe. Sibo sat beside her, having long drawn Brother Wang's jealousy. Now that the fight had broken out, he was undoubtedly a target of attention as well. A group charged towards Shi Jinwei while another rushed straight at him. Sibo's skills surpassed those of Shi Jinwei, who was still a novice. He took down a man with his bare hands, snatching away the weapon and engaging in combat with the thugs. During this, he heard the yellow-haired man in the back stirring up the crowd, and he fired a shot directly. The yellow-haired man, still cheering, had no time to react before a bullet struck him in the forehead. The noise abruptly stopped, causing Brother Wang to take a few steps back in fright. Outnumbered 2-1, Shi Jinwei, due to her inexperience, still took a few hits. After some time, they finally resolved the situation, completely simultaneously turning to gaze at Brother Wang, who stood there dumbfounded. Seeing the sharp glint in their eyes, and as the woman calmly wiped the blood from her face, Brother Wang's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees. "Big brother, big sister, I was wrong. Please spare us, I will bring out food to show my respect for you." Before either could respond, he banged his head on the ground several times, a yellow liquid oozing from beneath him, causing Shi Jinwei to take a step back in disgust. Sibo remained calm, turning to Shi Jinwei. "What do you plan to do?" Although they could fight, they were not killer. Of the nearly 100 people, aside from the initial few and the yellow-haired man, they hadn't dealt fatal blows. If treated promptly, there would be no life-threatening issues. But Brother Wang was different. Seeing that fat face reminded Shi Jinwei of the child with a purple face and the woman who cried incessantly. Bullying the weak is the most despicable act. With this thought, Shi Jinwei ordered Brother Wang to stand up and walk to the edge of the platform. Brother Wang did not know what she intended to do, but after a moment of hesitation, he walked over. Shi Jinwei instructed him to face the sea, then stepped behind him and kicked him hard in the back. In the next second, a gunshot rang out and Brother Wang slowly sank into the water. The surface of the sea returned to calm, and many on the platform awoke silently, witnessing Brother Wang's tragic demise. Once the two confirmed that there was no one left, they got up to leave, ignoring the fallen bodies. Their intimidation achieved. Anyone with their wits about them would not dare provoke them. The thugs on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. Others who had been watching quietly reevaluated the combat prowess of the two. Shi Jinwei and Sibo did not take the food that Brother Wang's group had robbed. But the tourists and staff certainly would not let it go easily. After the thugs helped each other back inside, they discovered that their food had been completely looted and they were left in tears. But this was not the worst of it. During the chaos, the doctor had already perished, and they could only bandage their wounds themselves. There were medicines in the infirmary, but after lying on the ground all afternoon, some had infections and fevers began to set in by night. These were a group of rabble. How could they care about others' lives? Within one night, several people died. Meanwhile, Shi Jinwei and Sibo enjoyed a few more days of peace due to this incident. But while they were at ease, others were not in a good situation. The staff had no food left, having been robbed, and they were now just waiting for rescue. The tourist situation was different. Brother Wang's death made them afraid to provoke the killing god, but the food they had seized was limited. With both sides averaging over 1,000 people, how long could the food last? On the 20th day of the game, food supplies were again critically low. The young people, numbering around 1100, gathered together to smash the door of the banquet hall on the 12th floor. On the tourists' side, although there were many of them, there were also many elderly and children. With over 1800 people, the elderly women and children accounted for more than 800. Thus, when the thugs broke in, the more than 1,000 men were no match for them. Some cowardly individuals even knelt and bowed before the thugs, immediately pushing their wives out. In the incredulous gaze of their wives, they pleaded, "Please, I will give you my wife. Spare me, I want to live, I don't want to die." Even the shameless thugs were taken aback by this person's audacity. Yet the woman's tearful beauty could not be hidden, and the harsh life on the ship for nearly 20 days had made them unable to bear it any longer. Since the woman was voluntarily offering herself, how could they refuse? The woman's screams quickly echoed beneath them. Finally, finding courage from somewhere, she bit down hard on the shoulder of the man in front of her. The woman struck fiercely, causing the man to cry out in pain as he flipped over, preparing to slap her back. Yet she forcefully pushed him down and dashed out of the door, leaping over the glass railing. As her body hit the ground with a loud thud, she lay there bloodied and battered, her clothes torn to shreds, her body bruised. Yet there was a hint of relief in the smile on her lips. The two stood by the railing, gazing at the corpse below, silent for a long time. But not every woman possessed such courage. Seeing the effectiveness of this method, some men pushed their wives and girlfriends out as well. Even more deranged was the man who pushed his underage daughter out. His wife desperately tried to stop him, but he slapped her, saying, "If you can't bear it, then go with her." Immediately after, his wife also fell into the jaws of death. Cries, screams, and sounds of violence echoed throughout the building, akin to a scene from hell. More than 500 staff members hid in the dark corners, coldly listening to all of it. At that moment, Shi Jinwei and Si Bo upstairs noticed them and quickly stepped back, disappearing from sight. "I feel something is off with them," Shi Jinwei said to the man beside her. The look in the eyes of the man who had just left was too terrifying. Si Bo nodded, "Be cautious tonight." After speaking, they no longer wished to listen further, and each returned to their rooms. There were still 10 days left, they just needed to hold on a bit longer. But no one anticipated that the change would come so swiftly. As chaos erupted outside, Shi Jinwei and Si Bo slept restlessly at night. In the middle of the night, they clearly felt the ship swaying slightly. In the darkness, the two opened their eyes, quickly getting up to look outside. The calm sea reflected the moonlight with nothing amiss. Since it wasn't an external issue, it must be internal. Thinking this, Shi Jinwei ran directly toward the door, but before she could open it, explosions began to erupt in succession. The ship began to shake violently, forcing her to cling to the wall, afraid to move. The explosions continued for about a minute before finally stopping. Outside, someone shouted, "The ship is being blown up." A surge of fear gripped her heart, and she hurried outside. There she saw hundreds of staff members blocking the doorway to the 12th floor, fighting with those inside. Below, a staff member, beaten to the point of being unrecognizable, ran while shouting, looking utterly. The fighters were oblivious, but Shi Jinwei and the now emerging Si Bo felt it. The ship seemed to be slowly sinking. They exchanged glances, immediately running to the top, and indeed realized it was no illusion. The entire ship was gradually sinking into the water, evidently due to those staff members blowing a hole in it. Even they couldn't fathom how these people could be so insane as to wish for everyone to perish together. "Let's go check below. If the watertight compartments aren't too damaged, there might still be hope," Shi Jinwei quickly decided, relying on the new knowledge she had absorbed in the library for a day. The offline saved webpage had also mentioned that the Anha had 20 watertight compartments and 800 watertight sections. The recent explosion could not have destroyed all these compartments in one go, so they needed to see which compartments remained intact. After a thorough inspection, they found that indeed only a few compartments were damaged, while the employee lounge side remained completely intact. Shi Jinwei let out a cold laugh, exchanged glances with Si Bo, and chose not to leave. These people were not genuinely trying to sink the ship. They intended to create chaos among the tourists and then harvest them. Upstairs, some heard the shouting and realized the ship was sinking. Thus the unsuspecting tourists panicked, falling prey to the staff. The entire banquet hall on the 12th floor was once again filled with nearly 1,000 corpses. All the men among the tourists were dead, leaving only a few hundred elderly, weak, and women. The crew had over 100 left, but in their eyes, they considered themselves the final victors. With this thought, they exchanged glances and began walking toward the trembling people. On the 21st day of the game, only over 500 people remained on the ship. Due to the overwhelming number of corpses on the 12th floor, they ultimately brought everyone up to the deck. Although it was a bit cold at night, the open view and absence of corpses made the deck the most suitable area for this group to move around. The remaining elderly, weak, and women numbly clutched food as they were herded to the top by the crew. They occupied the most comfortable spots and then selected the prettiest women among them to play with. The other women huddled together with children and the elderly trembling. Having experienced so much over the past 20 days, they now merely existed in a state of numbness. On the 22nd day of the game, after confirming that the ship would not sink, Shi Jinwei and Si Bo returned to their room. However, for safety, the two decided to stay together. Shi Jinwei's room had a luxurious double bed, while Si Bo's room had two single beds. Thus, Shi Jinwei moved into Si Bo's room. At this moment, survival was paramount, and neither had any romantic thoughts. The crew on the deck were preoccupied with indulgence, and soon the food was consumed entirely, leading to another food crisis. At that moment, they still retained their last bit of humanity. On the 24th day of the game, they began to fight fiercely over a moldy piece of bread, as if their opponent was a lifelong enemy, while those around watched coldly unmoved. On the 26th day of the game, someone starved to death and others began to stare blankly at her corpse, unable to stop swallowing saliva. On the 27th day, someone else collapsed, and no one knew who made the first move as everyone reached for the body. At first, some watched numbly, but in the end their inner fears were devoured by hunger, and those who survived until now were those who preferred to cling to life rather than die. No one dissuaded them, in fact some even wanted a share. On the 29th day of the game, no one died anymore, and with no children left, they could only eye each other warily. Suddenly someone said, "Isn't there still two people?" This sentence seemed to awaken their memories. Indeed, a few days ago there had been a man and a woman rampaging on the platform, and they had never participated in the battles. How had they survived? Once this thought emerged, excitement filled everyone and a bloodthirsty light flickered in their eyes. They were no longer human, they could only be considered demons. As demons, how could they allow these two to live on the ship? Everyone began to rush down, searching each room for these two individuals. Though they consumed their kind, how much could they actually eat with so many sharing a few corpses? Thus most of them appeared pale and emaciated. Their gaunt cheeks paired with their somewhat staggering figures made them look more like zombies. As they moved together, they soon discovered the whereabouts of Shi Jinwei and Si Bo. To her surprise, a player had even caught the poisoner's culprit, which was quite impressive. Just then, Si Bo crafted a listening device using his skills and installed it outside the door of the banquet hall on the top floor while these people were asleep at night. Thus they overheard the conversation immediately. Upon learning that these people were coming for them, they quickly stored their belongings in their space and made a swift move downstairs. The ship was large enough, providing them with numerous hiding places. However, there were even more of the other side, and they quickly discovered their tracks. Thus everyone surged towards the lower level, and the two sides met on the deck of the first floor. On one side stood two handsome figures with rosy complexions. On the other side were hundreds of ghastly beings. Seeing Shi Jinwei and Si Bo's clean clothes and healthy faces, how could they not realize they had food? The moment this thought crossed their minds, everyone became restless. They charged directly at the two. Shi Jinwei and Si Bo stood back to back, simultaneously fending off these attackers. Si Bo's final skill produced 100 bullets. Shi Jinwei still had 40 rounds in her gun, and with the 50 given by Si Bo, that made 90 rounds. Si Bo originally had 100 rounds, used some earlier, leaving him with 96, and adding the 50 made a total of 144. Together they had 234 bullets. Moreover, having eaten well these past few days, their stamina was significantly higher compared to those who were starving. Therefore, when these people faced the two, it was they who ultimately found themselves at a disadvantage. This realization drove them into a frenzy. Those struck by bullets struggled to rise from the ground, rushing to grab the legs of the two, buying time for others. Shi Jinwei nearly fell as she was held by these people. Fortunately, Si Bo steadied himself, providing her with support. But when she looked down and saw the eyes of those who were determined to drag her into hell, a chill ran through her heart. Although she had seen the many facets of life, she was still only in her 20s. Her understanding of human malice felt painfully shallow. These people had no kinship or grudge against her. Just because they had fallen into darkness, they did not want to let others go, wanting to drag her down with them. Realizing this, she took a deep breath and became much more ruthless in her actions. Swinging her axe with no hesitation, it was as if she were harvesting chives, even if the target was a frail, elderly person. For an entire day, the two were almost constantly engaged in slaughter. These people, driven by a death wish, fought desperately against them, and no matter how strong they were, they still exerted all their effort. When the last person fell into a pool of blood, eyes wide open in death, the two finally slumped down, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Surrounded by corpses, they sat back to back, unbothered. I thought this scenario could be easily cleared by hoarding enough food, but I was naive after all. Shi Jinwei said, pulling out 2 bottles of energy drinks from her space. She handed one to the man and opened the cap, beginning to gulp it down. At this moment Sibo also shed his previous indifference, giving a bitter smile and saying these people are truly insane. Are we the only two left on the ship now? Should be so. Then it's fine. If we stay one more day we can clear the level, Shi Jinwei sighed, and they helped each other back to their room. With everyone dead there was no need to stay together, and they returned to their rooms to freshen up. On the 30th day of the game at midnight Shi Jinwei and Sibo cleared the level simultaneously. Congratulations to player Shi Jinwei for successfully clearing on Hano. 1. Based on your overall performance reward 350 points. Number of players cleared this round 192197529897. Current number of players alive 192197529897. Game items recovered successfully. All players have successfully passed the second round of the game, and the next round will start in 3 days. Wishing you a pleasant life. To unexpectedly receive 350 points, Shi Jinwei was somewhat surprised. However, upon hearing that more than 2 billion players had died in this game, her mood soured. She directly opened the chat channel and indeed everyone was discussing this game. I am the best in the world, hahaha. I didn't expect to be carried by a big shot. I encountered a big shot player right off the bat. He took me to lie in wait in the kitchen, catching the poisoned crew member and fundamentally solving the food crisis. We easily won, haha. Old monk of the world, what? This game can be played like this. Does this count as exploiting a game bug? I am the best in the world, not really, as long as you don't leave the ship and stay for 30 days it's fine. As for the food crisis, it didn't say you couldn't solve the problem yourself. Thanks to the big shot worship. Not so cute, boohoo, I envy the upstairs. Why didn't I encounter a big shot and almost died? I am the best in the world, we were just lucky. Each scenario's events are random and the poisoner doesn't necessarily appear at any specific time. We can only count ourselves fortunate to have stumbled upon such a luck moment. K'ing luck is also part of strength, still envious. Concubine smile, which of you had it worse than me? At the start, just because I lingered near the kitchen door, I almost got mistaken for the poisoner. Damn survival game, is this a competition for who had it worse? We here started eating people from the 20th day. I barely managed to survive until the 29th day, then got discovered and ended up jumping into the water, surviving the last day in the water. Star River's dream eating people. I thought I was the only one, didn't expect the upstairs also encountered it. Moonlit star picker with a food crisis, what's strange about cannibalism? You haven't seen the more inhumane side of humanity yet. A whiff of human smoke upstairs, you seem to have a story, come share your experience. Moonlit star picker, forget it, better not to mention it. It's not a good thing. Anyway, this game is a challenge to the very limits of being human, truly terrifying. Little Pear Dimple is sweet. After 3 rounds of the game, I sometimes question the meaning of living like this. Every time I risk my life to survive in the game, is it just to stay in the game space for 3 days? The moment these words were spoken, the screen fell silent for a while. Soon after, someone slowly typed out a line, mang mang boo mang, I don't know why, but I still have family, and I want to see them again. I believe everyone has tried this here, you simply cannot type out your real name. At that time I wanted to remember my real name to find them, but it simply didn't work. In order to see them again, I must strive to survive and clear the game. Hanyaya, the sister upstairs, is right. Anything related to reality will be blocked if typed out, even if it's a homophone or another metaphor. Therefore, for the sake of my family, who are also working hard in the game, I must persist and meet them again. The moment the 2 girls spoke, many started to bubble up. Shi Jinwei was somewhat surprised as she was an orphan and had never thought about finding family once she entered the game. To protect herself, she never considered using her real name, and she truly didn't know that other players had made so many efforts. To her surprise, a player had even caught the poisoner's culprit, which was quite impressive. Just then her private chat interface suddenly displayed a new message. She opened it and found it was Sibo. Upon opening the chat box, she saw Sibo's message. That person must have used some skill to catch someone. I have been on guard in the kitchen since boarding the ship and didn't notice any suspicious person. Shi Jinwei. Is this how the minds of experts work so uniformly? However, she was more curious about how he found her, so she sent the question back. As a result, Sibo was puzzled. You can just find you on the leaderboard. He soon understood what Shi Jinwei was asking and provided an explanation. The leaderboard is based on real names while the chat displays the player's chosen name. If it's in the chat channel or forum, what displays is the username that one has chosen. The two are separate. Even though Shi Jinwei currently had a chat window with Sibo, if they were to chat privately through the forum or chat channel, a new chat window would appear unless the player revealed themselves. But this raised a new question. If that's the case, why do those players say they can't find their families? Sibo, because the game will block your communication channels with your family. Even if he is ranked first, if his family sees his name and wants to contact him, they cannot send him a message. Although she didn't know how the system figured out their relationships, this realization sent chills down Shi Jinwei's spine. After finishing her conversation with Shi Jinwei lost the desire to continue browsing and simply threw herself onto her bed, falling asleep immediately. On the first day, Shi Jinwei slept for an entire day. On the second day, she browsed the forum and spent half a day in the library. On the third day, she spent the morning in the combat training room and in the afternoon lay in bed looking at the mall and trading center. Due to an increase in points, many people bought new items. Thus, unnecessary items were directly dumped in the trading center, and she roughly browsed through them, finding some cheaper than in the mall. However, there was nothing she needed, so she no longer paid attention. With 350 points, she spent 1 point each in the library and training room, leaving her with 348 points. She first spent 100 points to upgrade her space skill, space uniqueness. Skill rarity S-class. Skill description active, skill upgradable. After obtaining this skill, you will have a personal storage space, an essential item in survival games. Attached skill safe house, an independent space of 555 m isolating everything outside and ensuring the player's safety. Players can hide in it for 20 minutes each time the location of the safe house does not move, and only the owner of the space can enter. Cooldown time 10 days. After the end of the dungeon, all resources in the current dungeon will be automatically recovered. Skill level 3. Upgrade points 150. Space size 8 cubic meters. Shi Jinwei was somewhat surprised that it came with an attached skill. Now with 248 points left, she thought for a moment and clicked to upgrade again. Since there's attached skill I, there must be 2 and 3 as well. Skill space. Skill rarity S-class. Skill description active, skill upgradable. After obtaining this skill, you will have a personal storage space, an essential item in survival games. Attached skill safe house, 555 m independent space isolating everything outside, ensuring the player's safety. Players can hide in it for 30 minutes each time the location of the safe house does not move, and only the owner of the space can enter. Cooldown time 10 days. After the end of the dungeon, all resources in the current dungeon will be automatically recovered. Skill level 4. Upgrade points 200. Space size 15. 6 cubic meters. Very well. Aside from the area increasing, the hiding time increased by 10 minutes. Better than nothing. With 98 points left, she first spent 20 points to buy 200 rounds of ammunition. Then spent 2 points to buy 4 bottles of mineral water. Again, she spent 2 points to buy 2 boxes of instant noodles mixed flavors. Lastly, she spent 1 point to buy a box of functional drinks. Remaining 73 points. For survival gear, she bought a sleeping bag 2 points and a hand-cranked power generator radio 1 point. A set of clean change of clothes 1 point, a set of summer clothes 1 point, and a set of warm clothes 1 point. A thick warm blanket 1 point, a thick and long down jacket 2 points, and a sewing kit 1 point. A pair of sports shoes 1 point, a pair of cotton shoes 1 point, and a pair of rain boots 1 point. 2 extra large moisture-proof mats 33 m 4 points, 2 extra large rain cloths 10-15 m 6 points, a luminous raincoat 1 point, and a folding umbrella 1 point. An outdoor foldable camping stove 3 points, a butane stove 1 stove 4 gas windproof ring 2 points, and a camping cooking set large pot medium pot large frying pan 1 water bottle knife shovel cutting board complete seasoning set 2 bowls and chopsticks 3 points. A solar camping lamp 1 point, a tent 3 points, a gas mask 1 point, multifunctional protective clothing 3 points, and a GPS positioning device 1 point. A set of 10 oxygen tanks 1,000 ml bottle 2 points, a set of 10 diving oxygen tanks 3 bottle 2 points, diving equipment 2 points, and a kayak with a propeller 4 points. A fishing rod 1 point, a fishing net 1 point, a household giant toolbox 2 points, a chainsaw cutting toolkit 1 point, and a dual fuel small motorcycle 5 points. A barrel of 50L gasoline 3 points. In total 64 points, and after spending it all she had 9 points left. She stored everything in the space, which still had plenty of room. Suddenly she felt that the points were still too few. At the crack of dawn on the 4th day, a mechanical voice began its broadcast. The game will start in 5 minutes. Please read the game instructions carefully. Number of players 1921975228. Game content: survive on the Nameless Island for 30 days. Game duration 30 days. Game instructions: the Nameless Island is an isolated island not discovered by human society. You must survive for 30 days amidst various unknown crises. Leaving the island will result in game failure. Please act with caution. Game rewards: a random set of clothing, a communication phone, a plane ticket, and a personal identification document. As Shi Jinwei opened her eyes, she found herself seated on an airplane with a flight attendant smiling sweetly as she served her in-flight meal. Wasn't it supposed to be the nameless island? Why was she on an airplane? With such thoughts, she immediately took out her ticket, the starting point being Anjia City on Wrong City. After examining it several times, Shi Jinwei confirmed that her 5-0 vision could not be mistaken. Therefore, the most likely scenario was that the plane had crashed, and that was how she ended up on the nameless island. With this realization, Shi Jinwei felt as if she were about to explode. She had prepared so many survival tools, yet she had no parachute. Commercial aircraft do not equip parachutes due to safety cost and technical reasons. In the event of a crash, if luck is on your side, the plane might still land somewhat intact. If luck runs out and there is an explosion at high altitude, survival on the nameless island would be pointless. You would simply perish. Moreover, the game instructions did not mention anything about crashing, and Shi Jinwei felt the game's deep malice once again. But now was not the time to curse the game, as she needed to survive the crash. Suddenly, as if to validate Shi Jinwei's assumptions, the plane began to shake violently. The beautiful flight attendant lost her balance and nearly fell. Passengers drinking water choked, while those eating accidentally shoved food into their nostrils. What usually seemed like a humorous scene only deepened the fear in the eyes of those who knew better. Everyone, please remain calm, fasten your seatbelts, and stay in your seats. The flight attendants struggled to maintain their balance while reassuring the passengers. Others did not seem too tense. After all, anyone who had flown before had encountered such situations. The plane soon stabilized, and the passengers, seeing that everything was fine, returned to normal. The flight attendants continued to serve food while passengers resumed eating, chatting, or resting. Shi Jinwei sat by the window, looking out to see the rolling sea of clouds, a breathtaking sight. Yet in a game filled with life-and-death crises, this unknown only added to her unease. And indeed, as she feared, the plane began to shake violently again. Without warning, the entire fuselage quaking. Before the flight attendants could speak, the captain's voice came over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised we are encountering severe turbulence and the plane will experience some shaking. Please fasten your seatbelts, stow your tray tables and seat backs, do not leave your seats, and do not panic. The calm voice attempted to soothe the passengers' nerves. The flight attendant hurriedly pushed the food cart out of sight, and everyone, reminded by the captain, settled in. However, the situation did not improve as the turbulence intensified, and suddenly the entire plane began to plunge rapidly, then spun around, as if it were an emergency brake. Passengers' panicked screams and shouts filled the cabin. Shi Jinwei sat in her seat, her body being tossed upwards, and then crashing down, her stomach turning violently. She tried to stay calm, scanning for an escape route. But the plane dropped again, and the lights inside began to flicker violently. What's happening? What's going on? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and began to scream in despair. The atmosphere in the cabin grew tense, and some children were already crying in fear. The captain's voice ceased, and the flight attendant was nowhere to be seen. Only the oxygen masks dropped down silently, warning everyone of what was about to happen. The plane seemed to have lost control. The entire fuselage began to tilt. A loud bang erupted. Suddenly, the plane's engines emitted a deafening roar, followed by black smoke. At that moment, the plane's body began to disintegrate. Items in the cabin flew everywhere, and the screams of people grew even more terrifying. Looking out the window, Shi Jinwei saw the plane rapidly plummeting, the clouds outside racing past. Some passengers, too panicked, unbuckled their seatbelts and stood up frantically, trying to run towards the cockpit. In a flash, they were violently thrown out. Their bodies hit by the debris from the disintegrating plane. It was a gruesome sight. In the rear section of the fuselage, many people had already begun to self-ignite, turning to ashes in the sky. Seeing this scene, Shi Jinwei felt a chill in her heart. She was still in the intact rear section of the plane and could hold on. If she entered the space now, she would emerge in the same location, so she couldn't go directly into the safe house yet. She gripped the seat back tightly, her fingers turning slightly white from the strain. She lowered her head, trying hard not to be thrown out. Before long, the first section of the disintegrated plane fell into the sea, creating a massive splash. Meanwhile, the front section of the aircraft still held on its descent, slowing considerably. Symptoms of oxygen deprivation at high altitude began to arise. She quickly pressed the oxygen mask to her mouth. Her heartbeat raced with anxiety, as if it were about to burst from her chest. Then she saw the sea below, possibly a few hundred meters away. At this point, the plane could no longer hold out, rapidly accelerating downwards. Shi Jinwei was unsure if this distance and speed would reignite the flames, but she had already entered the safe house. With her disappearance, the fuselage plummeted into the water with a tremendous roar. Upon her first entry into the safe house, she found it was also a white space, very much like the game space, even featuring a monitor on one wall. At that moment, the monitor displayed footage of the plane crashing into the sea while she remained at an altitude of 100 meters. If she went out now, Shi Jinwei would need equipment to cushion her fall, capable of replacing a parachute. There are many types of parachutes. The only one she was familiar with was the military parachute, which has a deployment area of about 20 square meters. Among the gear she had purchased, it seemed only the extra-large rain cover 1015M could provide such a large area. Although the materials differ, the resistance would certainly decrease. If she fell into the water, there would still be a significant chance of survival. With this thought, Shi Jinwei took the rain cover from the space into the safe house. She also retrieved parachute cord from the outdoor survival first aid kit and fashioned a simple parachute. For plot purposes, don't take it seriously. Many experiments online have confirmed that substituting parachute materials is mostly a deadly endeavor. At that moment, the safe house's display screen also showed the words "time remaining countdown." Shi Jinwei no longer hesitated, gripping the parachute cord, and stepped out of the safe house. In an instant, a feeling of weightlessness surged as she began to plummet rapidly downwards. The rainproof cloth slowly unfurled, forming a four-cornered big umbrella. Although there was a sense of cushioning, her descent was still swift. With a splash, Shi Jinwei fell into the water, sending a huge spray into the calm sea. The icy seawater stung her, yet it also reminded her to remain calm. Holding her breath, she steadied herself in the water and began to swim towards the surface. The moment her head broke the water, she opened her mouth and gasped for air. All around her was the vast sea. The wreckage of the plane had long disappeared. In the distance, an island appeared, vaguely likely the unnamed island designated for this mission. She stowed the parachute into her storage and took out the inflatable kayak. After inflating it, she climbed aboard, finally feeling a sense of safety. After several rounds of gameplay, Shi Jinwei had learned quite a few tricks in the chat channel. This game only stated "do not leave the island," but it didn't specify whether not landing on the island was allowed. With this thought, she wanted to try and find a bug. She steered the kayak in the opposite direction of the island when a mechanical voice suddenly chimed, "Warning, warning, a player is detected engaging in illegal operations. Please stop your actions immediately or it will be considered as player escaping the game, leading to direct penalties." Warning, warning. Shi Jinwei. Well, then she had no choice but to turn the kayak around and slowly head toward the island. The kayak docked near the beach and Shi Jinwei's storage expanded significantly, no longer needing to deflate and stow it away. She simply stored it as it was. On the entire beach, aside from the occasional scuttling crabs and perched birds, she was the only live. Without a map, her phone had slipped from her pocket when on the plane, and the GPS did not indicate where she was. Shi Jinwei could only take it step by step. Now soaked, she needed to change into a clean set of clothes. With this thought, she headed towards the nearby woods. For safety, she took out her combat axe and held it in her hand. Uncertain of what the woods held, she stopped at the boundary between the beach and the forest. Finding a giant tree thicker than herself, she hid behind it and began to change her clothes. After changing into new clothes and shoes, she first tied the sleeves of her clothes and pants tightly with a rope to prevent insects from crawling inside. Then she took out some insect repellent from her first aid kit and sprayed it on herself from the outdoor emergency kit. Details won't be elaborated, and broke off a longer branch to use as a walking stick before continuing deeper into the woods. As she walked, she made marks on the trees with her axe and, using her compass, sketched her approximate location in a notebook taken from her storage. Though her pace was slower, she was not short on time, so she took it easy. By noon, she found a clean stone to sit on, took out bottled water and instant noodles from her storage, and began to eat, realizing once again how useful this storage ability was. Since she needed to survive on the island for 30 days, the first thing she needed to do was to find a relatively safe place to set up a shelter. Her first choice was a cave, but after observing the beach, she noted that there were no high mountains on this small island. Thus, she could only look for a location that provided natural protection. This place needed to be near a water source and not in a windswept area. Ideally, it should be flat to allow for observation of the surroundings. It would be even better if it were quiet. With all these factors in mind, she had a clear goal and began to move forward, searching for a water source. After spending an entire afternoon, she finally discovered a small stream about 20 kilometers from the beach. Fresh water, one of the criteria achieved. However, there were no flat areas nearby, so she had to keep searching. The sky was already darkening, and traveling through an uncertain forest at night was dangerous, so Shi Jinwei decided to continue her search tomorrow. She planned not to use the tent, as setting it up would require disassembling it the next day, which was a hassle. For tonight, she would make do with her sleeping bag. Now she needed to gather dry leaves and wood to start a fire, while also looking for any game nearby. With that in mind, Shi Jinwei began collecting thin branches, which are easier to ignite. Dried leaves were plentiful in the forest. A few meters from the stream, she found a spot with less vegetation, cleared away the top layer of plants, and exposed the soil beneath. She gathered a lot of dry branches and leaves from around to start a bonfire. She took out her wet clothes to dry, and then it was time to hunt for food. Unfortunately, Shi Jinwei had no skill in that regard. Although there was specialized training in the training room, there was only so much time each day. How much could she learn? After comforting herself, Shi Jinwei took out a fishing net from her storage. Since she couldn't catch game, she decided to go fishing instead. The fish in the stream might not be large, but they were plentiful. With one cast, she managed to catch quite a few. Feeling it was enough for a meal, Shi Jinwei stopped holding her harvest and planning to cook. The cooking utensils were all ready, but she still had to clean the fish. She boiled clean water from the stream in the pot, adding purification tablets out of concern for hygiene. Once the fish were cleaned and the water boiled, she tossed some seasonings into the pot, then cooked the fish soup. When it was almost done, she took out a pack of seafood-flavored instant noodles from her storage and threw it into the pot. Though there were no dietary fibers, it was rich in carbohydrates and protein. After a day of only eating a pack of instant noodles, Shi Jinwei felt incredibly famished. At this moment, sipping a bowl of delicious fish soup and occasionally slurping some noodles felt even more satisfying than indulging in gourmet delicacies. Whether it was due to exerting too much today, she polished off the entire pot of soup and noodles by herself, leaving not a single scrap. Having eaten and drunk enough, fatigue began to set in. However, she was not in a hurry to sleep. Instead, she took out a hand-cranked radio from her storage and fiddled with it for a while. Although she knew the island was surely isolated from the world, she still wanted to give it a try. After cranking it vigorously for several minutes, the power light on the radio lit up. After confirming that the flashlight on top was functional, she began to tune the frequency. As someone who always had her phone on hand, a radio felt like half an antique to Shi Jinwei. The reason she bought it was also because it was mentioned in a book she had read in the library. In the originally silent forest, the only sounds were the chirping of insects and the crackling of the campfire. As she fiddled with it, the radio suddenly emitted a crackling sound, adding a touch of eerie atmosphere to the tranquil environment. But Shi Jinwei was bold and played with it enthusiastically, completely unaware of the unusual sounds that seemed to emerge from the tree not far away. Only when she confirmed that she could not receive any channels did she stop. It was at that moment that she finally heard the strange noise from the tree and abruptly looked up, meeting a pair of round eyes. The creature in the tree noticed the being on the ground and cautiously retreated a few steps. Then the fierce creature let out a threatening low growl at Shi Jinwei. Meow meow. Shi Jinwei, already in a defensive stance, responded with a puzzled expression. The call sounded remarkably like that of a cat, yet it was impossible for a cat to be present in such a place. The creature seemed to believe that Shi Jinwei was intimidated by its roar, emboldening it further. It directly hung upside down from the tree before slowly stepping out, allowing Shi Jinwei to finally see its full appearance: a body about 1 meter long with a tail that was nearly as long. Its paws were thick with short and stout limbs, and its body was covered in a pattern resembling that of a python's scales. Its face appeared somewhat adorably ugly, and with its earlier call, Shi Jinwei quickly thought of a specific animal, a clouded leopard. A carnivorous mammal of the feline family that was nearly extinct in the real world. Despite its small stature, it possessed canine teeth that were 7 centimeters long, the longest among feline species. Thus it was commonly referred to as the modern-day saber-toothed tiger. However, this somewhat adorably ugly creature was now eyeing Shi Jinwei with predatory intent, which was not a good sign. Shi Jinwei stood up directly, adopting an aggressive stance. The clouded leopard, seeing her move, cautiously retreated, but did not attack. Seeing that it was not moving, Shi Jinwei remained still as well, and the two were locked in a stalemate until the creature seemed to realize that its hunting efforts were in vain and finally departed. Watching it swiftly climb up the tree and disappear among the branches, Shi Jinwei finally let out a breath of relief. However, the drowsiness she had felt earlier completely vanished. If she had not noticed in time and had been ambushed by that creature, Shi Jinwei felt certain she would have been injured. So she did not dare to sleep directly. Instead, she decided to make an alarm device. First, she took out a bottle of energy drink from her space and gulped it down, leaving an empty aluminum can. Using scissors, she cut the top off the aluminum can and punched holes around it. Then she retrieved some fine thread from her sewing kit and threaded it through the small holes. She picked up some small stones from the creek and tossed them into the can, confirming that it would make noise when shaken gently before wrapping the fine thread around the surrounding trees. During this process, she tested the device's sensitivity by shaking the tree trunk with all her might. After confirming that the can would rattle with the trunk's vibrations and that there was no sound when the breeze blew, she finally stopped. Next was setting up the tent. Initially, she thought it would be too troublesome to set up and then take down for just one night. However, the earlier incident made her realize that she could not afford to take any chances. No matter how troublesome it was, her life was more important. So after an hour of struggling, Shi Jinwei finally managed to set up the tent and threw her sleeping bag inside, letting out a sigh of relief. Before sleeping, she sprayed a considerable amount of insect repellent around the tent before crawling into her sleeping bag. That night, Shi Jinwei did not sleep soundly. As dawn broke, she crawled out of the tent. The campfire outside had already died down, so Shi Jinwei did not bother to rekindle it. After a simple wash, she dryly chewed on a packet of instant noodles and began to pack her things. The tent was staked to the ground, and after trying, she found that she could not directly store it in her space, so she had to disassemble it manually. Although the alarm device was simple, the aluminum can was precious, so she carefully took it down, planning to reuse it. Once everything was packed up, the sun had risen. Today her goal was to find a place to build a shelter. She drew the creek on her notebook and continued upstream. Along the way, she encountered small animals like wild rabbits, deer, and wild chickens. She also spotted predatory animals like tigers, lions, and clouded leopards. While she was uncertain about the logic of these animals coexisting on an island, it was just a game overthinking would lead to defeat. For an entire day in her quest to find a suitable place to set up camp, Shi Jinwei had been on the move almost nonstop. Yet despite her swift pace, she had not found a suitable location by the end of the day. It was not until dusk approached that she finally discovered a relatively flat area. What thrilled her most was the presence of a giant rock covered in moss in this area. In the novice dungeon, the giant rock had saved Shi Jinwei's life, leaving a lasting impression. Encountering the giant rock again, she felt not only nostalgia but also an unrecognized sense of safety. With this thought in mind, she decided not to rest. After a simple meal, she began chopping down trees. She took out a chainsaw from her space and first chopped down the thinner trees around the clearing, then sawed them into pieces of roughly equal thickness and length. Since she planned to build in a frame shelter, she needed a lot of wood. After preparing the materials, Shi Jinwei began constructing the frame. She first propped a long pole diagonally on two vertically crossed branches, roughly tying it with rope before digging holes at the base of the 3 branches. In normal survival knowledge, building in a frame shelter does not require digging holes. However, since she intended to stay for 30 days, she did not want to compromise and preferred to expend extra effort. Once the holes were dug and the 3 thick branches were deeply embedded, she tightly secured the rope at the top. Then she used fine strings to bind the branches on both sides into a straight line. Determining the positions of the 2 side logs, she continued digging holes and then filled them with wood and packed the earth to secure them. After completing this step, it was already dawn, marking the start of the 3rd day in the game. However, Shi Jinwei intended to push through, so she continued tying the rope to bind the side logs and the top beam together. As the sun rose higher after finishing these tasks, Shi Jinwei felt as if she had emerged from the water. It was unbearably hot. Nevertheless, at this point the structure was basically complete. To ensure it would not leak rain, she directly took out a waterproof cloth from her space and draped it over the branches, securing it with mud. Then she gathered some large leaves to place on top and fixed them with mud. The waterproof cloth was a bit large, with excess hanging down around the edges. She used mud and stones to weigh it down, preventing the strong wind from blowing it away. In this way, the shelter was considered complete. However, Shi Jinwei did not stop there. Although this area was higher than the creek, the forest floor tended to accumulate water. If it rained heavily, it was likely that the shelter would be flooded. She did not want to be caught off guard or be flooded, so she needed to create a drainage ditch. This was simple. She determined the ditch's position and began digging around the shelter until she reached the creek. Finally, she made a simple triangular door panel from branches. At night, it could be placed at the entrance to prevent wild beasts from rushing and marking the completion of her work. The shelter was built and Shi Jinwei began to tidy up the inside. She first fixed branches to the ground in a grid pattern, laying down 2 layers. Next, she took out a moisture-proof mat from her space and threw it on top. As for the sleeping bag and camping lamp, she planned to take them out when she was ready to sleep. If she wasn't sleeping, they would stay in her space. In addition to the moisture-proof mat, the cooking utensils and other items were treated the same way. Although it was a bit troublesome in the 3 days she had, besides building the shelter, she had barely explored 1% of the island. Moreover, there were 2 uncertainties. First, whether there were any survivors among the crash victims. Second, whether there were any natives on the island besides herself. The third and most crucial point was whether there were any other players. Therefore, for safety, Shi Jinwei preferred to take the extra steps. As for now, it was already noon. It was common for young people to stay up late, but Shi Jinwei couldn't handle continuous work. Considering that time was the most abundant resource at the moment, she planned to eat something and then take a good rest, intending to explore the island's situation tomorrow. After reinstalling the alarm device, Shi Jinwei began to think about what to eat. The fish in the small stream were significantly larger than those from the previous day, allowing her to make a fish soup. Although there were many wild beasts in the forest, there were also plenty of small animals. For a moment she envisioned a variety of dishes: roasted wild chicken, roasted wild duck, roasted wild rabbit, and so on. Deciding to act, she first used a fishing net to catch a few large fish from the stream, not rushing to process them, but placing them in a bucket. Then it was time to hunt for game. She had limited experience in this area, but with her limited knowledge, she found a way to make traps. The simplest method was to use a basket or something similar to cover the prey. One end would serve as a simple support with food placed underneath. When small animals entered, the basket would cover them. However, this required time and constant vigilance, which Shi Jinwei did not consider. Instead, she chose another slightly more labor-intensive trap, a pit trap. She would dig a large pit and cover it with branches or similar items, allowing the animals to fall into the trap. The advantage of this trap was that it could be made large enough to catch bigger animals while also ensuring safety near. However, digging a pit took time and was not suitable for the moment, as she would do it tomorrow when she had the chance. In the end, she reluctantly resorted to a more direct method: shooting. Since the establishment of the shelter, the noise created had already scared away nearby small birds and beasts. However, even though the animals had fled, traces like droppings and flattened grass could help locate these small creatures. Shi Jinwei searched the area and indeed found a relatively obvious and fresh trail. Following the trail, she discovered a gray rabbit munching on grass. The little creature was alert while grazing, watching its surroundings cautiously. Unlike domestic rabbits that graze without a care, this one was the complete opposite. The rabbit was adorable, making Shi Jinwei's heart flutter. Its soft gray fur looked very petable. If she had a few rabbit skins to lay on her shelter, it would surely be more comfortable to lie down. This thought crossed her mind, and Shi Jinwei felt even more tempted. So she decided to wait until the rabbit finished grazing before it hopped back to its burrow. It is said that cunning rabbits have multiple burrows, so there should be other entrances nearby. Shi Jinwei carefully took out her fishing net and tied it to a nearby branch. Then she used heavy stones to weigh down the edges of the net, ensuring that if the rabbit tried to get in, it wouldn't escape. Next, she found a second entrance and blocked it tightly with stones, ensuring they couldn't come out. After some effort, she finally found the third entrance, quickly lit a fire, and threw it inside before sealing it off. Then she rushed back to the first entrance, only to see smoke rising from within. Counting down in her mind, within 30 seconds, the first rabbit hopped out, and it was the gray one. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Almost 7 or 8 rabbits of varying sizes and colors. Shi Jinwei's eyes sparkled as she swiftly struck down each rabbit with her knife, then stored the fishing net and rabbits in her space, turning to head back to the shelter. As she turned around, she came face to face with a pair of round eyes. It was the ugly yet adorable cloud leopard she encountered the night before. This creature seemed to also want to hunt, targeting the rabbits in the burrow. However, having missed its prey, it watched in suspicion as this strange bipedal creature managed to catch so many rabbits in one go. As a feline, curiosity was instinctive, so it revealed itself. Shi Jinwei was somewhat surprised to see it, but felt more vigilant. This creature looked cute, but how many carnivorous animals could survive in the wild without being dangerous? However, seeing that the cloud leopard didn't seem inclined to attack her, she did not take the initiative to strike, but kept a close watch on it, slowly moving her feet. Realizing it truly did not intend to attack, Shi Jinwei slightly relaxed and quickened her steps to leave. When she paused her steps, it stopped moving too. When she continued, it followed her but maintained a distance. Shi Jinwei was somewhat confused, unsure if it saw her as prey or had other intentions. However, being followed was not a good thing, making her somewhat anxious. She could fight, but it wasn't without risk of injury. Not fighting, however, felt too dangerous. With that thought, she took out a dead rabbit from her space and threw it toward the cloud leopard. The cloud leopard thought she was trying to attack and instinctively backed away. Then it noticed the dead rabbit on the ground and was bewildered. By the time it looked up, Shi Jinwei had already vanished. Hesitating between fresh food and Shi Jinwei, its growling stomach ultimately led it to choose to eat first. Meanwhile, Shi Jinwei, realizing the creature hadn't followed, felt relieved, determined to dig traps early and also to cut down the trees near her dwelling. Since the cloud leopard could climb, it was best to ensure that there were no climbing aids above her. Returning to the shelter, everything was as usual. However, the encounter with the cloud leopard had diminished her enthusiasm for food. Fearing that the blood smell from processing the rabbits might attract other ferocious beasts, she cleaned the fish downstream in the creek, letting the blood flow away with the stream. Then she roasted a few fish and made a pot of fish soup, enjoying a meal with fresh shrimp and fish noodles. By now it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and she set an alarm for 2 hours. She planned to rest for a while before getting up to cut trees, intending to deal with one hazard at a time. 2 hours later, Shi Jinwei was awakened by the alarm clock. The fatigue in her body made her reluctant to get up, but the unknown danger reminded her that she had to get up and work. Taking out a chainsaw from her space, Shi Jinwei began to cut down trees. To prevent animals from climbing up and attacking, she decided to simplify the task and cut the trees at about 1 meter high. Centered around the shelter there were tree stumps left about 1 meter high in a radius of 5 meters, which looked a bit strange, but Shi Jinwei was quite satisfied. Once the trees were cut down, it was already dark. She continued to feast, and then did nothing, diving back into the shelter to sleep. On the 4th day of the game, well-rested Shi Jinwei got up at dawn, ate something, and began digging pits. After some thought, she directly dug several pits nearby about 3 meters deep and 1.5 meters in diameter. She covered them with leaves and branches, creating a seamless appearance. This took her a whole day, and by the 5th day of the game, Shi Jinwei finally had time to explore the situation on the island. Taking out the previous map, she marked a red heart at her position. Based on the direction she had arrived at the island and her compass, she determined the direction to the center of the island and continued to venture inward. Along the way, she noticed that both the plants and animals on the island looked quite out of place. For example, coconut trees are tropical species, while junipers are cold-resistant. How strange it is to see these two completely different plants growing harmoniously side by side. The closer she got to the center of the island, the fewer animals she encountered, and even the sound of birds was gone, leaving only the sound of her footsteps. After walking for about 6 hours, excluding rest time, she estimated she had covered over 30 kilometers. Including the distance she traveled while searching for the shelter, she estimated that from the shore of the island to here was almost 100 kilometers. If the island were circular, then it would have an area of at least 31400 square kilometers, which is quite large. Of course, this is assuming the island is a perfect circle. This feeling had saved Shi Jinwei several times before, so she chose to trust herself and turn back. Just as she did, the entire island suddenly began to shake violently. A flock of birds and beasts startled into the forest. The birds began to fly into the sky, forming a massive cloud that obscured much of the island sky. The roars of other animals followed in quick succession. Shi Jinwei quickly grabbed hold of the nearest large tree to steady herself, feeling a bit dizzy from the shaking. However, the tremors did not stop. Rather, the entire island seemed to rise suddenly, then plummet sharply. Although the movement wasn't very large, it sent a chill down Shi Jinwei's spine. After about half an hour, the shaking suddenly ceased. Shi Jinwei sighed in relief and sat down on a nearby rock to contemplate what was happening. There were no tall mountains on the island, which ruled out the possibility of a volcanic eruption. She was not by the shore and had no idea what the waves were like. However, a tsunami or an underwater volcanic eruption seemed to be the most likely causes. After thinking it over, she calmed down and decided to head back without hesitation. Regardless of the reason, she still had 25 days left to finish the game, and she had to be extra cautious. It was unsafe to travel in the dark, so Shi Jinwei hurried back. Finally, she made it back to the shelter before dark and let out a breath of relief. After walking all day and being frightened, she decided to treat herself to some rabbit meat tonight. Spicy rabbit heads were a must, and she could also roast another one. Deciding to do it, she first processed the rabbit at a distance from the shelter, then took out her cooking tools to start cooking. Although the campfire had gone out, she quickly rekindled it with the experience from the previous times. Then she placed the pot on top and began to cook the rabbit heads. The other processed rabbit was placed over a new fire to roast. The aroma of the food quickly wafted through the air, and even Shi Jinwei, no matter how composed she was, couldn't help but indulge. Meow meow, she enjoyed her meal, but her alertness was still present. Upon hearing the meowing, she immediately looked up and sure enough spotted those familiar round eyes nearby. Her mood, once joyful over the delicious food, turned cold as she gazed at the ugly yet cute creature in front of her. She was a girl who loved fluffy things, but when it came to survival, these feelings were insignificant. Preparing for battle, she picked up the weapon axe from the side, ready for a showdown if it dared to approach her. To her surprise, the clouded leopard picked up a dead rabbit from behind and threw it over, then continued meowing. Shi Jinwei glanced at the dead rabbit in front of her, then at the clouded leopard, which was crouching and showing no malice, and for a moment she couldn't figure out what it meant. Seeing that she didn't move, the clouded leopard meowed a few more times, but its eyes were no longer on Shi Jinwei. Instead, they were fixated on the rabbit roasting on her rack. Under the glow of the fire, the whole rabbit was roasted to a crisp outside, while remaining tender inside, emitting an enticing aroma and looking absolutely delicious. Shi Jinwei noticed the clouded leopard's gaze and hesitantly turned the rabbit. Sure enough, the leopard's round eyes lit up. Do you want to trade the rabbit for this? She pointed at the rabbit on the ground and then at the one on the rack, feeling like she had lost her mind for actually trying to communicate with an animal. Then the clouded leopard nodded. Shi Jinwei. She felt that she must have encountered no humans on the island, as her vigilance had decreased. Otherwise, how could she see a clouded leopard anthropomorphically nodding at her? Holding a mindset of just trying it out, Shi Jinwei took the rabbit from the rack and tossed it to the clouded leopard. The clouded leopard jumped up and caught the rabbit in its mouth. However, the freshly roasted rabbit was still warm, and this creature, which had never eaten hot food before, got burned and dropped the rabbit. It looked even more foolish. Shi Jinwei thought, unkindly breaking into a smile. However, the clouded leopard didn't notice at all. Its attention remained entirely on the roasted rabbit. It kept sniffing the food in front of it until it confirmed that it was no longer too hot to eat before eagerly taking. The human-like expression in its round eyes made Shi Jinwei chuckle. Despite being such a cute creature, its confidence in her cooking made her very happy. Thus the two of them, one person and one leopard, harmoniously finished their meal. The clouded leopard finished eating and left, not forgetting to let out a polite "awoo" as a farewell to Shi Jinwei. Although she knew some animals had higher intelligence, encountering one like this for the first time was quite a novelty. She really waved goodbye to the creature. After satisfying her hunger, drowsiness struck, and after a quick wash, Shi Jinwei went straight to sleep. Nothing happened throughout the night, and she woke up early once again. After entering this instance, her routine had indeed become healthier. After a simple wash, Shi Jinwei took out the map to check. Today she didn't plan to head towards the center of the small island, but wanted to visit the seaside instead. That day she had rushed into the forest and hadn't properly observed the seaside, always feeling that she might have overlooked some clues. Just as she was putting away the map, the alarm that had been silent suddenly blared. Shi Jinwei stood up and looked around. The tall trees had been chopped down, so the visibility was excellent. Instantly she spotted a black bear staring at her from not far away, her heart racing. 2 hours later, Shi Jinwei was awakened by the alarm clock. The fatigue in her body made her reluctant to get up, but the unknown danger reminded her. As expected, the bear seemed annoyed by the alarm, swatting the stones in the canister away with a paw. Without giving Shi Jinwei a chance to react, it charged straight at her. The creature, though seemingly clumsy and slow, moved quickly when attacking. It closed the distance of several meters in just a few leaps. Shi Jinwei was very close to the shelter. Fearing that it would crash into the shelter, she immediately turned and ran towards the direction of the trap. Seeing her run, the black bear also changed its direction. Whether it was coincidence or not, it avoided the first trap. Shi Jinwei remained calm and continued to run around the second and third traps. With several traps set up, she doubted the bear could avoid them all. The black bear, of course, had no idea of her thoughts and only wanted to catch the prey in front of it. When it reached the sixth trap, it finally failed to pay attention and ran directly onto a branch above the trap. The thin branch couldn't support its weight and collapsed immediately. The black bear hadn't reacted yet when it fell directly into the trap, making quite a noise. The bottom of the pit had some sharp branches that Shi Jinwei had driven into, and as the bear fell, it was pierced by the branches, letting out a painful cry. But Shi Jinwei had no compassion at that moment. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed to take its life. Approaching the edge of the pit, she pulled out her gun, intending to give it a quick end. Thinking about how the bullets were bought with points, she hesitated for a moment, but eventually stowed the gun away, took out her axe, and jumped in. At this point, the black bear was still struggling. The space at the bottom of the pit was small, and Shi Jinwei jumped onto its back, leaving it helpless. With one swing of the axe at the bear's head, blood splattered all over her. It immediately tried to pounce on Shi Jinwei, but she shot it twice again, hitting its limbs and preventing any further movement. Seeing this, the leopard lunged for its neck. Leopard's round eye. The creature seemed quite satisfied with last night's meal and surprisingly brought back 2 rabbits this time. Seeing the girl emerge from the pit covered in blood, it was startled and took a few steps back. Shi Jinwei, however, had no time to pay attention to it and walked towards the stream. She washed the blood off her face and returned to the shelter to change into a clean set of clothes. She still wanted to check on the seaside, planning to wash her clothes when she returned in the evening. The clouded leopard followed her immediately, not forgetting to place the rabbit in front of Shi Jinwei, indicating it wanted to trade. I have something to do now, let's talk about it tonight. After several encounters plus having just taken down a bear, Shi Jinwei felt braver and spoke to the clouded leopard more casually. Then, regardless of whether it understood her or not, Shi Jinwei turned and walked towards the seaside. The clouded leopard glanced at the rabbit, then at Shi Jinwei, and surprisingly lost interest in the rabbit, opting to follow her instead. Shi Jinwei paid it no mind, focusing all her attention on the forest. Yesterday she had been too busy rushing along and hadn't had time to pick coconuts. Knowing the distance to the seaside today, she naturally had time to pick coconuts when encountering coconut trees. While she was struggling to climb the tree, the clouded leopard jumped up and agilely scaled it. After pawing at it a few times, a coconut rolled directly to the ground, and the clouded leopard proudly meowed twice at Shi Jinwei. Shi Jinwei, holding onto the trunk with both hands, looked at the proud little creature above her, and then at the coconut on the ground. She jumped down and collected the coconut into her space. She accepted her shortcomings with grace. Seeing that she liked it, the clouded leopard jumped to another tree and knocked down a few more coconuts, which Shi Jinwei gladly accepted. Feeling that she had collected enough, she signaled to the clouded leopard that it was okay. Since she had taken its food, she felt she should show her gratitude. Looking at the time, it was almost time for lunch, so she found a flat area and started a fire. Since she had been walking along the stream, she didn't need to look for wild game. With one cast of the net, she caught quite a few fish and began grilling them. Seeing her busy, the clouded leopard turned and dived into the forest, returning shortly with a rabbit and a wild chicken. Shi Jinwei realized that this creature seemed to be quite fond of roasted rabbit meat. However, since it brought its own ingredients, she was generous and not only roasted the wild chicken and rabbit for it, but also offered a few grilled fish. What cat would refuse fish? The clouded leopard's eyes sparkled with delight as it cautiously nudged Shi Jinwei with its head. Seeing this foodie being friendly, Shi Jinwei didn't hold back, enjoying her grilled fish while petting the cat. For the first time, she felt that the essence of playing a survival game wasn't just about surviving in the game, but about treating the survival game like a vacation, which was the true mark of a master. After filling her stomach and resting for a while, Shi Jinwei continued on her journey, with the clouded leopard following her. It was just past noon when she arrived at the seaside. She keenly noticed that the beach seemed much smaller. Suspecting it might be an illusion, she walked a distance along the beach and found that the entire beach had indeed shrunk. Just as she was puzzled, the entire small island shook again. This time being by the sea, Shi Jinwei had nothing to hold on to and directly lay down on the beach. At that moment, the clouded leopard was lying not far away in the forest. When it felt the ground shaking, it immediately held its voice filled with panic. Shi Jinwei, however, had no time to pay attention to it, as all her focus was drawn to the beach. Under her gaze, the sea swiftly flooded the beach, and she was swept into the water as well. At that moment, she didn't care whether she could stand firm or not. Shi Jinwei scrambled to run towards the forest, nearly falling several times, but she managed to steady herself just in time. After the seawater passed over the beach, it quickly receded and then gradually returned to calm. Shi Jinwei remained motionless until she confirmed that the small island had stopped shaking before she walked towards the shore. Yunbao, startled, hesitated for a moment before cautiously following her. Shi Jinwei ignored it and crouched by the sea, carefully scooping up sand with her hands. She found it was no different from ordinary sand. The calm surface of the sea, aside from the significantly risen water level, looked the same as before. However, Shi Jinwei felt that something was amiss. She took off her shoes and made some protective measures for her feet before continuing into the water. It wasn't until the water reached her chest that she realized what was wrong. Normally, she would walk into the water from the sandy beach where there should be no rocks nearby and the ground should be soft mud. But now the ground beneath her feet was neither soft nor rocky. It felt as if she was stepping on a smooth stone slab. Just as she frowned and thought about what this could be, the entire island shook again. At this moment, Shi Jinwei could no longer care about anything else and ran straight toward the shore. Although Yunbao could swim, he had not entered the water and had already dashed into the forest. This time the shaking was even more intense than before. The entire island began to tremble slightly. Moreover, the seawater started to rapidly recede, just like the situation encountered yesterday. Shi Jinwei once again lay on the beach, watching the small island rise and fall on the surface of the sea. However, she did not forget the purpose of her visit here as she strained to lift her head and looked out at the sea, discovering that the surrounding waters were indeed churning violently. Yet at a distance there was no such scene. It seemed that only this area was affected. The first thought that crossed her mind was, could there be a volcanic vent beneath? Although the surface lava from an underwater volcanic eruption cools rapidly upon encountering seawater, the aftershocks can also affect the surface of the ocean. The most direct manifestation of this is a tsunami. Additionally, tectonic movements in the ocean floor can also cause disturbances in the sea, but they should be widespread rather than localized like this. Shi Jinwei exhausted her knowledge, but could not find any phenomenon that matched perfectly. Since an underwater volcanic eruption should change the water temperature. Yet the temperature of the seawater at the moment showed no change. It felt chilly against her skin. Fortunately, although this shake was intense, it did not last long. As the small island returned to calm, the startled creatures in the forest also settled down. Shi Jinwei simply sat on the shore. Her clothes were completely soaked, and the gentle sea breeze made her shiver involuntarily. Yet what truly frightened her was the unknown danger. 6 days had passed since the game began. However, after several rounds, she had figured out the nature of this game. The further it went, the more it liked to throw big surprises at you. At that moment, Yu Bao suddenly emerged from the forest. Seeing Shi Jinwei sitting motionless on the beach, he called out worriedly. Shi Jinwei was somewhat surprised that this creature still remembered her. However, she wasn't one to be overly sentimental. Seeing it stretch out its big head to check on her, she patted its head without hesitation, causing Yu Bao to shake his head slightly. Its adorable yet clumsy appearance amused Shi Jinwei, easing the shadows in her heart. She got up and walked back with Yun Bao, thinking of preparing a big meal tonight to calm her nerves. That evening, Shi Jinwei roasted the bear meat and enjoyed a hearty meal with Yu Bao. Having grown familiar with Shi Jinwei, Yu Bao did not leave that night, but instead slept next to the campfire. With a free bodyguard, she felt content and slept more soundly. On the 7th day of the game, Shi Jinwei planned to delve deeper into the center of the island. This time she was determined to clarify one thing, otherwise predicting what would happen later would be impossible. Moreover, with Yu Bao helping her keep watch, she didn't necessarily have to rush back at night, making it even more convenient. Thinking of this, she put away not only the shelter, but also the moisture-proof mat. She also used a fishing net to scoop out a considerable number of fish from the stream and stored them in her space before heading out under the sun. Without her prompting, Yu Bao voluntarily followed closely behind her. The speed of the pair was swift, and by noon, they reached the place they had arrived at last time, even spotting the markings they had made on the trees. Since she needed to roast meat for the leopard, Shi Jinwei specially made a fire at noon, ensuring her temporary bodyguard was well fed. After an hour and a half for eating and resting, they set off again. However, after walking for less than an hour, Yu Bao refused to go further, boldly biting onto Shi Jinwei's clothes to prevent her from moving ahead. This was enough to indicate that there was something frightening at the center of the island, but it also strengthened Shi Jinwei's resolve to uncover the truth. She patted Yun Bao's head. Regardless of whether it could understand her, she said, "I know you are scared, but I must go in to take a look, so you wait for me to come out here." After saying this, she simply sidestepped it and continued walking inward. Seeing this, Yu Bao let out a few low whimpers, but did not move again. Shi Jinwei then took out her engineer's axe from her space and cautiously ventured deeper. As before, upon arriving here, there were hardly any birds or beasts to be seen. Occasionally, she could spot a few unknown insects on the trees, seemingly the only living creatures in this area. However, Shi Jinwei's vigilance extended beyond this. Since the island started shaking the day before yesterday, she noticed that it seemed to shake either at noon or in the afternoon. Today, since the island did not shake at noon, it was likely to happen in the afternoon, so she had to be ready to grab onto a nearby tree at any moment. Just as she thought it, the small island indeed began to shake again. This time the sensation was similar to the first shake. She did not feel it too severely, perhaps due to being at the center of the island. After about 20 minutes, the shaking stopped and Shi Jinwei continued forward. At this point, the surrounding vegetation had become much denser. In addition, some flowers bloomed vibrantly, displaying exceptionally bright colors. If it weren't for the dimness of the area and the absence of any insect chirps or bird calls, it might have been considered a beautiful scene. However, looking at these flowers, Shi Jinwei became even more cautious. Because among these flowers she recognized several varieties: jasmine, bougainvillea, rose, and summer orchid, each one being a heat-resistant type. She could also feel that the deeper she went, the temperature gradually increased, and there was even a faint mist. After walking for about 20 more minutes, Shi Jinwei finally reached the central area of the island. Here flowers bloomed abundantly and the plants were lush. Carefully parting the vegetation before her, Shi Jinwei cautiously peeked out. Finally, she saw what was at the center of the island, something that scared away all the birds and beasts, and her eyes widened in astonishment. No one could have guessed that at the center of this small island there was actually a hot spring. The entire hot spring pool appeared to be a neatly formed circle with a diameter of about several dozen meters, and steam was rising from the water. A hot spring that looked so inviting turned out to be something that all animals avoided. Even at the moment of death, Shi Jinwei could hardly believe it. However, after standing here for a long time without feeling any discomfort, it seemed the spring water must not be poisonous. So, what was beneath it? Thinking this, Shi Jinwei found a nearby stone and threw it into the pool, but there was no reaction. Perhaps the stone was too small, so Shi Jinwei picked up a bigger rock, took a deep breath, and threw it in, yet there was still no response. Just as she was beginning to feel puzzled, the fountain suddenly began to bubble. Then, without warning, the entire spring water shot upwards like a fountain. She quickly took out her umbrella to shield her head, watching as the water shot up to dozens of meters high before slowly falling back down, the massive curtain of water cascading down like a torrential rain. If she hadn't been holding the umbrella, she would have likely been soaked from head to toe. At that moment, she realized that the temperature of the spring water was extremely high, around 50 degrees. If the water directly touched her skin, it could potentially scald her. It suddenly became clear to her why those animals avoided this place. Having found the reason, she decided not to linger and turned to head back. But then an unexpected change occurred. The fountain erupted again, and the entire island began to shake once more. She almost lost her balance and fell into the water. But that wasn't the end of it. This time the fountain shot up even higher, and the water temperature also rose. Shi Jinwei quickly crouched down to stabilize herself, then opened her umbrella to cover her whole body. The water temperature on the umbrella was still steaming, and even with her clothes on, she could feel the heat of the water. Fortunately, although this time was intense, it was over in a shorter duration. Within less than a minute, everything returned to calm, and Shi Jinwei no longer hesitated, running straight out. Until she returned near the clouded leopard, the island did not shake again, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, connecting the fountain's eruption with the island's shaking, Shi Jinwei felt this was the truth, yet something still felt off. After bringing the clouded leopard back to the shelter and tidying everything up, she began to cook. Feeling a bit tired, she decided to roast everything, and the clouded leopard showed no disdain. After finishing her meal, she went to bed early and set off towards the seaside again the next day. This time she decided to change into diving gear to explore the conditions underwater. Although this action was somewhat dangerous, she needed to understand the current situation better to cope with any upcoming disasters. This time Shi Jinwei moved quickly, reaching the seaside before noon, only to find that the water level had not risen. In fact, it seemed to have slightly receded. Without hesitation, she took out her diving gear, changed into it, and dove right into the water. The clouded leopard, seeing the biped vanish from the surface, followed suit. Seeing that Shi Jinwei seemed unharmed, it finally relaxed, floating in the sea while basking in the sun. Meanwhile, Shi Jinwei carefully descended. At first, she encountered the area she had stepped on yesterday, reaching out to feel it. This was not a stone slab at all, or rather it felt somewhat smooth. She then swam forward along this path and discovered that the object, resembling a stone slab, was extraordinarily massive. She swam for about 500 meters and still hadn't reached the end. Though she could continue swimming forward, the system had already issued a warning, so she had no choice but to return. Shi Jinwei slowly came ashore and sat on the beach, watching the clouded leopard play in the water. At the same time, recalling the sensation of touching the slab earlier, she felt as if she had experienced it somewhere before. Suddenly, without warning, the entire island began to sink. Shi Jinwei fell into the sea unprepared, then tumbled onto the beach, only to rise back to the surface. With the sudden force caught her off guard, and like a fish struggling on the beach, she could only flail helplessly. Fortunately, the oxygen mask was still on her mouth, preventing her from suffocating underwater. As for the clouded leopard, being a proficient swimmer, it fared much better than Shi Jinwei. The moment the island began to sink, it stabilized itself, remaining motionless amidst the rising and falling of the small island. This up and down motion lasted for several minutes before the island finally calmed down again. Shi Jinwei managed to stabilize herself and slowly crawled out of the water, lying on the beach like a salted fish. On the surface, she appeared to be utterly exhausted, but inside she was astounded. Just now, while struggling in the water, she finally remembered what that sensation was. What kind of wooden board was that? The sensation beneath her hand was exactly like when she had touched dolphins at the aquarium. Connecting it to the fountain at the center of the island, an incredible idea was born in her mind. If she imagined the island as a living being, what could it be? The smooth texture and the intermittent eruptions of the hot spring made her think of a whale. Whales have their blowholes on top of their heads, so when they breathe, they expel air from their lungs through these holes. In reality, the blowholes of whales are mostly within 40 centimeters, and the water columns they shoot can reach over 10 meters. If she were to exaggerate and imagine this whale scaled up countless times, wouldn't that align with the eruption of the hot spring? Although there were time differences, the sensation of the stone slab underwater told her that this situation was plausible. If this situation were indeed true, then what kind of lonely island was this? This was clearly a whale. In the context of the game, this setting was quite novel, yet Shi Jinwei found it chilling. Because the whale was currently floating on the surface of the water, this small island existed. If one day it decided to dive, what would happen to the creatures on the island, including her? Although it seemed from the island's ecology that it hadn't submerged in a very long time, that didn't mean it couldn't. Cursing the game mentally several hundred times, Shi Jinwei decided she needed to prepare a bit more. The first thing she needed to do was to build a larger and sturdier raft. Just in case one day survival on the lonely island turned into survival at sea, this would be much safer than her small kayak. Additionally, she needed food and drinking water. With more than 20 days left until the game ended, she had plenty of instant noodles stored. But who would want to keep eating instant noodles when there's meat available? As she planned in her mind, Shi Jinwei intended to hurry back to prepare. Just then, "Hey, are you a player?" A voice sounded nearby as she was deep in thought. Shi Jinwei turned her head and saw a person running towards her. This person was about the same height as her, around 162 centimeters, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes. The voice she heard earlier seemed to be female, but the appearance of the person in front of her was rather unkempt. Shi Jinwei's expression turned strange as she watched the other person stop right in front of her. The other person was panting while pushing their hair back, revealing a relatively clean face, and said breathlessly, "Hey, I finally waited for you." "Waited for me?" Shi Jinwei didn't show any expression, but her mind was racing as she thought about whether there had been any living people nearby during her previous visits to the beach. The first time she was uncertain, but the last 2 times she had a small leopard with her, which would surely have alerted her if there were any strangers. With that in mind, she looked at the other person with a hint of scrutiny. However, the person seemed oblivious and continued chattering, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Feng Xiaoyu. You should have seen me on the leaderboard and my ability is precognition." Upon hearing this self-introduction, Shi Jinwei remembered that the only girl in the top 3 of the leaderboard was indeed named Feng Xiaoyu. However, the fact that she so openly revealed her ability made Shi Jinwei hesitant to trust her easily. But Feng Xiaoyu looked very excited and continued, "Let me tell you, when I first entered the game I used my ability. It told me that to clear this level I needed to wait for my fated person on the beach, so I've been waiting here until today, and I finally found you." "So you're alone now?" Shi Jinwei asked the crucial question directly. Feng Xiaoyu was taken aback and shook her head. "No, there are other players." Hearing that there were others, Shi Jinwei lost interest and turned to leave. Seeing her indifference, Feng Xiaoyu instinctively reached out to grab her, but suddenly the cloud leopard sprang out from the side, growling threateningly at her. Feng Xiaoyu was startled and Shi Jinwei took the chance to quickly leave. As she walked away decisively, she murmured, "Why did you just leave? Don't you know who I am? You should come and team up with me directly." The last time she teamed up was out of necessity. This dungeon had few people and being a lone wolf felt more comfortable. Plus, she was still thinking about going back to work and didn't want to waste time with others. The last time she teamed up was out of necessity. This dungeon had few people and being a lone wolf felt more comfortable. Plus, she was still thinking about going back to work and didn't want to waste time with others. While having many people is powerful, she couldn't guarantee that everyone would be friendly. Just like Feng Xiaoyu, who appeared harmless. But to directly disclose her background to others, it was hard to say whether she was genuinely naive or just pretending to be innocent. Her ranking made it difficult for Shi Jinwei to categorize her as a harmless little rabbit. The cloud leopard saw Shi Jinwei leaving quickly and let out a low "Awu." Only then did Shi Jinwei remember it, turning back to pat its head. "It's okay, let's go. Let's make something delicious tonight." Now that she understood the true nature of the island, she felt less anxious about just dealing with it. That night she roasted quite a bit of bear meat and fish. The cloud leopard unexpectedly brought back a wild boar from somewhere. Upon seeing it, she immediately skinned it and made barbecue pork ribs. The cloud leopard was once again captivated by Shi Jinwei's cooking, enjoying the food immensely. On the 9th day of the game, Shi Jinwei stopped going out and began seriously working on a raft. By the afternoon, the island began to shake again, but she remained much calmer. She lay down on the ground waiting for the tremor to stop before continuing her work. Thanks to having tools, the large raft was completed quickly. In just one day, Shi Jinwei even made a That evening, the cloud leopard hunted a spotted deer while Shi Jinwei gathered a lot of edible wild fruits and grasses nearby. Aside from what she planned to eat that night, she washed the rest and stored them away. She also processed the remaining meat and stored it neatly. 2/3 of it was already cooked, ready to be eaten whenever she wanted. On the 10th day of the game, she planned to continue collecting food nearby and intended to make a few large barrels to store water. Humans can survive a week without food, but 3 days without water is a different story. This shows that water is much more important than food. Making a water barrel is simple. Just chop down a few thick trees and hollow out the centers. Chopping down trees is easy, but hollowing out the tree cores is quite laborious. She planned to save that for the evening and focus on collecting food during the day. After dinner that night, she dug out the tree cores by the firelight. Although the cloud leopard didn't understand what the human was doing, it didn't affect its good mood after eating well. Watching Shi Jinwei work, it lazily lay beside her, licking its fur. The sight of a person and a leopard together evoked a sense of tranquil harmony. Suddenly its ears twitched and the leopard jumped up. It crouched down, alert, tail straight up, and let out a low growl. Shi Jinwei immediately understood that something was approaching. She looked in the direction the leopard was staring and saw a tiger slowly walking out of the forest. This time even she felt a bit uneasy. Encountering a tiger in the middle of the night was no trivial matter. The tiger seemed surprised to find a human next to the cloud leopard, pausing for a moment as it strolled over, seemingly not viewing the two as a threat. Indeed, this tiger was over 4 meters long and resembled a Siberian tiger commonly known as a North. Compared to the cloud leopard, it looked like a massive creature. As for Shi Jinwei, with her slender arms and legs, she posed even less of a threat. Therefore, the tiger appeared exceptionally relaxed, occasionally wagging its tail. This disregard for the leopard embarrassed it in front of Shi Jinwei, prompting it to let out a low growl and leap towards the tiger. The tiger, noticing the leopard's aggressive behavior, faced off against it. Though the leopard looked small, its size had its advantages, making it more agile than the tiger. The tiger, despite its larger size, was also quite capable. Shi Jinwei stood to the side watching as the tiger was about to overpower the leopard, and she wasted no time in pulling out her gun. In the quiet forest, the sudden gunfire drew all the tiger's attention towards the leopard. Taken by surprise, it let out an angry growl. It immediately tried to pounce on Shi Jinwei, but she shot it twice, again hitting its limbs and preventing any further movement. Seeing this, the leopard lunged for its neck. Under the leopard's sharp teeth, the once arrogant tiger quickly lost its breath. After defeating a prey much stronger than itself, the leopard excitedly let out a few "ow" sounds and then attempted to drag the tiger closer to Shi Jinwei. Unfortunately, its size was too small compared to the tiger, and it couldn't drag it at all. In the end, Shi Jinwei couldn't bear to watch and called out to stop it, and only then did it finally comply. The next day, after Shi Jinwei got up and finished her meal, she planned to continue digging the water bucket. Yunbao also stayed lazily lying beside her. The tiger from yesterday was massive enough to sustain it for several days, so it wasn't in a hurry to hunt. Suddenly its ears twitched and Shi Jinwei also paused her actions. From the nearby woods, the sound of footsteps crunching on leaves emerged, loud enough to be unlike that of an animal. Shi Jinwei quickly stored away the pots and pans in front of her, leaving only a tree stump still being chiseled, a chisel and a military axe. With the 2 tools and the damp-proof mat, that made 3 items. Even if players really came over, it wouldn't seem strange. Just as she finished tidying up, 3 men and 1 woman walked out from inside with Feng Xiaoyu, whom she had encountered yesterday, leading the way. As soon as they saw her, they became excited. Without waiting for Shi Jinwei to speak, they rushed over so fast that even Yunbao didn't react. "Hey sister, I finally found you." Seeing the girl trying to pounce on her, Shi Jinwei had to take a few steps back to avoid her enthusiasm. "Is there something you need?" She appeared harmless. But honestly, Shi Jinwei felt somewhat annoyed by these unexpected guests. Feng Xiaoyu seemed unfazed by her cold demeanor. "I told you I came to find you. We are all players, and it's much easier to cooperate than to work alone." She waved her hand to the 3 men behind her. "Let me introduce you. These 3 are also players: Zheng Rongshuan, Yang Haoyu, and Ji Chen." The 3 men nodded slightly at her. Although Shi Jinwei found it abrupt, she still calmly returned the greeting. But Feng Xiaoyu, seeing this, assumed she accepted her and became even more enthusiastic. "By the way, I still don't know your name." "Shi Wei." "Wow, your name sounds like a boy's." "Hey, is this wood you chopped? What are you going to do with it?" "An axe, a chisel, and you have a gun, right? We followed the sound of gunfire to find you." Feng Xiaoyu chattered on. But Shi Jinwei frowned more and more. "So you came to find me for something?" Feng Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. "I came to find you to clear the levels together." "How do we clear them?" "Do you have any clues?" she asked bluntly. Feng Xiaoyu mumbled, "No, not really." Shi Jinwei chuckled directly. "Since you don't have any, why do you think I would agree to team up with you?" "But my talent tells me that following you will help clear the levels." "Your talent told you that?" "Did I agree?" "We've only met once, we're not familiar at all, yet you bring people to my territory. Isn't that a bit too presumptuous?" Feng Xiaoyu's eyes turned slightly red upon hearing her say this. "I thought we were friends." "Friends? They've only met twice." Shi Jinwei had been feeling irritable over the island issues these days, and now meeting this girl made her even angrier. "You need to understand that today is only our 2nd meeting. Although I don't know how your talent brainwashed you, I am neither the top nor the 2nd on the leaderboard. What makes you think I have the ability to lead you to clear the levels?" At this point, she no longer cared about politeness and pointed directly behind her. "You also said you're 3rd on the leaderboard. You have 3 teammates behind you, and there's someone in the top 5 on your team. How could they not be better than me? So please don't drag me into your team. We really aren't familiar with each other, okay?" This was already quite rude, and Feng Xiaoyu couldn't help but start crying. Both Shi Jinwei and Feng Xiaoyu had round faces, but Shi Jinwei's features were more delicate, and since she usually had a blank expression, it was easy for people to overlook her cuteness. However, Feng Xiaoyu was different with her round face and cute features. Her eyes were red from crying, now making her look pitiful. The three male players behind them couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, there's no need to be so rude, right? Exactly, she came over to help you, and you have this attitude. It's a bit excessive, don't you think? Zheng Rongxuan and Yang Haoyu spoke up directly while Jichen stood by with his arms crossed watching coldly. Shi Jinwei wasn't intimidated. If you think I'm excessive, then you can leave. What are you still doing here? Fine, if you want to leave, go ahead. I've never met a woman like you, fierce as a tigress. They moved forward trying to pull Feng Xiaoyu away. However, Feng Xiaoyu dodged and continued to look at Shi Jinwei pitifully. Will you come with me? I promise not to hold you back. A few of them. This woman seemed to have some serious issues. Even the two chattering men felt embarrassed at this moment, but they still dragged her away. Seeing them finally disappear from view, Shi Jinwei let out a slight sigh. The location had already been exposed, as she wondered whether she should change places. But thinking of that girl's skills, it seemed that even if she changed places, she might still be found, which made her feel a headache. Yun Bao noticed her troubled expression and nudged her with his head to comfort her. Forget it, knowing is knowing. I can't just fight to the death now. She patted the big cat's head, comforting herself and planning to continue her work. Just then the ground began to shake again. Shi Jinwei thought to herself, here it comes again, and calmly. She thought it would be like before, calming down at most within half an hour. This time the little island put on. The entire island began to rise as if it were pulling itself out of the water. If Shi Jinwei were by the sea, she would realize her guess was correct. The island was actually located at the head of a whale. The hot spring was just as she had guessed. The whales. However, this whale was too large. As it slightly floated up, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the dark water. No one knew the habits of this whale, or why it had been particularly active these past few days. At that moment, its entire head slowly emerged from the water. For it, this was an extremely minor action, but for the beings on the island it was akin to a catastrophic disaster. Birds once again took to the sky, seemingly trying to flee this terrifying place. But other animals couldn't fly and could only roar to vent their fear. Shi Jinwei also sensed something unusual immediately and prepared to enter her space at any moment. Fortunately, after the whale surfaced, it did not make any further movements, and the island gradually returned to calm. She quickly got up from the ground and began running towards the seaside. Yun Bao was still shaking his head as seeing Shi Jinwei run off. He didn't care that he was still dizzy and hurriedly. Shi Jinwei's speed was astonishingly quick. After a few breaks, she continued to run towards the seaside. When she reached the shore, she witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. The entire island was now suspended in the air. The original beach had vanished, and at the edge of the forest was a cliff over 10 meters high. Below the cliff was a dark expanse resembling the body of a whale. Shi Jinwei felt an impulse to jump down away from the island and this massive creature, but reason told her not to act impulsively. However, the whale had surfaced, indicating that it would likely be more active from now on, which meant she needed to be more vigilant. Though staying at the shelter was comfortable, she felt it would be better to reside by the sea, allowing her to observe the creature's situation immediately. With that in mind, she planned to return and move everything from the shelter. At the same time, she filled several unshaped wooden buckets with water from the creek, enough for her to drink for over 10 days. On the way back, she encountered Feng Xiaoyu and her companions again, but instead of greeting them, she simply walked past them. Feng Xiaoyu hesitated to speak, but was pulled away by Zheng Rongxuan. Shi Jinwei moved swiftly, with the clouded leopard following closely behind her. Seeing the big cat behave so docilely made Shi Jinwei sigh. She wondered how this large creature would stir things up next, resolving to just take it one step at a time. To prevent the whale from suddenly sinking, Shi Jinwei's first task upon returning to the seaside was to chop down all the nearby trees, clearing a flat area to set up a raft. Then she built a simple shelter on the raft. She planned to live on the raft so she wouldn't panic if the water level suddenly rose. As expected, the whale surfaced to bask in the sun during the morning and began to dive in the afternoon. The island shook once more, and she could feel the stones near the cliff falling down as she stood by the sea. Next, the entire island started to descend, and both Shi Jinwei and the clouded leopard felt their bodies rising and falling while lying on the raft. This time, the island sank deeply. Comparing it to the trees by the shore, the seawater rose to a meter high on the tree trunks before it stopped. Fortunately, Shi Jinwei and the clouded leopard were on the raft and did not fall into the water, but instead floated on the surface. Once everything calmed down, Shi Jinwei looked back at the island. The outer area had been completely submerged, while the center remained somewhat intact due to its higher terrain. Many animals had now disregarded the strange spring water in the center that could scald their fur, rushing towards the middle. At that moment Shi Jinwei made a bold decision. She picked up the oars and began to paddle outward. At about 500 meters, a warning from the system sounded, disallowing her from proceeding further. Within this range, she still couldn't see the edges of the dark shadows beneath the sea. So she stopped going forward, paddled the raft back, and continued chopping down trees. Considering the space could only accommodate a 5x5 raft, she made it according to the size. After trying it out, she realized the size was still a bit too small, so she needed to expand it. The island had many trees over 10 meters tall, and she was quite skilled. In just one afternoon, she made a 10x10 raft. However, she didn't discard the 5x5 raft. Instead, she secured it beneath the larger raft for reinforcement. On the 11th day of the game, Shi Jinwei transformed survival on a deserted island into raft survival, and she didn't forget to bring along her big cat. On the 12th day of the game, Shi Jinwei woke up in the shelter of the raft, stretched lazily before crawling out. She found that the clouded leopard had swum back to the island at some point, bringing back a few wild catches. She quickly processed the catches, roasting them all. Both she and the leopard enjoyed the delicious meal. The weather today was overcast, and Shi Jinwei felt it would rain. The weather at sea was unpredictable. It had not rained in over 10 days on the island, which she considered a miracle. Sure enough, within half an hour, light rain began to fall. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but just as it started to rain, the island began to sink again. The two on the raft felt little, but the creatures on the island felt the change acutely. Feng Xiaoyu and her 3 companions were near the center of the island, watching the large tree leaves tremble. "I wonder how Shi Wei is doing right now," she said softly, watching the rain outside. Nearby, Yang Haoyu comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, that girl looks very clever. She definitely won't suffer losses." "You're just too kind, Xiaoyu. Even at a time like this, you're still thinking about others," Zhang Rongshuan chimed in. She felt a bit shy from the compliment, replying, "Don't say that, we are all players. It's only right to look out for each other." Her words earned her more praises from the two. TCH, the 4th companion, who had been rather low profile, suddenly scoffed. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the 3, he waved his hand dismissively. "You all continue your flattery. I won't join you in leaving first." With that, he jumped down from the tree without giving them a chance to respond, disappearing into the curtain of rain. "Hey, what's up with that guy?" Zhang Rongshuan expressed his dissatisfaction as he saw Jichen leave like that. Feng Xiaoyu bit her lip, her lowered gaze hiding her thoughts. On the other side, Shi Jinwei was sheltering with the clouded leopard under the raft's cover. The newly made raft was large enough so the sleeping area was also spacious, covered with a waterproof cloth, and she didn't worry about getting wet. Additionally, when it rained at sea, the wind would also pick up, causing the temperature to drop significantly. She had changed into the thicker clothes she had specially bought. She placed several wooden buckets outside to collect rainwater, while she took out a small stove inside and started a fire. She roasted 2 wild rabbits, one for herself and one for the clouded leopard, enjoying the fragrant rabbit meat while listening to the rain. The heavy rain lasted for 3 days. During this time, the island did not shake again, but the water level continued to rise due to the downpour. Since she had enough food stored, she didn't let the clouded leopard hunt in these days, instead staying on the raft eating from her supplies. Overall, this was the easiest time Shi Jinwei had experienced since entering the game. On the 15th day of the game, the sky finally cleared and the entire island had shrunk to half its size. The trees by the seaside were now 3/5 submerged in the seawater, resembling a scene after a flood. At this moment, Shi Jinwei was slowly paddling her raft towards the shore. Though she had enough food and water for the remaining days, Shi Jinwei believed the most important thing in a survival game was to stay vigilant in times of peace. Thus, with the weather clear, she planned to return to the island to collect some fresh water and food before continuing to survive on the raft. She anchored the wooden raft near a large tree, tying it securely with a rope. Everything inside was stored in her space, including the rain cover. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about any players coming by and taking her belongings. As for the raft, with the right tools, she could easily construct several. On the submerged island, apart from the occasional chirping of a few small birds, there were no signs of other beasts. At this moment, the cloud leopard showed no disdain for such small prey. With a nimble leap, it jumped onto a tree, successfully capturing a bird the size of a pigeon in less than 2 minutes. She couldn't tell what species it was, but still graciously stored it in her space, encouragingly patting the cloud leopard's large head. In response, it let out 2 affectionate meows. Without any specific goal, they wandered and collected until noon, before returning to the raft. Then she saw that there was actually a person standing on the raft. Judging by his height, he seemed to be a man. He appeared to have heard the noise as well, turning to meet the wary gaze of both her and the leopard. It was Jichen. Upon seeing him, she instinctively glanced around. "Don't look around, it's just me," Jichen casually explained, as if he could read her thoughts. "What do you want?" she asked. Although he ranked 5th, Shi Jinwei did not underestimate him. You seem to have organized things well. How about considering teaming up? What do you have? He asked, pulling out a submachine gun from his inventory. Shi Jinwei found herself swallowing back the refusal she was about to voice. She recognized the gun worth at least 300 points, which she couldn't possibly contend with. However, it was impossible for him to have her easily compromise. Joining up is fine, but besides this, what else do you have? Understanding the importance of being pragmatic, she knew that, since he proposed the team-up, she had room to negotiate. Jichen, surprised by her calm demeanor, replied, I have information. What kind? Besides the fact that the island was alive and constantly sinking, Shi Jinwei couldn't guess what information could be worth teaming up. But Jichen indeed had some startling news. According to his observations, the small island was moving in a particular direction. How did you determine that? Shi Jinwei found it hard to believe that the sea was vast, and without a map, even GPS wouldn't be accurate. To her surprise, Jichen countered, haven't you observed the stars at night? Shi Jinwei. She hadn't. Once again feeling her lack of knowledge, a new question arose, where was this island drifting to? And what did it have to do with the island constantly sinking? Why think so much? As long as we hold on for another half a month, we can clear the game, can't we? Jichen felt she was overthinking. Shi Jinwei had already figured out that he hadn't realized the island was a whale, and had no intention of revealing it, so Jichen stayed. But work had to be done. Shi Jinwei was not polite, directly tossing him a chainsaw and instructing him to chop down trees on the island, and then come back to build a sleeping place on the raft. Jichen took the tool, his expression somewhat strange. Your tool is quite unique. Shi Jinwei couldn't be bothered with him, immediately starting to process the prey she had collected that day. Since she had an extra teammate, she couldn't use her talents as freely as before. So while Jichen was on the island chopping wood, she took out some necessary items from her tent. At noon, she shared the food she had prepared with Jichen, reminding him, this meal is on me, but you'll have to handle your own food from now on. What about it? Jichen pointed to the delicious-looking cloud leopard. Shi Jinwei replied coldly, what you are eating now is what it caught. Feeling subtly insulted, Jichen. In the afternoon, the man returned from the island with 2 wild boars, including the cost of food, which he handed over to Shi Jinwei. On the 16th day of the game, the 2 humans and 1 leopard lived in harmony on the raft. On the 17th day, the island shook again, but this no longer concerned them. They calmly watched as the seawater continued to rise. On the 17th day, they faced a new disaster, a raging storm. Although its destructive power was not as great as a tornado, they had to secure the raft with ropes to the nearby tree. Fearing that a moment's inattention might lead the raft to be blown away, causing them to exceed the game boundary and perish. By the 20th day, only the center of the island remained above water. This intensified the fighting among the animals on the island. The last surviving creatures fought fiercely with others for a patch of land on the last piece of dry ground. However, this inadvertently benefited Shi Jinwei and the others, who no longer needed to hunt. They could occasionally scavenge from the leftovers. On the 21st day of the game, something unexpected happened. Today, the island did not sink, and Shi Jinwei's raft remained 500 meters away from the center of the island. They discovered that as the island's area shrank, their distance from the island also decreased, with 500 meters being the limit. On that morning, while the 2 humans and 1 leopard were leisurely lying on the raft soaking in the sun, they saw a sudden eruption of a water column hundreds of meters high from the center of the island. The water column gushed for about a minute before starting to fall all around. Shi Jinwei immediately retreated with the cloud leopard back into the tent. Although Jichen didn't know what was happening, seeing the 2's reaction made him realize it wasn't a good sign, so he also hid inside. Soon hot spring rain began to fall outside. Perhaps because this water column shot too high, the temperature dropped significantly by the time it fell, so the water wasn't as hot. But what shocked them was that as the water fell, they felt the raft beneath them rising rapidly. Then a deafening sound echoed in the sky, the voice of a whale. Jichen looked in surprise towards Shi Jinwei's tent, noticing she wore no expression of surprise, realizing she must have known this from the start. As the raft rose, the nearby island shook violently, and then they felt the raft being lifted, followed by a rapid descent. Fortunately, there had been a small raft measuring 5 by 5 beneath it to absorb the force of the lift, preventing the larger raft from breaking apart. However, the smaller raft was directly shattered. The raft fell heavily into the water, splashing a huge spray, while the central island was not so fortunate. After being soaked in seawater for over 10 days, the last piece of pure land finally teetered on the brink. Luckily, the whale's body was beneath, so the entire island appeared to be capsizing, leaving a chaotic scene floating on the surface of the sea. The small island returned to calm once more, yet it never quite righted itself, an unreasonable norm. The 2 of them and the leopard struggled to their feet. As Shi Jinwei regained her footing, a submachine gun was pointed at her. Jichen's body was drenched, his hair in disarray, exuding a chaotic beauty. However, when someone holds a gun and gazes at you coldly, that beauty turns deadly. Miss Sure, I thought we were getting along well these past few days. Shouldn't you explain yourself now? He asked. At this point, the other party was about to counterattack, but she remained unfazed. What explanation do you want? The scream just now, he said. Did you not hear it? She feigned ignorance. But your expression doesn't seem that shocked. Did you know all along? Shi Jinwei nodded generously. That's right. What about it? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Ji Chen's words were laced with anger. Shi Jinwei retorted confidently, you never asked, so why should I say anything? I thought we were getting along harmoniously these past few days. Shi Jinwei laughed unceremoniously. That's what you thought. When you threatened me to team up, did you really think I was willing? What kind of robbery logic is this? Although Ji Chen had indeed been a good teammate, after teaming up it couldn't erase the fact that he had once held a gun to Shi Jinwei. Shi Jinwei was not a petty person, but she was also no pushover. At this moment the leopard had already circled behind him, and she was confident that, even if he attacked, she and the leopard together would not lose. Unexpectedly, Ji Chen was silent at her words. However, Shi Jinwei did not care what he thought. Seeing no further action from him, she continued to hold the gun on herself, her gaze slightly cold. A barely noticeable movement of her finger sent the leopard behind the man lunging forward. Ji Chen sensed the wind rushing from behind and instinctively ducked. Taking advantage of this gap, Shi Jinwei kicked out directly. Ji Chen tried to evade, but Shi Jinwei's movements were faster. The man was directly kicked to the ground, the submachine gun slipping from his hand as the leopard pounced on him, letting out a threatening growl toward Ji Chen. Seeing this, Ji Chen immediately drew another gun, only for the muzzle of the other gun to be pressed against his temple. Don't move. Shi Jinwei chambered a round in her pistol, exuding an air of, if you move, I'll shoot you. Just as he was about to put the gun into his space, Shi Jinwei snatched it away. What are your skills? Tell me. Ji Chen. Hurry up. Shi Jinwei urged. Ji Chen helplessly replied, randomly obtain one item when entering the game, automatically retrieved after the game ends. He referred to a first-level skill, and Shi Jinwei naturally didn't believe it. What level skill do you have now? Not just one, right? She was so cautious that Ji Chen had no choice but to confess, level 3 items. Including the skill slot, you should have 8 items. What are the remaining 5? Hand them all over. Shi Jinwei completely transformed into a bandit. Ji Chen secretly ground his teeth. However, Shi Jinwei's gun pressed again against his temple. Those who know how to adapt are the wise, so he could only take out the remaining 4 items. Apart from the 2 guns, there was a life jacket, a box of food, a box of water, a crossbow, and a drone. Shi Jinwei was quite tempted by the last 2 items and unceremoniously took them all. Miss Sure, isn't this a bit excessive? Ji Chen asked. Shi Jinwei was unafraid. This person only had 1 item left. Soon she would tie him up. Did she need to fear him? The drone could scout the outside situation, which she desperately needed. So, for the sake of the items, she decided to tie him. The drone could scout the outside situation, which she desperately needed. So, for the sake of the items, she decided to tie him up for now. She even thoughtfully moved a small stove in front of him, considering he was soaked. To Ji Chen's eyes, it seemed like a malicious act. Ignoring him, Shi Jinwei picked up the drone and began to fiddle with it. This thing was incredibly useful, able to observe the current situation on the island from high above. At first, she wasn't very skilled at controlling it and nearly let it fall into the water. But soon she became more adept and the drone soared high into the sky. Seeing this thing fly for the first time, the leopard let out a threatening low growl, its tail standing straight up. However, once the drone ascended to the sky, its fear turned into astonishment. Its round eyes fixed on the object above, as if it couldn't comprehend how it had taken flight. The silly and adorable appearance made Shi Jinwei smile again, and she quickly focused on the screen. Looking down from above allowed a more intuitive view of the island's situation. Just as she had anticipated, the whale was terrifyingly large, its shadow on the seabed stretching beyond sight. As for the small island above it, besides the overturned one in front of them, there were several others about the size of a raft crowded with trembling animals. Regarding the hot spring, which had been blooming with flowers before it now appeared as a vast ocean. The previous eruption seemed to have cleared everything around, leaving only a tranquil spring. She was captivated by the view, but the leopard emitted an uneasy sound. Shi Jinwei snapped back to reality, only to find a dark shadow approaching in the water nearby. Instantly, she became alert. She attempted to maneuver the drone back to check the situation, only to witness an astonishing scene on the screen. Countless fish surged from the ocean, starting to bite at the whale. Yet the whale remained oblivious, showing no response. As its body was consumed by these fish, the scent of blood spread through the seawater, attracting more marine creatures. The dark shadow not far from their raft was also a marine creature drawn in. At this point, Shi Jinwei could no longer afford to observe. She retracted the drone and rushed to the edge of the raft to take a look, only to discover that several sharks had approached. The species was indistinguishable, but their numbers continued to grow. Even though she had considered myriad possibilities, she had not expected the whale to put up no resistance. On the other hand, Jichen, despite being tied up, was also paying attention to the nearby movements. He had felt something was off the moment he learned that this island was on the back of a whale. Now seeing the sharks gnawing at the whale, all around his thin lips parted slightly as he slowly uttered two words, "whale fall." Shi Jinwei, tense and focused on the outside, did not catch what he said. He repeated it, and only then did she come to her senses. Whale fall. When a whale falls, all life flourishes. In reality, it is said that the end of a whale's life marks the beginning of the birth of myriad creatures in the ocean. Using its carcass, an entire marine ecosystem can be created. Numerous marine organisms are born, proliferate, and can continue for decades. It is lauded as the most romantic death. And the rise of the sea moments ago must have been the whale's final struggle before its death. Hearing such an answer, both of them fell silent for a moment. Who would have thought that this quest would turn out to be so tragic? Yet reality did not allow them to indulge in sorrow. The sharks are large, and since the water around the raft is shallow, they cannot swim over, but the smaller fish can. Within just a few minutes, the raft was already surrounded by schools of fish. Of course, their target was not the raft, but seeing such a dense school of fish beneath them would make anyone, even those without a fear of crowds, feel their scalp tingling. "Mister, I can help," Jichen suddenly said. She couldn't be bothered with him. The current situation was indeed grim. These fish schools were now targeting the whale, but who could say what would happen next? Especially since she didn't recognize so many of the fish and knew nothing of their habits. While she was pondering, a fish suddenly leapt out of the water. Then more and more fish began to fly up, landing directly on the raft. Yunbao was directly stunned by a flying fish using its paw to pry at the struggling fish on the raft. Meow. Shi Jinwei quickly pulled the leopard back into the shelter, completely ignoring Jichen, who was tied up and unable to move. After about 20 minutes, the swarm of flying fish finally calmed down and she emerged. The raft was covered in flying fish, and Yunbao immediately pounced on them to feast, while Shi Jinwei looked at the fish with unease. "Mister, could you clear away the fish nearby me first?" Jichen's helpless voice suddenly rang out. Both the person and the leopard looked over and found his entire lower body submerged in fish. One pesky fish was still flapping around on his abdomen. Knowing it was not the right time to laugh, Shi Jinwei restrained herself and took a wooden bucket from the shelter to clear away the fish around him. She piled the fish together as food for Yunbao. After surveying the surroundings and glancing at the overturned island, she decided to row the raft closer to that area first. In the last few days, they might even have to climb up there. And indeed, the reality was just as she had imagined. That night, nothing significant happened. By the 22nd day, more fish arrived while the whale's body though the fish schools sank along with it, it also indicated that the water depth nearby was increasing. On the 20th day of the game, the whale's corpse had sunk to the point where it was no longer visible, and the shark school finally discovered the raft surrounding the fish. A shark with particularly good teeth was munching on the fish near the raft, and with one final bite it clamped down. Shi Jinwei was controlling a drone to observe the situation outside when she suddenly looked down and locked eyes with the shark, almost dropping the remote. Taking a deep breath, she looked around and realized it was a solitary shark, which calmed her down considerably. She then took out the crossbow she had pilfered from Jichen and shot directly at the shark's eye. The shark was caught off guard and was immediately pierced through one eye. In agony, it thrashed in the water, causing the raft to shake violently. Yunbao, seeing this, leapt into the water and began to bite at the massive creature. Shi Jinwei was not timid either, as she jumped into the water and wildly slashed at it with her machete. The shark initially intended to retaliate, but Shi Jinwei's first target was its other eye. Although she had no idea how well this beast could see, it wouldn't be able to see them, which made their attacks easier. Fortunately, this shark was only about 3 meters long, a smaller species, and the combined efforts of one person and one leopard quickly brought it down. With the shark's death, the fish schools below quickly floated to the surface. Shi Jinwei and Yunbao scrambled back onto the raft. They watched as the 3-meter-long shark was rapidly devoured by the fish. The speed at which it happened was startling. "We should go to the island," Shi Jinwei immediately concluded. She rushed into the shelter to pack their things away, then steered the raft towards a spot on the island where there were trees. There were no living creatures left on this overturned island, but the fallen trees provided good climbing material. Before leaving, she glanced at Jichen, who was sitting on the raft, hesitated for a moment, and then untied the ropes binding him. Jichen looked at her in surprise. The next second, Shi Jinwei pulled out a gun. "You go first." "Jichen." He said nothing and turned to leave. The spot where Shi Jinwei docked the raft was quite peculiar, directly beneath a tree that was not particularly thick but still sturdy. Although it was currently toppled over, its roots remained firmly embedded in the soil. Jichen made a nimble jump, grabbing hold of the thickest branch and climbing up. Shi Jinwei waited until he had climbed 2 trees before she and Yunbao slowly began to ascend. Though she had trained in the game space, she was truly not good at climbing trees. When Jichen reached the top of the cliff and looked down, he saw Shi Jinwei clinging to the trunk in a rather bizarre position. Unable to hold back, he asked, "Mister, what are you doing?" He simply could not understand why climbing a tree had turned into a caterpillar's crawl. Shi Jinwei retorted confidently, "Climbing a tree, of course." Although her posture wasn't very flattering, she had at least climbed 2 trees compared to her beginner days. Jichen was at a loss for words, casually sitting at the top of the cliff and watching Shi Jinwei inch her way from one tree to another like a caterpillar. Yunbao initially waited patiently for her, but after going up and down several times it lost patience, as Shi Jinwei had only managed to climb 1 tree and lay down beside Jichen looking down. With round eyes full of confusion, she thought, "This person can roast rabbits so deliciously, why is climbing a tree so slow?" Thus for the rest of the day Shi Jinwei did nothing but climb trees. Until night fell, she finally reached the top, only to be met with the speechless expressions of Jichen and Yunbao. Shi Jinwei. Even though she usually maintained a cold expression, she couldn't help but crack a smile at that moment. She pulled out food from her space and handed it to Jichen. As for Yunbao, there were still plenty of fish on the raft, and it had already taken care of its dinner. After dinner, Jichen went down to gather a lot of branches while Shi Jinwei took them and started a fire. The 2 of them had temporarily reached a state of peaceful coexistence. On the 26th day of the game, the ocean was still a bloody red and the fish population was increasing. Shi Jinwei continued to use the drone to investigate the situation of other island fragments. She found that besides a few tigers and lions, there were no other animals to be seen. On the 27th day of the game, fish schools continued to arrive and their raft was once again attacked. However, they were already on the island, so the attacks were of no concern. Fortunately, the raft was large enough, and these fish were mostly just playing around and lost interest, allowing Yunbao to continue hunting. On the 20th day of the game, heavy rain struck. Shi Jinwei took out a tent from her space and set it up with Jichen on the cliff despite the rain. The tent could accommodate 5 or 6 people and even had compartments. Jichen crawled in and gave her a thumbs up in admiration. "You really came well prepared." Shi Jinwei accepted it with a sense of righteousness. "Thank you." The 2 of them and Yunbao listened to the rain hiding in the tent while roasting fire, and their relationship returned to peace. On the 29th day of the game, the heavy rain stopped, but they did not take down the tent. Jichen and Yunbao went down to catch a lot of fish, and Shi Jinwei made fish soup, grilled fish, and cooked noodles. On the 30th day of the game, which was also the last day, by midnight the game would end, so Shi Jinwei's mood was relatively good. However, in the afternoon she heard a woman's voice again. Jichen and Yunbao were bored and sleeping in the tent while Shi Jinwei directly released a drone to investigate. She discovered 3 people appearing on a fragment of a deserted island, which were unexpectedly Feng Xiaoyu and her 2 teammates. Shi Jinwei found it strange, as she had been patrolling the island every day for the past few days and hadn't seen them, so how did they suddenly appear now? However, the island was still a distance away from them, so Shi Jinwei was not worried about them being able to find their way over and decided not to pay further attention. Just then Yang Haoyu seemed to have noticed the drone above and said something to the other 2. Feng Xiaoyu and Zhang Rongxuan immediately looked up and started waving frantically at the drone. The presence of a drone implied that there were definitely people nearby. However, Shi Jinwei did not intend to pay them any mind. Just as she was about to control the drone to leave, she noticed that there seemed to be a person lying behind the 3 of them. Feeling curious, she circled around to take a look. Just one glance made her hair stand on end, because the person lying there was actually the unconscious Jichen. In disbelief, Shi Jinwei carefully checked several times and confirmed that it was indeed Jichen. However, at that moment he was unconscious, his face pale, and he did not seem to be in good condition. But if this person was Jichen, then who was in the tent? "What are you looking at?" A male voice suddenly came from behind. Shi Jinwei instinctively took out her gun from her space and pointed it at the man. "Who are you?" Jichen raised an eyebrow, his voice still hoarse from just waking up. "Who do you think I am?" Shi Jinwei wasn't going to let him off easily and directly picked up the remote control, shoving the surveillance footage in front of him. "You are not Jichen, who are you?" Jichen seemed taken aback that there was actually a face exactly like his in the monitor, displaying a surprised expression. "Oh, who is this?" Seeing that he was still being stubborn at this point, Shi Jinwei decided to be unmerciful and intended to shoot. Jichin seemed to have expected this and quickly grabbed her wrist, flipping it over gently. Shi Jinwei felt pain and the gun fell from her hand. But she was not entirely unprepared as she immediately stored the remote into her space, drew out an axe and swung it at him. Hey, after spending so long together, can't you be a bit gentler with me? Jichin deftly dodged while not forgetting to counterattack. His skills were significantly better than Shi Jinwei's. However, Shi Jinwei had a weapon which suppressed him considerably, making the fight relatively even. At this moment, Yunbao heard the commotion and came out of the tent looking a bit confused at the fight outside. Why were they fighting again? Shi Jinwei, unaware of its thoughts, shouted directly, "Help me bite him." Yunbao was confused, but could understand Shi Jinwei's words, so without thinking it jumped straight towards Jichin. Jichin was now under even more pressure. Just as Yunbao was about to tackle him, he retreated directly towards the cliff. Without hesitation, Shi Jinwei quickly picked up her gun and shot, but the man skillfully dodged behind a tree trunk. Jichin soon landed on the raft and Shi Jinwei looked down to make eye contact with him. In that brief moment, she noticed that the man's face was gradually changing. It started off subtle, but soon Jichin's face completely transformed into another face. With her keen eyesight, Shi Jinwei realized that this was a completely different face. She switched from her handgun to a submachine gun, aiming it at the man. Seeing this, the Jichin below showed no panic, but instead flashed her a brilliant smile, then leaped into the water. The fish in the water, startled, began to thrash about before quickly settling down again. Shi Jinwei did not dare to be careless and quickly controlled the drone to start scanning the surroundings. The water surface was calm with no signs. But she remained vigilant, continuously maneuvering the drone around. Fortunately, this was a system-produced item with enough battery life. Even after a whole day, there was no indication of low battery. As night fell, the surroundings were eerily quiet, and Shi Jinwei was even more cautious. Yunbao wagged its tail in front of the fire, and seeing it so lazy, Shi Jinwei couldn't help but sigh. Once the game ends, you have to take care of yourself. Although this was a game, and NPCs were just data. However, after spending so long together, there were always feelings involved. Yunbao seemed to understand, nuzzling its big head against Shi Jinwei. At 2000, Shi Jinwei took out all the food from her space except for the props and cooked a feast for Yun. At 2200, Yunbao with a round belly lay beside Shi Jinwei. At midnight, the game's announcement rang out on time. Shi Jinwei patted Yunbao's head, unable to resist, bending down to give it a hug, allowing her consciousness to return to the space. At that moment she saw distant lights suddenly flickering as a huge cruise ship slowly approached. Above the cruise ship, several helicopters flew over, and the scanning lights indicated that they were likely there. Although it was nonsense to conduct a rescue a month later, thinking that Yunbao would not be left alone here, Shi Jinwei truly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a flash of white light, she returned to the game space. Congratulations to player Shi Jinwei for successfully clearing Unnamed Island. Based on your overall performance, reward 400 points. Number of players cleared in this round 170789654778. Current number of players alive 170789654778. Game props successfully retrieved. The next game will start in 3 days. Wishing you a pleasant life. Shi Jinwei was somewhat surprised to have 400 points. But upon hearing that the number of players had decreased by 2 billion again, her heart sank slightly. She immediately opened the chat channel. I thought that after surviving the plane crash, life on the deserted island would be much more enjoyable, but in the end, good grief, the island almost disappeared. My sheer luck led me to buy a parachute without knowing what to choose, just closed my eyes and grabbed it. Damn it, I almost hit the ground in a box, but thankfully the plane made a successful emergency landing and a group of people kept each other warm on the island. You guys are keeping each other warm, but we are in a battle royale. Damn, that group of NPCs went crazy thinking they couldn't escape and started killing each other. I was scared and hiding, almost got blasted by that fountain. I finally experienced being carried along. As expected of the big shots on the leaderboard, they summoned a helicopter right at the start and brought me down safely. It was exhilarating. The beginning was actually not bad, but I think the most shocking part was later when the island was gone and on those few fragments there were either lions or tigers. I floated on a piece of wood for 3 days in the sea and my body got swollen. Who would have thought this game would have a romantic aspect, a whale fall? Although I almost died, I still felt. You upstairs, what the hell are you touched about? It's death romance, and the shark pack in the following days was terrifying. What whale fall? What are you guys talking about? Is this a game we are playing together? How can there still be a whale fall? Dust link detailed guide on the deserted island survival instance. You guys take a look. Upon seeing this, Shi Jinwei jumped to the forum via the link and indeed found someone had analyzed the deserted island instance thoroughly. Besides the whale fall, there were many other details that Shi Jinwei hadn't noticed, making her feel that masters indeed exist among the common people. Just as she was about to exit the forum, she saw the game issued a new announcement game update successful. The update contents are as follows. 1. The points leaderboard has been updated from leaderboard to total points leaderboard. 2. A new special items section has been added to the item shop where players can purchase according to their needs. 3. The game content and tasks will change randomly. Please read each game instruction carefully. 4. The game will be updated or upgraded from time to time in the future, and all rights of explanation are reserved by the game. She was taken aback and directly opened the points leaderboard. She had only seen this thing once and thought her rank was still low, so whatever happened would be a matter for the top few ranks, and she hadn't paid much attention since. Upon reopening it, she found that many names had indeed changed. For example, the previous number 1 Sibo was replaced and the subsequent names had also undergone a significant reshuffle. Moreover, Feng Xiaoyu, whom she encountered last round, had dropped from the top 3 and was now ranked 17th. For her and her 2 teammates, including Jichin, Shi Jinwei wasn't interested in them. She only focused on herself and found that she had actually risen by over 4,000, now ranked 25178 with a total score of 930. For her and her 2 teammates, including Jichin, Shi Jinwei wasn't interested in them. She only focused on herself and found that she had actually risen by over 4. As for the purpose of the points leaderboard, opinions on the forum varied. Some speculated it was like those games in reality, allowing big shots to gain fame while little brothers admire them. Others believed it had other uses such as providing extra rewards, etc. However, after 4 rounds of games, nothing was apparent and people gradually lost interest in it. After finishing with the leaderboard, Shi Jinwei jumped to the item shop to see what special items were available. She found that 4 new items had indeed been added. Teaming item, one-time use. Each player can use it once per round and combined with a teammate before the game starts. After entering the game, they will be teleported together. 100 points item. Tracking item, one-time use. Each player can use it once per round and can be used in the game to track a specific player's exact location. Note, because players are randomly assigned to instances each round, it cannot guarantee you and that player will be in the same instance. If it fails, the item will also be invalidated and cannot be reused. 100 points item. Bounty item. Players can issue bounty tasks through this item. The task content, number of participants, and rewards can all be customized until the task is fully completed, at which point the item becomes invalid. 200 points item. Broadcast item. By using this item, your speech will be published as a system announcement, allowing all players to notice your speech at the first moment. 10 points item. Shi Jinwei felt that aside from the price of the last item, the rest were a bit beyond her reach at the moment. Anyway, she wouldn't need them for now, so she stopped paying attention and started upgrading her skills. She spent 200 points to directly upgrade to level 5 skills. Space uniqueness. Skill description. Active skill can be upgraded. With this skill, you will have a personal storage space, an essential item in survival games. Attached skill. I safe house 666M independent space, isolating everything outside, ensuring the player's life is worry-free. Players can hide in it for 30 minutes each time. The position of the safe house will not move and only the space owner can enter. Cooldown time 10 days. After the instance ends, the resources in the current instance will be automatically recycled. Skill level 5. Upgrade points 300. Space size 27 cubic meters. The space has increased again and the safe house has also expanded, but the hiding time remains unchanged. The next upgrade requires 300 points, and she currently has 211 points left, so she could only wait until next time, thus directly opening the trading center. Things had already started to be sold in the trading center. After several rounds of games, players had accumulated some points. For everyone, survival gear could be obtained in the game, but weapons were trickier to find. Thus, weapons in the item shop were the hottest sellers. Currently, many players could afford a hot weapon, so the trading center was mainly stocked with cold weapons. After browsing around, she found that the Tang Dao she had previously liked was actually listed for 1 point. Without hesitation, she clicked to purchase it. There wasn't anything particularly special about the others, so Shi Jinwei switched back to the item shop. Back in the game space, she had snatched a few items from the fake Jichin, leaving only the crossbow and drone, indicating that the other items were all from the ongoing game. Shi Jinwei wasn't curious about who that person was, nor was she concerned about their skills. She just hoped to encounter fewer dangerous individuals in future games. The first purchase was a parachute, 3 points. Next, she bought compound vitamins, 120 pill bottle, 1 point night vision binoculars, 2 points multifunctional generator, 3 points. Finally, she discovered that the game shop actually sold bank cards. An idea struck her, and she directly spent 1 point to buy one, planning to test it out in the next game. The next upgrade of the space still requires 300 points, and Shi Jinwei also decided not to continue buying with the remaining 200 points, saving them for future upgrades. After finishing everything, she directly flopped onto the bed to catch up on sleep. In the remaining 2 days, she continued to exercise one day and study combat the next, spending another 2 points. However, no matter how hard she tried, the character's attributes showed no change, leaving her somewhat puzzled. After searching the forum extensively, she found no effective strategies and decided to give up. She was not someone who enjoyed competing with herself, since she couldn't find an answer. Now she would just wait for the next time. On the morning of the 4th day in the space, a new round of the game was set to begin. The game will start in 5 minutes. Please read the game instructions carefully. Number of players 170789654778. Game content: find and enter. Game duration 30 days. Game instructions: due to abnormal global temperatures, an extreme cold period is approaching. After 10 days in the game, the shelter will appear. You need to find and enter the shelter within the following 20 days to complete the task. The game rewards 1,000 game coins, a random set of clothes, a communication phone, and a character ID. As the scene changed under the blue sky and bright sunshine, Shi Jinwei appeared once again on the road. Looking down at her outfit, a short-sleeved dress paired with white shoes, it seemed quite refreshing. She picked up her phone to check her location and the time. Location: Hong Kong City. Time: July 26, 3987 Friday. Great, the hottest summer is about to welcome an extreme cold period. This game is becoming increasingly clever. Shi Jinwei stepped under the shade of a nearby tree and began her usual routine, registering an account and obtaining credit. However, this time she used not the game's provided bank card, but transferred all her money to a prop bank card she had purchased. She discovered that the bank card would automatically convert to a usable state in the current world after entering the game, and all the money was smoothly transferred in. To verify her speculation, Shi Jinwei directly sought out 6 or 7 applications this time. Adding the 1,000 coins provided by the game, she had a total of 48000 coins. This was the most money she had managed to gather after entering the game. However, the change in task content also indicated a significant increase in game difficulty. Firstly, the game instructions mentioned that the shelter would be announced after 10 days, indicating that this game would be divided into 2 phases. The first phase is to stock up on survival supplies while searching for clues related to the shelter. The second phase will be to head towards the shelter. Additionally, what exactly the shelter is remains uncertain. If we refer to the rainstorm instance, there is a high probability that the country will not disclose it, so she would have to search for it herself. If there are safe houses like in Onrong City, the difficulty will increase further. Lastly, while stocking up on supplies and renting a house is easy, she was uncertain how low the temperature could drop in these 10 days, so she had to prepare more thoroughly. With this in mind, Shi Jinwei compared the prices of hotels, guest houses, and short-term rentals in Hong Kong City. After confirming that the price of a half-month short-term rental was similar to that of a 10-day hotel stay, she decisively chose the short-term rental. She checked the Hong Kong City map, selected a suburban location, which was spacious and sparsely populated, minimizing troublesome matters. As for the convenience of transportation, that was no longer a concern. After the extreme cold, it would either snow or freeze, rendering any transportation method likely unusable. After calling 3 landlords and scheduling to view the houses in the afternoon, Shi Jinwei began searching for a wholesale market. She found that the nearest wholesale market was a 15-minute walk away and followed the navigation directions. Essential items for the extreme cold must include warm clothing, shoes and socks, hats, scarves, masks, gloves, heating pads, matches, stoves, and other heating equipment. The items in the wholesale market may not be the best, but they were cheap and varied, even allowing for bulk purchases of heating pads and matches. As it was an old market with little surveillance near the restroom, Shi Jinwei took advantage of this convenience to buy some items and brought them to the restroom, ensuring no one was around before tossing them into the space. After a busy morning, she had managed to occupy quite a bit of space. Seeing that the time was nearly up, Shi Jinwei decided not to continue and directly took a taxi to the suburbs. There were 3 houses in total with little difference in price. One was unremarkable, one was near a large shopping mall, and the other was still in the development stage. After pondering for a moment, she directly chose the last one. The reason was simple: fewer people would be in the development phase, meaning less trouble when leaving later compared to the city. After swiftly signing the contract and paying the deposit, the landlord left with a smile while Shi Jinwei began planning her next steps. She had nearly purchased all the necessary warm supplies, and next on her list were food, medicine, and transportation. She recalled that in the real world the lowest temperature in the Arctic was 68.5 degrees Celsius, while the extreme low in Antarctica could reach 94. 5 degrees Celsius. If this was used as a reference, then all transportation methods would be completely unusable in such temperatures, leaving only bicycles, which do not require electricity, as a viable option. But in that temperature, not to mention whether one could survive, even riding a bike would be akin to a delusion. However, if bicycles were out of the question, horse-drawn carts could still be used. Extending this idea further, sleds would be the next option. In reality, sleds are one of the essential transportation tools for the Inuit living in the Arctic. Once the low temperatures truly arrive, this may become the most convenient means of transportation. With this thought, Shi Jinwei set her sights on renting a car without wasting any more time, heading straight to a nearby rental agency. Although cars would typically fail at 35 degrees Celsius, gasoline still had other uses. After renting a car, she immediately drove around the city to gather 300 liters of gasoline before starting her shopping. Now that it was getting late and the market she visited in the afternoon had closed, she went directly to a large supermarket to buy food. Considering the upcoming low-temperature environment, energy consumption would definitely be higher than before. In addition to chocolate and compressed biscuits, she also bought a lot of ginger and brown sugar. She also bought 2 large thermoses and cups. Additionally, she purchased an old-fashioned kettle, the kind that sits on a gas canister over a flame, sanitary pads, and heating packs like those used in instant hot pots. Once in the game, Shi Jinwei no longer had to worry about her period. However, sanitary pads could be useful during such times and could also serve as insoles in special situations. As for the individual heating packs under low-temperature conditions, these were far more convenient and quicker than starting a fire to boil water. Her space was more than sufficient for stocking supplies, and she did not need to worry about whether it could fit. Just before the mall closed, Shi Jinwei made several trips back and forth between the parking lot and the supermarket to finally buy everything she needed. After the mall closed, she casually found a roadside stall and ordered a bowl of wontons to eat slowly. Even at night, the temperature remained around 30 degrees, showing no signs of cooling down. Shi Jinwei sat on a small stool, sweating profusely yet feeling exceptionally satisfied. Beside her, a young couple sat together with the boy wiping the sweat from his forehead while complaining, "It's so hot even at night, it's really unbearable." The girl handed her boyfriend a tissue, saying, "Just hang in there, the forecast says it will rain tomorrow and it will cool down a bit." The boy sighed helplessly and didn't say more. Shi Jinwei quietly finished her meal and left, but she kept the NPC's dialogue in mind. The rented apartment, though located in a new community on the outskirts with few residents, had been simply renovated and was equipped with various home appliances. After returning home and taking a quick shower, she picked up her phone to check the weather forecast. The highest temperature during the day was expected to be around 35 degrees. Tomorrow's temperature, due to the rain, was expected to fluctuate between 20 and 26 degrees. As for the day after and the following days, the forecast indicated gloomy and rainy weather with temperatures around 20 to 26 degrees. After checking the forecast, the next step was to look for clues about shelters. Normally, the authorities would announce the locations of the shelters afterward. In an abnormal situation, she would have to search for clues herself. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel like a headless fly, completely at a loss. However, it wasn't that there were no options at all, as she discovered that the authorities had recently offered summer part-time jobs for college students. The announcement had been released a few days ago with the registration deadline set for tomorrow. The part-time job was simple: to introduce students to the city's civil development. Indeed, in addition to providing employment opportunities for college students, the authorities were also organizing a summer camp for elementary and middle school students on a community basis. Interested parents could contact the community to register, and the college students' part-time job would be to accompany these elementary and middle school students. Shi Jinwei looked at the introduction and had to admit that the person who came up with this idea was truly talented, as all the students were arranged clearly. Without hesitation, she filled out the registration form online, and after submitting it, received a QR code to join a group. After scanning to enter the group, the announcement stated that the training would be at 9:00 a.m. the day after tomorrow in the conference room of the official office. Once she confirmed everything was fine, Shi Jinwei stopped paying attention to the chatter in the group and began searching for where to buy a sled. She discovered that the places selling skiing equipment only had ordinary sleds. To buy the sled she had seen online before, a more specialized store was needed. However, there were no such stores in Hong City. Fortunately, with the help of helpful internet users, she found a custom store under a recommendation post. However, it was already past midnight and calling to inquire was not appropriate, so she decided to sleep first. The next morning, she immediately called the store. "Miss, you said you wanted to customize a sled." The person who answered was a sweet-voiced young lady who seemed a bit puzzled by Shi Jinwei's request. Shi Jinwei knew the other party might think she was strange, but still confirmed firmly, "Yes, can you make it? Price is not an issue. Please hold on." After a brief silence, a middle-aged man answered the phone. "Little girl, I know the sled you mentioned, we can make it, but the price might be a bit higher." Seeming to realize Shi Jinwei was a young girl, the man spoke straightforwardly. Shi Jinwei readily replied, "No problem, if you can make it I can come by now to discuss the details." The man, hearing she was not short on money, was instantly delighted. Without further delay, Shi Jinwei quickly washed up and headed out, planning to complete everything today and return the car to get her deposit back. Upon stepping outside, she noticed that it had indeed cooled down, but it hadn't rained. She ran back to grab a light jacket. Arriving at the custom store, the owner was indeed waiting there. The custom sleds varied in price based on materials and sizes, ranging from several thousand to over 10,000. Shi Jinwei wanted a sled, which would naturally be more expensive. "What height of horse do you plan to use it with?" the owner asked directly, seeing that she was quite decisive. This type of sled could either be used with a short horse that is 11.3 meters tall, or with an adult horse taller than 1.3 meters. Of the position of the pulling rope varied according to the height of the horse. Shi Jinwei shook her head. "I won't be using a horse. I will use dogs to pull it." Not only was the horse expensive, but it was also unrealistic to go by one now. Moreover, as far as she knew, sleds were usually pulled by dogs, wolves, or reindeer. Although she did not know if they could survive in extreme cold, they were certainly much more practical than horses. If she really couldn't use a dog sled later, she would need to think of other ways, but a means of transportation had to be prepared. Hearing her say this, the owner was taken aback for a moment, but did not pursue the matter further. He quickly adjusted the sled's parameters and finally quoted a price of 120,000 currency. After renting the car and finishing her purchases yesterday, Shi Jinwei still had 40,000 currency left, and she did not bargain. Seeing her pay promptly, the owner immediately stated that delivery would be within 3 days. Leaving the store, Shi Jinwei ran around several gas stations in the city and stocked up on 300 liters of gasoline. Then she went to buy a small stove and enough coal for the stove to last 90 days. Once she confirmed there was nothing else she needed to prepare, she returned the van and received back a deposit of 20,000 currency, leaving her with 30,000 currency. That afternoon, she did not go out again. Instead, she prepared the purchased ingredients, such as vegetables and meat, into ready-to-eat dishes and stored them in her space for easy heating later. She didn't buy pre-made meals for 2 reasons. 1, she had the time to cook for herself now. 2, the price of pre-made meals was much higher than cooking herself. On the 3rd day of the game, she went directly to report to the official training center. She made sure to arrive early, getting there before 8:20, just in time for the official staff to start their work. Shi Jinwei was not in a hurry. She quietly stood at the entrance waiting. Only when there were hardly any people left at the entrance did she slowly move to the guard's office and ask the guard about the training details. The guard had already noticed this little girl when she was standing there. Upon hearing her question, he kindly provided her with the room number and floor. At this moment, the door to the training room had opened, revealing a middle-aged woman in work attire sitting inside. She greeted Shi Jinwei with a warm smile and asked a few questions, including which university she attended, her major, and what year she was in. Since the game provided Shi Jinwei with an ID card, it certainly ensured that she was a character who existed in this world. Last night, she had found her educational credentials in this world using her ID and phone number, so there were no loopholes when answering. Of course, her purpose was not to chat with the lady, but to guide this lady into revealing other information during their conversation. Fortunately, the NPC still had a sense of professional ethics. Under Shi Jinwei's guidance, the lady indeed spoke about some official matters, but they were all easily searchable online and of no value. Just as she was preparing to delve deeper into the conversation, other students began to arrive one after another, forcing their discussion to come to an end. At exactly 9:00, the training began on time. Shi Jinwei listened while observing her classmates, unsure if any of these NPCs were actual players. Having played a few rounds of the game, she had always been cautious and knew very few players. The game lacked character transformation items, so players could usually recognize each other after just one encounter. After scrutinizing, she realized none of the familiar faces were among the training classmates. In fact, there had been suggestions in the game space that players should have some sort of code to facilitate meeting each other. Some responded positively while others were skeptical. Shi Jinwei chose not to get involved at the time, and somehow the matter just faded away. She wasn't clear on the specifics, but human nature was hard to predict, so caution was always wise. With such thoughts, Shi Jinwei retracted her gaze and began to consider how to extract more useful information from the middle-aged teacher Li. During lunch, the trainees went to the cafeteria and teacher Li led a group there. Perhaps because she had chatted a lot with Shi Jinwei in the morning, she naturally pulled Shi Jinwei to sit at her table. Apart from the two of them, there were two other ladies around Teacher Li's age. Teacher Li instructed her to refer to these two as Aunt Zhang and Aunt Lu. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Shi Jinwei obediently ate, without speaking much, listening to the three talk throughout the afternoon. Among their conversation there was indeed a fair amount of useful information. According to their words, the authorities recently procured a large batch of insulation materials, which were collectively sent to a place called Little Short Village in Hong Kong City. Isn't it strange to ask us to procure insulation materials in this scorching heat? Aunt Zhang whispered to Teacher Li, and Aunt Lu, completely forgetting about Shi Jinwei, who was trying to keep a low profile. The 3 were not from the same department, and Teacher Li found it puzzling. Even if they were going to renovate old neighborhoods, these matters should be handled by the contractors. The prices should have been agreed upon during the bidding process. It shouldn't be a responsibility. Aunt Lu also revealed some information she had heard. I've come across some news that they seem to be building something. What kind of something? The other two turned their gaze towards her. Aunt Lu shook her head helplessly. I only heard the department head mention it briefly during a phone call. I don't know the specifics. Upon realizing there was nothing valuable to pry into, the other two lost interest, finished their meal, and naturally parted ways. Shi Jinwei followed Teacher Li back to the training room. There was no break during lunch, and the class continued. In the afternoon, Shi Jinwei was not very attentive. While the teacher was lost in self-absorption, she directly searched for Little Short Village on her phone. There wasn't much information online, only mentioning an abandoned air raid shelter. Originally intended to be developed into a tourist attraction, the villagers of Little Short Village had moved away. Later, due to the investors abandoning the project, it was temporarily shelved until further notice. Connecting this with the information obtained from the NPCs, it was easy to guess that the authorities might intend to use this place as a refuge. Alright, that's it for today. We will have another class tomorrow, and the day after we will officially start receiving the children. Teacher Li's voice rang out, and Shi Jinwei realized it was already 4 in the afternoon. Not wanting to attract too much attention, she did not deliberately greet Teacher Li this time, and left with the... Now that she knew Little Short Village might be the refuge, Shi Jinwei did not plan to waste any more time, and decided to go there tomorrow to check the situation. That night, snow began to fall from the sky. Shi Jinwei woke up in the middle of the night from the cold and looked outside. Everything was covered in white. Although it was midnight, there were always night owls online. The news of the snowfall quickly spread across the internet, and everyone was astonished to find that it was snowing nationwide. At this time, the authorities also issued a temperature drop warning, stating that this drop would last approximately a week and advised citizens to pay attention to safety while traveling. A notification was sent in Shi Jinwei's training group stating that today's training was suspended and the next training time would be announced later. On the roads, cleaning workers had already begun to spread salt. Snowplows were also working in an orderly manner, suggesting that the temperature anomaly was indeed real. Since the authorities had given an explanation, everyone paid little further attention and continued with their work. However, it was summer yesterday, and today the temperature plunged below zero. Many people caught colds directly from their sleep, and many hadn't even taken out their winter clothes. After tossing and turning in the middle of the night to find winter clothes, she felt even more unwell in the morning. When Shi Jinwei called the shop owner, she could hear the middle-aged person yawning on the other end. You're asking about the sled? You'll have to wait until tomorrow, the owner said. Shi Jinwei felt a bit anxious, but she knew that even if she rushed today, they couldn't produce a finished product right away, so she had to remain patient. She contacted her landlord to inform them that she wanted to terminate her lease. Initially, she planned to rent for a few days, but the snow came down so suddenly that she had to take action. Fortunately, the innkeeper was accustomed to such situations and did not make things difficult for her. She just asked her to take photos of the electricity and water meters, calculate the amounts, and then refunded the remaining deposit. After thanking the owner, she packed all her belongings into her space. Leaving a backpack as a cover, she went out to take a taxi to the train station to assess the situation. Little Short Village was over 300 kilometers from Hong Kong City in a straight line. There used to be bus service. But after the trains were introduced, the buses had ceased operations. To get there, one needed to either drive or take the train. With the snow still falling outside and the temperature continuing to drop, Shi Jinwei thought that taking the train would be safer and faster. Hong Kong City did not have online ticket purchases. To buy a train ticket, one had to go to the train station. At this point, she couldn't care less about saving money and directly took a taxi to the train station. However, due to the sudden heavy snowfall, many places had not yet cleared the snow, causing severe traffic congestion. By the time she reached the train station, it was already noon, and she began to push her way inside. Uncertain if it was always like this in Hong Kong City, or if it was just particularly crowded today, Shi Jinwei was drenched in sweat by the time she finally squeezed to the ticket counter. After waiting in line for an hour and a half, it was finally her turn. "Hello, I would like to buy a train ticket to Little Short Village." Shi Jinwei handed over her ID. The other party did not accept it. "The train to Little Short Village has been suspended." Shi Jinwei was taken aback. That was quick. Seeing her stunned, the ticket seller patiently explained, "It was suspended a few days ago. If you want to go there, you'd better look for other travel options." "Thank you." Shi Jinwei politely expressed her gratitude and then struggled to squeeze out of the crowd. Since the train was no longer an option, she could only hope for the bus, but then she received a text message. "Due to weather conditions, major highways are temporarily closed. The reopening time is to be determined. We urge citizens to plan their travel accordingly." Shi Jinwei. It felt like this game was determined not to give anyone a way out. Since the highways were impassable, renting a car became the only option. She looked at the temperature. In less than a day, it had dropped from 25 degrees to 5 degrees and was still falling. She felt it was time to hasten her actions. With this thought in mind, she directly searched for the route to the Little Dwarf Village. She found that aside from the highway and train, there was only one road leading to the village, which was not even a proper road, just a dirt path. As she pondered how to leave, her phone suddenly rang. It was the owner of the custom shop. The other party mentioned that if the temperature continued to drop, the shop would close for the next few days. Thus they hurriedly completed the sled for Shi Jinwei. If she needed it, she could come and pick it up in the afternoon. This might be the only good news of the day, and her eyes lit up as she immediately took a taxi to the custom shop. In the shop, only the owner remained. The air conditioning was on inside, so it wasn't too cold. The owner saw her arrival and directly led her to the workshop at the back. She saw a sled that was about 4 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. The sled was entirely white with a small house 2 meters high on top, resembling a carriage with doors made of thick insulation material. Shi Jinwei was very satisfied, but how to transport it was the problem. The owner evidently thought of this as well. "In the past, others have ordered sleds or carriages from me, and I delivered them using a tractor. If you need, I can deliver it to your specified location for free." Following the direction pointed by the owner, she saw a closed tractor head. She requested the owner to help deliver the sled to a nearby park. Now that there was no one in the park, it would be convenient for her to store it. Encountering such a warm-hearted owner for the first time, she said as she bid farewell, "Boss, the low temperature might last more than a week. You should prepare something yourself." The owner smiled as he drove away in the tractor, shaking his head with a smile. "This little girl is quite in. The forecast said a week. Can we not trust the official sources?" Shi Jinwei stored the sled in her space. It would be too conspicuous to take it out now, so she needed to rent a car first. She also visited several pet shops, but couldn't find a suitable large dog. She planned to check some rural areas to see if any farmers had large local dogs. She took a taxi to the nearest car rental agency and directly rented an SUV this time. Afraid of losing internet access later, she downloaded offline maps onto her phone. Then she drove the SUV towards the Little Dwarf Village. Due to traffic jams, she hadn't left the city center by evening. Looking at the congested vehicles ahead and the time, she decided to stay nearby for the night and continue her journey tomorrow. She found a gas station to fill up the car, spending 300 coins to check into a relatively good hotel. The greeter, dressed in a padded coat, took her car keys as she walked straight into the hotel. As she pushed the door open, warmth rushed over her, making her feel cozy. After a simple meal and a hot bath, she felt completely comfortable. However, her happiness did not last long. Just after she finished drying her hair and lay down on the bed, the entire room fell into darkness. She heard cursing from the next room, followed by the sound of a door opening. Since the phone in her room was also out of order, she directly went downstairs to find someone. Shi Jinwei did not get up because she received another phone notification. Due to the sudden drop in temperature, the city's power supply is tight, resulting in unstable power and a citywide blackout. Relevant departments are currently repairing it. Then the lights in the room came back on, but the central air conditioning was not operational. There was a knock at the door, and when Shi Jinwei opened it, she saw a smiling room service attendant standing at the door. "Hello, due to the citywide blackout, our hotel is using backup power. In summary, before the power returns, the hotel cannot provide any power services other than lighting. To prevent you from feeling cold, we specially brought some warmth." As she accepted the thick quilt from the attendant, Shi Jinwei felt she was benefiting from the neighbor next door. She was easygoing, but her neighbor was not so accommodating. As soon as she closed the door, she heard the door next door being knocked on, followed by a man's dissatisfied voice and the room service attendant's constant apologies. Eventually, words like compensation even came up, which she found amusing. Fearing she might wake up frozen in the middle of the night, she took out her small stove and lit some coal, then opened the bathroom door. The bathroom had a vent, so she didn't have to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning while staying warm. It was perfect. Not wanting to waste any more time, Shi Jinwei went straight to sleep. The next day, she woke up to find the temperature had dropped nearly another 10 degrees. The outdoor temperature had now reached 13 degrees. After a night, the entire city was still experiencing a blackout, and she didn't feel much when she got up. However, when she packed up the stove and stepped into the hallway, she realized the temperature was as low as an ice cellar. Shivering, she put on an extra thick down jacket and warm socks. After donning a hat, mask, and gloves, Shi Jinwei finally stepped out of her room again. At this point, everyone in the hotel was basically hiding in their rooms, relying on quilts for warmth. There was no other choice. In just 2 days, the temperature had plummeted over 30 degrees, and no one had been prepared for it. Especially those staying in hotels either on business or vacation, they had checked the local weather and prepared their clothing accordingly. At such a temperature, it was already fortunate if they had a long-sleeved shirt. When Shi Jinwei checked out, she noticed the front desk was shaking like a sieve, with the muscles in the receptionist's face quivering from laughter. When she got on the road, she found that today's traffic was not as congested as yesterday. There were no snowplows on the road, and the roads were completely covered in snow. The branches by the roadside were bent under the weight of the snow, occasionally shedding flurries of white. The signs of the shops on the street were barely visible, only revealing a square outline due to the accumulated snow. The entrance of the mall was crowded with people either purchasing winter coats or food. The rush to buy had already begun yesterday. The citywide blackout and the further drop in temperature this morning had amplified everyone's panic. Even the slowest to react could sense something was amiss, who would not prepare supplies at this point. As a result, many workplaces, even without an official notice of leave, saw employees taking leave on their own. Shi Jinwei could still see through the glass of the mall that the originally summer-clad racks were now filled with thick winter clothes. Some people didn't even look at the prices, specifically choosing the thickest items. Their shopping carts were overflowing with goods, and no one cared that the scarves dragged on the ground. A long line had formed behind the cash register, with anxiety and unease etched on everyone's faces. The streets were sparsely populated, which brought convenience to Shi Jinwei. Ignoring all traffic rules, she drove as fast as she could without running red lights, receiving countless honks and curses in return. After spending the whole morning, she finally reached the suburbs. According to the navigation, just outside the suburbs was the development zone. Passing through the development zone, there were several small villages, and straight along the dirt road was her destination. She found a gas station in the suburbs to fill up her tank before continuing on her way. However, the roads in this area had not been cleared of snow, so she drove with extra caution. By nightfall, Shi Jinwei finally reached the junction of the suburbs and the development zone, only to find all the factories on this side were shut down. Traveling at night was unsafe, especially during a heavy snowstorm, so Shi Jinwei decided to stay here for the night. There were few hotels in the suburbs, and their conditions couldn't compare to those in the city. Moreover, with a citywide power outage, there were hardly any stores open at night, and the signs were barely visible. Shi Jinwei wandered around and finally found a small inn about 5 kilometers from the junction of the two areas. With a peeling sign and a tightly shut glass door, if it weren't for the receptionist inside, still burning a candle, and Shi Jinwei's keen eyesight, she might have easily missed this little place. Shi Jinwei parked her car in the space at the entrance, shouldered her backpack, and pushed the door open. The person behind the bar seemed surprised that someone would check in at this hour, looking up to find a young girl, which made him even more astonished. One night, Shi Jinwei handed over her ID, and only then did he react. The man hesitated before responding, "Little girl, we have no electricity here, and it gets quite cold at night." He specifically mentioned this because since the power outage last night, most guests had left. Some had even tried to make trouble for refunds due to the lack of electricity. Shi Jinwei didn't mind. "I understand, just give me an extra couple of blankets." She had a small stove, so it didn't matter if the air conditioning worked or not, but to prevent suspicion, she needed the blankets. The man felt reassured by her words and directly assigned her a room with a large bed. The inn wasn't big, only 3 stories in total. The wooden stairs creaked underfoot, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere in the dimly lit surroundings. The man then remembered and hurriedly handed her a few candles and a lighter. She accepted them without reservation. Not long after entering the room, the man brought her a comforter, which Shi Jinwei took and tossed onto the bed. Due to the power outage, the room door was not opened with a key card, but with a key. To ensure her safety, she used the method she employed on the boat, creating a simple door block with a chair and a clothes rack, and placed it against the door before taking out her stove. After confirming there was a ventilation opening in the bathroom, Shi Jinwei lit the stove, then took out the kettle she had bought and filled it with water to heat it on the stove. The room was somewhat large, and the heating area of a single stove was limited. Shi Jinwei sat for a while before finally feeling less cold, then began to wash up with the hot water she had boiled. Before going to sleep, she checked the bathroom's ventilation opening again to ensure there were no problems, finally feeling at ease enough to fall asleep. After a long day of travel, she was exhausted and slept soundly. But in the middle of the night, she heard what seemed like a commotion outside. Shi Jinwei groggily opened her eyes to find everything around her was pitch black. She took out her flashlight for light and didn't rush to get up, instead lying there to listen carefully to the sounds from downstairs. It seemed like someone was robbing downstairs. She checked the time, it was 1 a.m. With the power out, she couldn't call the police. This inn's remote location provided the robbers with the perfect conditions of timing, location, and people. Her plan was to ignore it if it didn't affect her. But as fate would have it, things went awry. The man's obedient act of handing over the money gave the robbers more confidence, and after taking the money, they headed straight upstairs. Shi Jinwei was in room 208, and of the 7 rooms in front, only 1 was occupied. That person seemed unaware of what was happening downstairs. The walls had poor sound insulation, and she could hear the person being woken up and cursing. However, the door was still opened. Then came the sound of terrified screams, and not long after there was a heavy knock on Shi Jinwei's door. The other side was very arrogant, shouting, "Open the door, hurry up and open the door, or we'll just kick it down." As they spoke, they kicked the door several times. The darkness amplified the sounds, making it very noisy. Shi Jinwei frowned, got out of bed, took her military axe from the space, removed the clothes rack from the door, and pulled the door open. Outside stood 2 tall men and 2 women dressed in insufficiently warm clothing, yet with fierce expressions. Upon seeing that a young girl had opened the door, they were momentarily taken aback. Remembering their purpose, they revealed their sinister looks. "Little girl, cooperate and hand over the money, and the older brothers will let you off. If you don't behave, heh." One man in a black jacket wore a lewd smile, brazenly sizing up Shi Jinwei from head to toe. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, and since even with the stove on, the room was still cold, Shi Jinwei wore a sweater and jeans to bed. She had a good figure, though not very tall. She appeared to have a slim waist and long legs. At this moment, she had her back to the window, with moonlight streaming in and illuminating her. The 4 people facing her saw a more hazy silhouette, as if it were filtered through a lens. The 2 women behind her flashed a hint of jealousy, but their mouths were grinning foolishly. "Yes, little sister, if you listen, the older brothers and sisters will take good care of you." Shi Jinwei completely ignored her, and instead looked at the 2 men in front, her small face expressionless. "What are you going to do if I don't listen?" The man in the black jacket was taken aback, exchanged glances with his companion, then sneered. "Since you don't want to cooperate, we'll teach you how to cooperate." As he spoke, he pulled out a dagger from his pocket and lunged at Shi Jinwei. With the other party being so direct, her chubby face turned a few degrees colder. Instead of dodging, she kicked straight at the man's chest. "Weren't you wanting to kick the door earlier? I'll kick you first, then we'll see." The man thought he had the upper hand, believing this little girl would surely be scared stiff. But she was not a soft persimmon and immediately fought back. After several training sessions in the training room, while Shi Jinwei's attributes hadn't increased, her skills had improved significantly since before. She put all her strength into this kick, sending the man flying. The space at the entrance was already small. The man in the black jacket took the initiative, and the other man stepped aside, while the 2 women stood behind. The man flew out and directly crashed into the 2 women. He felt no pain, but the 2 women were caught off guard and let out a scream. The man in the gray cotton coat saw that things were not looking good, immediately darted out from the side of the door and blocked Shi Jinwei's second attack. He also wielded a dagger, and a cold glint flashed in the darkness. Shi Jinwei retreated slightly, dodging the attack from the gray cotton coat while swinging an axe towards the opposite side. Her axe was black and did not reflect light. The man could not see her weapon clearly and could only judge her attack by her movements, instinctively evading. However, Shi Jinwei's axe was much longer than the man's dagger. Although the man dodged with his body, his arm was still directly slashed by her. A scream escaped his lips, and the 2 women who had just gotten up were already in shock. Shi Jinwei ignored the 2 women and unleashed a flurry of attacks on the 2 men. The man in the gray cotton coat had already been struck, completely defenseless, while the man in the black jacket had a fierce expression, his eyes glaring. "You filthy bitch, today you will die." Saying this, he pulled a handgun from his pocket. Upon seeing this, Shi Jinwei did not hesitate to quickly retreat and shut the door. The man in the black jacket was also extremely quick. Just as the door was closing, bullets went bang 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 against it. The wooden door was pierced and splinters flew everywhere. Seeing her hiding behind the door, the man in the black jacket laughed arrogantly. What are you hiding for? Weren't you fierce just now? Let's see if I don't shoot you dead. Saying this, he kicked the door open, seemingly certain that Shi Jinwei had no other options. But as the door swung open, gunfire erupted from within. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the man in the black jacket, and he instinctively tried to dodge. Shi Jinwei seized the opportunity and hurled her military axe at him with all her might. The man only focused on the bullets and completely failed to notice the axe flying towards him from behind the bullets. By the time he realized, the axe was already deeply embedded in his shoulder. Blood gushed out, splattering directly onto the faces of the two women behind. It was only then that they seemed to awaken from a dream, screaming hysterically. At this moment, the three had no time to care about them. Seeing the man in the black jacket fall to the ground, Shi Jinwei took out a tang knife from her space and struck at the gray cotton coat who was trying to come to support. Although she still had many bullets left, points were hard to earn and it was best to save them. The man in the gray cotton coat was trying to pick up the gun on the ground at this time. Aside from her axe, Shi Jinwei had other cold weapons, and he was directly hit by two of her strikes. Both men fell to the ground, and only then did Shi Jinwei stop. She picked up the gun from the ground and discovered it was actually a prop gun. Are you players? She frowned. The two men were rolling on the ground in pain, stunned by Shi Jinwei's question. You are a player too? Shi Jinwei did not answer but looked at the two women. Are they players too? The two women showed a bewildered expression, still trembling. Seeing this, Shi Jinwei confirmed that these two were NPCs. However, fearing they were acting, she decided to knock them out first. Then she looked at the two bleeding men. So tell me, why are you here robbing at midnight instead of doing your tasks? Seeing her questioning, the two did not dare to conceal anything and, enduring the pain, explained the situation. They had started from the beginner dungeon, scoring only single digits in each game, and by the time they reached the 5th game, they still hadn't bought any firearms. They could only buy 2 daggers at the trading market. Then where did this gun come from? Shi Jinwei toyed with the gun in her hand. We stole it, said the man in the gray cotton coat. Their skills were one of X-ray vision and the other invisibility. After entering the game, they discovered the other was a player and decided to cooperate. Due to lack of funds, they relied on these skills to steal money. However, since their skills had limitations, the amount of money they stole was not much. Fortunately, they had good luck yesterday. They discovered a player carrying a prop gun through X-ray vision, indicating that this person was also a player. They originally wanted to cooperate with this player, but when the player heard they intended to rob, he directly refused. In the end, they had no choice but to kill that player and grab the gun. With the gun, their courage grew and they started their robbery. Initially, they were quite cautious, but as their success rate increased, their boldness grew. Then they encountered Shi Jinwei tonight and kicked against an iron plate. After listening to their explanation, Shi Jinwei frowned slightly. Blood was already flowing all over the ground. One of the men still begged, Sister, we did not recognize your greatness. Please spare us. Shi Jinwei ignored them, walking directly to the previous room, only to find that the robbed NPC had already passed away. With nothing left to hesitate about, she drew her gun, intending to end it for the two. Seeing this, the gray cotton coat shouted, We are all players, why must we kill each other? Isn't cooperation better? Shi Jinwei found this laughable. Didn't you kill other players before? That was because he wouldn't cooperate with us, the gray cotton coat argued. What kind of twisted logic was this? Agreeing to cooperate means you live, refusing means you die. But killing you is not allowed. Shi Jinwei sneered inwardly and, tired of speaking another word, switched to a crossbow to resolve the situation. Checking the time, it was already 3 in the morning. With things having turned out this way, continuing to rest was impossible. After a brief thought, Shi Jinwei directly stored both their daggers and the gun into her space, along with the burning stove and other items in the room. Going downstairs, she found the boss had also passed away. She walked over and closed his still open eyes, then pushed the door and left. The biting cold wind hit her face. The snow was still falling, already up to below her calves. Shivering, she took out an outdoor thermometer to check and found the temperature was still dropping, now at 20 degrees. Going downstairs, she found the boss had also passed away. She walked over and closed his still open eyes, then pushed the door and left. At the same time, she took out a hand warmer from her space to warm her hands. Due to the low temperature, it took nearly 20 minutes for the car to warm up. Turning on the air conditioning, she drove towards the development zone. The road was pitch black as she drove cautiously. Besides being unfamiliar with the road, it was also because the snow was too heavy. The snowflakes fell like goose feathers and Shi Jinwei simply turned the wipers to the maximum. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from the roadside. She was startled and instinctively slammed on the brakes. The car made a piercing sound as it rolled over the snow, slowly coming to a stop. Only then did she hesitantly look up, only to find that the shadow from earlier was squatting by the roadside, tilting its head to look at her. This. She didn't even know what to say. The large creature in front of her looked just like one of the legendary three fools, an Alaskan Malamute. Uncertain, she glanced at it a few more times and realized it truly was. This big fool was now staring blankly at Shi Jinwei's car, a foolish expression on its face. From its thick fur and somewhat rounded body, it was clear this fellow had been well cared for. However, it was precisely because it had been so well treated that it was unaware of the malice of humans wandering out at night to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Shi Jinwei instinctively became alert. Since it was a pet, its presence at this late hour indicated that the dog must have an owner. But where was its owner? Just as Shi Jinwei was pondering this, the big fool walked directly towards her, wagging its tail, then turned and headed in another direction. Shi Jinwei stayed still, watching as it took a few steps back, howling a few times at her before continuing to walk ahead, as if inviting her to follow. It's said that animals are perceptive. Having never encountered this in reality, she was surprised to find it happening in the game. Watching it constantly look back, she finally grew curious. What did it want to show her? She parked the car by the side of the road, applied hand warmers all over her body, and retrieved her handgun and axe from her space, gripping them tightly before exiting the vehicle. Following the big fool, she maintained a distance, neither too far nor too close, as they walked in one direction. The night was quiet, with only the sound of Shi Jinwei's footsteps crunching on the snow. She held an umbrella, her vision somewhat obscured by the night and heavy snow. The big fool's pace was slow, and after about 20 minutes, Shi Jinwei kept a safe distance behind it. Along the way, they passed a row of two-story buildings with candlelight flickering in a few of the rooms. Upon seeing the light, she stepped more lightly and turned off her flashlight. The big fool looked rather silly, but at that moment it was surprisingly clever, making no sounds at all. It was only when they turned into an alley behind a small building that she discovered there were actually 3 large Alaskan Malamutes. Upon hearing the noise, they turned to the big fool and whined softly, then continued to lower their heads to gather around something. Shi Jinwei turned on her flashlight to illuminate the front, only to find 3 people lying on the ground. Her heart tightened and she quickly walked over. Blood was spreading freely on the snow, resembling red roses blooming slowly in the ice and snow, both stunning and eerie. The 3 individuals, having lost their breath, lay quietly there. A man and a woman were tightly holding a little girl in their arms. Both the man's and woman's heads had injuries, and there were several blood holes in their chests. Recalling the descriptions of the black jacket and gray cotton coat, it seemed this family of 3 had also fallen victim to the same wicked hands. Although she didn't know why they were outside at night, their attire suggested they had been living a tough life. The 3 large dogs were guarding the bodies, unwilling to leave, indicating some connection to these 3 people. It was unclear whether they were their owners or not. She scanned the surroundings with her flashlight and noticed some scattered items on the ground. Among them were wallets, identification cards, and bank cards. A familiar bank card caught Shi Jinwei's eye, causing her eyes to narrow slightly. A player's bank card. Remembering discussions on the game forum about how families entered the game, some replies mentioned bringing along wives, daughters, and parents. This must be the situation at hand. Thinking back to what the 2 players had said before their deaths, it felt particularly ironic. She liked to be a lone wolf, but she wasn't completely cold-hearted. In the end, she gently buried the bodies with snow. As the snow continued to fall, it would eventually create a natural resting place. Having done all this, she turned and left. The task was still ongoing, and she didn't have much time to dwell on sadness or reminiscence. The 4 large dogs witnessed everything Shi Jinwei did, softly howling until the 3 were completely buried by the heavy snow, at which point they fell silent. The dogs' eyes were filled with sorrow, but when they saw Shi Jinwei leaving, the big fool immediately followed her. Not forgetting to call out to the other 3, they hesitated for a moment, glancing at the grave mound on the ground before looking back at the big fool, then chose to follow it. Shi Jinwei naturally noticed these 4 and did not stop or call out to them. Back in the car, her limbs were already somewhat frozen, and the engine needed to be reheated after 40 minutes. She took out some hot water from her space, drank a few sips to warm herself, replaced the cold hand warmers on her body and legs, and once the car restarted, she drove straight towards the development zone. The car was not moving fast, and the 4 little ones kept up at a leisurely pace. The development zone of Hong Kong City had been built over decades, with various facilities in place and plenty of residential areas. However, even at noon, not a single pedestrian could be found on the road, with all the shop doors tightly closed. In the suburbs, a few shops were still open, but here there was not a single one. Helpless, she could only have a casual lunch in the car. And those 4 large ones, perhaps due to game settings, were much bulkier than real Alaskan Malamutes and could hunt for themselves, completely unlike house pets. While Shi Jinwei was eating, they went off into an alley to find food. Curious, she took out her drone to observe and found they weren't rummaging through trash, but surrounding some small animals. As the temperature dropped sharply, not only were humans struggling, but animals were likewise facing difficulties. Wild dogs and cats had begun to act in packs, and these four, being well-fed and robust, naturally drew a lot of envy. So while eating in the car, Shi Jinwei witnessed a four fools versus wild dogs battle. The 6 wild dogs were clearly organized, looking emaciated, but having overwhelming numbers. Though 2 of the 4 fools were missing, their cooperation was remarkably tacit, quickly taking down the 4 wild dogs and feasting on them. The scene was somewhat bloody, yet Shi Jinwei felt very satisfied with the state of her 4. When humans face natural disasters, how are animals not also facing a struggle for survival? She didn't find this battle controversial. In fact, she believed it was the only way they could survive here. After finishing lunch, the dogs returned. Shi Jinwei gave them a few glances, and seeing they were in good condition, she simply drove on. She drove slowly, knowing she probably wouldn't make it out of the development zone today, so finding accommodation for the night became a problem. By this time, the outside temperature had already dropped to around 30 degrees. After circling the streets several times and finding no openings, she finally set her sights on a distant building under construction. Driving with the air conditioning on all night could indeed help one endure the cold. However, it would be too conspicuous by the roadside. Moreover, not knowing whether she would encounter players like before, Shi Jinwei felt it would be more prudent to find a place to settle. The car slowly made its way towards a building, only to realize upon closer inspection that it was an unfinished structure. Inside, what was once overgrown with weeds was now deeply buried under heavy snow. Only a few trees stood tall amidst the snow, their branches laden with snow. After circling the unfinished building, she found a garage without steps and drove the car inside. Getting out of the car and inspecting her surroundings, she noted that despite being long abandoned, the place was relatively clean, though it offered no protection from the wind. The 4 little ones followed her inside, circling around Shi Jinwei. She felt it was because she had buried that family of 3 that she gained the approval of a few others. After sending them off to play, Shi Jinwei planned to start a few fires. After replacing her warmers with new ones, she took out a chainsaw and began to chop down some trees. First, she lit her small stove to boil water, then she set up a few bonfires nearby. With plenty of combustible materials available, she didn't hold back, surrounding the back of the car with bonfires. Then she retrieved a large rain cover from her storage to block the entrance, weighting it down with stones to keep the cold wind out. With no one around at night, she wasn't afraid of being disturbed and slept in the car with the air conditioning on. A few bonfires were lit outside, and with a thick sleeping bag, she felt assured she wouldn't wake up frozen. Seeing the bonfires come to life, the little ones stopped playing and instead lay next to one of the fires, merely sticking out their tongues. Shi Jinwei glanced at their thick fur coats and then at their panting tongues, suspecting they were too hot from the heat. With the bonfires ready, she took out some food, preparing to cook something delicious for herself. After days of eating dry rations or boxed meals, it was time to improve her diet. However, given the harsh conditions, she decided against making anything complicated and chose the beloved hot pot instead. She took out a small cooking pot, added water and the hot pot base she had bought a couple of days ago, and let it simmer on the small stove. Once the water boiled, she took out the prepped ingredients and tossed them all into the hot pot. The aroma began to waft through the air. She had chosen a spicy hot pot base, and the little ones, upon catching a whiff of the spice, involuntarily sneezed. Dogs have a naturally sensitive nose, and the pungent smell forced them to back away from the small stove. Shi Jinwei found it amusing, and while waiting for the ingredients to cook, prepared some dipping sauce for herself. As the hot pot reached a boil, she had her sauce ready and immediately began to feast. Throughout, she didn't forget to take out a bottle of soda, alternating between bites of delicious food and sips of carbonated drink, feeling utterly refreshed. With several bonfires surrounding her, she hardly felt the cold, almost forgetting she was in a survival game. The little ones, seeing her enjoy the meal so much, were practically drooling. However, the pungent aroma made them aware that they couldn't eat any of the food, leading them to whine pitifully. Watching their sad expressions, Shi Jinwei felt a tug at her heart. She then thought of the large cat she encountered on the nameless island, and her heart softened even more. Compared to humans, animals are simple. Generously, she took out a large box of marinated chicken wings from her storage, confirming they were not spicy before placing them on the stove to grill. The aroma of the hot pot was so strong that the little ones didn't realize Shi Jinwei was grilling meat for them. It was only when she tossed the grilled meat in front of each of them that they finally perked up. Cautiously, they nudged the meat with their noses before swallowing it in one gulp. The heat nearly made them spit it out, but the taste was too good, and they resisted savoring the warmth. Shi Jinwei could see the emotion in their eyes. A large box of meat wasn't much when shared among them, and after eating they seemed unsatisfied and went out to forage. She thought that if she could catch some wild game here, she wouldn't mind grilling it for them. However, it was clear that the intelligence of the little ones was not comparable to that of the large cat, as they were left to fend for themselves outside. After eating and drinking, she sat by the bonfire and calculated the time. Today marked the 5th day of the game, and she still had 5 days to gather clues about a shelter, uncertain if her goals were correct. The radio in the car had been silent for the past 2 days, with no channels discovered even showing any signs of life. After recalling everything certain she hadn't missed any clues, she stood up and continued to chop down trees. To ensure the bonfire didn't go out tonight, she needed to chop more trees for fuel. She checked the fuel tank, which was still half full. Fearing the temperature would drop further the next day and the car wouldn't start, Shi Jinwei filled the tank. Finally, she placed a kettle filled with water on the stove, patted the heads of the dogs before turning back to the car to grab her sleeping bag and crawl inside. After the temperature dropped, she had tossed her phone into storage. It hadn't frozen and shut down yet. She set an alarm before falling into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by the alarm, crawled out to add firewood to the bonfire to prevent it from going out. She had also placed some coal beneath the wood, which should last until morning. During this time, she glanced at the big dogs and found they were completely unaffected by the cold. Seeing her emerge from the car, they happily wagged their tails. She marveled at how well they adapted to the environment, then crawled back into the car and slept soundly until dawn. The stove was still burning, and out of the 6 bonfires, 3 remained, so the temperature wasn't dropping too quickly. However, when she picked up the outdoor thermometer hanging outside, her heart sank. It read 41 degrees. At this temperature, if the generator stopped, it would be practically unusable, and driving on the road would also be likely to stall. Looking at the 4 dogs that had returned from foraging, Shi Jinwei could only hope they could lend her a hand if the situation became dire. After eating a little something, she tossed the remaining wood and coal into storage. She made herself some ginger tea and continued on her way. The snow outside had already covered the chassis, making it particularly difficult for the car to move. At this pace, it was doubtful she would be able to exit the development zone tonight. However, it was impossible for her to abandon the car now, so it continued to crawl forward. Unlike yesterday, there were many more people on the road today. They were dressed in thin clothing, and their exposed skin bore clear signs of frostbite. They wandered around with sticks searching for food, and some, growing impatient, had already started breaking into shops. From the number of open doors, it seemed these people had already looted quite a few stores. Of course, some noticed Shi Jinwei's car driving on the road today made it even more conspicuous. Those acting alone glanced, but quickly looked away. However, those in groups took an interest in Shi Jinwei's car, especially upon seeing a young girl behind the wheel. In the eyes of ordinary people, no matter how capable a woman may be, she cannot overpower a group of men even if they are followed by 4 dogs. Moreover, these dogs not only failed to intimidate them, but instead fueled their greed. In such cold weather, a hot bowl of dog meat is irresistible. Soon someone stood in front of the vehicle attempting to force it to stop. However, Shi Jinwei ignored them, instead flooring the accelerator and charging straight at the person blocking the car. The person, caught off guard by the girl's ferocity, stumbled aside. Slipping underfoot, he fell into the snow, cursing, "Damn, this girl is way too ruthless." Shi Jinwei heard but chose to remain indifferent. Despite the car's heater running at maximum, the interior temperature was still low. Driving with gloves on was inconvenient, and her hands had grown somewhat stiff. Knowing that if she stopped she would be met with dire consequences, she could not afford to show mercy. Yet someone, undeterred, swung a stick and chased after the car, trying to smash the rear window. At that moment, the 4 dogs behind sprang into action, pouncing on the man and pinning him down. They deftly trampled over him, leaving him stuck in the snow, unable to move. Seeing this, some people harbored malicious intent again. Unable to stop the car, could they not catch a few animals? With this thought, they quickly surrounded the 4 big dogs wielding sticks. Though the dogs were remarkably powerful, facing a crowd armed with weapons made them feel somewhat outmatched. Shi Jinwei, halfway through her drive, quickly noticed the situation and stopped the car. She rolled down the window and began shooting at the people behind. The wind was strong, and with the window down, the cold air rushed in, dispersing the original warmth of the car and sending a chill through her. The group focused on catching the dogs had not anticipated that this woman had a gun. When a bullet struck one of them, their weapon fell from their hands, and they collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Not wanting to linger, Shi Jinwei shouted to the dogs, "Let's go." The dogs, hearing the command, ceased their scuffle. They suffered no injuries and simply trotted over the fallen man, resuming their chase after Shi Jinwei's car. Just as she retracted her head to continue her journey, she heard a voice from the crowd. Wait. It was the voice of a middle-aged man. Ignoring him, she prepared to roll up the window and drive on, but the man shouted at her, "Young lady, you're a player too, right?" "What?" She paused, glancing towards the source of the voice. She saw a man clad in warm clothing pushing through the crowd. He wore a mask obscuring his face, but the look in his eyes made her feel extremely uncomfortable. The man, noticing her lack of response, felt a surge of delight. "Young lady, I'm a player too. Let's team up and clear the levels together, all right? Uncle has plenty of supplies." He deliberately lowered his voice, trying to appear gentle, filled with hope that the girl would be moved. To his surprise, she merely shot him a cold glance, unhesitatingly rolling up the window and flooring the gas pedal, spraying him with exhaust fumes. The man, infuriated that Shi Jinwei was unresponsive to both coercion and persuasion, cursed under his breath. Turning around, he noticed the hungry stares of those around him. His heart sank, unsure of the situation, when he heard someone say, "He just said he has supplies. That means he has food." Another person followed up. As soon as those words were spoken, the group immediately shifted their target, surrounding the man. An offhand comment had drawn trouble, and he hastily pulled out his gun in an attempt to threaten them. However, the earlier shock had left everyone unprepared, and lacking the dog's assistance, how could a starving crowd let him off? Before long, the man's screams faded into silence. Shi Jinwei, naturally unaware of what transpired behind her, chose not to concern herself with it. Seeing that no one pursued them, she breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the navigation, she noted that she still had to pass through 4 residential areas. After thinking for a moment, she stopped to let the 4 dogs into the car. The back seat was spacious enough for the 4 dogs to sit. She did not linger any longer and drove off at full speed. On the road, she simply rammed into anyone she encountered, avoiding much hassle. By noon, the temperature had risen to around 30 degrees. She found a desolate spot and parked, letting the dogs forage for food while she refueled the gas can. After a simple meal, the 4 dogs returned, and they continued on their way. Finally, before nightfall, they reached their destination, the dirt road leading to a small village. The subsequent roads were unpaved and even harder to traverse. According to the navigation, a normal drive to the first village would take 2 hours, but now it would likely take half a day. Moreover, the conditions in the village compared to indoors were uncertain. Thus, she decided to stay on the outskirts of the development zone tonight, regrouping before continuing the next day. Given that there had already been a robbery during the day, finding accommodation for the night became simpler. She located a battered door that had been smashed to pieces, swept the glass at the entrance, and drove the car inside. The 4 dogs jumped down from the car and began frolicking in the snow, seemingly full of energy. Shi Jinwei ignored them and started to gather wood to light a fire. She then sawed up the chairs and tables from the shop into small pieces for fuel. As before, she covered the entrance with a tarp and started boiling water. However, tonight was not spent in an unfinished building, and with a nearby residential area, she dared not cook hot food, settling for some bread instead. During the night, the 4 little ones slept beside the fire, unaware of any potential ambush. She still climbed into the car to sleep, waking up in the middle of the night to add firewood to the fire pit and stove. Even so, by morning, only a small fire remained. Fortunately, the 4 dogs seemed unaffected, remaining lively and energetic. After a restful night, Shi Jinwei felt great. After eating, she called the 4 dogs to the car, but they turned and refused. They preferred the freedom of running in the snow over being confined in a cramped space. Seeing this, Shi Jinwei did not force them, allowing them to frolic outside while she continued driving outward. Today's temperature hit a new low of 40 degrees. The snow had temporarily stopped, but driving remained challenging. She calculated that it took her an hour to drive from the outskirts yesterday, but returning along the same route took an hour and a half. Moreover, there were already corpses along the road today. Animal and human remains alike. Bodies buried under thick snow were invisible while driving, but she could feel a noticeable difference when driving over them. Taking advantage of the temperature rising to 32 degrees at noon, Shi Jinwei quickly filled the car with fuel, fearing that if she wasn't careful, the engine would stall and never start again. By the afternoon, she finally spotted the first village, which was marked as Dagao Village on the navigation. A dirt road ran through the village, surrounded by mountains, leaving no way to detour. To reach Xiaoai Village, she had to pass through the village, followed by Zhonggao Village and Xiaogao Village, and then she would arrive at her destination. Parking at the village entrance, Shi Jinwei surveyed the surroundings and noticed that every household's chimney was emitting smoke, which reminded her that rural homes either had earthen heating or stoves. These setups did not require electricity to provide warmth, and in such conditions they were undoubtedly far better than those in the city. With that thought, she drove straight into the village. The villagers were all huddled at home for warmth, and when they saw an off-road vehicle passing by, they all pressed their faces against the windows to look outside. Typically, it would take about 40 minutes to reach the next village, but given the current situation, it would likely by the time Shi Jinwei drove into the village, it was already 4 o'clock. She thought about trying to see if she could spend the night here. While pondering this, her gaze met that of a small child. It was a chubby little boy about 4 or 5. Hearing the sound of the car, he pressed his face against the window, curiously staring outside. The two elderly people in the house did not stop him, and unexpectedly, he locked eyes with Shi Jinwei. The little boy was so frightened that he immediately pulled back his head and burrowed into the arms of the elderly woman. The old lady, not understanding what was happening, looked up to see a person in a thick coat jumping out of the car at her doorstep. It was difficult to tell if the person was a man or a woman due to their heavy clothing, but they appeared to be of a small stature, resembling a young girl. The two elderly people exchanged glances, not feeling scared, just a bit curious. Hearing a gentle knock at the door, the old man climbed down from the kang to open the door for Shi Jinwei. At that moment, Shi Jinwei wore a polite and obedient expression. "Hello, sir, I am just passing through and would like to find a place to stay for the night. I wonder if it would be convenient for you." The old man, surprised to see such a well-behaved girl at the door, welcomed her and, "Oh dear, it's so cold outside, come in, come in." Hearing a girl's voice, the elderly woman also came out from the back room. Shi Jinwei had already taken off her mask and hat, revealing a cute round face. This kind of cuteness generally endears her to the elderly. She had always easily gained the favor of elders in the real world. Sure enough, as soon as the old lady saw her, she smiled. "Ah, this little girl is truly adorable. Come in and warm up." She took Shi Jinwei's hand and led her into the back room. This was the most common type of house in the countryside, with the kitchen right at the entrance and a room on either side. The kitchen had a stove, and the fire was burning brightly. Upon being welcomed inside, Shi Jinwei felt a rush of warmth, and upon entering the back room, she began to sweat. The little boy who had been at the window was now lying on the kang, curiously staring at Shi Jinwei, his big eyes blinking, making him all the more adorable. At this moment, Shi Jinwei reiterated her wish to find a place to stay and offered to provide money or food as compensation. The elderly woman waved her hand. "What's there to worry about for one night? We have everything we need, so just stay without concern." Their warm demeanor made Shi Jinwei breathe a sigh of relief. After receiving their consent, she drove her car into the yard. Perhaps because their children were not around, her presence opened up the elderly couple to conversation. Without her needing to ask, they shared all the information they had. "A couple of days before the temperature dropped, several green trucks passed through our village. After the snow began falling, 2 large trucks came yesterday, and then no vehicles came after that," the old man said while sipping a bit of liquor during dinner. The old woman nodded. "Yes, in this cold weather we don't dare to go out, it's freezing out there. You, a little girl, are quite brave to dare to drive out here." Shi Jinwei smiled quietly without speaking, her expression particularly obedient. "You, a little girl, are quite brave to dare to drive out here." Shi Jinwei smiled quietly without speaking, her expression particularly obedient to her. The elderly couple initially felt a bit shy, but Shi Jinwei, holding the little boy, assured them it was fine and even gave him a few pieces of candy. The sight made the old people laugh heartily, and they opened up. Upon hearing their words, Shi Jinwei's eyes flickered. The green trucks were likely military vehicles carrying who knows what, but the possibility of a refuge being in Xiao Ai village had further increased. While she was thinking about this, the elderly man also inquired about the situation in the city. Their children were working in other places, leaving only this little boy at home to keep them company. With the temperature drop, every household in the countryside had earthen kangs. Even if they hadn't prepared coal, they could chop wood for burning, so they didn't feel cold at all. Moreover, every household had stored grains. Compared to the city, life had not changed much. At most, it was like an early arrival of winter. So when they heard about power cuts and food shortages in the city, they couldn't help but sigh. "Now the phone lines are also down, and we don't know how our eldest son and daughter are doing out there." Eldest son is their son's nickname, and eldest daughter is their daughter's nickname. Shi Jinwei listened. Her lips moved slightly, but she ultimately chose silence. At night, she slept in another room with 4 dogs. The old couple had heated the kang nicely, allowing her to get a rare good night's sleep. On the 8th day of the game, as dawn broke, she woke up to the fragrant smell of food. The old couple, who always rose early, had already prepared breakfast by the time she got up. With their warm hospitality, she not only enjoyed delicious millet porridge and salted duck eggs, but also received freshly steamed buns from the elderly couple. When leaving, they repeatedly reminded her to be careful. After playing this game for so long, encountering such simple-hearted NPCs warmed even the coldest of hearts. Before leaving, she secretly left the elderly couple a substantial amount of seafood and meat, reminding them not to flaunt their wealth. She also filled the little boy's pockets with candy and drove away as he looked at her with tearful eyes. Today's temperature remained at 43 degrees, but the car's performance had significantly declined. By noon, as the car drove out of Dagao village, it could not continue moving. The engine stalled completely, and no matter how Shi Jinwei tried to start it, there was no response. With no other option, she could only put away everything usable from the car into her space and took out the sled. Even the off-road vehicle's engine couldn't operate due to the extreme cold, so there was no hope for the tractor's engine. After taking off the tractor's head and tossing it back into her space, she called over the 4 silly dogs playing around trying to put the harness on them, and they did not resist. Then Shi Jinwei sat on the sled and attempted to have them pull it. At first the 4 fools found it amusing and could not understand her commands at all. They thought Shi Jinwei was playing with them, and at her command they started to dash around, nearly dragging the sled into a ditch. Helpless, she could only begin to provide them with impromptu training. Fortunately, these guys looked silly, but were reasonably intelligent. After an hour of training, they could understand Shi Jinwei's commands. Because it was customized, she could control the sled from within its cabin. So she lit a small stove inside the cabin and began to leisurely direct the 4 fools to pull the sled. By evening, although they had not yet entered the territory of Zhonggao village, they were still much faster than traveling on foot. The cabin was built according to the size of the sled with an internal space of about 2.5 by 1.8 by 1.8 meters. To prevent the 4 from getting cold outside at night, Shi Jinwei let them crawl into the cabin. The 4 dogs huddled together to keep warm while sleeping, which was almost like being indoors. However, for safety reasons, she did not stop the sled on the road, but had the 4 fools pull it away from the road and stop in the woods at the roadside. She chopped down some nearby trees for fuel, and to reward the 4, she specially took out a considerable amount of meat to roast for them. The 4 fools ate heartily, and after finishing they went for a second helping. Only when Shi Jinwei called them did they all crawl back into the cabin, lying in a row next to the stove. The cabin was packed tightly and the temperature rose significantly due to their presence. In the latter half of the night, she was sleeping soundly under a thick blanket wrapped in fluff when she heard a sound outside. Shi Jinwei signaled the 4 that had been awakened not to make a sound. She carefully stretched her head outside to look and saw several green trucks passing by. The truck cabins were tightly covered, making it impossible to see what was inside, but the design of the trucks was indeed military. From the wheels it was evident that these vehicles had been specially modified. The wheels were over half a meter higher than those of ordinary trucks and were more than twice as wide. The outside temperature was 46 degrees, and ordinary vehicles could not operate at all. Presumably the generators had also been modified. This further confirmed Shi Jinwei's suspicion. The chance that the small village was a refuge was much greater. On the 9th day of the game, it began to snow early in the morning, accompanied by strong winds. When Shi Jinwei woke up in the cabin, she found the temperature had dropped below 50 degrees. At this temperature, going outside was a challenge to human limits. The temperature inside the cabin had been around 15 degrees last night, but had now dropped to about 10. They suffered no injuries and simply trotted over the fallen man, resuming their chase after Shi Jinwei's car. Just as she retracted her head, bundled up like a dumpling, she cautiously opened the cabin door and was immediately hit in the face by the snow. The other 4, seeing the door open, eagerly jumped out. Seeing that they seemed completely unaffected, she let out a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, she had been considering that if they felt cold too, it would be best to make them warm coats from her own clothes. It now seemed that she had been overthinking it. Indeed, there was a reason why the Inuit chose dogs to pull sleds in reality. Carefully stepping onto the runner to jump down, she felt as if she had directly jumped from a warm indoor space into a refrigerator. No matter how thick her clothes were or how many warm pads she had on, she still couldn't fend off the onslaught of the cold. After checking the sled and confirming there were no issues, she dove back into the cabin and drank a large cup of ginger water before feeling her body warm up again. After eating something, she waited for the 4 fools to return happily before she got out of the sled and shivered as she tied the ropes onto them. The 4 fools, having adapted from yesterday, were still a bit excited. As she tied the ropes around them, the few wagged their tails happily and shook off the snow from their fur, splattering Shi Jinwei in the process. Shi Jinwei. Suppressing the impulse to smack their heads, Shi Jinwei signaled for them to pull the sled back onto the road and continued towards Zhonggao village. The speed at which the 4 fools pulled the sled wasn't very fast, comparable to the speed she had during the past 2 days driving off-road in the snow. Thus they arrived at Zhonggao village before noon. After stopping the sled at the village entrance, Shi Jinwei stood at the door surveying the village. She had considered using a drone, but at this temperature even her phone couldn't turn on, let alone a drone. From the surface, the village looked no different from Dagao village, with many households' chimneys emitting smoke. She signaled the 4 fools to continue walking into the village. If possible, she hoped to find a place to stay in the village tonight. However, she felt a bit regretful as many people were peering out of their windows staring at Shi Jinwei. But when she went down to knock on the door to ask for a place to stay, no one answered. Helplessly, she could only signal the four fools to just leave, but then she heard someone outside seemingly calling for her. She quickly stopped the sled and looked back only to see a woman in a floral cotton coat waving at her from the front door with numerous frostbites visible on her exposed skin. Seeing this, she instructed the four to turn the sled back and head towards the woman's house. As soon as she got off, she heard the woman ask, "Are you looking for a place to stay?" "Yes." Nodding, she heard the woman continue to ask, "How much will you pay?" Upon hearing this question, Shi Jinwei replied, "How much do you want?" 10, the woman indicated with her fingers. Shi Jinwei, 1,000. The woman nodded and Shi Jinwei smiled slightly. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I don't have that much money." In fact, she saw a disturbing greed in the woman's eyes. Seeing her reject so decisively, the woman's smile faded. "Little girl, do you really not want to stay?" Shi Jinwei nodded, turned to leave, but unexpectedly the woman grabbed her and shouted, "Everyone!" The woman's voice was loud, echoing through the quiet village, causing many doors to open. The four were uneasy, throwing snow with their paws, looking as if they were about to rush at the woman, but Shi Jinwei restrained them with her gaze. Upon entering the village, she realized that the atmosphere here was completely different from Dageo village. The way they looked at her was not out of curiosity or vigilance, but rather greed and desire. Originally, after being rejected once, she had no intention of lingering. But who would have thought that they would come to her? Shi Jinwei truly stood still, wanting to see what this woman was up to. She saw a group of people surrounding her and the sled with sticks or hose. Due to the cold, many were shivering, but not a single gaze directed at Shi Jinwei was friendly. "Little girl, look at so many people here. Why not stay at Auntie's house for a day? Otherwise, you might not be able to leave the village." The woman wore a smug smile. Shi Jinwei still refused, her gaze turning colder, her voice lowering a few degrees. "And I'm sorry, I have to hurry on my way and cannot stay." Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty drink. "I initially wanted to let you go, but since you don't need it, we won't hold back anymore." A man stepped out behind the aunt, tall and robust in his thick clothing. After saying this, he nodded to the people outside. Those individuals immediately grabbed their weapons and charged at Shi Jinwei. Caught off guard, the girl did not hold back. She pulled an axe from her space and swung it at the woman in front of her. The woman screamed, being pulled back a step by the man behind her. Meanwhile, the other weapons also descended upon Shi Jinwei, with several hoes wielded mercilessly. Her eyes turned icy as she slightly tilted her body to dodge the incoming weapons, drawing a gun and shooting at one of the attackers. The man fell to the ground with a thud. The others, instead of feeling fear at the sight of the gun, cheered excitedly. "This little girl has a gun. If we grab it, we'll be rich." In this unexpected turn of events, Shi Jinwei had to fire several shots in quick succession, killing a few while single-handedly pulling down 4 ropes. The 4, already anxious, now free from restraint, directly pounced on one of the men. Shi Jinwei had no time to care for them, ducking her head to avoid the wind rushing from behind. She immediately shot behind her while switching her axe for a gun, now without a thought of conserving bullets, unleashing a flurry of shots. Originally, these people believed it would be easy to subdue a little girl. Yet Shi Jinwei took out 2 guns, demonstrating formidable combat power. Combined with the attack power of the 4 fools, they quickly felt a sense of dread. The excitement they had just moments ago transformed into sheer panic. A few individuals hit by Shi Jinwei collapsed, writhing in pain in pools of their own blood, soon to be torn apart by the 4. Finally, someone terrified dropped their weapon and turned to flee. As one coward escaped, the others followed suit, but at this moment, how could Shi Jinwei let them go? She shot at their legs, cries of agony ringing out one after another. The 4 received Shi Jinwei's command and did not attack those who were shot in the legs, instead sitting nearby watching them hungrily. The man and woman at the entrance were completely petrified. When Shi Jinwei turned to look at them, they couldn't help but feel their legs weaken and collapse to the ground. The woman, terrified, cried out, "Grandma, I was wrong, it was him, he made me do this." She pushed the man forward. The man glared angrily at the woman, but upon meeting Shi Jinwei's gaze, he shivered and said, Sister, I was wrong, please spare us." As he spoke, a puddle of yellow liquid flowed from beneath him, freezing into ice, making Shi Jinwei feel nauseated. She quickly dealt with everyone except the woman planning to occupy this place tonight. After all, even though the shed was warm, it couldn't compare to a heated Kong. After sleeping a night in Daegaekan, she had completely fallen in love with the king. She gestured for the frightened woman to follow her inside. The woman obediently followed Shi Jinwei and the 4 into the room. Shi Jinwei sat on a small stool fiddling with her gun and asked, "So tell me, why did you suddenly dare to rob me after ignoring me at first?" She remembered how this woman had looked at her without any intention of letting her stay when she passed through the village. In less than 5 minutes the situation had changed. There had to be something fishy. Sure enough, upon hearing her question, the woman didn't hide the truth and directly replied, "It was my man's idea." Zhonggao village was different from Dagayakan. Dagayakan had fertile land and their agricultural output was significantly higher than that of Zhonggao village, so when the extreme cold arrived their supplies were ample. In contrast, Zhonggao village's land was relatively barren and their food reserves were naturally not comparable. With the sudden drop in temperature, their crops had not matured before being frozen in the fields, leaving them with no income and a food crisis. Especially now with heavy snow, they were even farther from the city than the smaller Gao village behind them, making it impossible to procure supplies. Seeing a military truck passing by, they thought it would be easy prey, so they developed ill intentions towards Shi Jinwei. Hearing this, Shi Jinwei frowned slightly. Is the situation the same in the smaller Gao village behind? The woman nodded. Their harvest is even less than ours each year. They are the poorest village. After hearing this, Shi Jinwei finally understood what the two elders had meant when they warned her to be careful in everything before she left Dagayakan. However, poverty was not an excuse for them to target innocent people. Shi Jinwei felt no sympathy for these individuals. The woman noticed her lack of reaction, her eyes flickering. She looked up to meet Shi Jinwei's clear and penetrating gaze, feeling as if her inner thoughts had been seen through, causing her body to stiffen. "I will stay for one night and then leave. I do not harbor any ulterior motives, or I cannot guarantee that you will survive until tomorrow." She threatened coldly, and the woman nodded repeatedly in fear, hurriedly rushing to prepare the kang for Shi Jinwei. Moments ago, she had been filled with anger when the man died before her eyes. Now her heart was filled with fear, and she had no thoughts of revenge, only wishing not to be killed. Shi Jinwei went outside to let the four pull the sled to the roadside and stored it in her space. In the woman's eyes, the sled was pulled into the woods by the four, revealing a look of regret. Noticing Shi Jinwei looking over, she quickly smiled and said, "Sister, how about I make you something to eat?" She shook her head. "No need, just heat the kang for me." She needed a warm place to stay, everything else she had in her space. Upon hearing this, the woman did not say more. She obediently followed Shi Jinwei's instructions, internally praying to send this harbinger of doom away soon. For safety, Shi Jinwei let the four sleep in the kitchen that night, binding the woman and throwing her next to the dog. In case of any situation, the dog could alert her. After a night's sleep, the game had directly reached the 10th day. Shi Jinwei did not rush to get up. Instead, she took out a hand-cranked radio to begin receiving signals. Still, there was nothing to gain. Only then did she slowly get out of bed, discovering that the outdoor temperature had plummeted below 60 degrees, tightening her heart. She let the four out, noticing that they were still unaffected, and couldn't help but marvel at how different the animals. In terms of intelligence and endurance, they completely shattered her perceptions of them in reality. Since she was living in the house, she did not let the four forage alone, but instead cooked meat on the stove for them to eat. The woman, seeing her cooking meat early in the morning, was utterly mesmerized. Seeing that the meat was not eaten by Shi Jinwei herself, but fed to the dogs, she revealed a look of heartache. Not daring to say anything, she maintained a stiff smile. It was only after Shi Jinwei left that she sat down on the ground dejectedly and began to sob. Left all alone, how would she survive from now on? This time they actually caught a few little creatures. Seeing the four of them each carrying 2 rabbits back, Shi Jinwei was somewhat surprised. However, seeing their eager expressions asking for praise, she still petted each of their heads and then prepared hot food for them. After training on the unnamed island, Shi Jinwei was now exceptionally skilled at skinning, and her roasted rabbits were a masterpiece. Within less than an hour, the aroma of meat wafted from the stove in the shed, making the 4 dogs wag their tails. But since Shi Jinwei had not spoken, they dared not act recklessly, so they obediently lay there staring intently at the delicious roasted rabbits. Only when Shi Jinwei handed them the roasted rabbits did they let out happy howls. 8 rabbits in total, 1 for each dog, while Shi Jinwei also had 1, and she directly stored the remaining 3 in her space. The temperature at noon rose to around 50 degrees. Perhaps due to traveling in low temperatures for a few days, Shi Jinwei felt that her resistance had significantly improved. Leaving the stove, she still shivered, but she could endure longer outside. The frostbite from the previous days had not reappeared, which was a good sign. In the afternoon, continuing her journey, she finally saw the entrance of Xiaogao village before nightfall. Having heard about the situation in Xiaogao village, Shi Jinwei did not plan to stay there. However, passing through the village tonight might be too late, so she directly parked the sled in the nearby woods. Letting the 4 dogs play by themselves, she began to chop wood. Now the temperature was around 54 degrees, and it would only drop at night. Even with the 4 dogs for warmth, Shi Jinwei felt she should light a few campfires outside, otherwise she feared she might freeze to death in her sleep. After chopping down all the nearby trees, Shi Jinwei surrounded the sled with more than 10 campfires, creating a protective ring. To make the fires burn longer, she did not split the logs into small pieces this time. Instead, she stacked the logs whole and lit them, placing charcoal at the bottom. With 4 dogs around, it was like having 4 alarm systems, so she wasn't afraid of any changes happening at night that she couldn't detect. This time the 4 little ones were out for a relatively long time. Shi Jinwei lit the bonfire and prepared the water, and they returned, slowly dragging a wild boar together. Shi Jinwei was thoroughly astonished this time. Were these 4 so strong in combat? However, remembering how they didn't hog the food, but brought it back to share with her, she encouraged them by patting their heads again. With many campfires, the temperature around the sled noticeably increased. She quickly gutted the wild boar, and the blood didn't even drip before it completely froze. After expending some effort, she managed to process the wild boar and set it on several racks to roast. This wild boar weighed at least several hundred pounds, enough for 1 person and 4 dogs to enjoy several meals. She planned to roast it all, so even if she didn't cook food in the following days, she could directly take out preserved wild boar meat from her space. After several times, the 4 dogs also understood Shi Jinwei's process of roasting meat and waited obediently at the side. Today, Shi Jinwei spread a thick blanket under her, covered it with warm packs, and with a thick cotton quilt over her, surrounded by the 4 little ones, she didn't feel cold at all. Surrounded by the fluffy warmth, she soon fell asleep. Waking up in the second half of the night, several campfires were still burning. After dressing, she went out to add firewood and coal to the campfires, and when she crawled back into the shed, she seemed to hear the distant howl of wolves. The ears of the 4 dogs perked up and their heads stood straight. Shi Jinwei felt a tightness in her heart, but seeing the campfires surrounding them, she felt slightly reassured. Even if there were really a pack of wolves, she wasn't afraid. She comfortingly patted a few of them and fell back into sleep. If the wolves came, they would surely alert her. Now what she needed to do was to replenish her sleep and maintain her best condition. Fortunately, the howls of the wolves only sounded a few times before they disappeared, allowing Shi Jinwei to sleep until dawn. The temperature today did not drop again, and her first task was still to pick up the radio to listen for news, but there was still no information. So she didn't dwell on it, got up to feed the 4 dogs, and then set off towards Xiaogao village. After a few days of adaptation, the dogs were now quite skilled at pulling the sled, and their speed had increased significantly. In less than half an hour, they entered the village, but what greeted her was a ground covered in corpses. She quickly instructed the 4 dogs to stop, dressed appropriately, and crawled out of the sled to carefully examine the bodies. Yesterday it hadn't snowed, so the corpses lying in the snow still showed their conditions. She noticed that many people were not dressed warmly, seemingly having fled from their homes in panic. Their faces were filled with terror, and there were clear bite marks on their bodies. At this moment, the 4 dogs also lost their usual cheerfulness, while pulling the sled, whimpering continuously and alertly watching their surroundings. A sense of foreboding arose in her heart. She turned and ran back to the sled, intending to leave this village immediately. Under her signal, the 4 dogs began to dash forward, and the number of corpses around them increased. Some parts of people's bodies were already gnawed away, their bloodied remains frozen in the snow. Suddenly, a shadow slowly emerged from a house, causing the 4 dogs to slam on the brakes in fright. Shi Jinwei stumbled in the sled and steadied herself, looking up to see not far ahead a wolf standing there. The wolf, upon seeing the 4 dogs, showed no signs of panic. It raised its head and howled at the sky. Then one after another, many wolves emerged from the surrounding houses, at least 30 or more of them, causing Shi Jinwei's pupils to constrict suddenly. Wolves are different from other animals. They are highly social creatures. Although they usually operate as family units and lack a wolf king, there is always a leading wolf guiding them. They have a characteristic: the colder the weather, the more they tend to gather, operating under a strict hierarchy, and their coordination during hunts is much more cohesive than that of other animals. Cold sweat couldn't help but break out from her icy body. At this moment, she finally understood the situation regarding these corpses. No matter how long she hid in the shed, there was no escaping. With gritted teeth, Shi Jinwei stepped out of the shelter. She saw someone in the car get out and untie the ropes binding the 4 wolves, and the lead wolf let out another howl. A pack of wolves charged directly at them. She swiftly drew her handgun and axe, striking down at the first wolf that lunged at her while firing at another wolf with her gun. The 4 wolves attacked the lead wolf directly, and 3 of the approaching wolves immediately turned to head towards the lead wolf. At this moment, Shi Jinwei had no time to worry about the 4 small ones. The wolves were much more agile than the players she encountered. She couldn't hit them with every shot, and her thick clothing slowed her down significantly. 2 wolves were injured by Shi Jinwei's axe while the others charged forward. Shi Jinwei attacked again, her axe striking one wolf, but her gun missed another. That wolf, seeing its chance, lunged at her arm. Today she was wearing 2 down jackets, and the wolf's sharp teeth easily tore through her outer layer, feathers flying everywhere, but it did not manage to bite her arm. There was no way around it, as she was dressed too warmly. Even if the wolf had enough bite force, its teeth couldn't penetrate through so many layers of clothing. Then she felt an attack on her shoulder. That wolf also bit down on a mouthful of duck down. She only felt a tight grip on her shoulder without any pain. This discovery greatly boosted her confidence, and her attacks became much more decisive. The lead wolf, realizing how troublesome this human was, let out a low growl, and the pack of wolves immediately halted their attack and began to retreat. Shi Jinwei thought they were planning to give up and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she heard the lead wolf howl again. This time the sound was distinctly different from before, as she couldn't comprehend it, but she knew the strategy had changed. An uninjured wolf ran directly to the 4, blocking their attack on the lead wolf, while the lead wolf charged towards Shi Jinwei, entering a standoff with her. From the sharpness in its eyes, it was clear that today it would not let Shi Jinwei go. She could only fight. Recognizing this fact, she did not hesitate. As the lead wolf cautiously fixed its gaze on her, she began shooting directly at it. The lead wolf nimbly leaped through the snow, dodging Shi Jinwei's bullets. In terms of jumping ability and reaction speed, it was significantly more agile than the other wolves. Seeing that her bullets couldn't hit it, Shi Jinwei's mind raced for other strategies. Suddenly she felt a gust of wind above her. A shadow lunged down directly from above. Shi Jinwei quickly stepped back, and a wolf landed gracefully in front of the lead wolf, glaring fiercely at her. Damn, it can ambush too. Shi Jinwei cursed, rare for her to use such language. While she was in a standoff with the lead wolf, this wolf had stealthily climbed onto the roof of the sled, planning to ambush her from above. This was a feint, making Shi Jinwei even more cautious. Meanwhile, the 4 were fighting evenly with the 4 wolves. All 8 had suffered injuries, but due to the cold the blood had frozen and did not drip. Seeing that neither side was gaining an advantage, the Wolf King seemed a bit impatient and charged directly at Shi Jinwei. In response, she hurled her axe at it. The Wolf King indeed halted its attack, skillfully changing direction in midair and landing gracefully. At the same time, the other wolves lunged towards Shi Jinwei. Not stopping after throwing the axe, Shi Jinwei tossed out 2 daggers. These were much smaller than the axe, and the Wolf King dodged them with agility. But then a black Dao sword came slicing through the air. One wolf pounced directly onto Shi Jinwei's back, preparing to bite her neck. Wrapped in her thick scarf, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Seeing that the Dao sword had finally struck the Wolf King, she rolled on the ground, shaking off the wolf on her back, then fired a shot, hitting another wolf that attempted to attack. At this point, there were already 7 or 8 wolves lying dead on the ground, with over a dozen more glaring at her. Shi Jinwei was panting heavily, her hands trembling from fear, adrenaline surging, putting her mind in a state of extreme tension. This state allowed her physical condition to reach another limit. The Wolf King, hit in the head, fell directly to the ground lifeless. Seeing this, the other wolves finally showed fear in their eyes. They instinctively whimpered and tried to retreat, but Shi Jinwei was already enraged. She fired her gun while wildly swinging at the pack of wolves. The wolves began to back away, but she had no intention of letting these creatures escape. She had heard that wolves hold grudges, and even knew that if she let them go today, they might come back to seek revenge at some point in the future. So today, not a single one shall escape. With this thought, Shi Jinwei gripped the Dao sword tightly and began to unleash continuous attacks on the fearful pack. When animals are afraid, their attacking power diminishes as well. Soon the pack of wolves lay in pools of blood, whimpering in pain. Only then did Shi Jinwei turn her attention back to the 4 small ones. She noticed that they had all been injured. Even though they were much more robust than real Alaskan dogs, they were still domesticated and could not match the combat power of wolves that lived in the wild. Yet even so, they did not back down, still entangled with the 4 wolves, lightening Shi Jinwei's burden. Seeing this, her heart warmed, and she stored her axe and daggers, wielding the Dao sword to join the fight. With her joining, the battle ended quickly. Only when the last wolf fell did Shi Jinwei finally collapse on the ground, while the 4 also lay exhausted in the snow. After the intense battle, even with the temperature dropping to 60 degrees, they felt no cold at all. After resting for a while, Shi Jinwei finally leaned on her sword and stood up. She surveyed her surroundings and found a house with no corpses at the door. She stored the sled and signaled the 4 to follow her. In this house there were no corpses. She first closed the large gate in the yard before leading the 4 inside. Inside the house there was a stove. She tossed in some charcoal and lit it before beginning to check on their condition. She found that several had bite wounds, but they weren't too severe and could be treated without shaving their fur. She patiently waited for the temperature in the house to rise, allowing the blood frozen into ice on them to thaw before she started cleaning their wounds. The fierce dogs from before finally couldn't help but start acting cute in front of Shi Jinwei, wagging their tails and whining pitifully. Unable to resist her soft heart, she hugged a few dog heads and gave them a good rub. After treating their wounds, and as the temperature in the house gradually rose, she finally had the time to remove her outer down jacket. She looked around the kitchen and realized that the stove and the heated bed were not from the same system. To heat the bed, she needed to burn the bottom of the pot. Without hesitation, she continued to stoke the fire. After a series of battles, both she and the 4 dogs were extremely exhausted. The fire in the room and the stove burned together, quickly raising the temperature, and lying inside, no one wished to move. Shi Jinwei took something out from her space to feed the dog, had a bit for herself, and decided to rest in the house for the day instead of continuing her journey. After pulling out a new down jacket from her space and putting it on, Shi Jinwei secured the courtyard gate tightly and then locked the door of the house as well, lying on the heated bed while petting her fluffy dog and fiddling with the radio. The system said that news of a shelter would arrive in the next 20 days, but it did not specify which day. If it were the previous task, surviving for 30 days, Shi Jinwei felt she could easily stay here until the game ended, as her supplies in the space were more than sufficient. But needing to find a shelter changed things. However, she could confirm that the shelter was in the nearby Shua village, which she could reach in about a day, so she wasn't in a hurry. After resting in the house for a day, the next morning, she continued to listen to the radio only to find there was still no news. Helpless, she had no choice but to take her 4 dogs outside. With no news, she couldn't just wait. She had to see the situation for herself. After a day of rest, all 4 dogs had recovered significantly, and pulling the sled had become much faster. Before dark, Shi Jinwei arrived at Shua village and found the entire village had been completely abandoned, devoid of any signs of life. The location of the air raid shelter was on the mountain behind her, and since the sled couldn't go up, she stowed it away and began to climb the mountain. The temperature today was still around 60 degrees. Shi Jinwei applied foot warmers before starting her arduous climb. However, her phone wouldn't work outside, and she couldn't remember the exact location. The snow on the mountain was extremely deep, making climbing much more difficult than walking, with each step leaving a clear imprint. Even though Shi Jinwei was dressed warmly, her feet were still cold. Despite struggling through the snow, her feet and legs became numb, and she completely lost sensation while walking. After searching for 2 hours without success, it grew dark. Helpless, she had to return to Shua village with her 4 dogs and found a relatively clean house to break in and start a fire for warmth. As the temperature in the room rose, she finally took off her clothes and found that her legs had indeed turned dark purple. The long-lost frostbite had returned. She took out frostbite ointment and applied it to herself. From her space, she pulled out her phone and carefully checked the location of the air raid shelter, firmly implanting the details in her mind. The next day, she turned on the radio early, but still found no news, so she continued searching on the mountain. Fortunately, this time she discovered human footprints and followed them to finally find her destination. At the entrance of the air raid shelter stood a sign that read "Shelter." There were a lot of supplies piled up at the cave entrance, and a group of soldiers was busy transporting them. Shi Jinwei's sudden appearance was a bit unexpected, causing the soldier on guard to look at her in surprise. She didn't give him a chance to speak and immediately asked, "Is this the shelter?" The soldier nodded while holding his gun, then scrutinized Shi Jinwei with caution, asking, "How did you know?" Shi Jinwei was unsure how to respond, remembering that the task required her to enter the shelter. Her gaze shifted. She shouted directly behind the soldier, "Hey, who are you doing here?" The soldier thought she recognized someone. Turning around, his comrades looked over in unison, and Shi Jinwei ran toward them. He muttered to himself in confusion, "Whose girlfriend is this?" Shi Jinwei, however, dashed straight past them, and the soldiers carrying supplies exchanged puzzled glances, unsure who she was calling out to, simply standing there watching as this girl, bundled up like a ball, ran toward them. Then, she saw her directly past them and run into the air raid shelter. The moment Shi Jinwei stepped into the shelter, the system announced, "Congratulations, player Shi Jinwei, you have successfully cleared the Hong Kong City level. You are the 1365th player to enter the shelter. Based on your overall performance, you have been rewarded with 800 points. Players who cleared this round: 148, 123, 288, 97 people. Current number of survivors in the game: 148, 123, 288, 97 people. Game items have been successfully recycled, and the next round will begin in 3 days. We wish you a pleasant life." Returning to the game space, Shi Jinwei heard that another 2 billion players had been eliminated, and she felt there was nothing left to be surprised about. Opening the chat channel, it was as lively as ever. Sweet taro milk tea, this game is too twisted. The shelter was only announced on the 25th day, and I almost froze to death on the road. You're right, yes, the temperature reached minus 75 degrees in the last few days. It's simply inhumane. Survival game, go die. I feel like this game is increasingly giving no way out. They said there were 20 days left, but I thought they would at least leave us 10 days, and now it's only 5. Calm breeze, not only do we have to consider monetary issues when entering, but we also have to think about housing and supplies. Now with the added task of finding a shelter, they don't even give us a clue. It's simply pushing players to their deaths. I love meat. Finding clues is actually quite easy. Not so smart, you're speaking without knowing how do you find them. I love meat. The ones establishing the shelters must be the officials. Why not just go ask them for clues? Although the game doesn't provide detailed information, this can be guessed. Thinking along this line of reasoning, it's about how to get clues from the officials. Get lost in the mortal world, but how do you get clues from the officials? I love meat. I don't know about others, but I directly searched online for what gossip there was in Hong Kong City and then followed the leads to find the shelter's address. Seeing through everything, I found it the same way. Many people online were saying they spotted military vehicles heading towards Shua village, and upon checking what was there, I found an air raid shelter, which made it easy to connect the dots. Neon lights in 12 colors. While the big shot is indeed different from us, I learned a lot. Most handsome on the internet, truly impressive. I thought of the officials, but couldn't find a chance to blend in. I never considered starting from gossip. I love meat, hee. I love eating gossip in real life, so I can't help but surf the internet when I enter the game. Love eating cherries. Thank you for the information, big shot. Next time I enter the game, I will definitely surf well. After entering the air raid shelter, Shi Jinwei directly exited the game. She did not expect the officials to announce the location of the shelter on the 25th day, and couldn't help but feel lucky. If she had to survive in an environment below minus 70 degrees, to be honest, she couldn't guarantee. Thinking this, she planned to check her ranking after the leaderboard updated this time. This time she directly earned 800 points, bringing her total to 1730. She wondered how much her rank would rise. The first and second place are directly separated by 1,000 points, and no matter how calm Shi Jinwei is, she cannot help but feel shocked. 4,600 points, averaging 920 points per instance. She herself only scored a maximum of 800 points in this instance. Thinking of this, she continued to check her ranking, moving from 25,178 to 21,026, improving by over 4,000, which is still acceptable. Putting aside her thoughts, she opened her skills to begin a new round of upgrades. She spent 300 points to upgrade her skill to level 6, skill space uniqueness. Skill rarity grade. Skill description active, skill upgradable. Upon acquiring this skill, you will possess a personal storage space, an essential item in survival games. Attached skill iSafe House, 777M independent space, isolating everything outside, ensuring the player's life is worry-free. Players can hide in it for 30 minutes each time the location of the safe house does not move, and only the space owner can enter. Cooldown time 10 days. After the instance ends, all resources within the instance will be automatically recycled. Attach skill to invisibility. You will gain the ability to become invisible and move your position, but you cannot pass through walls. The skill automatically becomes invalid after encountering a living being or using another skill. Each use lasts 20 minutes. The items in hand can also become invisible, limited to 1. Cooldown time 10 days. Skill level 6. Upgrade points 500. Space size 42. 9 cubic meters. Finally acquiring a new skill, Shi Jinwei felt a bit excited. Seeing that her skill is now level 6, she couldn't help but wonder if there would be additional skills at level 11. However, that's still a bit far off, so she won't think about it now. With 698 points remaining, Shi Jinwei didn't rush to unlock more skills, but planned to get herself some defensive equipment. If she hadn't worn her gear when encountering the wolf pack, she might have been bitten. If she had been wearing ordinary clothes, the outcome could have truly been uncertain. Additionally, there are daggers, which can also serve well as throwing knives this time. She decided to buy 2 more, and then check if there are any hidden weapons like rainfall pear blossom needles for self-defense. Also crowd attack weapons. If she had a grenade this time, Shi Jinwei felt that the battle would certainly be easier, although it might also take herself along. First, she spent 2 points in the trading market to buy 4 daggers, making a total of 6, before opening the item shop. There weren't many defensive gear options, so Shi Jinwei picked carefully and finally bought bulletproof vest, 50 points, blast shield, 50 points, bulletproof helmet, 20 points. Then it was time for weapons: automatic rifle, 150 points, 500 rounds of rifle ammunition, 10 points, rainfall pear blossom needles, 150 points. After spending everything, she had 266 points left. It wasn't enough to upgrade her skills, so she decided to save it for later. Once everything was sorted out, she collapsed onto the bed to catch up on sleep. Early the next morning, after browsing the forum, she began to hit the library. With extreme cold appearing, she knew that there would also be high temperatures, tornadoes, tsunamis, earthquakes, and various other natural disasters. There was still a lot of knowledge she needed to catch up on. On the third day, she spent the whole day in the combat room again, this time practicing not only combat skills, but also marksmanship. She spent a total of 3 points over the 2 days. Early on the fourth day, the system broadcasted on time: the game will start in 5 minutes. Please read the game instructions carefully. Game players: 148, 123, 288, 97 people. Game content: survive for 20 days. Game duration: 20 days. Game instructions: Anhua City has severe air pollution, and you need to survive for 20 days in Anhua City. Leaving the city is considered game failure, so please act cautiously. Game rewards: 1,000 Anhua coins, a random set of clothes, a communication phone, and a character identification document. Just as Shi Jinwei finished reading the game instructions, she was thrown into the game. Whether it was an illusion or not, she felt that it hadn't even been 5 minutes when the system started throwing players in. As soon as she landed, Shi Jinwei felt a large amount of pungent gas suddenly surge into her nostrils, making her cough uncontrollably. Covering her mouth and looking up, she found herself surrounded by dense smog, and the pungent gas was the smell of the haze. The haze she encountered before had no smell. Thinking of the game content being air pollution, she quickly pulled out a mask from her space and put it on, feeling much more comfortable. Squinting and looking around again, Shi Jinwei wanted to see what the environment was like this time. All that met her gaze were the blurry outlines of buildings just a few steps away. The entire city was shrouded in haze, the sky gray and dim with sunlight, unable to penetrate. Pedestrians on the road hurried past, all wearing masks, some even occasionally covering their mouths to cough lightly. On the adjacent street, due to the low visibility from the haze, cars moved slowly with their fog lights on. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. Shi Jinwei pulled out her phone and saw several notifications. Anhua City is once again facing haze weather. Our residents are advised to wear masks when going out. According to the latest statistics from the Central City Hospital, the number of hospitalizations this month has increased by 50 compared to last month. Doctors remind residents to pay attention to their health. If you feel unwell, please seek medical attention immediately. Do not delay. Due to the influence of cold air, the temperature in Anhua City will drop again. The city's coal mine output has reached a new high. Click the link below for details. She didn't examine them closely. Taking out her item bank card, she found a bank to check her balance, which had 26,800 coins, exactly the remaining game currency from the last game. Knowing that the bank card in the shop is for this purpose, Shi Jinwei directly transferred the money from the gift card over and conveniently got another 30,000 coins. Her balance immediately surged to 57,800 coins, which made her feel at ease. Finding a map application on her phone, she began navigating to the nearest pharmacy to buy an oxygen tank. Diving shops and outdoor supply stores also sell oxygen tanks, but these two types of stores do not have as high a distribution rate as pharmacies. The nearest pharmacy was 300 meters away, while the closest outdoor supply store was 2,600 meters away, making her choice obvious. The young lady at the pharmacy, upon hearing that she wanted to buy an oxygen tank, immediately recommended several types: household, portable, and high concentration. It seems that due to the severe air pollution in Anhua City, the oxygen tanks here are different from those in reality. Previously, in the rainstorm instance, an oxygen tank lasted about half an hour. Here, an oxygen tank of the same capacity can last for 2 hours. The 2.5L high concentration oxygen tank can be used continuously for 12 hours. Shi Jinwei calculated that for 30 days, she would need 60 tanks. However, buying 60 tanks at once seemed strange, so she first bought 6 tanks, planning to switch to another pharmacy to continue buying. In addition to the oxygen tanks, she also bought masks with filters, common respiratory infection medications, and the antibiotics she had purchased before. Additionally, she bought a mini oxygen machine, spending a total of 700 coins. As she was leaving, she brushed past a person without a mask who asked the shopkeeper directly, "Do you have oxygen tanks?" She guessed he must also be a player. With this thought, she quickened her pace, not wanting to interact with other players. Once outside and seeing no one around, she immediately tossed her items into her space, leaving only a mask with a filter, which she quickly put on. She then turned to a nearby grocery store and bought a large backpack to carry. After running through 7 or 8 pharmacies, she managed to purchase 285L oxygen tanks, 21L oxygen tanks, and 20 portable 300 milliliters oxygen tanks to prevent running out of oxygen in case of an emergency. After buying the oxygen tanks, it was time for food. However, before that, she needed to find a place to stay. This time, she wasn't considering the suburbs. Anhua City had no subway, and with low visibility, now driving would be inconvenient. She planned to rent a place indoors and intended to choose a high floor. In her limited knowledge, she seemed to recall that most air pollution was higher at lower altitudes. The reason seemed to involve the quality of hot and cold air, but she couldn't remember clearly. After making her plan, she found a coffee shop to sit down and began searching for the tallest buildings in Anhua City. Excluding office buildings, the highest residential floor had 18 levels, while hotels had up to 26. The former was cheaper, but the latter was higher. She wasn't short on money and directly booked a king-sized room on the 22nd floor of the Anhua Grand Hotel online. It cost 600 currency for one night, totaling 5000 currency for 30 days. However, the hotel had a promotional offer. A 30-day stay would get a 30 discount plus a reduction of 2000, making it 10600 currency. It was more economical than 20 days for 12000, so she booked for 30 days. Adding the cost of the oxygen tanks, she spent a total of 17000 currency, leaving her with 40800 currency. After buying the oxygen tank, Shi Jinwei began preparing food. Since she was staying at a hotel, she decided not to cook and would buy instant and dehydrated food instead. She also found several snack shops and bought some ready-made home-cooked dishes and snacks, tossing them into her space. After shopping, it was already 1820. Her location was 15 kilometers from the hotel, so she had to take a taxi. After hailing a cab and giving the destination, Shi Jinwei quietly listened to the driver enthusiastically share his stories. "Young lady, let me tell you, that guy today is really handsome, and like you, he's also going to the Anhua Grand Hotel." The driver spoke with great excitement while Shi Jinwei remained expressionless. She had hoped the NPC could provide some useful information, but instead encountered a superficial person. Anyone who hears a topic they find uninteresting would feel bored and drowsy, including Shi Jinwei. Just as she was about to take out her phone to surf the internet, a sudden loud bang erupted ahead. Their car was waiting at a red light with several vehicles in front. The driver was happily talking to himself when he heard the loud bang and jolted. "What's happening?" Shi Jinwei looked up and saw that it seemed like there was a fire ahead. Due to the smog, she couldn't see the exact details, and both could only guess that it might be a car accident. To their surprise, gunfire rang out again. Then they heard terrified screams and angry shouts from men ahead. It seemed the vehicles in front knew what was happening, as the driver immediately jumped out of the car and ran back. Seeing this, the driver quickly rolled down the window and shouted at the running people, "Hey brother, what's going on?" The few who were running were panting heavily. Upon hearing someone ask, they pulled down their masks and shouted, "There's a robbery ahead and several cars have been blown up." His voice was loud and everyone in the nearby cars heard it, revealing expressions of disbelief. Just as Shi Jinwei was about to inquire further, gunfire erupted again, and one of the fleeing individuals collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth with bloody holes in his back. The people in the car were frightened into silence, and once they regained their wits, they started screaming desperately. They pushed open the car doors and began to run back, some even dialing their phones to call the police. Shi Jinwei exchanged a glance with the driver, said nothing, and also opened the car door to run. The robbers naturally noticed the chaos behind and immediately began shooting. The smog was thick, and under the dim light, Shi Jinwei couldn't see how many people were in front, and they could only see blurred figures running. However, the shooter was very accurate, using a rifle, and without any cover, many soon fell to the ground. Seeing this, Shi Jinwei immediately crouched behind the car and slowly moved backward. The area was already in chaos, and the robbers were gradually closing in. Seeing this situation, Shi Jinwei had no hesitation and directly crawled under the car. She had the ability to protect herself and had put on a bulletproof vest after entering the game. But there were at least 5 or 6 figures in front. It would be foolish to confront them. Just as she hid under the car, a woman collapsed nearby. With her eyes wide open in horror, she stared in Shi Jinwei's direction, blood slowly flowing from her mouth, staining the mask. Shi Jinwei covered her mouth to silence herself, watching as a pair of legs stopped in front of the woman, rudely flipping her over and searching her body. Then he yelled back, "This woman has 600 cash on her, but I couldn't find her phone." Not far away, someone replied, "Yours is really poor. I have over 2000 here, and this gold chain should be worth quite a bit too." Upon hearing this, the man laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you're lucky. Combined, we have nearly a 0,000, enough for us to buy supplies for 30 days. The man said this while heading toward the next target, causing Shi Jinwei's heart to chill. There had been many discussions in the forum about how to make money, and some had mentioned that robbery was the fastest way. Especially after players experienced several rounds of the game and managed to buy firearms, this method became even easier to implement. Most players regarded NPCs as mere data, not taking them seriously, and killed them at will. Although some players disliked this approach, feeling it was criminal, there was no denying that many armed players would stop at nothing to complete their objectives. If she guessed correctly, the explosion earlier should have been from the grenade sold in the item shop, not an accident. In response, Shi Jinwei felt no pity or anger, nor would she go along with the crowd. She just wanted to quietly leave after these people had departed. At this moment, the sound of police sirens rang out in the distance. She heard a few players curse loudly before quickly leaving. But the police in Anhua City were quite efficient. As they attempted to leave, they had already sealed off all the roads around them. One player shouted, "Get down." They threw a grenade towards the surrounding police, and coincidentally the man who had been near Shi Jinwei was crouched right next to the car where she was hiding. He turned his head and made eye contact with the person under the car, momentarily stunned. The man widened his eyes, staring at the woman crouched beneath the car. At the critical moment, an explosive sound erupted. Shi Jinwei's cold gaze swept towards the man who seemed about to shout, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, she drew her gun and shot directly at the opponent before the man could utter a word. The gunfire was drowned out by the intense explosion, and the other players were entirely focused on the battle outside, oblivious to the fact that their companion had already been killed. He too died with his eyes wide open, his expression mirroring that of the female NPC beside Shi Jinwei, making it somewhat ironic. A man shouted from not far away, "Let's find an opportunity and charge out." The other players echoed in agreement. She remained silent, carefully listening to the sounds outside. Hearing that both sides had officially begun to engage, she slowly shifted her body, moving towards the back of the car. Gunfire concentrated in front and on both sides, while the back was deserted due to distance. The haze became the best camouflage at that moment, as Shi Jinwei crawled beneath one car after another, directly reaching the intersection behind. Here the cars had been abandoned and the people inside had long since vanished. At this moment the intersection was cordoned off, but no one was guarding it. Inside, the sound of gunfire was incessant, and no one dared to come and watch. Shi Jinwei executed a slick roll, emerging from beneath the caution tape. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a reporter hurriedly approaching with a cameraman. Her agile movement immediately caught the attention of the two. The reporter was surprised by her actions, but upon seeing that Shi Jinwei was unarmed, his eyes lit up, and he attempted to rush over. Shi Jinwei understood the interviewing desire, and his gaze hesitated, and then dove back into the restricted area. In the astonished eyes of the two, she opened the door of the last vehicle. The engine was still running, the keys were in it, and Shi Jinwei stepped on the gas, executing a slick reverse and drifting out of the back intersection. Seeing the cameraman still aiming his camera at her, she felt relieved that she was wearing a mask. Otherwise, her photo would probably be all over the headlines soon. She had even thought of a title: "The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, While the Yellow Bird Awaits Car Theft Woman Surfaces Amidst Police-Criminal Clash." Since she had already taken the car, she planned to drive directly to the hotel. Shi Jinwei opened the car's navigation system and followed the directions to the Anhua Grand Hotel. This time the journey was without incident. However, since the car was stolen, she did not brazenly drive it to the hotel entrance, but parked it casually nearby and walked to the hotel. The hotel front desk politely registered her information and handed her the room key. After taking the elevator to the 22nd floor, she finally sighed in relief upon entering her room. After a quick wash-up, she ordered takeout and threw herself onto the bed, beginning to check the news and information about air pollution in Anhua City. According to news reports, Anhua City is a place rich in coal resources. Utilizing its coal resources, various industrial zones have been established, making it one of the leading industrial cities in the country. However, with the continuous construction of factories, the issue of air pollution has become increasingly severe. Prior to this, Anhua City had already experienced several severe air pollution incidents. The most severe incident involved dust particles in the haze being clearly visible. A large amount of industrial gases produced a pungent odor, forcing people to wear oxygen masks when going out. The number of patients with respiratory diseases surged within a few days, and hospitals were overwhelmed. Subsequently, the government had no choice but to implement relevant governance policies to finally control the worsening air pollution in Anhua City. Yet, even so, there are still no effective governance methods. Now that residents' living conditions are gradually improving, emissions from vehicles have also become a new source of pollution. As winter approaches, coal heating is one of Anhua City's characteristics, thus air pollution has once again worsened in recent days. However, the citizens of Anhua City have already grown accustomed to this pollution, so they do not take it seriously, instead viewing it as a sign of the city's progress. After finishing these reports, the takeout also arrived. After eating, Shi Jinwei went downstairs to buy a few rolls of transparent tape before finally going to sleep. Early the next morning, still immersed in her dreams, she heard hurried footsteps in the corridor. Groggily opening her eyes, she heard someone outside urgently shouting, "Quickly give him the oxygen tank, he can't breathe." This statement instantly awakened her, and she hurried to the door to listen carefully to the commotion outside. Doctor, emergency, lungs, danger, and other words pieced together the sequence of events. Someone on the same floor had suddenly stopped breathing in his sleep and had called for an ambulance. Lying back down, Shi Jinwei once again took out her phone to check the weather forecast. Today's air pollution index was at 280, with the air quality at level 4 classified as moderately polluted. Looking outside, the sky today was even darker than yesterday, with visibility at less than 1 meter. After considering it, Shi Jinwei decided not to go out and just stay holed up in the hotel. After all, she had ample supplies, so staying in until the last day wouldn't be a problem. Her plan was solid, and she truly did not venture outside. However, the game would not let players rest. Just past noon, after finishing her lunch and lying on the bed drowsily, she heard a tremendous roar from outside. The sleepiness was instantly scared away, and Shi Jinwei hurriedly crawled to the window to check, only to be stunned by the scene outside. Under the dark sky, a black mushroom cloud rapidly rose and blossomed, adding another dark hue to the gloomy sky. That mushroom cloud was enormous, almost enveloping half of Anhua City. Underneath it, explosions erupted one after another and flames burst forth like fireworks, creating a deafening roar. It continued for nearly 20 minutes before the noise finally ceased. She quickly grabbed her phone to go online and indeed saw the latest news notification: the largest chemical plant in Anhua City explodes. An ominous premonition surfaced in her heart as she saw the mushroom cloud gradually dissipating, with dark mist beginning to spread out at an extremely slow pace. However, that wasn't what was truly terrifying. What was truly frightening was the live footage on her phone in which those who came into contact with the black mist fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. Their bodies quickly shriveled up as if dehydrated, turning into desiccated corpses. Those near the black mist began to flee in terror, trying to escape from its reach. The rescue firefighters and police cars originally coming to assist also stopped outside the black mist's range, hesitating and unwilling to proceed. It wasn't until a truck arrived loaded with protective suits and gas masks that the group of rescuers donned their gear and rushed into the black mist to conduct rescue operations. Seeing this unfold, Shi Jinwei's heart tightened. Clearly, the air pollution in this game is not merely a threat to the respiratory system. From the videos, it appears that contact with the skin can trigger a chemical reaction, causing the human body to dehydrate rapidly and turn into a dried corpse. Ordinary clothing cannot isolate such gas, only protective suits can do so. Without hesitation, Shi Jinwei immediately began searching for the nearest armor shop. She found that there was a shop approximately 2 kilometers away, and donning her oxygen mask, rushed out. Her space had prepared a set of protective clothing and a gas mask, but in such circumstances, anything could happen. An unexpected event could cost her life. Shi Jinwei could not afford to be careless a second time. Taking the elevator down, the hotel looked as usual. However, upon stepping outside, she discovered chaos. The black fog seemed to be at a distance, but those fleeing from it were continuously surging toward her. At this moment, the pharmacy, grocery store, and supermarket were completely packed. Countless people were jostling at the entrance, desperate to grab a bottle of oxygen or a mask. Although she didn't know exactly what the black fog was, those who had watched the live stream knew that contact with it could be fatal. At this moment, a bottle of oxygen could save their lives. How could they not go crazy? As for food, they planned to grab supplies and then stay indoors, waiting for the authorities to resolve the situation. The streets were a mess, and Shi Jinwei nimbly weaved through the crowd. Today, the smog was heavy and traffic accidents were frequent. Coupled with the earlier explosion, many people had abandoned their vehicles, leading to a complete traffic collapse. The sound of ambulances echoed intermittently, yet they could not move an inch. In desperation, medical personnel had to abandon their vehicles carrying patients and sprinting along the road, racing against time to save lives from the clutches of death. Shi Jinwei's speed was fast enough, the distance was not far, and after an hour of maneuvering through the crowd, she arrived at the place where she wanted to buy protective gear. To her dismay, she found the door tightly shut and frowned. The next armor shop was at least 5 kilometers away, making it unrealistic to run there. She considered whether to break down the door when she heard a man's pleas from inside, stirring her interest. Surveying the building, she circled to the back, discovering that there was no back door but a glass window. For some reason, the window was open, covered by a screen. Without hesitation, she drew her dagger and slashed at the screen several times, tearing it apart. She swiftly climbed through the window. It was an independent room filled with shelves neatly stocked with various protective suits and gas masks. Shi Jinwei's eyes lit up as she began to sweep the items into her space. However, to avoid suspicion, she didn't take everything but left a few of each. At this moment, the conversations outside became heated, and she could clearly hear footsteps approaching. Shi Jinwei hurriedly climbed back out the window. As she landed, the door to the room was opened. A woman's voice rang out in confusion. "Hey, why is the window open and the screen is torn?" "Damn, someone came in." Another irate male voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Shi Jinwei quickened her pace to leave. Meanwhile, someone else climbed out of the window. Upon seeing Shi Jinwei back, the person shouted angrily, "Stop right there." He then chased after her, not forgetting to fire his gun. Shi Jinwei cursed under her breath, "Another player." She quickened her pace, starting into the street. Using the cover of the fog, she nimbly maneuvered through the crowd. The player was unwilling to give up easily, but seeing the dense figures and the visibility of less than a meter, he cursed under his breath and turned to run back. On the other side, Shi Jinwei successfully shook off the man and planned to head towards the hotel. The next second, something suddenly pressed against her back. Then a strong hand landed on her shoulder, and a cold voice whispered in her ear, "Don't move, come with me." Shi Jinwei froze. Just as she had escaped one person, another had appeared. The object pressing against her back was clearly the barrel of a gun. Reluctantly, she followed the man's force away from the crowd, heading towards a dark corner. The man shoved her hard against the wall, her masked face pressed against the cold surface. He twisted her hands behind her back and threatened fiercely, "Hand over your items and money, and I'll let you go." "Why do you think I'm a player?" Shi Jinwei replied without immediately agreeing. In such heavy fog, she didn't believe he could see her stashing items. The man did not hide it, saying, "My skill sensed it." "What skill?" she asked, curious. The man grew impatient. "Stop wasting time, quickly hand over your items, or I won't hesitate to end your game right." Seeing there was no point in questioning further, Shi Jinwei ceased pretending and leaned back, slightly using her body's strength to push the man back a few steps. Taking advantage of this momentum, she executed a high-difficulty maneuver. Using the man as a support, she swiftly climbed the wall with her feet, followed by a clean backflip, her legs kicking towards the man's head. The man was taken by surprise at her ability to perform such a difficult move, his eyes wide with shock. Just as he was about to retaliate, she had already freed herself from his grasp and landed a spinning kick to his face. The man fell to the ground, his face swelling instantly. However, he reacted quickly, instinctively raising his gun and aiming at Shi Jinwei. In response, she kicked the gun out of his hand and then forcefully pressed his arm down with her foot, mercilessly crushing it. Miserable cries echoed in the dark corner. Yet outside, chaos reigned, and no one noticed what was happening in that shadowy spot. Shi Jinwei stepped on the man's foot, bent down to pick up his handgun, and pressed it against his head. The situation flipped in an instant, fast enough to leave the man in disbelief. Meeting Shi Jinwei's half-smiling, half-serious gaze, the man finally felt a deep sense of fear. "Now can you tell me what your skill is?" "What skill do you have?" she inquired. She had encountered too few players and was curious about what skills others possessed. Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead from pain and fear, and he didn't dare act tough, gasping, "Sensing the nearest player around me with a 5-day cooldown." This explained why he had suddenly appeared behind Shi Jinwei to rob her. Shi Jinwei didn't need further information, as she ordered him to hand over his supplies and money. Being presented with an opportunity, not taking advantage of it would be foolish. Shi Jinwei felt that she wasn't too foolish either. The man clearly realized her intentions, made no objections, and obediently began to retrieve his items. However, as he pulled out the first item, he threw it at Shi Jinwei. Shi Jinwei was startled, thinking he had pulled out some kind of lethal weapon, and immediately dodged to the side. She then felt tears welling up in her eyes. Taking advantage of her moment of distraction, the man painfully withdrew his arm and rolled into the darkness. Shi Jinwei shot in vain and stood up expressionlessly. With red eyes, she cursed the man hundreds of times in her heart. Who would have thought that he actually bought a tear gas canister and put it in the props section? Her body wasn't harmed, but she felt her spirit was severely wounded. When she emerged from the corner, many people couldn't help but glance at her big red eyes resembling a rabbit. Tears occasionally streamed down her face, and many passersby thought to themselves, "The little girl's eyes are truly beautiful, she looks pitiful when she cries." Returning to the hotel, she found that the lobby was crowded with countless people. She was somewhat surprised and turned to the receptionist at the door, asking, "Why are there suddenly so many people?" The receptionist glanced at her eyes and smiled, explaining it's because the area covered by the black fog has expanded and many people can no longer stay in their homes, so they have to come to the hotel. As she spoke, the receptionist's tone carried a hint of pride, clearly feeling honored that so many guests were at her workplace. Shi Jinwei couldn't understand the other person's sense of honor, thanked her, and walked towards the elevator, her brows slightly furrowed. What does unable to reside mean? Can the black fog enter homes? Is it because the windows were left open or for some other reason? At the elevator door, a girl was standing there, and Shi Jinwei lowered her head to ponder the issue, not noticing her. When the elevator doors opened, she followed the girl inside. Just as she lifted her head to press the button for the 20th floor, she unexpectedly came face to face with a familiar face, and her hair stood on end. What the hell, why is it my face? Shi Jinwei confirmed that she had no twin sisters, so how could this woman have an identical face to hers? Instinctively, she pulled out her gun and aimed at the woman. Who are you? The woman was clearly surprised to encounter Shi Jinwei in the elevator and raised her hands in an innocent manner, saying, "Hey, hello." Her demeanor only deepened Shi Jinwei's frown as she stared intently at the woman. You actually didn't die. She was astonished, but also more cautious. The gun remained pointed at the man as he smiled, saying, "Miss Shi, isn't it a bit inappropriate to greet an old friend like this? I don't think of us as friends." She felt that not being mortal enemies was already good enough. Fixating on the man, she asked again, "Who exactly are you?" After 2 attempts, she seemed to guess that this person's skill was to disguise themselves as others. However, it was understandable to impersonate Jichin since he was male. But for a man to disguise himself as a woman, isn't that perverse? With this thought, Shi Jinwei looked at the man with a hint of strangeness. The man seemed to read her thoughts and displayed a helpless expression. "Don't look at me like that, it's not something I can..." He then seriously explained his skill to her. "My skill allows me to disguise myself as any player I have previously encountered, provided that person is in this instance. Jichin is not in this instance, so I cannot take on his appearance." "Then what is your real name?" She did not relax her vigilance due to the man's friendly demeanor. The man was honest this time. Jinwei. The number 1 on the leaderboard. The big shot with 4,600 points. She looked Jinwei up and down. The man had already reverted to his original appearance and his height had returned to normal. His face indeed looked handsome and his figure seemed decent as well. However, remembering how he had just flaunted his appearance by turning into her, Shi Jinwei could no longer appreciate it. There was also a hint of disdain in her gaze. Jinwei then invited, "Since we've met again, would you like to cooperate?" Without a second thought, she refused. "No." As the elevator chimed, having reached the 20th floor, she maintained a stern expression and gave the man no further glances, directly exiting the elevator. Yesterday there weren't so many people in the hallway, it seemed that quite a few more had checked in today. With this thought, she walked to the window to observe the black fog outside. The Anhua Grand Hotel is the tallest building in the city. Although the 20th floor is not the highest, it is enough to overlook most of the city. From her vantage point, she noticed that the black fog was spreading rapidly. In just one morning, the fog had come within 4 intersections of her location. When she left in the morning, there were at least 6 intersections. Based on this situation, if it does not dissipate, it could spread to the vicinity of the hotel the day after tomorrow. As for the areas already covered by the black fog, the situation inside was completely invisible. She took out her binoculars to check and found the black fog to be very dense, forming a clearly defined layer against the gray haze above. Meanwhile, citizens were still running towards this direction within the remaining 4 intersections. In the distance, police cars and fire trucks were still driving into the fog as the fire near the exploded factory was still raging. Thick black smoke billowed out, directly mingling with the black fog, creating a scene that was particularly alarming. She took out her phone to check the news online, and this time the authorities were not absent. They issued a series of announcements, mainly asking the citizens not to panic and that they would resolve the black fog as soon as possible. Below the announcements was a chorus of doubts as the public was not optimistic about the authorities' assurances. However, this was not what angered them the most, or what truly infuriated them was the closure of the city's exit roads. Whether by plane, high-speed rail, or highway passage was currently prohibited. Why? The authorities explained it was due to directives from above without offering any further elaboration. Shi Jinwei was not particularly concerned about this news, as she was more worried about how to arrange the residents who had escaped. The receptionist had mentioned that a large number of residents were checking into the hotel. But if the black fog enveloped the lower floors later, what would these people do? Based on her earlier observations, the height of the black fog had already surpassed 6 stories, making it impossible to reside below the 7th floor. And within Anhua City, there were hardly any buildings taller than 7 stories. Yet the public had not noticed this issue, or rather all their attention was focused on resolving the black fog. The authorities also did not provide any explanations regarding this issue, not even a plan for accommodation. Sighing, she retracted her thoughts, deciding not to make things difficult for herself and to take it one day at a time. She would deal with the future when it came. On the 3rd day of the game, the hotel was already filled with people. Early on the 4th day, as expected, black mist surged into the hotel area and continued to spread to other areas. The Great Fire had not yet been extinguished, but the sounds of police and fire trucks had ceased. Shi Jinwei awoke early and began browsing the forums, only to discover that all news about Anhua City had vanished overnight. All online discussions regarding the black mist and the fire had been deleted. It was as if an invisible hand had concealed all truths. Due to the spread of the black mist, guests residing below the 7th floor and hotel staff had to relocate upwards. However, the hotel was already at full capacity, leading to new issues. Where were the guests below the 7th floor supposed to move? Where would the hotel staff work? The hotel's management had vanished, leaving only the front desk waitstaff and room cleaners who were incapable of resolving these issues. From her room, one could hear the chaotic commotion outside. Guests who had lost their rooms on lower floors were running around the hotel, knocking on doors in search of a new shelter. Shi Jinwei's door was also knocked on, and the person outside pleaded with a desperate tone for her to open the door, but she ignored them completely. The knocking persisted for nearly 10 minutes before the person finally left. The occupants of the adjacent room also did not open their door, but they were so annoyed by the noise that they had no choice but to open it. Lying on her bed while watching the news, Shi Jinwei heard an annoyed female voice from outside. "Auntie, there's only one bed in the room. If I let you in, where will I sleep? Even if you asked me to sleep on the floor, I wouldn't want to, lest I be labeled as disrespectful. Sharing a bed with someone I don't know is out of the question." Her tongue was sharp, and listening to this made Shi Jinwei feel refreshed, developing a slight fondness for the girl. This farce continued for a whole day, only ending in the evening. By nightfall, Shi Jinwei noticed an unexpected brightness outside. Approaching the window, she discovered that many homeless residents had moved to the rooftop, lighting fires to gather for warmth. However, some rooftops had a relatively harmonious atmosphere, while others were far from pleasant. She even witnessed a group of men forcefully sending an elderly person back downstairs, their faces adorned with reckless grins. The myriad of human experiences was vividly reflected at this moment. Online, there were now no reports to be found regarding Anhua City's smog or the emergence of black mist after the explosion. It was as if time stood still. On the 5th day of the game, someone downstairs discovered with horror that the black mist had spread to the 7th floor. Just yesterday, it had been on the 6th floor, having risen nearly 3 meters in a single day, forcing those on the 7th floor to evacuate their rooms and move upstairs. The clamor resumed, and those remaining in their rooms were even less inclined to open their doors. By the 6th day of the game, the black mist reached the 8th floor. But today, a terrifying event occurred again. Those in their rooms were shocked to find that the tap water had... This indicated that the underground water source had been contaminated by the black mist and was no longer usable. First, the food had run out, and now even the water source was polluted. Initially, when the staff from downstairs moved up, they brought along the food reserves from the kitchen, which were sufficient for these people to last 4 to 5 days. As for the water issue, even if they couldn't enter the rooms, there were public restrooms in the hallway where everyone could fetch water. Yet in less than 2 days, the tap water was also gone. With the food crisis combined with the water crisis, the atmosphere in the hotel grew tense once again. The guests inside and outside the rooms also broke the deadlock due to this matter. Someone took the initiative to bring out their oxygen tank, suggesting to inquire who had protective clothing so they could collaborate to search for supplies in the black mist. At first, no one responded, but by the afternoon, someone actually produced their stash of protective clothing. Eventually, a third person brought forth a gas mask, yet none of the 3 dared to enter the black mist. After hearing this, a bold young man stepped forward, expressing his willingness to enter the black mist with the condition that any food found would be shared equally among the 3. The 3 hesitated briefly but agreed. They were not afraid of the young man making off with the goods. The area was engulfed in black mist, and given that the tallest building was theirs, if the young man ran off to another place, he would likely have to come back eventually. On the 7th day of the game, the young man entered the black mist early in the morning. The oxygen tank was 300 milliliters, allowing him to stay in the mist for about 2 hours. He set off at 8 in the morning and returned by 9:30. The good news was that he brought back a considerable amount of water and food. The bad news was that even the protective clothing could not withstand the erosion of the black mist. In just 2 short hours, the protective clothing had been corroded by more than half. Given the current level of damage, it might not even last an hour before becoming completely unusable. However, after distributing the food the young man brought back, if they rationed it, it would be enough for 4 people to eat for 5 days, which wasn't too bad. The others had been keeping an eye on the situation of the 4 while the young man was in the black mist. When they saw he returned safely with food and water, they could no longer contain themselves. Now no one was holding back. The hotel staff promptly brought out a whiteboard to list the contact information of those willing to collaborate, making it easier for people to form teams. On the 8th day of the game, the black mist had risen to the 10th floor. Those lacking food and water could no longer endure and began seeking help. But at this point, everyone was short on food and water, and no one wanted to play the role of a saint. Conflict finally erupted today. During this time, Shi Jinwei had not ventured outside, remaining still while listening to the commotion outside. On the 9th day of the game, the people on the 10th floor began moving to the 11th. No one was willing to vacate their rooms, so all who moved out stayed in the hallways and stairwells. Some, unafraid of the cold, directly moved to the rooftop for a permanent solution. As everyone began moving upstairs, a large group of people in protective clothing suddenly surged from the black mist. These individuals were armed and began shooting at anyone they encountered. No one had anticipated this sudden situation, causing screams to erupt. The people in protective clothing advanced from the stairs. After shooting down those in the stairwell and hallway on the 10th floor, they began knocking on doors. If a door wasn't opened, they would simply shoot it down, followed by executing those inside. Shi Jinwei was unaware of the events happening downstairs in her room. It was not until this group advanced to the 15th floor that a survivor escaped, revealing to those above the horror that had unfolded below. However, these individuals were all ordinary people. Not to mention the firearms. Even if they had knives, they could likely frighten these people into tears. Shi Jinwei's first reaction was that these individuals were players coming to rob them. But then she realized something was amiss. Players wouldn't be equipped with rifles. Even if they had robbed the police station here, they would most likely only have handguns. So who are the people downstairs? The question flashed in her mind, and she immediately jumped out of bed, sweeping everything into her space. She then planned to go out to check the situation. Waiting passively to die in the room was not an option. She preferred to take the initiative. As soon as she pushed open the door, she unexpectedly encountered a girl from the adjacent room. The other party raised an eyebrow upon seeing her, then revealed a bright smile, extending her hand. "Hello, my name is Zhou Kersen." Zhou Kersen was half a head taller than Shi Jinwei, with her hair tied in a ponytail, looking like a confident girl. Having previously heard her confront others, Shi Jinwei had a good impression of this girl. Now that she was taking the initiative to greet her, Shi Jinwei also extended her hand. "Hello, I am Shi Jinwei." As for why she didn't use a fake name, she had inadvertently revealed her name to Shi Jinwei. He was also in the hotel, and if they accidentally met, and he exposed her for using a fake name, it would be quite awkward. It's possible that Zhou Kersen discovered her using a fake name and thought she wasn't sincere, leading to conflicts in their cooperation. The two grasped each other's hands, feeling each other's goodwill, both very satisfied. Zhou Kersen directly asked, "Are you out to gather information?" Shi Jinwei nodded, knowing that the other party had likely guessed she was also a player. Sure enough, seeing her nod, Zhou Kersen's eyes brightened. "Do you have any plans?" She shook her head. "No, I just wanted to come out and take a look." Aside from the two of them, all other doors remained tightly shut, with only those without shelter running around. At that moment, 2 girls walked out of their room and were surrounded. One of the women, holding a child, pleaded desperately, "Little girl, please let me and my child in to hide. My child is still so young, I don't want him to be killed like this." Another old woman also had red eyes. "Little girl, I'm old, let me in to hide, please." Some wealthy individuals were more direct. "Little girl, 10,000 for a day of hiding, how about it? I'll transfer the money directly to you." These people were a bit frantic, and the two exchanged glances, seeing the mutual helplessness in each other's eyes. Zhou Kersen took out a red tassel gun while Shi Jinwei pulled out her axe. They didn't say whether they agreed or not, just tightened their grips on their weapons and silently looked at the crowd. Their expressions were calm, eyes indifferent. Seeing the weapons in the girls' hands, the noise from the crowd gradually diminished, and eventually no one dared to speak again. This was because Shi Jinwei directly swung her axe into the adjacent wall. Her strength was sufficient to leave deep marks on the wall adorned with exquisite wallpaper, causing everyone to take a step back in fright. Zhou Kersen seized the opportunity to say, "Neither of us has a good temper. We don't like to chatter if we can act. If there's nothing else, please step aside. We have things to do." The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to step forward at that moment, merely watching helplessly as the two left. Most of those who could run upstairs had made it up, while the group in protective gear was then going room by room on the 17th floor, killing people. As the two were heading down, they encountered Shi Jinwei coming up from downstairs. Upon seeing Shi Jinwei, Shi Jinwei greeted her. Shi Jinwei glanced at him and nodded slightly in response. Ignoring Zhou Kerson's eager expression, she quickly walked down the stairs. Zhou Kerson followed closely, with Shi Jinwei bringing up the rear. When they reached the stairway on the 18th floor, the three instinctively quieted their steps, the sounds of screams, please, door crashes, and gunshots filling their ears. They didn't rush in but instead cautiously peered in from the stairway entrance. They discovered that there were about 10 people acting extremely arrogantly. From the elderly to the infants, none of these people showed any mercy to the desperate, please, shooting them all dead. They don't seem like players. Shi Jinwei further confirmed her guess. Zhou Kerson had been staring for a long time, unable to discern the clues, and hurriedly asked how she figured it out. Shi Jinwei whispered an explanation. First, look at their guns. They aren't from the item shop. Second, even if more than 10 players gathered, how could they guarantee everyone has a rifle? The police station doesn't have that many rifles. Third, observe their movements. They are very smooth and remarkably similar, indicating they've undergone similar training. In just a few minutes of observation, she could analyze so much intelligence, leaving Zhou Kerson stunned. After Shi Jinwei finished speaking, she couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaowei, you're amazing. Shi Jinwei, who had been somewhat serious, almost couldn't maintain her composure upon Zhou Kerson's praise. Adjusting her expression, she gestured for the two to be quiet, indicating that those people were about to finish their work. Cautiously retreating upstairs, Shi Jinwei asked the two, do you have any thoughts? Since she was not familiar with them, she felt the need to talk more and take on the communication role. Shi Jinwei replied simply and directly, just leave one alive to gather information. What do you think? Zhou Kerson had no objections and Shi Jinwei also nodded in agreement. Next, they needed to devise a plan to deal with these people. They were in the stairwell of the 19th floor while the others had already reached the 18th floor. With 10 people armed and only 3 of them, the best strategy was to take them down one by one. Currently, these people were in separate rooms, which worked to their advantage. After discussing, the three decided to split into 2 teams. Shi Jinwei and Zhou Kerson would team up, while Shi Jinwei would act alone. Seeing that these people were all in their room, Shi Jinwei waved to the 2 behind her and quickly rushed into the nearest room. The 2 girls entered room 1801, the door wide open, and inside a man with a gun had his back turned, killing a woman in the room, oblivious to the situation behind him. Shi Jinwei directly pulled out her gun and shot at the man. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground. As he turned to scream, seeing 2 coal-faced women standing behind him, Zhou Kerson swiftly advanced with her red tassel gun and drove the barrel into his carotid artery. He dropped dead before he could comprehend where these 2 women came from. Room 1801 faced room 1802, and next to it was room 1803. Shi Jinwei entered room 1802, and when he came out he saw the silhouettes of the 2 entering room 1803, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. There were a total of 40 rooms on this floor, with 10 people averaging 4 rooms each. Since they needed to open doors, they took longer than the 3 of them. When they were opening the doors, the 3 of them were hiding inside, without revealing themselves, so no one noticed that their companions had already diminished significantly. It wasn't until there were only 4 left that one person, just as he opened the door to enter and prepare to kill the person inside, who was shouting, felt that someone seemed to have followed him in. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately turned around only to see 2 girls coldly staring at him. He exclaimed in shock, who are you? Shi Jinwei did not answer, instead raising her handgun directly. The man also lifted his gun, but Zhou Kerson was quicker, her red spear flicking easily, knocking the rifle from his hands. Knowing he could not escape, the man gritted his teeth and as the bullet struck him shouted at the top of his lungs, enemy attack, we are under attack. There were still 7 rooms left and his voice was loud enough for the remaining 3 to hear. Shi Jinwei had just stepped out of a room when he caught the shout, immediately locking eyes with the 3 figures rushing out. Shi Jinwei and Zhou Kerson also ran out of their room, the 6 of them forming a 3v3 standoff. Seeing the 3 opponents pointing rifles at them, Zhou Kerson furrowed her brow and cautioned her 2 companions, be careful, we have to face the bullets hidden. As soon as she finished speaking, the opposing side began to shoot. The 3 quickly dodged into the adjacent room, hearing footsteps and gunfire approaching them. Bullets struck the door of the room, splintering the wood. Just as Zhou Kerson was about to ask her 2 companions how to counterattack, she saw Shi Jinwei quietly pull something out and stand in front of them. Seeing the large object in front of her, she displayed a look of surprise once again. Shi Jinwei, knowing her skill, was not particularly astonished. She naturally pulled out an enormous bulletproof shield. Being a product from the store, this item was significantly larger than a real bulletproof shield, easily covering all 3 of them. She was uncertain how effective this item would be against bullets, but since it was bulletproof, it should also be able to withstand bullets. The three opponents had nearly reached the door upon seeing Shi Jinwei emerge with the large shield. They didn't question how she had suddenly produced it, but continued to shoot at them with grave expressions. The shield proved effective, making a series of bang 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 sounds as it deflected the bullets. Shi Jinwei's round face looked seriously at her companion, saying, "This item is useful. Oh, we can counterattack now." Zhou Kersen was ready for a fierce battle, but was pleasantly surprised by her companion's capability, giving her a thumbs up. Then she rushed forward behind Shi Jinwei towards the three opponents. The shield was too large for Shi Jinwei to attack while carrying it. Zhou Kersen switched her red spear for a submachine gun, while Shi Jinwei directly used a weapon he had snatched from an NPC, slightly turning to shoot from the edge of the shield. In a situation where all were armed, the tide of battle shifted instantly. The three opponents, lacking defensive weapons, were forced back into the back room, becoming fish in a barrel. However, the shield was too large, and the doorway was too narrow for them to push through. They dared not launch a strong attack, knowing their opponents still had plenty of bullets, so they patiently stood at the doorway waiting for the enemy to exhaust their ammunition. But the people inside were not foolish. They naturally understood their plan and did not attack as aggressively as before. Both sides were again at a standoff at the doorway. Zhou Kersen, feeling a bit anxious, saw that the opposing side had ceased fire, so she hid behind the shield and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here to kill?" After eliminating the enemy in the room, she and her companions checked around, discovering that the intruders had not touched any supplies inside, indicating their true aim was not resources. But killing for the sake of killing perplexed her. What was this situation? It seemed like a group of psychopaths engaging in senseless torture, yet it didn't quite seem to be the case. The three opponents did not respond, merely staring silently at the people outside, their expressions behind gas masks devoid of emotion. Survivors in the other rooms seemed to feel the gunfire had stopped and cautiously poked their heads out to check. They saw three armed men and women standing at the doorway, immediately recoiling in fright. The intruders ignored them, only wanting to deal with the people inside to gather more intelligence. Feeling a premonition, they suspected these people held information they were unaware of. Yet the psychological resilience of the people inside clearly exceeded expectations, executing the enemy does not move, I do not move strategy perfectly. Shi Jinwei stood behind the shield, contemplating how to resolve the situation. Suddenly she heard Shi Jinwei's voice from behind saying, "Throw this over there." She looked down to see the other party handing over a dark green small bottle with the clear label reading "Smoke Bomb." Zhou Kersen, seeing this, laughed. "This is good, shall we throw it in, and I'll charge in." Shi Jinwei did not refuse. Accepting the smoke bomb from the man, she found herself in a somewhat awkward position. The shield was too large, she could not reach both sides while holding it. As for the top of the shield, well, she couldn't reach that either. Standing at 162 centimeters tall with the shield approximately 180 centimeters high, she could reach the top by stretching, but throwing the smoke bomb was a bit challenging. The two behind her, Zhou Kersen was half a head taller, around 170 centimeters, while Shi Jinwei was even taller, judging by the shield he had to be around 188 centimeters. Zhou Kersen, thinking about how to beat the people inside, noticed Shi Jinwei's lack of action and snapped back, "Shall we throw it?" "I'm all set." In response, she directly handed the smoke bomb to the other party, saying, "You throw it, it's inconvenient for me to hold the shield." Zhou Kersen did not think much and readily took the smoke bomb, pulling the pin and tossing it into the room. The smoke instantly spread throughout the area. The people inside, wearing gas masks to filter out toxic gas, still could not see what was happening in the fog. Instinctively, they started firing as the smoke bomb was thrown. Meanwhile, Zhou Kersen and Shi Jinwei rushed into the room. The bullets were dense, but the two moved swiftly. Using the cover of smoke, they began to counterattack. Seeing them rush in, Shi Jinwei also put away the shield and followed closely behind. Now the six were face to face with the outcome becoming apparent. However, they remembered to leave one alive. After killing two, they knocked out the last one just as he attempted to take his own life. Dragging the sole survivor from the room, they did not go upstairs, but directly tied him up in the hallway. After ensuring he could not pull any tricks, Zhou Kersen began to strike with both hands. The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the empty hallway. The people hiding in the room trembled in fear while the man was slowly roused from his stupor. Staring at the three people before him, he did not show any sign of fear, merely letting out a cold sneer without uttering a word. Zhou Kersen, witnessing the man's demeanor, felt a surge of anger and wanted to kick him, but was stopped by Shi Jinwei. Seeing the man wearing an expression of "I would rather die than speak," she slowly began, "You must be from the military, right?" "Zhou Kersen, huh?" "Huh," the man replied. It appeared he remained unperturbed, but Shi Jinwei and Shi Jinwei keenly noticed his eyebrows twitch slightly before he quickly regained his composure. In his micro-expression there was a typical display of surprise. Although he hid it well, the two scrutinized every minute movement on his face, and this subtle detail did not escape their notice. While Zhou Kersen was still in a daze, Shi Jinwei had already crouched down to look the man in the eye, asking, "Why are you hunting down civilians? What is the objective behind this?" The man lowered his gaze and remained silent. She frowned, unsure of how to pry open his mouth. "You might threaten an ordinary person with force, but it would not work on someone who has undergone professional training." At this moment, Shi Jinwei also crouched down, resting one hand on his knee and revealing a malicious smile. "Given your age, you must be married, right?" The man still did not speak. Shi Jinwei was not in a hurry and continued, "Let's take a guess. Not only are you married, but you also have children. They have already left Anhua City, haven't they?" Shi Jinwei's thoughts followed suit, continuing from his words, "If you die here, the authorities can tell your family that you sacrificed yourself for your duties. They can ensure that they will not have to worry about food and clothing in the future, and even become the descendants of a martyr enjoying boundless honor." The man's body began to tremble slightly. "Unfortunately, it's all a lie. In reality, his father is a ruthless killer, not a great hero at all. Their honor was bought with the lives of countless innocent people. How ridiculous." Shi Jinwei sighed. These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the man finally could not hold back his anger, shouting, "What do you know?" Shi Jinwei looked at him calmly. "We may not understand, but the facts we see are just like this." The man smiled bitterly. "Facts, yes, facts." His eyes turned slightly red, and he revealed a half smile as if lost in thought. At this point, his inner self had completely collapsed, and he finally stammered out a shocking truth. The chemical plant that exploded in Anhua City appeared to be an ordinary factory, but in reality it was also a chemical laboratory. After the explosion, the black mist seemed limited, but there was actually another colorless and odorless gas rapidly spreading throughout the city. It could almost be said that within an hour after the explosion, this colorless and odorless gas invaded the bodies of all Anhua City citizens. The chemical reaction that occurred when the black mist came into contact with this gas was just as they observed corpses rapidly dehydrated into mummies. But there was an even more terrifying situation after several days of sedimentation. If the white gas in the human body came into contact with the black mist, it would quickly activate the black mist within, creating a new chemical reaction. The direct manifestation of this reaction is living people turning directly into living dead. These living dead differ from traditional zombies because aside from their instinctual biting and infection, they can also resurrect. The methods in movies where shooting a zombie in the head can kill it simply do not work on these living dead. The man slowly disclosed the truth. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kersen proposed her idea: "If we rescue the people and isolate them from the black mist, wouldn't that work? If the reaction is caused by the two gases, wouldn't it suffice to keep people away from the black mist? Why go to such great lengths? Surely the experts must have thought of this too." However, during these past few days they discovered that aside from the black mist, the bacterial molecules in normal air could also trigger the colorless gas within people's bodies, causing mutations. With millions of residents in Anhua City, everyone now has this gas within them. Even if they managed to rescue these people, they too would become living dead. Thus, after several discussions, the authorities finally decided rather than let the disaster spread, it is better to eliminate the threat in its cradle. Anhua City is located in a valley currently covered by a temperature inversion layer and is in a windless period. This phenomenon will last for a month. First, they will deal with the living dead and then purify the black mist and the colorless gas, and there will still be time. This is why all news about Anhua City disappeared online. This is why all exits from the city were sealed off. Containing all dangerous factors together to eliminate them completely is a direct manifestation of the authorities' iron-fisted approach. And the man volunteered to be the executioner. Upon reaching this point, he revealed a bitter smile. "I know that as a soldier the mission is to protect the citizens' safety. But someone has to walk against the light, and someone has to bear the blood feud for billions of people. Between the greater good and the lesser, I chose the majority and do not feel I was wrong." After he finished speaking, the three fell silent. Perhaps there truly were other methods, but in the race against time they found no better solution. Even if the authorities could spend more manpower and resources to rescue these people and confine them in sterile rooms. But how long would it take to find a solution? Moreover, there is also the unstable factor of the weather. At this moment they could not find a better way and also could not say who was right or wrong. It was merely a matter of choice. Putting aside the chaotic thoughts, Shi Jinwei looked at the man again. "According to your words, there should be quite a few living dead in the black mist now. How do you plan to resolve this?" The man glanced at her with a bitter smile, just about to answer when a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted outside. She lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. The deafening sound continued. Looking up towards the outside, they found that buildings shrouded in black mist began to explode one after another. The structures continuously collapsed and were quickly engulfed by the rising black mist. The expressions of the few changed repeatedly. They no longer needed the man to answer. They had already guessed the authorities' actions: direct demolition. To maximize the elimination of hidden dangers, the higher-ups devised two plans. The first plan was to hunt down ordinary citizens. The second plan was to blow up the entire city. Whether it was the ones caught in the hunt or the living dead, none could escape the massive explosion. Both plans complemented each other with only one goal: to let everyone die. The three felt a chill in their hearts. The greatest danger turned out to be this. If the explosion was like this, how would they survive? At this moment, the man saw that their attention was no longer on him, and he forcefully knocked down the person in front of him with his head. Shi Jinwei's attention was entirely focused outside, oblivious to the man's movements. The tremor from the explosion had already thrown her off balance, and when struck by a tremendous force, she couldn't help but topple backward. Jo Kersen hurried to assist, but Shi Jinwei was quicker, directly catching her. Shi Jinwei, falling into his embrace, remained unaware. Her gaze was fixed intently on the man. After knocking someone down, he stood up straight, smiling, amidst the complex stares of those around him before dashing toward a room. Jo Kersen rushed after him, only to see the man break through the glass with his head and leap down. Shi Jinwei helped Shi Jinwei up and hurried over, witnessing the shattered window and Jo Kersen's sorrowful expression. The cheerful girl was suddenly devoid of her earlier exuberance, whispering, "He's dead." No one spoke further. It felt as though a heavy stone pressed down on their hearts. Shi Jinwei took a deep breath and said, "Let's think about how to survive first." Based on the man's words and the earlier explosion, it was impossible to stay here until the passage was cleared. They had 11 days left and needed to find a safer place. The other two agreed, with her pulling out their phones to check the map of Anhua City. The Anhua Grand Hotel is located in the city center, while the industrial area lies to the west. The explosion had also originated from the west, leading them to deduce that the latest explosion must have occurred in the eastern part of the city. However, the east was a slum area mostly consisting of residential buildings and old neighborhoods with hardly any high-rises. A few newly built 7-story complexes had already been shrouded in black mist. "This place should be fine," Shi Jinwei suddenly spoke. The other two quickly gathered around to see his long finger pointing at a building. Jo Kersen wrapped her arms around Shi Jinwei, staring at the tall building, reading the name below: Anhua City Technology Center. Shi Jinwei quickly typed the name into her browser, and the introduction of the place soon appeared, with the height stated as 24 stories, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Currently, the mist was at the 11th floor. If it rose a floor a day, it would reach the 22nd floor in 11 days. The 24th floor's height would be sufficient for them to hide. Shi Jinwei glanced at Shi Jinwei's phone, which stated that driving there would take around an hour, while walking would take 8 hours. "The traffic is completely blocked. We can't possibly walk there, can we?" Jo Kersen murmured. Shi Jinwei then said to Shi Jinwei, "Search for nearby places selling motorcycles." Though they couldn't drive, motorcycles would suffice. Shi Jinwei's fingers swiftly glided over his phone, soon locating the nearest motorcycle shop, which was about a 40-minute walk away. There was no need for further discussion. This became their first target. Checking the time, it was already afternoon, so they decided to rest for the night before setting out. After they left, those hiding inside finally emerged, discovering the dead bodies scattered around. Unable to suppress their trembling, they nevertheless steeled themselves to rummage through the place, scavenging all the food and water. The people upstairs were unaware that the ones downstairs had been dealt with. By the time they realized it, all the food and water had long since vanished. They quickly deduced that it was the other survivors on the same floor who had taken it. No longer afraid, they directly smashed the doors of those few individuals, hoping to seize some food and water. However, these individuals were not fools. After Shi Jinwei and the others left, they took not only the food and water, but also the weapons with them. Thus, when this group came to pillage, the remaining survivors became the new hunters, beginning to slaughter the bandits. Yet none of this affected the three upstairs. After a night of deep sleep, the three gathered together early the next morning. Thanks to their collaboration yesterday, they had developed a certain level of tacit understanding. Jo Kersen produced 5 oxygen masks, while Shi Jinwei presented 4 sets of protective gear. Shi Jinwei glanced at the items, revealing 1 oxygen mask, 5 sets of protective clothing, 6 2.5L oxygen tanks, 6 1L oxygen tanks, and 6 300 milliliters oxygen tanks. Jo Kersen had never asked about Shi Jinwei's skills, but she was now left speechless by the supplies she produced. Shi Jinwei, due to his own skills, had already guessed what hers were. Even so, seeing her produce so many supplies at once caused his eyes to flicker. Shi Jinwei knew that revealing such a quantity might startle them, but the external environment was far too dangerous. Since they were cooperating, she wouldn't hold back on these supplies. Noticing the two were silent, she directly explained the two 5L oxygen tanks can last for 12 hours, the 1L ones for 6 hours, and the 300 milliliters ones for 2 hours, totaling 20 hours, enough for our use today. Don't save it, a life is the most important. The 3 sets of protective gear could sustain for 67 hours, which was about right. Joe Kerson nodded dumbfoundedly while Shi Jinwei also nodded in agreement. They had no space, but each had a backpack and carrying these items wasn't heavy. After donning their gear, they made their way downstairs. With the power still on, they planned to take the elevator. Those moving on the 12th floor, upon seeing 3 individuals in protective gear, mistook them for more killers and screamed, fleeing in all directions, clearing the elevator. The 3 exchanged glances and walked toward the elevator together. Joe Kerson stood at the button panel staring at the numbers on the elevator for a long time, and the 2 behind her didn't urge her. Finally, as if making a firm decision, she took a deep breath and slowly pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator began to descend, and by the time it reached the 11th floor, black mist started to pour in through the gap of the elevator doors, quickly filling the confined space. Under the illumination of the overhead lights, it felt like being in a horror movie. When they reached the first floor, the mist was thick enough to feel tangible. If one looked closely, tiny particles could be seen floating in the air. Due to the obstructed view, the 3 tied ropes around their waists. Shi Jinwei went first, Shi Jinwei followed second, and Joe Kerson was third. Wasting no time, Shi Jinwei began to lead the way holding his phone. The man was tall with long legs, each of his strides equated to 2 of Shi Jinwei's, forcing her to quicken her pace to keep up with her short legs. Eventually, the man noticed that the rope seemed to be jerking and realized his strides were too long, instinctively slowing his pace. As the 3 walked, they observed their surroundings. Besides the traffic congestion, the shops along both sides of the street were in utter chaos. It appeared that many intense events had occurred here over the past few days, with shelves overturned and goods scattered all over the floor. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, their dehydrated bodies resembling those that had been dried for a long time. Perhaps due to the mist, these bodies showed no signs of decay. Like the corpses of unearthed artifacts seen on television, their skin was shriveled, but otherwise in good condition. Yet this was not even the most horrifying aspect. Due to the lack of protective suits, many residents were trapped and suffocated inside the buildings a few days ago. The colorless gas within their bodies had mutated, and after days of sedimentation, it was triggered by the black mist, transforming them into indestructible monsters. Due to the lack of protective suits, many residents were trapped and suffocated inside the buildings a few days ago. The colorless gas within their bodies had mutated, and after days of sedimentation, it was triggered. A shriveled corpse suddenly burst out from a shop, swinging its claws to attack them. The trio remained highly alert, and upon seeing the dried corpse rush towards them, Shi Jinwei delivered a powerful kick, sending it flying. The corpse crashed against the wall, producing a sound that immediately attracted other corpses. Unlike zombies, these dried corpses had dull senses and moved slowly. However, they possessed an incredibly strong recovery ability akin to cockroaches that could not be killed. Their method of attack was not biting but scratching with their claws. Before long, the 3 were surrounded by over a dozen dried corpses. Their outstretched arms reached for the trio, resembling evil spirits attempting to drag them into hell. Shi Jinwei drew her tang knife and directly severed one corpse's arm, yet the corpse continued attacking without awareness. She then plunged the knife into its heart, killing it, but it quickly stood up again. Joe Kerson attempted to blast the dried corpse's brain with her gun, only to find this could not halt its movements. Observing this, Shi Jinwei severed the legs of the approaching corpse, finally stopping its advance. Seeing this, the 2 girls followed suit, crouching down to slash at the legs of the dried corpses. With the ropes around them undone, the 3 swiftly dispatched 3 corpses and increased their speed. By the time the surrounding corpses caught up, they had already fled far away. As they ran, Joe Kerson remarked to Shi Jinwei, "These things seem to have brittle bones, of the moisture in their bones must have dried up." Shi Jinwei was at a loss on how to respond to this and could only keep pace with Shi Jinwei. They decided that if they encountered another dried corpse, they would run if possible and only engage if they couldn't get past. What should have been a 40-minute journey ended up taking an hour and a half. Even though the trio had good stamina, the continuous running and fighting left them exhausted by the time they reached the motorcycle shop. The glass doors of the motorcycle shop had been shattered and the interior was in disarray. One of them couldn't ride a motorcycle, so they collectively chose 2 bikes. Joe Kerson quickly discovered a new problem. "Hey, these motorcycles have no fuel. We can't start them. Do we have to make a trip to the gas station?" After she spoke, she noticed Shi Jinwei quietly pulling out 3 canisters of gasoline. Joe Kerson fell silent, but couldn't help saying during the refueling, "Xiaowei, you're just like Doraemon now with everything you need." Shi Jinwei did not respond, signaling her that the gas was filled and they could start. The sound of the motorcycle starting echoed in the quiet street. The three quickly hit the road. It would take at least another hour and 10 minutes from their location to the Science Museum, and they needed to find a place to refuel along the way. With the acceleration, they no longer feared encountering dried corpses swiftly breaking through the encirclement and leaving the corpses engulfed in exhaust fumes. The nearest gas station happened to be on the way to the Science Museum just around the corner. Shi Jinwei held her phone as a navigation device to guide Shi Jinwei, and in less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the gas station. However, when they stopped the bikes, they immediately sensed something was off. Several motorcycles were parked at the gas station, and a few people in protective suits were waiting in line to refuel. Due to the low visibility, they only recognized each other when they were almost face to face. The others had heard the sound of their motorcycles, but remained still, likely thinking they were companions. However, upon seeing the different colored uniforms they wore, their faces changed dramatically. As soon as the engine was off, bullets flew from the opposite side. The three had not yet realized the abnormality when Shi Jinwei leaped down from the back seat in that instant. Hearing the gunfire, her instinct was to pull out a blast shield and position it in front of the motorcycle. The bullet struck the shield with a bang bang bang, and Shi Jinwei and Zhou Kersen reacted quickly, immediately drawing their guns to retaliate. Zhou Kersen shouted while shooting, "Are you crazy? This is a gas station and you dare to shoot." The gunfire from the opposite side paused momentarily before intensifying. Shi Jinwei muttered, "Crazy people." Shi Jinwei, while firing, whispered to her, "They have no cover, we move towards them." Thus the three moved forward under the cover of the blast shield. The opposing group sensed their intention and quickened their attack. Then several figures emerged from both sides of the trio, intending to launch a surprise attack. Shi Jinwei held the shield and could not move, while Zhou Kersen urged Shi Jinwei to keep shooting forward. She switched her firearm to a red tassel spear and engaged in combat with the few attackers. Zhou Kersen moved steadily, her spear movements precise, indicating she had received professional training. However, even with her skills, she was at a disadvantage against the professional soldiers on the opposite side, managing only to hold her ground. Observing this, Shi Jinwei drew a crossbow from her space, leaning her back against the shield to support Zhou Kersen. Her gun lacked a silencer, and firing it would attract the opponent's attention, making the crossbow the best weapon for stealth attacks. Shi Jinwei glanced down and saw her aiming at several of them with the crossbow, his eyes flickering. "Miss Shi, this weapon looks familiar." She naturally understood what he meant. It was hers from a previous theft. Ignoring him, she remained focused on the five engaged in combat behind them, careful to avoid her companions. Soon one of the attackers tried the same tactic again, attempting to surround Zhou Kersen once more. Thinking he was being stealthy as he moved towards her, he had no idea Shi Jinwei was waiting for the opportunity. Seeing that the man had proactively exposed his weakness, Shi Jinwei shot without hesitation. The crossbow bolt was silent, and the opponents were focused on Zhou Kersen, completely unaware of the incoming projectile. The protective gear was thick but not bulletproof. The crossbow bolt pierced through his clothing, striking the man's arm. Pain surged through him, and he froze, looking down at the arrow embedded in his arm, still processing what had happened. Shi Jinwei seized the opportunity, switching from the crossbow to her handgun, and shot at the man again. This time she aimed directly at his head, hitting him squarely, and he fell to the ground unmoving. The remaining attackers, deeply engaged in their fight, momentarily paused upon seeing one of their own fall, then quickly turned to Shi Jinwei's direction. Zhou Kersen stood directly in front of Shi Jinwei, exclaiming, "What are you looking at? Your opponent is me." Though her words were boastful, her attacks showed no signs of letting up, forcing the remaining three to heighten their vigilance and shift their focus back onto her. Shi Jinwei eliminated one opponent, significantly alleviating Zhou Kersen's pressure. Ahead, due to the shield blocking the way, Shi Jinwei was in a stalemate with the opposing shooter. Uncertain of how many were on the opposite side, Shi Jinwei dared not rush in recklessly. Seeing that he could handle it alone, Shi Jinwei continued to focus on the rear. They needed to completely resolve the situation on one side before breaking free from the encirclement. Thus she switched her weapon from a gun to a crossbow. With a companion down, the three opponents naturally divided their attention slightly towards Shi Jinwei. They were unaware that their companion had been struck by an arrow before being hit by a bullet. Not hearing any gunfire, their focus remained primarily on Zhou Kersen. Shi Jinwei remained calm, patiently keeping her crossbow aimed at the three. She attacked decisively upon spotting an opening. The two girls worked in perfect harmony, quickly eliminating the four opponents behind them. Shi Jinwei was still exchanging fire with the opponents in front. Upon hearing the battle behind conclude, he threw out the command "Cover me" and swiftly dashed out, clearly unable to wait any longer. Seeing Zhou Kersen approach, Shi Jinwei advised her to take cover behind the shield for a rest while she slipped away in another direction. Shi Jinwei's movements were quick, and he was already engaged in direct combat with the opponents. As Shi Jinwei rushed over, she discovered there were still 6 people on this side. Adding the previous 4 made a total of 10. It appeared that these individuals operated in teams of 10. Without wasting any breath, she switched her crossbow bolt for an axe and charged directly into Shi Jinwei's encirclement. Her opponents were entangled with Shi Jinwei, one providing support with a gun from the periphery while another shot towards the shield. The 4 who had circled around earlier called out, "There are 3 of them." Upon seeing Shi Jinwei approach alone, they realized there were still 2 opponents with guns and did not dare to underestimate the situation. Both sides harbored the same thought of taking down their opponents one by one. However, Shi Jinwei's arrival once again shifted the tide of battle. She first threw several daggers, striking the head of the outer shooter, providing support. Hearing the opponent's cry of pain, she knew she had hit her mark and charged forward, swinging her axe down. The opponent narrowly dodged the axe in pain and began to counterattack with their gun, while Shi Jinwei skillfully evaded the bullets, her hands never pausing. The shooter in front could not provide support, but the other 5 could. 3 individuals occupied Shi Jinwei while the other 2 advanced to attack Shi Jinwei. She did not linger in battle, retreating directly into the black mist. The 2 naturally pursued her, and she switched her axe back to a gun. With the target enlarged, the gun's firepower naturally manifested. One shot took down a young opponent, and by the time she returned to Shi Jinwei, he had already dealt with the remaining 4. No one held back, and all 10 were thoroughly eliminated. Adhering to the principle of waste, not Joe Kurson gathered the oxygen tanks and supplies from the 3 individuals. They did not take the protective suits as they were all damaged. Without delay, they filled the vehicle with fuel and found several plastic barrels at the gas station to store some oil before they set out again. However, with the time wasted, their protective suits had less than an hour left. To be on the safe side, they decided to find a secure location nearby to change out of their suits before searching for a few spare ones. Shi Jinwei took out her phone to check, noting that there was a 16-story office building nearby. They wasted no time and headed straight for the building. After parking the vehicle at the foot of the building, they took the elevator straight to the top floor. The survivors in this building had not been cleared out and were all gathered on the top floor. The 3 quickly glanced at the people present before descending to the 15th floor, finding a clean office to change their protective suits. However, since they could still wear them for half an hour, the 3 quickly glanced at the people present before descending to the 15th floor, finding a clean office to change their protective suits. However, since they could still wear them for half an hour, it seemed a waste to discard them, so they stored them in their backpacks instead. By this time, it was already past noon. Shi Jinwei took out water and food from her space to share with the 2. After a simple meal and a short rest to recover their strength, they began searching for the nearest protective suit store on their phones. "We need to prepare for the possibility of not having gear inside," Shi Jinwei said. Motorcycles were not a necessity, so the stores still had some. However, protective suits were a different matter. They had undergone a round of frantic purchases early on, and it was likely that these hunters would not let these supplies go unclaimed. Additionally, there were other players hiding in the shadows. She recalled the 2 players who had robbed a protective gear store when she went to buy protective suits before. The 2 were naturally aware of this principle, but without a set of spare gear, they could not shake off their unease. If they had not encountered those 10 individuals, they might not have thought too much. However, after facing those 10, they knew that more battles were likely to follow. A single set of protective gear was simply insufficient. It takes an hour to get to the tech museum from here. The nearest store selling protective suits is half an hour away by motorcycle, and it takes 50 minutes from there to reach the tech museum. Joe Kurson explained this to her companions. Shi Jinwei did not voice her opinion, but glanced at her companions and asked, "Are we going?" She still had 2 sets of protective suits in her space, which would be enough for herself, but her companions were still lacking. Shi Jinwei did not hesitate, saying, "Let's go. Also, if we encounter hunters again, let's try not to damage our protective suits." He then looked at the 2 girls. Shi Jinwei and Joe Kurson, one looking up at the sky and the other gazing out the window, did not respond. The protective suits of the 10 individuals they faced today were indeed destroyed by the 2 of them. The protective suits of those 4 that Shi Jinwei fought were originally intact, but Joe Kurson had charged in later, directly shooting one person to ensure they were thoroughly finished. By the time they realized they needed protective suits, it was already too late. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Shi Jinwei said nothing more and was the first to stand up. However, when he opened the door, he saw several people standing outside. These individuals appeared to be seeking refuge after escaping from other areas. Upon seeing Shi Jinwei open the door, the few individuals looked over nervously. Shi Jinwei glanced at them coldly, lacking the familiarity he had with his companions. With an imposing demeanor, he appeared much colder. "What is it?" The few outside exchanged glances, and the foremost woman in work attire hesitated before speaking. "Hello, we would like to inquire about the situation outside." The network in Anhua City had not been interrupted and they could still check online messages. However, being able to view information did not mean they could use it. These individuals had discovered that in recent days they could not speak out online or use chat software as if they had been isolated from the network, becoming mere observers. After the news about Anhua City vanished overnight, they too could not learn of the situation outside, feeling as if they were blind. Now upon seeing survivors entering from outside, they could not help but want to gather some information. The three exchanged glances, suddenly falling into silence. At the Anhua Hotel, due to their displayed absolute combat power, no one dared to provoke them, let alone strike up a conversation. The three exchanged glances, suddenly falling into silence. At the Anhua Hotel, due to their displayed absolute combat power, no one dared to provoke them, let alone strike up a conversation. In the end, it was Zhou Kersen who stepped forward as if having made a firm decision to disclose the intelligence they knew to these individuals. After hearing her account, everyone's face turned pale. Some were incredulous, others burst into tears, while some loudly accused them of lying. Shi Jinwei sneered, "Whether you believe it or not is your business, it has nothing to do with us." After saying that, he turned to leave, but these individuals blocked the door, refusing to let them pass. Shi Jinwei felt irritated and pulled out the rifle she had snatched from the NPC. This made the people blocking the door hesitate, and they voluntarily moved aside. They donned gas masks and headed down. Just as they were about to get in the car, a corpse suddenly fell in front of them. It was the woman in work clothes from earlier. At the moment of impact, blood splattered and the body began to rapidly shrivel. In the end, only the dehydrated skin wrapped around the bones remained. Screams and cries echoed from above, and they fell silent, immediately starting the car and leaving. Upon arriving at the target store, it was just as they had guessed. The shop was in disarray, with no usable protective gear in sight. However, the three were undeterred and searched carefully inside, but to no avail. If they were to look for another protective gear store, it would only waste more time. They decided to head directly to the Science Museum. Suddenly, a massive rumbling sound erupted from afar. They remained calm, knowing that it must be that some residents in certain areas had been hunted down and explosions had begun. However, unexpectedly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Then the nearby ground suddenly exploded, sending up vast clouds of dust and debris. The explosions began to spread outwards as if bombs had been buried. "What's going on?" Zhou Kersen shouted while trying to steady herself. "It should be the gas pipeline underground," Shi Jinwei replied. After the ground exploded, flames ignited. In the glow of the red light, she keenly noticed a manhole cover flying away. Unlike the real world, the manhole covers in Anhua City were colorful. Shi Jinwei had noticed this on her first day here and had looked it up casually. The manhole cover that had just flown away was colored like that of a gas well. Upon hearing her explanation, Zhou Kersen felt somewhat relieved. The gas here had long been shut off, so even if an explosion occurred, there wouldn't be much gas inside, making it not too dangerous. Sure enough, a few minutes later the explosions ceased, leaving only fierce flames burning. The three climbed up from the ground, planning to leave immediately. While Shi Jinwei was waiting for the two to pick up the fallen motorcycle, she glanced around. With just that one look, she noticed something amiss. "Wait a moment." The two stopped, puzzled as they looked at her. Shi Jinwei didn't explain, taking out a flashlight to shine it into the protective gear store, then quickly ran inside. Zhou Kersen, unsure of her intentions, hurriedly called out Xiao Wei. As she ran, she explained to them, "There's a hidden door here." Upon hearing this, the two quickly set down the vehicle and followed her inside, only to see Shi Jinwei kick directly at a wall. This wall originally had no cracks, and it seemed like entering required some kind of switch. However, the earlier explosion not only caused several buildings to collapse, but also revealed this hidden door. Although shrouded in black mist, the pure white wall remained conspicuous. As Shi Jinwei turned back, she discovered that a finger-wide crack had appeared on the wall, looking quite neat, and only then did she realize something was wrong. Seeing her struggle to kick the wall, Shi Jinwei took a step forward and pulled her back. "Let me do it." She didn't refuse, watching as the man extended his long leg, exerting much more force than she could, and with one kick the hidden door trembled. After a few more kicks, the door finally couldn't withstand the man's violence, and with a loud rumble it revealed a pitch-black room inside. Shi Jinwei raised the flashlight from behind him, shining it inside, and discovered it was actually a storage room. The space inside was small, roughly 4 square meters, with a shriveled corpse leaning against the wall, surrounded by scattered oxygen tanks and supplies. "Wow, protective suits." Zhou Kersen immediately spotted several sets of protective suits on the shelf, her eyes lighting up. Due to the cramped space, she didn't enter as she was at the back. Shi Jinwei and Shi Jinwei, however, took their flashlights and surveyed the surroundings, quickly concluding that this must have been the owner's sanctuary. He thought he could survive by hiding here with the supplies, but unexpectedly the black mist had seeped through the cracks in the door. Although the man wore an oxygen mask, he hadn't donned a protective suit, which led to him becoming a desiccated corpse. At least he didn't turn into a zombie. Dying like this is still somewhat dignified, Zhou Kerson remarked, prompting the two to quickly gather the supplies. Shi Jinwei waved her small hand, stowing away everything usable into her space before they finally retreated. With such a delay, over half an hour had passed, and they could not afford to waste any more time. The three immediately began to rush towards the Science Museum. This time they encountered no further danger or obstructions on the way, and the journey went relatively smoothly. However, there were survivors in the Science Museum as well. These individuals were not all on the top floor, but were scattered across the floors, not engulfed by black mist. The three had no intention of investigating. They planned to take the elevator to the 24th floor. However, they found that the elevator had been deliberately sabotaged and was unusable. They exchanged glances and helplessly began to climb the stairs. However, the stairwell on the 10th floor had also been blocked by furniture. Seeing the scene, Zhou Kerson exclaimed, "These people are quite cautious. They know to use things to block the stairwell. They are safe while we struggle," Shi Jinwei remarked sarcastically. Shen Yibai glanced at her and said, "Can't you just remove the things by putting them into your space?" "I forgot about that," she replied after a brief moment of silence. She signaled for the two to step back, directly tossing the items into her space, and then continued to climb upward. The stairwell leading to the remaining 2 floors was also blocked. Shi Jinwei once again stuffed the chaotic items into her space. After doing so twice, her space was filled to capacity, forcing her to go downstairs to discard the items. Because she used skill-like items silently after moving everything, they did not exit through the safety exit to check the floor, and the survivors inside were unaware that intruders had come. As a result, when they reached the 13th floor, they saw a group of people pushing various items out from the 13th floor, blocking the stairwell from the 12th to the 13th floor. The group of people above immediately collided with the three climbing the stairs. Holding their items, they looked at the 3 outsiders warily and asked, "Who are you?" Just as Shi Jinwei was about to speak, Shen Yibai was a step ahead of her. "Hello, we come from another place and wondering if we could join you." As he spoke, he pulled out several packs of compressed biscuits and water from his backpack. "This is our sincerity." Shi Jinwei, seeing his politeness, widened her eyes slightly behind the mask. There was no helping it, this man left a very bad impression on her. Now seeing him like this, she felt that he still harbored ill intentions. The survivors upstairs were certainly not fools. When they saw him produce supplies, they did not immediately agree, and their gazes carried a hint of scrutiny. One man, seemingly the leader, bluntly said, "Sorry, we don't need food, and we don't welcome outsiders." This implied that the people upstairs had likely banded together. None of the 3 had good tempers. Since polite words weren't working, they were prepared to force these people into submission. At that moment, another female voice rang out from upstairs, "Ma Tianqi, you don't represent everyone." The man who had just spoken stiffened slightly at the sound of her voice. Following the voice, they saw a captivating woman descending from upstairs. Her form-fitting qipao accentuated her exquisite figure, and her movements were graceful, flowing like a willow. Shi Jinwei, who had a bit of a crush on appearances, couldn't help but stare at the woman. While you don't represent everyone, you can represent those on our floor." Ma Tianqi, unwilling to show weakness before a woman, retorted loudly. The woman stood before him, a head shorter than him but exuding a powerful presence. "Is that so? Then I can refuse you from coming upstairs, right?" After saying this, she noticed Ma Tianqi's face darkening. "Lan Furong, you've already taken our supplies. How can you go back on your word?" "I can do as I please. What about it? If you're not satisfied, we can fight it out." The kippa-clad woman laughed flirtatiously, her gaze towards Ma Tianqi laced with disdain. Ma Tianqi clenched and unclenched his fist, glancing at the 3 people downstairs. In the end, he relented and coldly told those blocking the stairs, "Let them come up." The others did not dare to refute, swiftly clearing the way for the 3 to ascend. Lan Furong stood directly in front of Ma Tianqi, sizing up the 3, "Follow me." As she turned and walked away, Shi Jinwei and her companions exchanged glances. Ignoring the low pressure radiating from Ma Tianqi, they followed Lan Furong upstairs. The upper floors were not blocked off. Lan Furong led them directly to the 24th floor. Because it was an exhibition hall, the interior was also a large flat space, where 5 or 6 people were either sitting or standing. Upon seeing Lan Furong bringing 3 people in, their gaze shifted immediately. "Sister Lan players." A stylishly dressed boy approached, chewing gum. The moment the other party spoke, they made their identity clear, and the 3 instinctively prepared for a fight. Lan Furong casually replied, "I suppose so. When I saw Ma Tianqi not letting anyone up, I just kept them here." Upon hearing her response, the others revealed mocking smiles. "That useless fool." Not understanding the situation, but sensing that Lan Furong seemed to be at odds with the man downstairs, the 3 didn't ask further and remained silent. Once Lan Furong finished chatting with the people inside, she turned to look at them. "You are players, right?" They nodded in silence while taking off their gas masks. When Lan Furong saw Shi Jinwei's face, a look of amazement flashed in her eyes. When she turned to Shi Jinwei and Zhou Kersen, her expression softened a bit. Especially Shi Jinwei, who had no height advantage, her round face made her appear even smaller. Lan Furong stepped forward and took her hand, and before Shi Jinwei could react, she rubbed her face. "What a cute little girl, why do you always have such a serious expression?" The man's voice sounded from above, his gaze towards Lan Furong as cold as ice. Lan Furong smiled charmingly. "I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Let me introduce myself, I'm Lan Furong, a player." Zhou Kersen stepped forward, standing in front of her companions, showcasing her social butterfly traits. "Sister Furong, hello, I'm Zhou Kersen. These are my partners Shi Jinwei and Shi Jinwei." Shi Jinwei touched her small face and nodded slightly at Lan Furong. Everyone loves getting close to pretty sisters, and she didn't feel like she was taken advantage of. However, she had slightly lowered her guard due to the friendliness displayed earlier. Fortunately, there was no danger, and Shi Jinwei spoke up at the right moment. She silently noted this mistake in her mind to avoid it happening again in the future. Lan Furong observed the trio's dynamics and raised an eyebrow with a smile. "You are all players, right?" They nodded. At this point, those who could roam outside were likely either hunters or players. It was no surprise that the other party guessed it right away. "Then stay here. Bring your own food, you can choose a place to rest, but don't go downstairs unless necessary," Lan Furong instructed before preparing to leave. Zhou Kersen wanted to ask something else, but was stopped by Shi Jinwei, who shook her head at her. Seeing this, Zhou Kersen said nothing more and chose a spot to sit in the corner near the window under the curious gazes of the crowd. As night approached, the three who had been running all day were feeling tired, and whatever needed to be discussed could wait until they had regained their strength. After a quiet discussion, the three decided to take turns keeping watch at night, and they fell silent, sitting in chairs and taking out food from their backpacks to eat. Although the outcome was somewhat different from what they had imagined, it was still a good result. Other players, seeing the three behaving properly in the corner, did not disturb them and continued chatting with their own companions. Shi Jinwei took small bites of her food while listening attentively to the conversations around her. She discovered that the 5 or 6 people were all players and seemed to have banded together for warmth right after entering the game. As the last one on watch, she finished her food and laid her head on the table to rest. Shi Jinwei, the second on watch, was also uninterested in the others' chatter. He laid his legs straight on the table in front of him and closed his eyes. Zhou Kersen indeed wanted to exchange information with the other players, but seeing that her companions seemed uninterested, she dropped the thought and stared blankly out the window. A little later, the players stopped talking, each finding a place to sleep, and the room fell completely silent. Shi Jinwei slept soundly but remembered she had to keep watch. Having gone to bed early, she woke up directly in the first half of the night. Opening her eyes, she found the room dimly lit and completely quiet. On the other end of the phone was a power bank he had found somewhere. Noticing someone was watching him, Shi Jinwei slightly raised his head. Just as he was about to say something, a harsh alarm suddenly blared from outside. The sound was somewhat like an air raid siren, abruptly waking the slumbering occupants of the room. Then the deafening noise erupted, and even though black mist shrouded the entire city, the distant flames were still visible. A group of people rushed to the window, their brows furrowed as they stared at the distant explosion. "Damn, it's happening again. What on earth is going on?" Awoken by the noise, everyone's mood was quite irritable. The three individuals overheard their conversation and realized they were unaware that the city was about to be destroyed. The trendy boy from yesterday turned his gaze towards the three. "Hey, do you know what's happening outside?" Upon hearing his question, the others also turned their eyes towards them, looking at them with a hint of scrutiny. These three had come from outside and certainly knew more about the situation than the others. Shi Jinwei glanced at the other two, their gazes meeting subtly. Knowing that their companions did not intend to withhold information, they let Zhou Kersen speak. Zhou Kersen then relayed what they understood, causing the expressions of the players to shift from pale to dark and back again. Lan Furong, who had been sitting quietly at the back, could not help but stand up after hearing the intelligence. "Are you saying that this city will be destroyed?" They nodded, and she continued to ask, "Is it within 30 days?" They nodded again, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were 20 days, they might not be able to hold on, but with 30 days there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. Seeing that these people had relaxed, Shi Jinwei felt compelled to remind them, "We cannot let our guard down. This place is still too conspicuous." The black mist had already reached the 13th floor. The higher the floors, the easier it became for high-rise buildings to become primary targets. They couldn't afford to slack off. The others nodded in agreement. The group fell silent, staring intently at the distant flames when suddenly noise erupted from downstairs. Lan Furong stood up directly and walked outside, and everyone was not surprised. Seeing Shi Jinwei looking outside, one of the players explained, "It's those people downstairs, don't worry." The three were generous in sharing information, which made the attitudes of several players much friendlier. Seeing the two girls display puzzled expressions, a girl from the opposing side came over to explain that Ma Tianqi below is also a player. He is allied with several others. Originally, Ma Tianqi's group and Lan Furong's group were together, but later a rift emerged due to the NPCs. Lan Furong's group adhered to a principle of not provoking NPCs, instead opting for collaboration among players to clear the game. At first, Ma Tianqi's group did not object. Upon arriving at the Science Museum, they found many ordinary NPCs there and began to act against them. Initially, they merely snatched some supplies from them, and Lan Furong and her group did not voice any objection. However, as time went on, these individuals became excessive, not only slaughtering NPCs, but also asserting dominance over them, creating a hierarchy. At this point, a player named Lu Xiaoya was so angry her face turned red. They treated the beautiful ladies among the NPCs as playthings, keeping the obedient ones as subordinates while killing those who resisted. Shi Jinwei and Zhou Kersen exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Zhou Kersen further inquired, "Did those people not come looking for you?" Lu Xiaoya nodded. "A few who escaped came to us, and we took them in." Ma Tianqi learned of this, but did not say anything. Seeing these individuals happy to have escaped, they relaxed their guard. After finishing their food, they felt embarrassed to ask the players for more and thought of sneaking downstairs to find some. Yet Ma Tianqi had people watching these few downstairs. Upon discovering they had gone down without any players beside them, they simply dealt with them. By the time Lan Furong discovered what had happened, the bodies of the few had already been discarded downstairs. Players under Ma Tianqi's control were even less daring to resist. Lan Furong and her group were not the type to meddle in others' business, nor did they wish to entangle themselves with such people. However, they warned Ma Tianqi that they were only allowed to go up one floor per day. If they exceeded that, they shouldn't blame them for being rude. Ma Tianqi, having grown arrogant due to the NPCs, would certainly not agree. The two groups of players had their first clash. Lan Furong, looking enchanting, had the highest combat power among all the players. In the end, Ma Tianqi begged for mercy, and considering they were all players, Lan Furong and her companions showed leniency and let him go. Beaten, Ma Tianqi became subdued, not daring to act up again, and remained quiet for several days until yesterday, when Lan Furong brought Shi Jinwei and the others back, and he didn't even dare to make a sound. Thus, upon hearing the commotion downstairs, they felt no worry and even comforted their new companions. After a big scoop of gossip, Shi Jinwei and Zhou Kersen couldn't help but sigh. Where there are people, there are troubles, whether they were players or NPCs. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from downstairs. Everyone's expression changed once again, and Lu Xiaoya, who had just been gossiping, showed a look of disbelief. When did they get explosives? Shi Jinwei dashed outside. It could be the hunters coming. The explosives were not from the players, leaving only this possibility. Hearing this, everyone followed her in a rush. Upon reaching the 14th floor, they saw Lan Furong and Ma Tianqi engaged in battle with a group of players dressed in black protective gear, while all the ordinary NPCs had already been slaughtered. Zhou Kersen could not help but curse. "Damn, are these people chow chow? They just show up as soon as we mention them." The joke fell flat, and no one laughed, hastily drawing their weapons to help. Shi Jinwei took out a rifle from her space and handed it to her companion. Seeing several players still holding ordinary handguns, she generously passed them the rifle. The players were taken aback by the weapon she offered, as seeing the girl nodding at them expressionlessly, they joined the fray without further hesitation. Their arrival alleviated Lan Furong's pressure, turning the tide of battle from being suppressed to evenly matched. However, these hunters surprisingly had explosives. Seeing players coming to help, they threw grenades in their direction. Before Shi Jinwei could utter her warning of "be careful," a player leaped out with agility. With a kick, he sent the grenade flying back toward the hunters. Lu Xiaoya, witnessing this, made sure to explain to the three new companions, this person's talent skill is capture, allowing him to directly lock onto and capture his desired target. As soon as the words were spoken, the grenade successfully landed among the crowd below. The hunters were not entirely unprepared. One of them reacted quickly and swatted at the grenade. If the situation hadn't been so serious, the players would have laughed. In just a few seconds, the grenade became a ball kicked back and forth between both sides, ultimately exploding on the lower level without harming either party. Damn, if I had a grenade, I would definitely blow those bastards to bits, one player cursed angrily as the opposing side pulled out several more grenades. The player's capture skill also has a cooldown. Seeing a few grenades thrown from the opposite side, he momentarily panicked. Upon witnessing this, Shi Jinwei immediately stowed her gun and pulled out a blast shield from her space, holding it over her head, while shouting, "Get in here." With over a dozen players, there was more than enough room to hide underneath. The hunter was momentarily taken aback by this group of players. Even though they had not collaborated before, after several rounds of the game, those who survived had quick reflexes. Hearing Shi Jinwei's shout, he instinctively shrank his body beneath the shield. The sound of explosions above made his heart race with fear. The survivors upstairs were certainly not fools. When they saw him produce supplies, they did not immediately agree, and their gazes carried a hint of scrutiny. The stylish boy burst out from behind the shield, shouting, "Damn it, I'm going all in with you." He charged directly into the crowd of players, attacking the foremost hunter. The group of players was wearing bulletproof vests, so the damage from bullets was minimal. He took out his nunchaku and engaged in close combat. Another player's skill, which was similar to interference, caused the bullets from the opposing side to miss, buying time for his companions. Seeing the increasing attack power from this group, the opposing side had no intention of lingering. One who seemed to be a commander shouted, "Retreat," as they attacked and withdrew, quickly disappearing into the black mist below. The players upstairs, lacking protective gear, began cursing the hunters, calling them despicable and scum, using every insult they could think of. When Lan Furong saw people retreating, she could no longer hold on and collapsed. Shi Jinwei, standing beside her, hurriedly supported her, interrupting their venting, saying, "Someone's injured, we need to go up first." It was only then that everyone noticed Lan Furong pale-faced lying in Shi Jinwei's arms. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly carried her upstairs. The NPCs under Ma Tianqi had all been killed, leaving only him and his fellow players, who wanted to go upstairs as well. However, the stylish boy blocked their way, saying, "Stop. You can't go up." He glared at the boy, who showed no fear. The players who had yet to leave also looked coldly at Ma Tianqi, clearly indicating that if you dare to come up, we will act. Fuming, his body trembled involuntarily, but knowing he couldn't match the strength of the players above, he shot them a fierce glare and took 2 people back to the 14th floor. Meanwhile, Shi Jinwei laid the injured person down on a makeshift table and saw that one of Lan Furong's arms was mangled, realizing she had been shot. Just as she was about to take out a hemostatic agent, Zhou Kersen said, "I'll do it." Immediately, a warm glow emerged from her hand. She placed the glow over Lan Furong's wound, and to everyone's astonishment, the mangled bullet hole began to slightly contract. At the same time, the bullet was surprisingly pushed out from the hole, landing on the table beside them. Shi Jinwei's round little face could no longer maintain its composure, her mouth slightly agape as she watched the miraculous scene unfold. This was the legendary healer. Although this healer couldn't restore health, she could mend flesh and bone. Others witnessing the scene also expressed their amazement. As Lan Furong's wound gradually healed, everyone's anxious hearts slowly eased. Shi Jinwei observed these people and noticed that there was no greed in their eyes, which put her at ease. After Zhou Kersen finished healing Lan Furong, her face turned pale and her body slumped down. Shi Jinwei stood beside her, quickly supporting her, asking, "Are you okay?" She weakly smiled, "I'm fine, just not used to using the skill, feeling a bit weak." Hearing this, she helped the girl sit down nearby and pulled out some milk from her space, offering it to her. Zhou Kersen didn't refuse and drank it right away, while the others continued to gather around Lan Furong. Shi Jinwei, after entering the room, walked to the window to observe outside, his sword-like brows furrowed, as if deep in thought. By nightfall, Lan Furong had regained consciousness. Upon learning that Zhou Kersen had saved her, she immediately expressed her gratitude and praised the 2 girls, making them feel a bit embarrassed. After a battle, the 3 of them had gotten along well with those players. Thus that night, the 3 of them did not take the night watch alone, but rather let the opposing players keep watch, allowing them to rest. Knowing it was the other side's goodwill, they did not refuse. However, Shi Jinwei cautioned everyone to be careful before sleeping. Everyone thought he was worried that the hunters would return and confidently promised they would be vigilant, reassuring him. The man's thin lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. On the other hand, Shi Jinwei noticed his unease and quietly approached him, whispering, "What's wrong?" "I just feel that those people won't give up easily," he replied. Shi Jinwei understood this too, but if that were the only reason, she felt the other party wouldn't have made a point to remind them. "Don't forget the grenades they have in their hands," he continued. The weaponry of this group was far more abundant than those they had encountered before. Additionally, the explosions were also caused by this group, indicating they must still have other large destructive weapons. As she listened to his low explanation, Shi Jinwei's expression tightened. However, at this point, leaving here for another place had no viable options. After a moment of silence, they could only pray that they were overthinking. Fortunately, nothing happened that night, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although there were still explosions heard over the next 2 days, the sounds were far away from them, and everyone gradually became less tense. Ma Tianqi had already moved to the 17th floor with 5 days left until the end of the game. As long as they could hold their ground here, the hunters wouldn't be able to kill them and wouldn't easily detonate this place. Compared to living people, the dead are harder to kill. Yet Shi Jinwei felt they seemed to overlook something. After thinking for a day without a solution, she gathered her 2 companions to discuss. Zhou Kersen scratched her head, saying, "What are we overlooking? We just need to hold on for 5 days." The 2 looked at her, asking seriously, "Do you think the game will let us pass so easily?" Zhou Kersen fell silent. Everyone knew the cruel nature of the game, but she genuinely couldn't think of any other issues. The other 2 also fell silent. They then saw a firelight flare up in the distance. From the height, it appeared to be the Tianhua Hotel. Watching the roaring flames, Xin Yubai suddenly asked, "If the dead can't be killed, can explosions kill them?" And the 2 were taken aback and uncertainly replied, "That thing can't be crushed, right? If it can't be crushed, then why blow up the city?" A flash of insight suddenly struck Shi Jinwei's mind. She hesitantly uttered 2 words, "It's fire." The 2 looked at her as she shared her speculation. If they can't be killed, turning them to ashes would prevent them from reviving. Previously misled by the hunters' intelligence, they had assumed the attackers' objective was to demolish the city, trapping themselves in a cognitive loop. Demolishing the city was never the primary goal, rather the explosions served to obscure the truth. While everyone's attention fixated on the blast, who would notice the fire it ignited? In reality, the fire, not the explosion, was the decisive weapon against the undying. The entire city is ablaze, yet no one comes to extinguish it. It's profoundly unnatural. But if an explosion occurred, the danger would justify delayed rescue, making it the perfect alibi. Shi Jinwei articulated her deduction. Zhou Kersen nearly swore aloud. As if confirming her theory, a deafening explosion erupted downstairs, followed instantly by violent tremors shaking the entire building. "What's happening? Are the hunters back?" The other players scrambled upright in panic. Ma Tianqi burst in with his men. "There's a fire downstairs." Everyone surged to their feet, only for the building to lurch violently, tilting and collapsing like an earthquake. Pale-faced Lan Furong commanded without hesitation, "Everyone, immediately to the rooftop." At her order, the group rushed toward the exit. Zhou Kersen turned to her 2 companions. "What do we do?" Xin Yibai voiced the unbearable truth. No one wished to accept. They've rigged the building to collapse. Reaching the rooftop changes nothing. The structure would continue its inexorable descent. Even at the summit, death was inevitable. Desperate, Zhou Kersen paced in frantic circles. "Then what can we do? Just wait here to die." Flames raged below. Their protective suits were not fire-resistant, making descent impossible. Was leaping from the building their only option? Voicing that very thought, she watched Shi Jinwei's eyes suddenly ignite with insight. Shi Jinwei dashed to the window and surveyed the neighboring building 2 stories shorter. "If they could cross, we go to the opposite building." She made the decision instantly, then retrieved an outdoor survival backpack from her spatial storage, extracting tools, including rope and grappling hooks, and securing them together. Next, she weighted the grappling hook with heavy objects and aimed across the chasm. Visibility was poor, so she raised her binoculars, spotting a shattered window on the adjacent facade. She attempted to hurl the hook toward that opening. With a straight-line distance of roughly 6 meters between the buildings, success under normal conditions seemed improbable. After several failed attempts, Zhou Kersen suddenly interjected. "One of those players has a skill that can launch the rope across." In 2 days, Shi Jinwei had already bonded with several players. Having already revealed her own ability, the others saw no reason to conceal theirs, granting Zhou Kersen a working familiarity with their skills. Seeing her 2 companions nod, she sprinted upstairs. Moments later, those who'd reached the roof came thundering back down. Given the chance to escape this doomed structure, none would choose to perish inside it. One player stepped forward and took Shi Jinwei's rope. Only then did she recognize him, the player whose skill was capture. He gave her a slight nod, then launched the hook with effortless precision, sending it cleanly through the broken window. With a sharp tug, the hook embedded itself deep into the wall. "I'll go first," Shi Jinwei declared. "No one knows who or what awaits across. I must scout it." All understood the peril of being first, and no one contested her choice. Xin Yibai reached to go ahead, but she stopped him. She shook her head subtly, exchanging a silent, meaningful glance. He released her hand without protest. First across was dangerous, but remaining behind offered no greater safety. Lan Furong and her allies were trustworthy, but Ma Tianqi and his faction remained uncertain variables. Without further delay, Shi Jinwei fastened a short rope as a zipline and slid across to the opposite building. Finding the floor deserted, she signaled Zhou Kersen with her flashlight. Upon receiving the cue, Zhou Kersen crossed second and Shi Jinwei third. Lan Furong's group followed Shi Jinwei, while Ma Tianqi's faction brought up the rear. As the building continued its catastrophic tilt, they dared not provoke trouble, fearing abandonment. Thus the entire group relocated across in under 20 minutes, just as the original building collapsed entirely. Shrapnel struck their new refuge, prompting them to retreat from the windows and exhale in unison. Fortunately, the hunters, seeing their target reduced to rubble, departed without lingering, moving on to their next quarry. The survivors remained where they were, awaiting the game's conclusion. For 19 days, daylight passed in eerie calm, until on the afternoon of the 19th day the black mist began churning violently, surging upward with unnatural speed. That day everyone had relocated to the rooftop, normally a safe haven beyond the mist's reach. Yet someone sharply noticed the fog now creeping over the rooftop's edge. At its current rate of ascent, the mist would engulf the 22nd floor within 3 hours, leaving all trapped within its suffocating shroud. Panic seized the players. Where could they flee? Only Shi Jinwei, Zhou Kersen, and Shi Jinwei wore protective suits. Shi Jinwei counted 8 remaining players besides themselves, and 18 suits in total. Their current suits would last another 90 minutes, the reserve ones just 30 more. It was 4 p.m. 8 hours remained until victory. Subtracting 2 hours left 6. Between them, the trio could supply at most 12 suits, but 8 people required 16. Shi Jinwei summoned Lan Furong, explained the predicament plainly, and left the resolution to her. Lan Furong paused in silence, accepted the suits with gratitude, then withdrew to consult her allies. Soon after, Lu Xiaoya and the trendy boy collected 8 1-liter oxygen tanks and bowed deeply to the trio. Shi Jinwei and Zhou Kersen stepped aside. Instinctively, Shi Jinwei remained still. Lan Furong issued 2 suits to each of her companions and handed the remaining 4 to Ma Tianqi. His expression darkened as he accepted them, though he said nothing. He commanded only 3 men, outmatched by Lan Furong's faction. And since Shi Jinwei's trio had saved them, Lan Furong's group would never permit an attack on their benefactors. Thus one among them had to die. His gaze hardened. Returning with the gear, he feigned handing a suit to one man, then struck without warning. The man fell instantly defenseless. All watched in grim silence. 3 hours later, the black mist enveloped them completely, and every survivor snapped their oxygen masks into place. They waited motionless within the suffocating gloom. Half an hour passed, then 90 minutes, when Shi Jinwei, Zhou Kersen, and Shi Jinwei donned the final suits, each calibrated to last precisely 30 minutes. For the last 3 hours they wore the final suit, while everyone's focus remained locked on the encroaching mist, blind to each other's quiet struggles. In the final 10 minutes, a figure lunged at Shi Jinwei from behind and drove a blade deep into her back. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. No one expected an attack on a comrade at this moment. Shi Jinwei turned around to see the ferocious face of Ma Tianqi hidden beneath his mask. She was wearing a bulletproof vest and was not injured, but the 3 layers of protective clothing had all been torn apart. Shi Jinwei swiftly darted into the safe house. Through the display screen inside, she saw the changing expressions of the players around her. Zhou Kersen and Shi Jinwei acted immediately. The red spear pierced directly into Ma Tianqi's heart, while Shi Jinwei knocked the man down with a punch. Lan Furong and the others also rushed forward, ensuring that Ma Tianqi was dead beyond recovery. It was then that the system's voice echoed in the space. Congratulations, player Shi Jinwei, on successfully clearing Anhua City. Based on your overall performance, reward 1,000 points. Number of players who cleared this round: 121I4368523 people. Current number of survivors in the game: 121I4368523 people. Game item recovery successful. The next game will start in 3 days. Wish you a pleasant life. Directly returning from the safe house to the game space before Shi Jinwei could check the chat channel, her private message window was flashing furiously. This was only the second time someone contacted her since the collaboration with Sibo. Her first guess was Zhou Kersen. Upon opening it, she found not only Zhou Kersen, Shi Jinwei, Lan Furong, and Lu Xiaoya, but also several names she did not recognize. Zhou Kersen: Xiaowei, are you still alive? Let me know if you are. Shi Jinwei: are you okay? Lan Furong: little cutie, I'm sorry I overlooked this, are you alright? Lu Xiaoya: that Ma Tianqi, how dare he launch a sneak attack? Are you still alive? Shi Jinwei felt a bit silent, although these people were concerned for her being asked directly, are you dead? Felt strange. Seeing Zhou Kersen's dialogue box flashing non-stop, Shi Jinwei replied first. Shi Jinwei: I'm alive. Zhou Kersen: woo woo, I knew you wouldn't die so easily, you scared me to death. Shi Jinwei: don't worry, I'm fine. Joe Curson, that's good, that's good. Let's clear together next time we have the chance, Shi Jinwei, sure. Next she replied to a few others, but the conversations were brief. Then she began to check the World Channel, noticing that this time players were much more agitated than before, with most of them cursing the dog game. I'm a jester, damn, how has this game become so inhumane? You say air pollution, but you never said the dead can mutate. Bastard, ill smash your head, what's with NPCs killing people later on? I almost lost it with that group of NPCs. At first I thought stocking up on supplies and buying an oxygen mask would be enough, but then I realized I also needed protective clothing. By the time I found the protective clothing, I encountered dry corpses waiting for me. After escaping the pursuit of the dry corpses, I found that this round of NPCs was actually killing indiscriminately. Misty dark clouds, damn sneaky attacks, those bastards stole my gear. Imagester, you're a killer, it's like a nesting doll one after another. Honey girl, the previous game instructions were quite detailed, but this time they only gave one hint, yet there are so many traps, it's getting harder. Oxygen lemon red tea, also that black mist, in the end its speed increased and my protective clothing's durability almost didn't hold out. Who will take me through? I really want to know how the big players cleared this round. Heart like fire, damn it, may you smelly bitch, I kindly brought you through and you actually betrayed me, don't let me meet you again or else I. Cat in the green box, hey, why do I feel like a lot of players got betrayed today? Aren't you Nobita, haha, getting betrayed is well deserved. Survival is paramount, who else would you dare to trust besides yourself? Are you stupid? Representative of the kettles, what you said upstairs is wrong, I once encountered a big player who carried me to victory. Big talker, envious of the one upstairs, I also want to cling to a big player. Shallow love shallow, the leaderboard has been updated, quickly remember the names of the big players. To her surprise, she had jumped several thousand places, at once marking a significant leap. Clearing the game granted her 1,000 points, plus the remaining 263 from before, totaling. To her surprise, she had jumped several thousand places, at once marking a significant leap. Clearing the game granted her 1,000 points, plus the remaining 263 from before, totaling 1,263 points. Without hesitation, she immediately upgraded her skills. Skill space uniqueness. Skill rarity S level. Skill description active, skill upgradable. Upon acquiring the skill, you will have a personal storage space, an essential item in survival games. Attached skill I safe house, 888M independent space isolating all external factors, ensuring the player's safety. Players can hide in it for 40 minutes each time the location of the safe house does not move, only the space owner can enter. Cooldown time 10 days. After the instance ends, the resources within the instance will be automatically recovered. Attached skill to invisibility. After entering the safe house, you will be able to move. Each use lasts 20 minutes, does not conflict with attached skill I. Cooldown time 10 days. Skill level 7. Upgrade points 800. Space size 64 cubic meters. The safe house skill has been upgraded to 40 minutes, which is quite good. With 736 points remaining, not enough for further upgrades, Shi Jinwei began to restock. First was gasoline, she had used it all up directly buying 4 barrels, 12 points. Next was the grappling hook. Although the game had recovered it, she realized that using it required some skill. So she directly found one in the item shop that could be launched. Automatic grappling hook, 30-meter rope. The protective clothing and gas mask were useless, but this time they reminded her to buy another set of protective clothing gas mask, 4 points. Next were weapons and defensive equipment. This time the explosion-proof shield gave her enough sense of security. Shi Jinwei decided to look for high defense equipment, but after rummaging she found nothing. Helpless, she had to check the grenades. One grenade cost 30 points, not cheap, but they were really useful. She bought 6 at once for a total of 180 points. She bought 2 smoke grenades, 40 points. With 498 points left, she strolled around the trading center. The variety of items had increased a lot, but there was nothing she needed. At this moment, a game announcement popped up. Announcement: this game update was successful. The update contents are as follows. 1. The item shop has added special items with new items. 2. The game will be updated or upgraded irregularly from now on, and all explanations are at the discretion of the game. After just one update, she was stunned and curious about what this update entailed, directly jumping to the page. Upon seeing the newly added items, her pupils constricted. In the props shop, 2 new icons appeared. Dungeon Entry Waiver, a one-time item that allows players to skip the current game round except for special dungeons. 1,500 points each. Game Resurrection Token, a one-time item. Possessing this token allows players to be instantly returned to the game space upon death, avoiding the penalty of death. 1,000 points each. The description was enticing and the price was so stunning that it was hard to resist. It's unclear if the high cost prompted the system to add a shimmering effect to the 2 icons. They appeared very attention-grabbing yet somewhat tacky. It reminded Shi Jinwei of the games that were popular online decades ago, where players flaunted extravagant gear. Each character's equipment and weapons were dazzlingly colorful. With large wings attached, they gave off a vibe that made one feel like robbing them on the street. The public channel had already exploded with discussions about this update. Shi Jinwei glanced at it and lost interest. After upgrading her skills, she couldn't afford the item. It's not impossible that some players who haven't upgraded would save their points to buy a life-preserving item. Especially the game resurrection token, although it is a one-time item. Having one token equates to an extra life in the game. How could that not drive people crazy? It was easy to foresee that the games ahead would become increasingly intense. After settling everything, she threw herself onto the bed to sleep. Rest was a priority before anything else. The next day, she woke up to find Zhou Kersen had messaged her asking if she was interested in teaming up. Shi Jinwei thought it over but ultimately declined. While having reliable companions felt nice and her collaboration with Zhou Kersen was quite pleasant, she preferred the freedom of acting alone. Zhou Kersen's points were about 800 less than hers, ranking her beyond 30000. Among billions of players, that was a high rank, and given her healing skills, she would surely have no shortage of teammates. After declining her, Shi Jinwei browsed the forum. Due to the prop situation, both the chat channels and the forums were particularly lively. After 6 rounds of gaming, many players could afford team-up props, and recruitment posts were continuously piling up. Shi Jinwei had no interest in participating, but she used those posts to gather intel. For instance, some players revealed their skills directly in recruitment posts to attract capable teammates, showcasing a variety that broadened her horizons. Afterward, she spent time in the library and trained in the fighting arena. Now that she had points, she wanted to test her skills, so she also tried a match in the arena labeled Random Player Match. To protect privacy, the system would put masks on players during matchmaking. The system would then randomly match her with similarly powered players for combat. It was pure hand-to-hand combat without the use of skills or weapons. Her first opponent was a bald, muscular man. Upon seeing Shi Jinwei in the arena, he burst into laughter. Haha, I didn't expect to match with such a cutie this time. The system is handing me points. In the arena, losing meant losing points, yet many still took a gambling approach to earn points in the arena. As for gambling in the entertainment zone, players exchanged points for game currency. Winnings could not be exchanged back. Hearing the man's dismissive tone, Shi Jinwei remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity during his laughter to launch an attack. Hey, why are you sneaking an attack, woman? The man exclaimed, but his movements were swift as he prepared to block. Though he looked bulky, his agility was impressive. Taking advantage of Shi Jinwei's momentary retreat, he began to counterattack. They exchanged blows for nearly an hour, but ultimately Shi Jinwei was thrown off the battlefield due to fatigue, losing a point. However, gaining practical combat experience, Shi Jinwei didn't feel regret. Instead, she returned to the training room for further training. After the match with the bald man, she made significant gains and trained even more diligently. In 2 days, she spent 4 points, leaving her with 494 points. On the morning of the 4th day, a new round of games commenced on time. The game will start in 5 minutes. Please carefully read the game instructions. Number of players 1219 436 8523. Game objective: survive for 30 days in Anil City. Game duration 30 days. Game instructions: with a heat wave approaching, you need to survive for 30 days in Anil City. Leaving the city counts as game failure. Proceed with caution. Game rewards: 1,000 Anil coins, a random outfit, a communication phone, and a character ID. With a shift in the scene, Shi Jinwei found herself directly on the street. Suddenly, a voice called from behind her, "Watch out." Shi Jinwei quickly sensed a swerving car approaching from the side and stepped back sharply. The car then crashed directly into another vehicle traveling ahead. The voice from earlier now sounded beside her, panting, "Are you okay?" Turning around, Shi Jinwei saw a very beautiful girl slightly bending over, gasping for breath. Realizing she was the one who had warned her, Shi Jinwei nodded slightly. "I'm fine, thank you. It's good you're okay. I saw someone already called the police, so I'll be leaving now." With that, she waved and departed, while Shi Jinwei, nearly getting hit, naturally drew a lot of attention from those around. She had more important matters to attend to and did not want to be delayed by writing reports like a rookie, so she hurriedly left. Finding a shaded spot nearby, Shi Jinwei pulled out her phone to make some money. Following the same process, she managed to get 37000 coins this time. Combined with the system's gift, she had 29000 coins. After buying supplies in the last game, she had 40800 coins left, and everything else was free of charge. Adding the amount she just acquired, she now had a total of 76800 coins, which was sufficient. Next on her list was to secure housing and supplies. With the impending heat wave, Shi Jinwei first thought of getting a cold storage unit. However, not only was the rental price for a month exorbitant, but it would also become non-functional during a power outage. Thus, she decided to pass. Next, she considered natural cooling places like caves in the mountains. Yet, upon checking the map, she found that Anil City was situated in a plain area. There were no mountains, not even small hills, so she had to abandon that idea. Finally, she thought of houses with basements. Typically, basements are cool and damp. But during a heat wave, they serve as excellent cooling spots, perfect for hiding out. However, in the city, houses with basements are mostly villas costing over 10,000 for a month. Shi Jinwei was not short on money, but spending 10,000 on a house with an uncertain duration was out of. After searching carefully for a while, she finally found a house with a cellar in the suburbs of Anil City. She called the landlord and arranged to visit the house an hour later. Looking at her current location, it would take 2 hours by bus, so she hailed a taxi instead. The landlord was waiting there as soon as he received her call, and Shi Jinwei did not waste any time upon arriving. The house had a separate small courtyard with a large tiled house in the middle and small wooden houses built by the owner on either side. It was very clean inside, allowing for plenty of storage. However, what pleased Shi Jinwei the most was the 20 square meter cellar beneath the large tiled house. When the summer heat became unbearable, the living space down there would be sufficient. The landlord mentioned that he and his wife were working in another city and wouldn't be back for the new year, so he wanted to rent out the house to supplement their income. Shi Jinwei inquired about the rent, 800 per month, with a minimum rental period of 3 months, totaling 2,400 without a deposit. 3 months felt a bit long, but after some hesitation she agreed. Renting a similar place in the city would cost at least around 1,500 per month, so compared to the 2,400 for 3 months here, it was quite a good deal. More importantly, there were not many families around the house. Most of the people had gone out to work like the landlord many years ago. The remaining residents were either elderly or children, with adults making up only about 1/3 of the population, resulting in a simple community. With the addition of the cellar, which was the most appealing feature, Shi Jinwei immediately signed the contract and paid the landlord. The landlord handed her the keys and happily left with his luggage. She directly purchased an afternoon train ticket, stating that she was going to find her wife. Left behind, Shi Jinwei sat in the house looking around to see how to renovate it. The landlord had just mentioned that the house was made of brick and concrete without insulation. Her first step was to add an insulation layer to the house. This layer would not only keep the heat in during winter, but also provide cooling in summer. While working, she had encountered colleagues who grew up in the countryside, and they said that in their area some families had good insulation, resulting in indoor temperatures differing by 4 to 5 degrees from their neighbors. Thus, many villagers locally preferred to add insulation layers. With this in mind, Shi Jinwei began searching for contractors online. It was early spring in Anil City, the perfect time for insulation work, making it easier to find contractors. After making several calls, she confirmed a contractor could come to see the house in an hour, and Shi Jinwei continued to stroll around the courtyard. The surrounding population was simple, mostly elderly and children. However, many families had left, and the rented houses were filled with all sorts of people. She also had to be cautious about potential robbers in this chaotic world. For such houses, the easiest way to break in was by climbing over the walls. The small courtyard wall was about 2 meters high, and to be honest, it wasn't very effective for deterring thieves, so she needed to add some protection to the wall. While thinking, Shi Jinwei typed on her phone, and soon the insulation contractor arrived. The contractor looked around the tiled house and asked Shi Jinwei, "Do you want a full package or a half package?" Shi Jinwei replied. Seeing the young girl didn't understand, the contractor explained the differences. In simple terms, a full package means insulating the entire tiled house, calculated by square meter, costing around 8,000 currency. A half package means only insulating the bedroom, also calculated by square meter, but it would be much cheaper, around 3,000 currency. Shi Jinwei learned something new and thought about the cellar entrance being in the second bedroom, so she chose the half package. The area of the outer wall of the second bedroom was smaller, costing only 2,500 currency. Checking the time, the contractor said he would come at 6 in the morning and the work would be completed by noon. Shi Jinwei confirmed this was fine, signed the contract, paid a 200 deposit, and saw him off before leaving. Since the transportation from the suburbs to the city was inconvenient, relying only on taxis or buses, Shi Jinwei rented a van from a car rental company. The tiled house was fully equipped with appliances, including air conditioning, a refrigerator, and a water heater, so there was no need to buy those, but there were many other items that needed to be supplemented. Her first stop was the industrial park in Anil City, where she found a manufacturer selling metal wire mesh and expressed her intention to buy anti-theft spikes specifically for the walls. The workers at the factory were surprised to see that the one wanting to buy anti-theft spikes was a young girl, but when Shi Jinwei explained that she needed them for her tiled house, they immediately understood and led her into the workshop. There were many types available inside, and besides the anti-climbing spikes there were also barbed wire rolls and razor wire among others. Shi Jinwei explained her needs and the workers recommended the most commonly used type, but in the end Shi Jinwei chose the razor wire. It was a bit more expensive, but it could be placed in circles on the wall, increasing the height and effectiveness. After paying a deposit and arranging for installation the next afternoon, she headed to the ice factory. The ice factory sold not only ice cubes, but also dry ice and liquid nitrogen for cooling. Compared to electric cooling devices like air conditioners and fans, ice cubes could directly vaporize to lower temperatures. Although such primitive cooling methods are rarely used in modern households, in ancient summers people often used ice blocks to cool off and even invented ice jars. While she couldn't make ice jars, she could manage ice blocks. In addition to buying ice cubes, she also purchased a lot of dry ice. Liquid nitrogen can cool down to 196 degrees, while dry ice can reach 78.5 degrees. It all sounded quite effective, and after careful inquiry Shi Jinwei bought a substantial amount of each, spending 3,000 currency. However, these two cannot be used in the cellar as they could cause oxygen depletion. In the end, she settled on the ice cubes. The cellar was 20 square meters, with a height of about 3 meters, providing roughly 60 cubic meters of space. The density of ice is about 0.9, meaning 1 ton of ice requires about 1.11 cubic meters of volume. Based on the ice factory worker's introduction, she ordered 50 tons of ice at 200 currency per ton, totaling 10,000 currency. Considering the evaporation issue, Shi Jinwei requested that all the ice be packaged in thick plastic bags for transport. This way, even if it melted into water, it could still be used. However, this ice is not for consumption, it can only be used for bathing. The worker assured her this was not a problem, but it would require additional payment. Shi Jinwei readily agreed to pay an extra 500 currency, arranging for delivery at 8 p.m. She also made sure to buy specialized protective clothing and gloves from a nearby protective clothing factory for use when handling liquid nitrogen. She also purchased an oxygen concentration detector for use after handling liquid nitrogen and dry ice. It was now 3 p.m., leaving her with 5 hours. Nearby, she found a supermarket and bought 20 packs of mineral water and 20 large bottles of water. After asking the supermarket staff to help load them into the van, she drove away. On the way, she stored the water in her space and continued to shop at another supermarket. After several trips, she had bought quite a bit of bottled water. She would also stock up on tap water, just enough to suffice. After returning to the courtyard, she moved everything out and continued shopping. It was a bit of a hassle, but safety was paramount. Even if she didn't wear a mask, buying so many items openly wouldn't raise any suspicion. After purchasing water, the next priority was food. The temperature today was only in the teens and it would take a few days to rise. Therefore, she bought some vegetables, knowing they would last for a few days. Next came instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and other long-lasting foods. She also bought a lot of ice cream. Once the food was purchased, it was time for medicine. This time, she made sure to get Huxiang Zhengqi water, which was not restricted in purchase. With a wave of her hand, she bought 10 boxes. It tasted bad, but it was truly effective. The salesgirl was a bit surprised to see her buying so many items. When she explained that she worked in a high-temperature workshop, the salesgirl understood and even recommended some cooling products, such as cooling patches and cooling spray. She was particularly curious about the cooling spray, picking it up to examine it, where the 4 big characters medical liquid nitrogen were clearly written. After inquiring about the price, she found that a 300 milliliters bottle cost 18 coins. She quietly put it down. Being wealthy doesn't mean she should spend recklessly. It was all liquid nitrogen, so it didn't matter. She had previously bought plenty of cold medicine, fever reducers, and anti-inflammatory drugs. She even bought a few bottles of glucose and saline. All in all, she spent nearly 3,000 coins. After hauling everything back home, it was almost 7 o'clock. After running around all day, she was exhausted and decided not to go out again, waiting for the ice delivery. After casually eating something, she picked up her phone to browse the news online. She found that everything seemed normal in the news, and there were no reports of abnormal temperatures, which made her feel uneasy, as if it were a precursor to an outbreak. At 8 o'clock in the evening, her phone rang, and the delivery man had arrived. She mentioned that her residence was a residential building, and the road at the entrance was relatively narrow. Therefore, several small trucks came to deliver the goods. Fortunately, at this time, most of the elderly and children in the vicinity were at home asleep, so it didn't attract much attention. She had the delivery man stack the goods in the sideboard rooms, and when those were full they were stacked in the yard. After signing and paying the final payment, she sent the delivery man off, and then started to move the ice into her space, then placed it in the basement. Tomorrow she planned to buy a small industrial cooling machine to ensure the ice wouldn't melt as much as possible. After stacking everything, a few square meters of space remained, and she intended to place a folding bed there during the last few days of high temperature. With so many cooling products, she was confident they could last more than 30 days. She went to bed early and got up at 5 the next morning. At 6 o'clock, the insulation crew arrived to install the insulation layer. Many houses in the area had installed insulation, so no one paid much attention when they saw her house being insulated. However, they did take a few extra glances at her as she was a bit unfamiliar. In just one morning, 3 workers had efficiently finished insulating the house. The temperature was suitable now, and within a day the coating would completely dry, and she happily paid them. In the afternoon, the workers for installing the anti-theft net were scheduled to arrive. Looking at the time, she prepared some food at home and took a short nap. The installation of the anti-theft net was much quicker than that of the insulation layer. It was completed in less than 2 hours. Considering that it was a tiled house, she didn't even spare the roof, fully arming it, spending 2,600 coins. Next came the anti-theft door and windows. There were no windows at the back of the tiled house, and the only protective measure needed was for the large iron gate at the entrance. Choosing between attracting attention and safety, she decisively opted to install the anti-theft door inside. With 57,300 coins left in her account, she had money to spend. She found an anti-theft door installation company and stated her requirements. The owner was much easier to negotiate with than the one at the storm dungeon, and he readily agreed, sending a worker to measure the dimensions with her. The worker mentioned that it would take 3 days to complete the door, and she offered to pay extra. Ultimately, after being convinced with an extra 500 coins, the owner agreed to come for installation the next morning. After sending the person off, she continued her shopping. This time her targets were gasoline, a generator, and an air conditioner. She had the equipment for the generator, but it was best to buy one for safety. She found a generator specialty store, and after the owner's various persuasive sales pitches, she decisively chose a gasoline generator with a rated power of 10,000 W that could be hand-cranked. The fuel tank held 25 liters and averaged 1.2 liters of fuel per hour of power generation, which was sufficient to power the air conditioner and other household appliances. The owner priced it at 2,689 coins, but after some back-and-forth bargaining, she managed to get it for 2,500 coins and also requested a converter from the owner. After buying the generator, she then went to an air conditioning specialty store. She planned to buy an air conditioner and a fan for the basement. The fan would be used when the ice melted, and the air conditioner would be used afterward. However, she didn't plan to install the outdoor unit outside, but rather place it in the master bedroom. The operating temperature limit for outdoor units was generally between 55–60 degrees. Exceeding this temperature could easily lead to problems. Not knowing the limit of this heat wave, she could only take this approach to ensure that the air conditioner could run as long as possible in the later stages. The price for a dual-purpose air conditioner was higher than that of a single cooling or heating unit, so she directly bought a 3L cooling unit with a cooling capacity of 2,500 W, which the generator could fully support. She also selected a circulating fan that could rotate 360 degrees, spending a total of 4,500 coins. After purchasing the appliances, she noticed that the store also sold solar water heaters, which sparked another idea. She suddenly thought of another useful item and drove her small van directly to the department store. "Boss, do you have sun heating water bags?" she asked the owner, which was something she heard from her colleague. It was just a black bag, usually made of cowhide or rubber. When the outside temperature was 3,040 degrees in summer, filling it with water and placing it under the sun would naturally heat the water, allowing for direct showers when heated. "Yes, we have them, but sun-eating water bags are outdated now. We are now popularizing sun-eating buckets. Would you like to take a look?" the owner asked with a smile. Intrigued, she nodded repeatedly, and the owner took out a large black bucket for her to see. "This can hold 400 pounds of water. How about it? What do you think?" the owner asked. The cylindrical bucket was about 1 meter long and half a meter in diameter. She touched the material, which was quite thick and indeed sturdier than the bag next to it, nodding in agreement. Seeing her pay promptly, the owner even gave her a shower head and a water hose.